Chapter 91. This little thing is rude. It knew at the moment it was born. It has a trick for pinching its ears. It only cares about Sister and Anne's attitude. So Suemo casually said, "It's okay." This frank attitude brought tears to Little Pumpkin's eyes. Thinking back, he felt even more worthless. It ate the spiritual wood blocks Big Bear had obtained from monsters, rubbed the experience Big Bear had gained, and even tickled it. Big Bear was broad-minded and didn't take it to heart at all. Watching Little Pumpkin interact with the Little Bear plush, Suen felt that Little Pumpkin had truly grown up. Its thinking, empathy, associative ability, and even IQ were much stronger than before. But soon, Little Pumpkin realized it could make amends. It noticed that Big Bear and its owner had both finished their baths. A basin of dirty clothes lay on the floor, and 2 pairs of shoes, wet with blood and mud, lay by the door. Overwhelmed with guilt, Little Pumpkin rushed to wash clothes, brush shoes, and clean the bathroom. Suemo tried to stop him, but he couldn't. Little Pumpkin activated his telekinesis, and the dirty clothes and shoes flew straight to the bathroom. With a click, the door locked. Let Little Pumpkin do something. Suen rubbed Sumo's head. He couldn't tell if this kid was slow-witted or open-minded. It seemed that with any creature other than her, the teddy bear's usual attentiveness and care diminished, becoming rather naive. Suen stirred the sticky rice with chopsticks. It had a slight burnt smell. On a frying pan, strips of meat coated in flour were frying in hot oil. The fried meat strips were then coated in sweet and sour sauce. The sweet and sour pork was ready. Suen carried the pan directly to the dining table. This dish, deep fried with precious sugar and vinegar, was a bit of a luxury in a survival game. But it was delicious, exuding a rich, sweet, and sour flavor that made one's mouth water. With a click, the bathroom door opened. The Little Pumpkin floated above a basin of washed clothes, like it was riding a skateboard, with 2 pairs of half-dried shoes dangling in midair behind it. It looked like some strange character cosplay. "Master, I washed them and shaken off most of the water, but I don't know how to hang them up. There's no clothesline in the bathroom." "A clothesline?" Suen held the pan of sweet and sour pork and looked at the Little Pumpkin's unique shape. For a moment, he couldn't think of anything in his space that could serve as a clothesline. Just as he was about to suggest going to the stock exchange to exchange for another one, or taking down the rope used to tie the buns from the roof of the car for an emergency, Suemo pulled out a long snake tendon from his space. Suen almost laughed out loud when he saw it. His hand, holding the pan, almost lost its balance as he quickly placed the pan of sweet and sour pork on the dining table. He had to admit, the little bear had a pretty sharp mind. Snake tendon, that's the material from the decomposition of that giant python. "Is this okay?" Suemo asked, leaning forward and handing the tendon to Little Pumpkin. Animal tendons are generally quite resilient and make excellent bowstring material. It should also work as a makeshift clothesline, Sumo thought. Little Pumpkin observed it for a moment, then used his telekinesis to wave the tendon and said, "Okay." Little Pumpkin took the snake tendon and used his telekinesis to clean it. It was quick, and I don't know how Little Pumpkin did it, but he used the snake tendon as a clothesline, strung it out of the way in the RV. Then he hung up the clothes one by one. When everything was done, Little Pumpkin was as excited as a little monkey, doing somersaults in the air. "Nanling, you did a great job. Everything's hung up, hee." Suen brought the stewed snake meat and rice to the dining table. Then he came over and touched Little Pumpkin's washed clothes, praising him for his skill. Every piece was clean, with no stains visible. Little Pumpkin must have spun the clothes in the bathroom until they were half dry before taking them out. There was very little residual moisture, so they would dry quickly if hung out to dry. Little Pumpkin was even happier after being praised. He shared his thoughts. "At first, I wanted to use my telekinesis to control the water away from the clothes, but it's such a delicate task. Even though I become stronger, I still can't do it. But then, I realized I could control the clothes to spin and shake off the water droplets. I might be the first to discover this way to wash clothes, quack, quack." Little Pumpkin laughed like a duck. Suen said nothing. Suemo said nothing, listening to Little Pumpkin's boast. "No, there's a washing machine." Poor Little Pumpkin, he never seen one before. Suemo glanced at Sister and Anne's expression. Sister Anne looked as if she was about to say something but hesitated. Never mind. Sister Anne didn't say anything, and it wasn't easy for him to say anything either. He just let Little Pumpkin be happy and thank him for helping with the laundry. The little bear looked at his little vest and shorts. A little embarrassed, he didn't take them off. He washed them before bed, and they'd be dry by the time he woke up. Suen noticed and rubbed the bear's head. During dinner, the bear, after gorging himself on food and replenishing his energy bar, fell asleep with a thud as the hair on his head stood up. One moment, he was still talking, the next he was asleep in a chair, snoring softly. It caught Sue-in off guard. She knew the bear would behave like this when exhausted, sleeping after eating. But it still caught her off guard. Before, the bear would say, "I'm so sleepy, I need to sleep." Sue-in carried the bear to the bedroom and tucked it under the covers. Seeing Big Bear finish his meal, Little Pumpkin used his ability to cause the dishes to float up like an assembly line, landing on the sink and washing themselves. The dishcloth also moved on its own, wiping the table. When Sue-in emerged from the bedroom, she saw Little Pumpkin sitting comfortably on the kitchen counter, humming a tuneless tune. The dishes seemed to move on their own, washing and returning to their proper places. It seemed Little Pumpkin's abilities had grown considerably after the upgrade. However, the doll perception skill required her to be at her peak, and using her spirit points on the enemy just now had consumed some energy. More details would have to wait until tomorrow. Sue-in smiled and discussed the day's harvest with Little Pumpkin. He took out the card compressor and other items. Little Pumpkin's eyes lit up. For someone who considered herself a housekeeper, Little Pumpkin, with such a magical tool, she no longer had to worry about overflowing her storage. Stock up, they needed to stock up more. So, Sue-in and Little Pumpkin sorted the supplies together. With the help of Little Pumpkin and the card compressor, everything was effortless. Gasoline was compressed into gas cards, coal into coal cards, and meat, except for some meat for storage, Sue-in sorted it out, intending to sell it for other items later. After sorting the supplies, Sue-in took out a row of gold, silver, copper, and wooden boxes. Open the boxes now. Chapter 92. She finally had enough gold and silver keys, 3 gold keys, and 3 silver keys. Whether it was a coincidence or she was just lucky, she had 3 gold chests and 3 silver chests. The key is, 2 of the gold chests and 1 silver chest were obtained today. Today was truly a day of incredible luck. Sue-in currently had 3 unopened chests, 3 silver chests, 1 copper chest, and 7 wooden chests. She opened them all together. She opened the wooden chest first. It contained common materials, wood blocks, iron blocks, and bagged snacks and mineral water. The copper chest contained 2.5 kilograms of white flour, 1 L of soybean oil, and 1 M of cotton cloth. Each of the 3 silver chests contained something different, seemingly each with its own theme. The first silver chest contained a down jacket, premium, cotton shoes, premium, cotton pants, premium, 2 mechanical parts, and 1 anti-skid wheel. This was a 3-piece heating set. Sue-in took a look. These clothes weren't quite equipment, but they were all high-quality items, all in one size. She tried them on, feeling a bit warm inside, so she quickly took them off and put them in her personal space. Not bad. This gave her an extra set of warm clothing for outdoor activities. I felt incredibly lucky today. The second silver box, like a material pack, contained only spiritual items, 1 spiritual cloth, 1 planting soil, spiritual, 1 fire spiritual wood, 1 cotton, spiritual, and 1 one-hour platform ticket. When the box was opened, Little Pumpkin couldn't sit still, sobbing excitedly at the fire spiritual wood card in Sue-in's hand, speechless. It took a long time for her to speak clearly. "Master, I want this, can I? I can use it to strengthen my body and become even stronger." Sue-in understood the little guy's words, and without hesitation handed the fire spirit wood card to Little Pumpkin, unconcerned about its other uses. Just because it could be used by Little Pumpkin meant it had realized its value. Little Pumpkin was incredibly excited to see this thing, as if he had found some great treasure. Sue-in was also curious. Little Pumpkin hadn't been this excited before when it came across the lightning wood spirit. It seemed this material was truly wonderful for Little Pumpkin. She silently memorized the name of the material. After this little episode, Sue-in continued to open the third silver treasure chest. Elsewhere, Little Pumpkin embraced the materialized fire spirit wood, grinning foolishly, nuzzling and kissing it, its eyes filled with the image of the fiery red wood. It had already figured out how to use this wood to strengthen itself, absorbing its fire energy. Then, not only could it keep the room warm, but it could also set up a turret and spit fire. In the future, it would be able to help Big Bear fight monsters, burning them to death. It could also become stronger. Little Pumpkin had no idea that, lacking an offensive talent, its wish would be thwarted. The material would then manifest itself in a mysterious form within its body. Sue-in used the final silver key to open the third silver chest. This chest contained a pot and a lamp. Energy-saving lamp, premium, stew pot, premium, rocking chair, premium, blueprint, 1 advanced mechanical part, 2 glasses, 1 1-hour platform ticket. Well, that was quite practical. So, she had 2 stew pots and 2 energy-saving lamps, both from the silver chest. However, this lamp and stew pot lacked the strange shapes of the previous cloud lamp and pot. They were rather conventional. Soo-in planned to install a light in the bathroom, to avoid the bathroom being so dim that the light from the living room would have to rely on the glass door. Not bad, not bad. Soo-in was quite satisfied overall. I don't know why, but opening boxes is always fun, even opening wooden boxes is. Soo-in went to the bathroom to install the light, and also washed his hands thoroughly with soap. It's time to open the gold chest. I'm so excited. What treasures will come out of this first time? Soo-in quickly returned to the dining table. Soo-in excitedly turned the golden key to open the chest. Light emitted. A rainbow of light appeared before my eyes. The familiar fireworks effect rang out. Wow! Soo-in couldn't help but squint slightly, observing the item in the light. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for opening the gold chest. As the first player to open a gold chest in this area, the system rewards you with 100 copper coins. P.S. It's you again, it really is you, you naive guy who's been swept away by luck. A special effect of 100 copper coins fell in front of Soo-in, then disappeared. A large plus 100 appeared in his account balance, the font deliberately enlarged. The system is much more generous. At the same time, Soo-in saw a system announcement. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Sunny Bear in this region for being the first to open a gold chest. As the 182nd player in the server to open a gold chest, the chance of a gold key spawning in this region has increased by 0.0000004%. Let's cheer her on and speak up. Players currently sending messages are offering a limited time special offer, 10% off your message purchases. A flash of light passed, and Soo-in had no time to think anymore, staring at the golden treasure chest. The golden treasure chest was large, but it didn't hold much. There were only 3 cards, and Soo-in took them out one by one to examine. It was equipment. 2 of them were part of a set, and together they could gain set functionality. Ice and Snow Swift Boots quality. Spiritual grade, ragged, simple, normal, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, godly grade, notes. Increases walking speed by 140% on snow and ice below -30 degrees Celsius. Warmth. Suitable for temperatures above -100 degrees Celsius. Lightweight. Each shoe weighs 10 g. Fit. Automatically adjusts to the player's foot size. Comfortable night dress. Light yellow. Quality. Spiritual grade. Ragged. Simple. Normal. Fine. Spiritual. Super spiritual. Epic. Godly grade. Notes. This night dress is made of soft, spiritual silk, improving sleeping comfort. When equipped, it increases the player's stat recovery speed by 10% to 15%. Fluffy long hair comb quality. Spiritual grade. Ragged. Simple. Ordinary. Fine. Spiritual. Super spiritual. Epic. Godly. Note. Combing with this item will keep your hair fluffy and increase your spirit points by 10% per comb. Cooldown. 24 hours. When using this comb with a comfortable night dress, light yellow, it triggers a set synergy effect, increasing all stat recovery by 20% to 30% and resting experience by 20% to 25%. Both are good items. The boots are unassuming white boots with a layer of short velvet inside, making them incredibly light. The light yellow nightdress and comb together are a great resting item. From now on, you won't have to worry about researching new dolls, consuming too much spirit, and not being able to properly restore your stats due to poor sleep. Remove all equipment cards. Soo-in felt like there was something else in the golden chest, so she reached under it. Besides the 3 cards, she found 3 low-level spirit source stones at the bottom. Happy. Then, capitalizing on her exceptionally good luck today, Soo-in silently wished for continued good fortune and opened the other 2 golden chests in one go. After opening all the golden chests, she finally saw what was inside. At that moment, Little Pumpkin peeked inside and exclaimed, "Wow!" What? She opened an epic weapon. Chapter 93. The contents of the gold chest include item exploration card, item vending machine, random, weapon guchin, epic, 1 golden key, 1 spirit source stone, low level, 1 spirit source stone, wooden, low level, and a 3-hour special platform ticket to Eaming City. Soo-in couldn't wait to take a look at the highest quality weapon card. The card materialized, revealing a simple, ancient lyre. The lyre seemed to carry a rich historical heritage, and for some reason, touching it brought a sense of sadness to Soo-in. Soo-in didn't understand music, but she did understand quality. As she touched the lyre, she read the information on the screen. Unknown Guqin. Quality: epic, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, divine. Note: a musical instrument from a parallel civilization fell into the survival game through a spatial exploit. It absorbed a great deal of spiritual energy and became a weapon, now included in the game's arsenal. The sound range is wide, the timbre deep, and the lingering sound far and wide. Infusing it with spiritual power, playing it can generate a group-wide spiritual attack. It increases the power of spiritual attacks by 300% to 500%, making it incredibly lethal against certain types of monsters. Suen held a zither for a long moment. It wasn't that she felt unhappy. She was rather overjoyed. These things seemed tailor-made for her. The weapons were perfectly suited for her use. They were spiritual weapons, yet they also made up for her lack of group attack skills. Although she couldn't play the Guqin yet, Suen believed she could learn, if only for this weapon. She felt her luck was a bit too good today. It's a bit strange. Opening boxes every day, Suen can sense the patterns in them. The quality of items in system treasure chests generally corresponds to the level of the box itself. Wooden chests correspond to tattered and simple items, copper chests correspond to ordinary items, silver chests correspond to fine items, and gold chests correspond to spiritual items. Generally speaking, there's only a very small chance of finding an item higher than the level of the treasure chest. Suen cradled his long Guqin, looking at the cards scattered around him. Item detection card. Can detect the current information of any living being. Usable 3/3 times per day. Item vending machine. Random. A vending machine that randomly updates 3 special offers daily. Purchases today, October 10th. Updated at 2400 hours daily. Today's items. Spirit Source Stone. Low level, 80 copper coins. Mental Healing Candy 160 copper coins. Healing Candy 160 copper coins. Suan's hands trembled slightly. Has her luck today been too good? It was so extreme that she now suspected she was the girl of destiny. Even the items sold in the vending machine were exactly what she needed most, and they were even cheaper than at the convenience store. What kind of good luck was this? Suen tried to speak, her voice a little hoarse and dry. She wanted to call out to Little Pumpkin, asking it to pinch itself to see if she was dreaming. She turned her head. The little creature was giggling foolishly, clutching a pile of Spirit Source stones. It was clearly overwhelmed by the joy of finding so many Spirit Source stones in the golden chest. It seemed they would be unable to communicate for a while. Suen swallowed, not saying a word to disturb Little Pumpkin, who was immersed in joy. One hand held the zither, the other slid down, deep into her thigh. She pinched herself through her pants. She used force. She was sure it hurt, the pain so intense that 2 natural tears welled up in Suan's eyes before she stopped pinching herself. Shaw. She couldn't help but gasp. It really hurt. These things before her weren't a dream. Then, Suen held the zither in one hand while examining the items with the other. The item, the exploration card, was a smooth card the size of a cell phone. At first glance, it looked like a card, but to the touch, it felt like glass or jade, soft and smooth. Holding it in her hand, it felt like that smartphone. Especially since it lit up when touched. Give it a try, the usage limit will be updated tomorrow anyway. Suen first chose the smirking Little Pumpkin. Following the instructions on the card, she snapped a picture of the Little Pumpkin, as if taking a photo, and then clicked OK. It was a good time to see what changes the Little Pumpkin had undergone after upgrading. Ding dong. A system notification sounded from the card. Exploring, 2%. A progress bar appeared on the card. Soon, the card reached 100%, indicating completion. Some information appeared on the card. Suen swiped his finger across it. It resembled a touchscreen phone, with similar controls. Image, still frame photo of a small pumpkin grinning, creature, magical doll. Origin, created by a player with a special talent, its main body is made of wood. The player used the combined energy of life, soul, spirit, and emotion to imbue the doll with life, creating new life. Level, level 2. Attributes, attack, 2 halves, this creature is not good at attacking, defense, 20/20ths, this creature has strong defense, spirit, 12/12ths, this creature has above average spiritual power, skills, unknown. Equipment, pumpkin mask, possessing a strong aura, it seals away most of this energy, helping the creature enter a power-saving state. Clothes and cloak, the cloak and clothes are integrated, imbued with spiritual energy, and possessing the ability to levitate. Traditional Chinese knot, possesses a strong aura of air vibrations, and is a spatial equipment item, with a range of approximately 15 to 30 meters. Status: Luck bonus. Currently receiving a buff like Lucky Aura, luck is currently increased by 300%, triggering the attribute, bringing continuous good luck. Suen looked at the information above. This card's detection differed from his own. The little pumpkin's skills were completely invisible, but external objects could be detected. The pumpkin mask on his head and the Chinese knot were both explained. Also, Suen learned for the first time that his skills, possessed by spirits, consumed more than just the superficial spiritual energy, as the system's skill descriptions vaguely indicated. It was a comprehensive energy of life, soul, and mental emotions. At that moment, Suen thought of the lost player on the platform in the nameless town. She had abundant resources, and was very strong. She said her innate skills were draining her vitality. Suen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He continued to study the information on the card. Lucky bonus when, Suen pondered. She admitted that Little Pumpkin had been lucky today. Little Pumpkin had leveled up thanks to Sumo's monster-killing experience, and she had also gotten so many Spirit Source stones. She wouldn't have to worry about food for the time being. She didn't want to think about it anymore. Suen clicked, then did it to herself. Soon, a message appeared on the card. She looked at it. Chapter 94. Creature, human, Chinese, origin, from Blue Planet, civilization number 2038211. Currently participating in a survival game competition. Level 2. Skills, unknown. Equipment, Guqin Epic. Clothes simple. Pants simple. Suen sifted through her belongings, not reading the detailed descriptions of the equipment. She simply wanted to see if she had an aura similar to the Little Pumpkin. In the status column, she saw, Status, Witch's Blessing, a talent skill from the Lost Blue Planet player Afong. Boosts player luck by 10,000%. Blessing duration, 1 hour, 23 minutes, 21 seconds per 6 hours. Triggering 3 consecutive lucky items, averting danger, achieving all wishes, and overflowing with good fortune. Suen blinked. Finally, she found the source of her luck. Her throat felt extremely dry, and her nose felt a little sore. She didn't know what to say. Calculating the time, she realized that this blessing was used when Afong attacked her and rushed in. Perhaps it was because of this skill. She was able to interrupt her frantic pursuit at the last moment, and then luckily discovered numerous treasure chests, successfully opening them and revealing numerous treasures. This was all the effort she put into fulfilling her obsession to communicate with her daughter. She was working almost saturatedly to achieve her goal. After going through all of this, she finally had the answers. It made sense. It made perfect sense. This beta tester was truly formidable, completely meticulous. No! At this moment, Suen suddenly thought of something. If this were true, then this beta tester wouldn't have let her choose whether to give those items to her daughter, without leaving any room for error. She must have some means to protect her daughter's interests. Suen gritted her teeth, pondering. Although she hadn't been greedy, and had only taken her share of the reward as instructed in the ring, she had given the remaining items and resources, including the space ring, to the beta tester's daughter. But Suen was still worried. Faced with such a mysterious skill that was almost at the level of a concept, how could she dare to take it lightly? Thinking of this, the worry instantly dimmed the joy of opening the box today. Suen looked at the dazzling array of items, and silently prayed that today wouldn't be a sleepless night. But it was still blessing time, and the skill effects hadn't worn off. Suen was in a very lucky state. Even if she was going to be attacked, it wouldn't be now. Since it had come, she might as well make the best of it. Suen first bought all the limited edition supplies from the item vending machine, random, 3 of each type of medicine, and the rest she used to buy Little Pumpkin's rations, Spirit Source stones, low level. Then Suen opened the exchange. It would have been fine if she hadn't known about her luck's time limit, but once she knew, Suen couldn't let herself waste the remaining hour or so. Now, the only place she could fully utilize her luck was the exchange. Start trading. Suen spent her time at the exchange and the system mall, selling items other than meat in exchange for materials and in-game currency. Thanks to her luck, her shop processed orders quickly, and both buying and selling went smoothly. She even found items below market price. Little Pumpkin finished her silly grin, realized her impudent expression, and scooted closer to Suen to act cute. Suen explained to Little Pumpkin about her luck state. It was still an hour and a half before her luck ended, and dangerous things could happen. Little Pumpkin held the Spirit Source stone in one hand and the card in the other, studying the words, his brows slowly furrowing. But as he read, His eyes flickered, as if a brilliant idea had struck him. "Leave it to me, Master. I will protect Master and Big Bear." After Little Pumpkin finished speaking, his mask slid open with a click. The entire room transformed from an RV into a pumpkin carriage. Suen went from sitting at the dining table in the RV to sitting at the dining table in the pumpkin carriage. Suen looked around. This was the interior of the pumpkin carriage, but it was different from the previous pumpkin carriage. The space had doubled. The original 10 square meters had become about 20 square meters, roughly the size of an RV. Adding the second floor and the top floor, that meant about 30 to 40 square meters. The upgraded bathroom and furnace heater also made a nice addition to the pumpkin carriage. The entire design was integrated into the pumpkin carriage's interior, with a natural wood finish. Suen twisted his body, looked around, and smacked his lips in amazement. It wasn't until Little Pumpkin's voice that she shifted her gaze from the interior of the pumpkin carriage to Little Pumpkin. "In the pumpkin carriage, no one can hurt us, no one." Little Pumpkin jumped onto the dining car, patted his chest, and spoke with strength. "I activated the pumpkin shield. The pumpkin shield protects against mental attacks, and combined with the Assimilation RV's advanced ice and snow shield, it's a double layer of protection, so it's stable," Little Pumpkin said. Suen smiled, and shoved a pile of spirit source stones in front of Little Pumpkin. "Okay, we have plenty of spirit source stones." Little Pumpkin hugged Suen's arm, nuzzled her arm, and stayed by her side, helping her pack and sort supplies, spending a peaceful and long night. At night, suddenly snow began to fall. The snow grew heavier. The flakes drifted down, accompanied by an increasingly fierce wind. The howling of the wind and snow continued. The small chimney on the pumpkin carriage billowed smoke. The advanced ice and snow shield, emitting a brilliant icy blue light, couldn't block the wind or the cold, but it did prevent the thick snow from encroaching on the adorable pumpkin carriage in the center. The gleaming warm yellow shield provided an additional layer of protection for the pumpkin carriage. The warm yellow pumpkin shield blocked the icy wind, keeping the interior of the pumpkin carriage stable and protected from the wind swaying. The fire burned slowly, and the boiling water flowed through the walls of the pumpkin carriage, maintaining warmth and a constant temperature. When the fire stopped, the furnace door opened automatically, the cabinet opened, and the coal in the space automatically slid into the furnace, leaving no cinders behind. Tonight, the wind was cold, and the snow was heavy. Same day, same snowy night, but a different ending. A warm yellow light, perhaps filtering through the slits in the curtains of the second-floor bedroom, streamed in. A small bear doll lay soundly asleep on the soft bed, tucked under a warm goose-down quilt. Below the light, in the raised kitchen area, overhead light streamed down. Suen, draped in a coat, sat on a chair, sewing a small vest with scraps of cotton fabric, stitch by stitch. On the dining table lay a pair of finished shorts. Little Pumpkin, using telekinesis, finished filling the coals, brought a cup of hot water, and placed it steadily on the edge of the table. With a hint of envy, he looked down at his owner, sewing clothes for Big Bear. He looked down at his own clothes. It couldn't take them off. It was truly too bad. Ah! A girl lay in her warm bed. He couldn't sleep, thinking about what happened today. Chapter 95. A week into the game, she was experiencing the most comfortable time of her life, feeling no discomfort at all. She was no longer hungry, no longer munching on hard steamed buns to survive. Instead, she was full, enjoying delicious instant noodles, rice, and chicken tonight. This was the first meal she had eaten that felt like normal food in all those days. She was no longer cold. She had upgraded her shabby, leaky two-seater car to a sturdy small RV, now equipped with plenty of fuel and gasoline, a stove for keeping warm, and money for a blanket and a bed. She was no longer lonely. She had received news of her missing mother, could chat with her, and was cared for by her. She was a child with a mother. Song Lihua's mind raced, unsure whether she had been right to persuade her mother not to attack the player. She had received something more than her mother's letter had mentioned, her mother's space ring. She was a good sister, having mailed her mother's ring along with her. She shouldn't have hurt her. Besides, Song Lihua didn't know how hard her mother struggled to stay awake as a lost player, or what the cost would be if she attacked the questing sister from such a distance for her. Song Lihua looked at her talent. A-level talent, which reserve. Skill, Witch's Bloodthirst spell. Consume blood to launch a bloody attack. All her skills came at a price, many of them paid for with blood. Bleeding was painful, and it was easy to get cold. Cold. Suen had a nightmare. In the dream, she was holding a teddy bear, and was very cold, so cold that she almost lost her heart. She woke up from her sleep, sat up suddenly, and gasped for air. Darkness washed over her. A faint light flickered on, illuminating the pumpkin carriage's kitchen and dining area. This was the only light in the pumpkin house, aside from the bathroom. The light filtered through the glass partition of the bedroom window, filtering through the gap in the curtains and illuminating the bedroom. Little Pumpkin leaned over to Sue-Ann and softly said, "Master, we're not under attack." "Master, Little Pumpkin is here. Nothing can hurt you." Little Pumpkin flung herself into Sue-Ann's arms. Sue-Ann cradled Little Pumpkin, gradually calming down. The warmth of reality washed away the cold nightmare. Following the dim light, she reached out with her free hand and felt a small bump. It was a stuffed bear. Sue-Emo was sound asleep, dressed in his new vest and shorts, sound asleep in his bed. His belly rose and fell with his sweet sleep. Sue-Ann felt the rhythm and warmth of the bear's breathing, and gradually, she felt relieved and withdrew her hand. How could she have suddenly dreamed of that day? It's a nightmare, truly terrifying. Sue-Ann muttered silently, thinking that everything in her past life was a nightmare, and that they had already welcomed a new life. Sue-Ann hugged Little Pumpkin and kissed it on the cheek. "Turn off the lights and go to sleep." "I'm fine, Little Pumpkin. You should get some rest too." "It's okay. Nanling isn't sleepy. I slept a little too much this afternoon. I be watching over you, Master. Don't be afraid, Master. No matter how cold it is outside or how many monsters there are, Nanling will protect you." The light outside the bedroom went out. Little Pumpkin hugged his master, rubbing his nightgown against hers, and huddled in Sue-Ann's arms. Sue-Ann smoothed her fluffy hair. Unable to sleep, she turned on the screen and watched for a while. Time: 12:01. It was just past midnight. A new day had arrived. The public chat screen was bustling with activity. Many players were still awake. Sue-Ann glanced at the screen and realized it was a snowstorm tonight, making it incredibly difficult. To Enchanter's child, "I can't sleep. The wind keeps shaking my RV. It's terrifying." Maplefish Nini, "How about you have some candy? I remember you love candy. You exchanged a lot for it from me a few days ago." To Enchanter's child, "I ate it, one after another, but even the candy couldn't stop my fear. What should I do? I like Young Mumu. Be careful of toothaches when you eat candy at night." "Don't mention it, kid. It's fine if you don't mention it, but now that you mention it, I think the wind is just too strong. The car is shaking. Forget it. I can't sleep. Let's get up and add some more fuel to the stove. I suspect the temperature is going to drop." Sue-Ann looked at the screen. Several people were gathered together chatting. They looked familiar. Some people casually commented and jumped into the conversation. What bad intentions could a cat have? I envy those with RVs. I'm still in a 4-seater car, using gasoline for heating. Through the window, I can see the snow and wind getting stronger outside, and I'm worried. Lovely daughter Hella, I have a thermometer. I just put it outside the car and checked. It's already minus 32 degrees Celsius, a truly freezing cold day after the novice period. Poverty like joy, thanks for the help in measuring the temperature. I was wondering why the stove doesn't warm up after a while. It must be too cold outside. So annoying and crazy. Damn it, MLGB, this damn system is killing me. System. Player so annoying and crazy has had his accounts posting banned for 6 hours due to his comments violating public order and morals. Moonlight World. I suddenly wanted to curse the system, but because I didn't want to be banned, I chose a different approach. System, tofu has brains, you don't? The scene brought back memories. You took up 2 words. I can apologize, but you must kneel and listen. Which sewer wasn't properly closed, and you climbed up. You can't be compared to salted fish. It has salt value, and you don't. A bunch of insulting messages without using any profanity made Sue-Ann amused by the light screen. Interestingly, the system didn't notice it was insulting it. Perhaps its comprehension skills weren't up to par, so the above message wasn't blocked. The player hurled several insults in a row, then stopped speaking after using up all their chances for the day. Apparently, they didn't want to pay to speak. The player's last sentence was quite interesting. Moonlight World, okay, the dirty talk is out of my mouth. My heart feels much clearer, and I can sleep soundly. Sue-Ann also felt refreshed watching this. Before they knew it, Sue-Ann fell asleep, clutching the screen. The messages were still scrolling. Anonymous, is anyone selling wood and coal? Help, help, help. 7 Sons of Heaven, why didn't you buy it earlier? Didn't you collect it at the platform this afternoon? There were so many people selling back then, and you didn't buy it? Anonymous, I upgraded my RV when the price was right, and I don't have much fuel left. I didn't expect a snowstorm to hit tonight, and I don't want to die. Please, can anyone help me? Anyone awake please help? There's no fuel left at the exchange. Everyone snatched it all up. Early sleep 8. Saving you will eventually kill you with stupidity. I placed an order on the exchange for 5 kilograms of coal. Just make do to get through tonight. Anonymous. Why are you selling so many game coins? You're taking advantage of the situation. You're selling them so expensively, and the transaction fees are so high. Are you going to let us live? Seventh Son and Anonymous, get lost. At Early Sleep 8 Sisters, let's go to bed early, and get some beauty sleep. Don't worry about that idiot. He's still not cold. Today, Big Bear, Sister T, and the others have all said to stockpile more fuel. They even put some coal on the shelves to help with gasoline purchases. Anyone who's not stupid should prepare it. Don't bother with that idiot. System. Player 7th Son has had his accounts posting banned for 3 hours due to his comments violating public order and morals. Chapter 96. Early to sleep. Stupid system goes online and blocks speech. System. Player early to sleep has had his speech banned for 3 hours due to his comments violating public order and morals. Suan woke up and saw the public screen. Instead of the usual good morning, she was greeted by a long list of bans on the public chat screen. Did everyone go on a 300-round verbal exchange with the system last night? Suan rubbed her eyes and scrolled through the regional chat. As she expected, due to the continuous snowstorm and the sudden drop in temperature, many players were having a rough night and began attacking the system. Especially those who woke up from the cold in the middle of the night, all joined in the verbal battle to vent their frustrations. The system had banned a long list of accounts, mostly players, who had insulted it, with bans ranging from 3 to 24 hours. The insults included both profanity and non-profanity. Suan blinked. The system is learning so quickly. I've been studying the Blue Star language and looking up Blue Star dictionaries all night. I need to study harder. A glance at the number of people in the current area in the upper right corner shows over 100 dead, but considering the probability, that's not a lot, not as tragic as in my previous life, where more than half died. It seems my recent actions have changed the situation somewhat. The limited fuel sold to players last night also played a role. Suan closed the light curtain chat channel. Suan saw the familiar daily system message. Day 8, Friday, 7:34 a.m. Snowstorm. You slept for 8 hours and 12 minutes yesterday. Your physical and mental state is good. With the help of your equipment, your experience points increased by 342. Player talent lie down points is active, increasing your maximum spirit points by 1. Suan's current spirit points are 35, higher than the accumulated spirit points of a player with the full spirit points talent at level 3. Suan stretched her body and turned off the system screen. She looked around. She was alone in the bedroom. Her teddy bear was nowhere to be found, and neither was Little Pumpkin. Suan pulled aside the glass curtains on one side of the bedroom and peered downstairs, immediately spotting Little Pumpkin and Xiamo. The two little creatures were in the kitchen. Xiamo had grown to 2 meters tall and was busy at the kitchen stove. Suan, peering down from above, could just see Xiamo stirring a pot of rice porridge with a wooden spoon. Next to Xiamo, Little Pumpkin leaned into his bare ears, whispering something. She listened carefully. Don't disturb my sleep. With that, Little Pumpkin controlled the knife and diced meat on the cutting board. Suan opened the curtains and watched Little Pumpkin and Xiamo busy together. It looked like they were discussing making breakfast. Was this lean meat porridge? It looked quite good. Suan got up, made the bed, smoothed the quilt, arranged the pillows, and then went downstairs. Her loose, pale yellow dress held her ankles, and the sound of Suan coming downstairs caught Suimo and Su Nanling's attention immediately. Sister Anan, good morning. The bear waved in greeting. Seeing its owner coming down, it suddenly remembered something and shifted its body shyly and awkwardly. Thank you, Sister Anan, for your new clothes, the little bear said. At this moment, the little bear was wearing the little outfit Suan had sewn yesterday, a small vest and shorts similar to her own. The only difference was that the shorts didn't have elastic. Suan couldn't find any elastic in her materials, so she used a long strip of fabric that ran through the waistband as an elastic waistband. At this moment, the floral strip of cloth formed a large bow around the little bear's belly. Eminently striking and beautiful. Master, good morning. Little Pumpkin rushed over, forgetting to control the knife he was using to cut meat, and it fell from midair, hitting the cutting board. A clanging sound. Little Pumpkin noticed this, and turned his head away embarrassedly, expressing embarrassment. I forgot. It scratched its head, and looked at its master. Thankfully, nothing serious happened. The knife fell onto the cutting board, leaving a dent, but no one was hurt. Little Pumpkin regained control of the thin metal knife he exchanged for, used his telekinesis to smooth out the dent, and continued cutting the meat. Sue-Ann smiled fondly. He walked down the stairs. Sue-Ann noticed. The clothesline was gone. The dried clothes had been stored in Little Pumpkin's storage cabinet, entering its own space. Except for Sumo's clothes. These clothes belonged to Sumo's dolls, and Little Pumpkin couldn't store them in the closet. They were simply folded and placed in an open cabinet under the stairs in the living room. Sue-Ann went to the bathroom to wash up. The door to the pumpkin car restroom was a curved sliding door, allowing for easy entry. After the upgrade, the restroom inside the pumpkin car restroom had become larger and more spacious. This brand new, clean, bright, and warm bathroom provided a powerful sense of well-being in daily life. Life, to put it bluntly, is all about eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping. Everything else, fame and fortune, is built on this foundation. In the past, I studied hard, worked diligently, competed internally, and toiled tirelessly, all for a few ounces of silver, for food to eat, a place to live, clothes to wear, a clean bathroom and toilet, good health, and a happy mood. Now I have everything, and on top of that, I have 2 dolls, closer than my own family. I'm very happy. Sue-Ann was in a good mood. Through the bathroom window, she saw a vast expanse of white outside. A thick layer of snow lay on the road below. The sky was still falling. It was as if the sky was leaking. The wind and snow were raging, and the ferocious wind and snowflakes kept falling, seemingly endlessly. The blizzard hadn't let up yet. Sue-Ann had finished using the bathroom. She stood in front of the mirror, washed her face with warm water, and wiped the water droplets off with a soft towel. After washing, she looked at herself in the mirror. Chapter 97. In just 7 days, she seemed to have changed a bit. She had gained a lot of weight, no longer looking shriveled and frail. She also felt more energetic. She had gained a layer of flesh on her face, rounding out her oval face considerably. Her vibrant cheeks, brimming with energy, had a touch of vitality. She blinked, and the girl in the mirror blinked back, a playful expression. When she wasn't smiling, her eyes were sharp. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to hold a vortex of illusion, trying to pull you into a void. Sue-Ann blinked, and the feeling faded. It seemed to be some unusual phenomenon caused by her high spirits. She stopped looking at her own eyes in the mirror, and instead observed her overall figure. The flesh had filled in everywhere, and she felt quite good. Sue-Ann wasn't ugly. On the contrary, her excessive thinness met the aesthetic standards of most people, which considered thinness to be beautiful in women. Sue-Ann hadn't deliberately tried to lose weight. To be more precise, being poor, she didn't have that option. Growing up on rice porridge, she was already somewhat deficient, making weight gain difficult. After work, there was a free cafeteria, and she ate plenty, but she didn't gain much weight. In the past few days since entering the game, she seemed to have put on a lot of weight. That was great. Having more weight gave her strength. She was satisfied with her current figure, but it still felt a bit off. A little more would be even better. She was 164 centimeters tall, so a healthy weight of at least 106 to 110 kilograms was necessary. There was still some distance to go. After washing up, the girl in the mirror combed her hair with the item fluffy long hair comb. Sue-Ann's hair gradually began to fluff up under the comb. This item boosts your stamina, but only once a day. Besides that, it's a great comb, keeping your hair fluffy and giving it some volume, making it look even taller. It's a perfect item for bald girls who love to stay up late. Outside, the wind and snow raged. Sue-Ann leisurely combed her hair, pulling it into a high ponytail for easy movement. Breakfast was shared by Little Bear and Little Pumpkin. Lean meat porridge, steamed buns, and small pickles. It was a normal breakfast, but in a survival game, it felt so heartwarming. Sue-Ann was content with such a life. Every day she felt happy. The side dish was something Sue-Ann had made earlier. The cabbage roots left over from making cabbage buns. The hard roots were perfect for making pickles. Rinse them, add salt and chili peppers, and they become small, easy-to-store pickles. A bite of them was refreshing and delicious. Similarly, cilantro roots, radish peels, and watermelon rinds can all be made into side dishes, each with its own distinct flavor, but generally quite good. Once, Sue-Ann and Grandma had made and enjoyed pickles made from cilantro pickled in soy sauce, dumplings made from chopped watermelon rinds and seasoned, and spicy pickles made from radish peels. Grandma always managed to create delicious side dishes from these ordinary food scraps. That was when Sue-Em was still young and didn't know what poverty meant. Crunch, crunch. The cabbage stalks made a crisp sound when chewed. Seeing Sister Ann enjoying her meal, Sue-Em took a small piece and tried it. His expression was odd, and he drank a large bowl of meat porridge and stuffed 2 steamed buns into his mouth to finally overcome the taste. Salty, spicy. Little Pumpkin, unable to eat, sat on the kitchen counter, smelling the aroma of food in the room and watching his master and Big Bear eat breakfast. It wore a pumpkin mask, swayed its lower body on a wooden block, and hummed an unknown tune cheerfully. The tune was a ditty that had once played on its owner's speakers. It was a peaceful, natural melody, so beautiful that it memorized a few lines. Everything was quiet and beautiful. After breakfast, to conserve spiritual energy and fuel, Little Pumpkin raised its pumpkin mask, returning to its single even state. The RV returned to its normal state, with the front car and the back car. Returning to its original form, Little Pumpkin's protective shield was naturally removed. The temperature inside suddenly dropped several degrees, adding a touch of chill. Meanwhile, the quiet interior was enhanced by a layer of ambient sound. The sound of the wind outside the window could be heard. It added a sense of reality to the snowstorm outside. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind outside the car was blowing fiercely. Occasionally, a gust of wind would sway the car. Sue-Em changed out of her nightgown, dressed neatly, and donned her ice and snow speed boots. She then put her down jacket in her own space, ready to wear whenever she went out. Sue-Em also dressed neatly, transforming into a majestic little bear. The drop in temperature in the room wasn't noticeable even with all the extra clothes on. To conserve fuel, the stove wouldn't be kept burning during the day, except for cooking. Sue-Em didn't plan to cook much or keep the fire burning for long periods of time today. She'd prepare a simple meal for lunch and cook a proper dinner. Sue-Em and Sue-Em entered the RV and took the driver's seat, Sue-Em behind the wheel, and Sue-Em behind the wheel. Sue-Em had come to accompany Little Bear this morning, a little worried about the weather. A blizzard. A blizzard that never stopped. In real life, encountering a blizzard would require rest and shelter for safety reasons, but this was a game world, a survival world. The blizzard, no one knew when it would stop. Today was Friday, the last day of the week for the box to spawn. Missing it by not driving would be a luxury. Even though Sue-Em thought his life was good, he didn't dare stop and live off his savings. Who knew if the future would be even worse? What if today seemed like a long-awaited good day? Although Sue-Em hadn't known the future in his previous life, he knew the game would only get more difficult. At this moment, a vast expanse of snow lay ahead. Thankfully, the snow shield prevented snow from falling around the RV, keeping the windows clear and eliminating the need for sweeping. The space inside the shield was a thin layer of snow, while outside it lay a thick layer, and the snow continued to accumulate. The snow had buried the road. If it weren't for the surrounding trees, it would have been almost impossible to tell where the road was. All that could be seen was a vast expanse of white. Now, sitting in the passenger seat, Sue-Em experienced the remarkable usefulness of the advanced ice and snow shield. No wonder the commentary called it a rare treasure. Sue-Em had previously complained, apparently because he was too inexperienced to think it through. The advanced ice and snow shield's additional snow blocking function, compared to ordinary advanced shields, may seem simple, but it actually solves many troublesome problems, especially in extreme weather conditions like the current one. It's very useful. No need to go out and shove snow, the windows won't accumulate, and vision won't be lost in a blizzard. This item makes driving in a blizzard much easier. At 9 o'clock, the RV started up normally and trudged forward across the snow. That's right. It couldn't go any faster. The wheels rolled through the snow, leaving 2 long ruts. Little Pumpkin spread his mat on the dining table and dozed off. Having taken an afternoon nap the previous night, he felt quite sleepy now. It curled up on the cushion like a soft kitten, its eyes closed as it rested. In the cab, Sue-Em gripped the steering wheel while Sue-Em looked around, searching for traces of a possible treasure chest in the blizzard. Squeak. Less than 10 minutes had passed. Suddenly, the car ran into trouble. The tires sank deep into the snow, slipping and stopping. Faced with this, Sue-Em repeatedly stepped on the accelerator, increasing the power, and tried to steer the car normally. After several attempts he failed. Sue-Em slammed on the brakes and stopped the car. Sue-Em turned to Sue-Em and said, "Sister Ann, the cart seems stuck. I get out and push it now." Little Pumpkin seemed to be awakened by this sudden change. It noticed the situation, felt it, and floated between Sue-Em and Sue-Em saying, "The snow is too deep. The wheels of the cart are stuck in it." Master, Big Bear, let's use the pumpkin cart. Little Pumpkin has big wheels. Although it moves slowly, it's not afraid of snow. Suen shook his head and said, Chapter 98. Nanling, wait a minute. Our spirit source stone reserves aren't as abundant as our gasoline. Xiao Mo and I will get out and see if we can get the RV out and back on track. Suen said, put on her down jacket, opened the car door, and got out. As soon as she got out of the car, Suen felt the wind whipping fiercely. She grabbed the handlebars just in time to avoid being blown over. What's going on? Suen expected the wind to be strong outside, but she hadn't expected it to be this strong. She looked around. Being in this environment felt like the end of the world. A gloomy sky, heavy snowflakes, and a fierce wind. The wind was incredibly cold, cutting her exposed face like a knife, a bit painful. After just a few breaths, her breath stained her eyelashes, forming a fine layer of frost. The ice and snow shield blocked the snow, not the wind. Even if it did block the snowflakes, it would still freeze her to the bone in an instant. The boots she wore were her gear, providing adequate warmth, keeping her feet warm. The cotton pants she found in the silver chest were average, not particularly thick. Her legs were already starting to feel cold, and her down jacket felt a bit chilly. Her exposed face and hands were even colder. In just a few seconds, Suen saw her hands were red from the cold. She couldn't stay out here. Suemo quickly supported her. The 2-meter-tall bear stood in the wind, shielding her from the wind, giving her a brief respite and a sense of security. The warmth from the bear's body made Suen feel a little better. Suemo quickly opened the car door and helped Suen in. Sisternin, it's windy outside. You get in first and get ready to drive. I give her a push. Suen didn't try to be brave. Without a word, she got in, climbed into the driver's seat, and took the steering wheel. She had just overestimated her own abilities and underestimated the snowstorm outside. Now, she had the self-awareness to avoid causing trouble for Xiao Mo. Little Pumpkin looked at the situation with a puzzled look on her face. The pumpkin cart was much more convenient than this car, and it only consumed a few spirit source stones. Why did the master and Big Bear insist on trying to drive this gas-guzzling car? The master had always been reluctant to use up too much of its energy, but they had so many energy stones. Besides, there was always more to come. Rumble. Rumble. The engine hummed incessantly. The roar of the car continued. Suen looked in the rearview mirror and saw the 4-meter-tall bear pushing the cart hard. Soon, the car left the area. Suen drove a car length away from the snowy road and quickly parked. Suemo returned to the car, covered in snow. Suen brushed the snow off Little Bear's clothes. The car continued to move forward, and half an hour later, the wheels sank into the snow again. The car stopped, and Little Pumpkin came over again, asking, Do you want Nanling to help? Suemo was about to open the door and get out to continue pushing the cart. Suen stopped him. Suen said, Xiaomo, that's fine. Suen turned to Little Pumpkin and said, Nanling, I leave it to you. Yeah! Little Pumpkin cried excitedly. It didn't notice that. Besides it, neither the man nor the bear seemed quite so happy. Click whoosh. The car's appearance changed dramatically, from the oversized truck on the road to a tiny, 6-wheeled pumpkin cart. After shrinking, the car was incredibly light and moved steadily along the road. Little Pumpkin's protective shield was open, raising the room's temperature by several degrees. The wind and snow outside the window disappeared, completely shutting out the gusts of wind. Suemo, no longer a driver, had transformed into his smallest bear form. He stood on the living room windowsill, staring out with a hint of worry. How long will this snow last? It searched for the chests with a worried heart. They needed supplies, lots of them. If the conditions continued like this, Little Pumpkin would consume a lot, and the family's supplies wouldn't last for a few days. Little Pumpkin was cheerful, controlling the pumpkin cart forward while telling his sister about the situation ahead. They were climbing a slope, a very gentle one. Little Pumpkin was an optimist, completely unaware of his energy dependence, which was currently a rare and unreliable source of energy. It was like a material one level higher than the current overall player demand. Suen rubbed Little Pumpkin's head. He opened the public chat to check in on everyone. It was past 9 o'clock, the time for the chests to refresh. Usually, at this time, the chat messages would be much lighter, because any decent player would be anxiously driving to find the chests. There was no time for conversation. But now, the density of messages was clearly comparable to that of a busy evening. Chapter 99. When people have nothing to do, they're particularly prone to feeling lost. Chat channels are the easiest and most accessible channel for information exchange, leading to everyone in the area constantly online and constantly checking their screens. Fiatahong, damn! I didn't freeze to death yesterday, but I almost died from the exhaustion I endured during the day. My car was nearly buried in the snow. I spent 2 hours cleaning it this morning, and I was practically freezing to death. I finally got it started, but it was stuck in the snow. I'm also going to have a good meal today. Wrong choices, all the effort goes to waste. The harder I try, the more miserable I feel. In a snowstorm, I need to rest. I just lie down, light a small stove for warmth, and make some broth to keep myself fed. Trying to stay as low as possible for the next few days. Wow, the guy who cleaned the car is a tough guy. My thermometer exploded. It was almost minus 40 degrees Celsius outside, and the wind was so strong. They managed to clean the car out. Amazing, Fiatahong. I definitely have some warm gear. Otherwise, who would dare go out? Would I freeze like a popsicle? Lemon Spirit, you're all big shots. One has warm clothes and gear, one has fuel and meat, and one has a thermometer, more than one thermometer. Lemons under a lemon tree, I'm sitting there chewing a lemon. So sour, yeah, I'm so sour. I have nothing but lemons. Lemon Spirit, selling lemons, selling lemons, selling lemons cheap, selling lemons cheap. Win like man? How cheap? I'm a college student, can you give me one for free? Xiao Gu Chu, I think the idea of eating well makes sense. I'm not moving today either. I plan to rest by the fire all day. Hopefully, the snowstorm will stop soon. Pure ox horse. The system is killing me. My chance to find a treasure chest on the last day of the week was wasted. I tried to move, but the cab window was blocked by snow. I went out under a blanket, and within minutes, I was frozen through. My toes are still itchy now. Juayu, my toes are itchy, remember not to warm them directly by the fire. Sun Cat, I really want to curse the system. Every time I feel miserable, the system tells me you're even worse off. I miss home, I miss mom, and I want to eat mom's stir-fried potatoes. Ming Qingchuan, stop cursing, shut up. The system blocked so many accounts yesterday. Eat grapes and grape skins. It's okay, I still be a brave man in 24 hours. To Enchuiner's cub, seriously, it's snowing outside, and I didn't drive today. I suddenly feel so lonely. I miss my sister, mom, dad, and grandma. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and I've been alone all this time. It's so hard. What bad intentions could a cat have? Cub, I chat with you. Don't feel bad, hug. Happy coconut, dog system, dog system. Don't you know that humans are social animals? Being alone all the time is very painful. Wang Chong is very strong. Such a crybaby girl in a survival game will die sooner or later. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. It's better to face reality. We can die together. A bunch of people are here blaming each other. If you have the guts, just die. The sooner you die, the sooner you be reborn. User 21195114. Get lost, scumbag. You don't dare attack the system, yet you're here cursing your teammates. A new verbal battle erupted. It ended with a system ban, but those who didn't curse the system were banned for under an hour, while those who did were banned for over 3 hours. The public chat refreshed quickly, allowing Suin to understand the current situation in the area. According to the public chat feedback, most players were trapped by the snowstorm, unable to travel. Some tried to travel but failed, while others simply gave up and rested to conserve energy. Many players, caught in the endless snowstorm, felt lonely and homesick. Some, in pain, turned inward, tormenting themselves, while others expressed their feelings on the public screen. Some players attacked externally, while others picked on the weak and attacked other players, engaging in verbal abuse and causing trouble. Some players chose to criticize the system, venting their emotions and maintaining their mental stability, regardless of the risk of being banned. Suin glanced out the window at the blizzard. The dark sky obscured the sun. The cold, the wind, and the snow could indeed make one feel depressed and lonely. Humans themselves are also creatures of the environment. The environment affects one's mentality, which in turn affects one's mental state and physical health. Even on Blue Planet, in certain extremely cold regions during winter, it is said that humans are particularly prone to negative emotions such as sadness and depression. There's even a name for this condition called seasonal affective disorder. The mainstream explanation for this phenomenon is that the shorter days and sunlight trigger hormonal issues in the human body. This situation is more common in extremely cold regions, especially in the northeastern region during nightfall. The pitch-black night and biting cold can easily lead to feelings of hopelessness and sadness. She glanced at the 2 dolls beside her, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. How lucky she was to have these two little cuties by her side. She also had a sturdy pumpkin carriage and a warm interior, her own little home, shielding her from the wind, snow, and cold. If, without the dolls at this moment, she were the only living thing navigating this lonely game all by herself, even if she had enough food and water, it would be easy to feel uneasy. At the beginning of the survival game, the difficulty wasn't high, and the treasure chest drop rate was decent. Most players, as long as they seized the initial opportunity, would have enough food and water, and a sufficient fuel reserve. Those struggling on the brink of death gave up last night. Sue-Ann continued to stare at the screen. After the quarrel subsided, many players spoke out. Emotional expressions were less frequent, mostly advertising, providing information, and exchanging survival tips. To Anchuiner's child. Shovel for sale. Only one available. Hurry! It's a great tool for shoveling snow. Highest bidder wins. It's convenient for snowy outings. Hualingya. Sharing a little trick for dealing with a rapid drop in temperature. Everyone can buy a protective shield, it'd make it much less cold outside. Ing. ? System Mall. Who's buying all those ridiculously expensive items? How do people save up so many copper coins to buy them? Maple fish nini, monster meat, and materials obtained from killing monsters can be sold to the system or to merchants in town. This is the most common source of in-game currency. Additionally, you can obtain supplies from the platform and sell them if you're strong enough. Bingxiu. How do I use this low-level spirit source stone? The system says it's a high-level energy source, capable of powering the car, but I can't find the placement port when I try to add it. I try to throw it into the fuel tank, but it won't accept it. Swapa. That's for spirit-level vehicles. Our current gas-powered cars can't handle it. You can save it or sell it for something you can use now. There's an anonymous shop that looks like Xiongdata that's always buying this material. Yojin Mimidu. That anonymous shop is definitely not Xiongdata's. Xiongdata often goes online around 7 p.m., advertising and selling in-demand materials at a reasonable price. He even buy and sell materials for you at a discount if you visit the site. That anonymous shop owner is absolutely a profiteer, always buying low and selling high. He's cunning and never offers prices above market value. Happy little waste. I'm curious. They're all anonymous shops. How do you tell them apart? Don Marushue. Kid, you understand if you spend every night at the exchange. Sue-Ann couldn't help but twitch his lips after reading this. That anonymous shop was indeed his own. It seemed like he had a stroke of luck yesterday, snatching up a lot of materials and selling them at high prices, attracting some attention. Treasure chest. That's definitely a treasure chest. Stop! Stop! The bear's voice shattered the silence. Following the bear's command, the pumpkin cart came to a stop. Where? 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 The pumpkin looked out every window, from the living room to the kitchen, from the kitchen to the bathroom. He checked every window. He found no trace of the treasure chest. The pumpkin felt lost. He thought he searched so diligently, yet he couldn't find anything. Sue-Ann walked over to the bear and looked out the window. All he saw was a white blanket of snow, a blanket of snow everywhere. The pumpkin carriage didn't have a front, so for convenience, the largest window in the living room was used as the front, offering the best view. She blinked, not noticing the treasure chest. After a moment's thought, Sue-Ann used his skill control spirit. Putting himself into the bear's field of vision, Sue-Ann saw something different. A few hundred meters to the right, in the distant, gray snow, a snowpack and the sharp corner of what looked like a box. Amazing. Sue-Ann deactivated his skill. He looked at the bear with admiration. Sister Ann, I go get the box. The bear transformed into a large bear, preparing to open the pumpkin carriage door and walk out. Xiao Mo. Sue-Ann called to Sue-Mo, handing him his ice and snow speed boots, signaling him to change into warmer shoes. Then he pulled an item from his bag, a low-level heat pack, and handed it to Sue-Mo. Be careful. Sue-Mo put on his shoes, scratched his head sheepishly, and pushed the heat pack Sue-Ann offered him. Sister Ann, don't waste the heat pack. I'm cold resistant, and this outfit will keep me warm. Little Bear showed off his large windbreaker and plush top. Here, use it right away. Sue-Ann stuffed the heat pack directly into Little Bear's pocket. The car door opened, and Sue-Mo ran out into the snow. Little Pumpkin was still standing there, asking in confusion, where? Then, Chapter 100. Little Pumpkin controlled the pumpkin cart, moving forward, approaching the direction Sue-Mo was running, until it stopped just before exiting the highway. All went well. Soon, it returned carrying a box. Puzzled, It hadn't encountered any monsters during this journey. Masternan, this box is so special. The bear toy returned with feng shui, and everyone looked at the box it was carrying. It was a refrigerator. Item, refrigerator. Note, blizzard exclusive box, with a 25% chance of spawning during a blizzard. Suin opened the box. The box contained 4 items: a low-level ice shield, temporary, for 6 hours, a warming pack, normal, a snow puppet, temporary, for 1 hour, and a treasure chest searchlight, temporary, for 1 hour. Wow, love is waiting here. The ice shield maintains visibility while driving, the warming pack provides warmth, the snow puppet helps fight monsters, and the treasure chest searchlight helps find treasure chests in a blizzard. Is this how you can save yourself in a dangerous situation? But this chance is quite difficult. You need to find a way to drive, and find the first ice treasure chest. After taking the items, the ice treasure chest showed signs of melting. Suin placed it in a wooden basin, waiting for it to melt, and see if it would be clean drinking water. The car continued forward, this time maintaining the little pumpkin's top speed. Suin activated the treasure chest detection light. It was a red and green indicator light attached to the car. If there was a treasure chest within 100 meters, it would beep. She had an advanced ice shield, a permanent version. Although it had been at half health in the town yesterday, it was slowly absorbing spiritual energy, and its defense value was recovering. She had no real need for this temporary, low-level, 6-hour ice and snow shield, so she simply listed it in an anonymous shop for a high price, specifically asking for 5 spirit source stones. Regular low-level shields are priced at 100 copper coins in special shops, and 200 copper coins in the system store. Spirit source stones can be purchased at the platform for 200 copper coins each, and can also be bought in the system store for 100 copper coins. Taking all the math, Suan's 6-hour temporary, low-level shield was obviously too expensive. But that wasn't the way to calculate it. This was a treasure that could be used to find a box to maintain driving visibility today. Those who understand will understand. Suin quickly sold the item for a huge profit. Seeing that he could recoup today's expenses, Suin felt relieved. This way, Little Pumpkin wouldn't have to worry about energy for the next 2 days. With the treasure chest detector, Little Bear felt much more relaxed. He rested comfortably on a cushion in the living room, waiting for the light to ring before going out to retrieve the box. Little Bear also felt relieved. For some reason, instead of driving, constantly searching for treasure chests, he felt even more exhausted. Could it be because he was standing on the windowsill, looking out, or sitting? The following days were similar to Suan's previous slacking days, with nothing to do. It was too cold outside, so she couldn't go out. She could only open the screen, chat, browse the exchange, and occasionally buy and sell to pass the time. A storm was approaching, and with most players resting in their cars, it was difficult to move forward. Suan sat on a cushion, leaning against the wall, comfortably eating snacks. The pumpkin carriage would drive itself, and the bear would go out to retrieve treasure chests. The mileage continued to increase, and the treasure chests kept coming one after another. I bought a bag of lemons cheaply from a fruit merchant, who claimed to have a natural lemon quirk. I sliced and sugared them, and made refreshing lemonade, supplementing vitamins B, C, and E. Greatly made up for the vitamin deficiencies caused by my recent meat-eating diet. A day passed in a flash. The blizzard continued, but that didn't stop me from harvesting today. Today's harvest totaled 11 wooden chests, 1 copper chest, and 3 ice chests. The wooden chests contained the usual bags of food, materials, and parts. The copper chest contained some white flour, a bag of cumin, sesame, chili, salt, and peanut seasoning, 2 eggs, and a 1-hour platform ticket. The ice chests were temporary props to help navigate the blizzard. Suan kept the useful ones for herself, and sold the useless ones at a high price, helping other players find chests in the snow. She also made a profit. She was definitely not a profiteer. She was simply allocating resources wisely. Her high bid was due to scarcity, making it easier to sell. At 5 o'clock in the evening, there was a creaking sound. Little Pumpkin stopped the car. Little Pumpkin had depleted its energy bar 3 times today, consuming an energy stone. At first, it was still excited, but during its lunch break, it lost its energy. Sleeping for 2 hours didn't help, and by the evening, Little Pumpkin was drowsy. It was heartbreaking to watch. But when Little Pumpkin was told to rest, it refused, insisting on driving forward so as not to delay its owner and Big Bear's treasure hunt. It stayed up all night until 5 o'clock. When it heard the treasure chest spawn timer was over that evening, Little Pumpkin was visibly relieved. After replenishing its energy, Little Pumpkin could no longer hold on. It threw itself into Suin's arms, saying, "I'm so sleepy." Then, after saying hello to Suin and Suemo, it flew up to the ceiling and went to sleep somewhere unknown. It suddenly disappeared, claiming to be going to sleep, leaving Suin and Suemo worried for a while, and they searched everywhere for Little Pumpkin. Suin wanted Little Pumpkin to return to his single evening state to rest, which would reduce his energy consumption and allow him to rest more easily. Suin could clearly notice that Little Pumpkin's energy was becoming increasingly strained by the repeated, high-intensity consumption of his mana bar. Just like a teddy bear, it can work after a full meal, but it can't work constantly. It also needs sleep and rest, otherwise its fighting power will be greatly reduced. Suin calculated that if Little Pumpkin consumed its energy bar once a day, it would be more energetic at night, and sleep about the same amount as her, recovering in 7 or 8 hours. But if it consumed its energy bar 2 or 3 times repeatedly, it would need to sleep for about 12 or 13 hours, usually falling asleep immediately after dinner, from 6 or 7 in the evening to 6 or 7 in the morning. Based on this, Little Pumpkin would also need a long sleep this time. After searching everywhere, Suin couldn't find Little Pumpkin in the second-floor bedroom. It wasn't until he searched the entire pumpkin house that he finally found Little Pumpkin's whereabouts. At the top of the bedroom, there was a small compartment connecting the bedroom, living room, and kitchen. Little Pumpkin was tucked into a recess in the compartment, asleep. This place looked familiar. Blinked. It was the vanished pumpkin's cab. When Suin designed the pumpkin car, he deliberately included a cab. After Little Pumpkin awakened, Suin had always thought it had optimized this area. It turned out to be hidden here. Suin watched Little Pumpkin rest in the recess, as if it had returned to its true place. The mortise and tenon structure was seamless. Suin slowly released his skill, Toy Perception, to check Little Pumpkin's condition. Chapter 101. Today, she did almost nothing. Her stats were fully maxed out. Successfully, meeting the skill's release conditions, she unleashed this skill. Pumpkin Carriage Doll, Su Nanling, also known as Little Pumpkin, Xiao Nan, and Pumpkin. This integrated carriage and cabin doll, embodying your rich emotions and imaginary furniture designs, was created through the investment of your skills, spirit, emotions, life, and soul. Producer, Suin. Owner, Suin. Talents, Attack 1, Defense 10, Spirit 6, Defense Specialization, Safety First, Level 2, Ordinary, Attributes, Attack, 2 halves. Defense, 20/20. Spirit, 3 out of 12. Experience, 723/10,000, Experience Point Growth Path. Save, based on current progress, the next upgrade is expected to take 12 days. Intimacy, 100%, Little Pumpkin loves its owner dearly. If it doesn't love its owner, or if its owner doesn't love it, it will fall apart. Please meet its emotional needs. If its owner dies, it will die too. Mental level, 5 to 11 years old, it has a basic understanding of empathy. Current status, good, dormant, satisfaction/energy, 100%, full, mood, calm, sleeping peacefully, please do not disturb it, cleanliness, 90%, Little Pumpkin cleans very well, except for a few boxes of buns on the roof that were blown away. Skill 1, Little Pumpkin has 2 faces, growth skill, changed. Suin looked down and noticed that after leveling up, Little Pumpkin's abilities improved with each leveling up. In odd-even state. Its strength increases from 3 kilograms to 6 kilograms, and its standby time increases from 7 days to 10 days. This is what the skill description says. It can lift objects under 6 kilograms with strength, has average reaction speed, lacks a solid cylinder, has inherent levitation, consumes less energy, and has a long standby time. Compared to its pumpkin carriage form, this state consumes less energy. Energy usage time, 10 days. Also, after reaching level 2, Little Pumpkin's pumpkin carriage form changes, with its energy usage increased from 8 hours to 10 hours. This means that, while Little Pumpkin is in pumpkin carriage form and not driving, a single tube of energy can last for 10 hours. Also, the pumpkin carriage's speed increases from 0 to 30 km per hour to 0 to 50 km per hour, now reaching a maximum speed of 50 km per hour. Inside, the pumpkin carriage currently has a usable area of 24 square meters. Current trait, Folding Space Level 2, Configuration, Low-Level Pumpkin Shield, Defense Value, 200/200, Current Traits, Freely Adjustable by 5 degrees, Soundproof and Cold-Proof, Self-Repairing, Consumes 1% of energy to repair 20% of defense. Everything has been upgraded, from the space size to the shield. Suen also noticed that the shield's health has increased, and the pumpkin's repair rate has increased from 30 points per charge to 20%. Suen continued reading. Skill 2. The pumpkin learned some tricks, and Skill 3. Mine, all mine is mine. These two skills remain unchanged. Skill 4. Chinese knot, has been modified. Specifically, the storage space for the Chinese knot inside the pumpkin carriage has increased from 20m to 22m. However, the Chinese knot's defensive and combat abilities still haven't appeared. Interestingly, a dimly lit skill, the large cannon, appears at the very end. Research Skill 5. Little Pumpkin's large cannon. Skill effect, unknown. This skill was created by Little Pumpkin, inspired by the fire spirit wood. Little Pumpkin is still working on it, and it might succeed or fail. Perhaps you can help it figure it out. Suen recalled Little Pumpkin's excited eyes yesterday. It turned out it was trying to develop an attack skill for itself. It looked like he had to think of a way and offer some advice. After watching the skill activation to the end, Suen still couldn't see what the third level, where the cabin looked like, was used for. Suen looked carefully and found a clue in Skill 1, the pumpkin cart form. It turned out he hadn't looked carefully enough the first time. The information is in the configuration. Configuration, synchronized with the vehicle in the game, with components, bathroom, premium, integrated kitchen cabinet, stove, premium, separate bedroom, dining table and chairs. As the space expanded, the cab quietly appeared. Let's go to the third level and take a look. This is Little Pumpkin's exclusive pit. Here, Little Pumpkin can integrate with the pumpkin cart. Driving increases reaction speed, resting increases sleep quality, and maintaining the pumpkin cart reduces energy consumption. After reading Little Pumpkin's message, Suen felt relieved. Little Pumpkin rested here and was comfortable. She understood Little Pumpkin's current state, like a computer going from standby to shutdown. The pumpkin cart only maintained basic functions, such as the pumpkin shield. Other than that, all other functions were disabled. Suen tiptoed down from the small compartment on the third level. This location was quite steep, with a mezzanine-like structure, barely half a meter high. Suen climbed up, but couldn't straighten up, so he had to lie flat on the floor. The teddy bear grew to 2 meters tall and stood on the bed to help Suen down. Suen told Suemo about Little Pumpkin's situation, and Suemo nodded repeatedly. That evening, Suen didn't want to overthink the cooking, so he took Suemo to barbecue. The main thing was that the copper box had given him barbecue ingredients today, and it would be a waste of ingredients not to have a barbecue. Barbecuing was simple, just cut the meat. Suen thinly sliced the pork, beef, and goose, then marinated them with 5 spice powder, oil, and salt. She also prepared some thicker cuts of meat, which took longer to grill, but had a richer flavor. With the increasing number of monsters spawning, Suen's space was accumulating more and more meat, so he still had plenty to eat and sell. After finishing the preparations, Suen asked Xiao Mo to move the chair to the stove. The stove was blazing hot, and 2 pans were placed on the stove. Little Bear, who was smaller and had a larger appetite, used the larger pan, while Swan, who was larger and had a smaller appetite, used the smaller pan. Pour a layer of oil into the pan, and place the meat slices on top. Wait for the meat slices to sizzle, then flip them over. When they're cooked, dip them in the barbecue sauce in the bowl. This way of eating is both delicious and convenient. Aside from a few minor drawbacks, like having to hold the bowl while eating and being close to the stove, which can be a bit harsh. Swan demonstrated the technique to Little Bear, and he quickly mastered it. Sizzle. The oil coated the meat, gradually turning it golden brown. The meat slices, coated with garlic slices, and dipped in a cumin, sesame, and peanut seasoning, further enhanced its flavor. Occasionally, when a meal feels too greasy, a sip of ice-cold lemon water, less sugar, more acid, is simply intoxicating. When the sourness fades, the aftertaste is a slightly bitter aftertaste of the lemon peel. The greasiness of the meat had mostly vanished. She could eat another bite. As she was enjoying her meal, Suen didn't forget to spin a copper coin, access the camera function, and take a picture of herself enjoying the barbecue. Her composition was clever, and she spent a lot of time adjusting the angle. She only captured the barbecue in the pot, and the several pots of meat, seasonings, and lemonade on the kitchen counter next to it. It was understated yet full of Versailles style. She flicked on the screen and sent it out. Chapter 102. A few seconds later, Suen received a long string of messages. Lemon essence. Aw, boss, I'm jealous. A long string of messages, then back to normal after a few minutes. Lemon essence. Thank you for your business. Player Lemon Essence sent a trade request to player Anonymous, 500G lemon/1 copper coin. The other party has paid the transaction fee. Do you agree? Suin chose to agree. Oh, cheap lemons. Suin accepted it with a smile. This player called Lemon Essence is quite interesting. Her innate skill materializes a lemon tree. If you stimulate her and make her jealous, the tree will produce lemons in large quantities. At her personal stall at the exchange, she marked the price of lemons at 10 copper coins each, but if you provide her with incentives, you can get some lemons for the incredibly low price of 1 copper coin. That was how she got her bag of cheap lemons this morning, but Suin used a short composition. So Suin sent a picture that evening. Suin suspected that seeing too much can lead to numbness, and as the lemon merchant's knowledge grew, he found it harder to activate his skills. At a time when others were still writing short essays, Suin's paid photo was clearly more provocative. It successfully irritated the lemon merchant. However, when posting the photo, Suin also paid attention to detail, trying not to reveal any personal information. Lu Qianing saw the message she received, the delicious-looking barbecue, and tears of sadness streamed from her lips. Greedy. So greedy. At that moment, she felt as if the steaming instant noodles, braised eggs, and sausages on her stove had lost their aroma. Looking at the picture, the golden, fatty, and lean pork belly still had a greasy edge, the fat roasted to a crisp, the lean browned. Imagine the dry, fragrant flavor when you bite into it. The piece of beef-like meat on the edge of the pot had a snowflake-like texture, as if freshly added to the pot, raw on top and slightly browned underneath, with small bubbles rising. Barbecue. Slurp. The sound of her slurping saliva. While she was craving it, she didn't overlook the details. The stove was enormous, the picture couldn't even capture its full extent. Next to it was a table, connected to it, made of something resembling ceramic. It looked like a high-end kitchen cabinet assembly, something she always wanted but couldn't find. After all, her primary resources were the stove, bathroom, and bedroom. The picture also showed a whole pot of meat, with plenty of meat inside. It wasn't a plate, it was a pot. And the barbecue seasoning was rare. Seasonings were only found in copper treasure chests, and it was rare to see such a variety. 50G of this seasoning would probably cost 50 copper coins. And then, there were the precious fresh vegetables, the garlic slices and chopped green onions, the slices white as jade, and the chopped green onions as green as jade, a subtle luxury. These vegetables were incredibly rare, at least rarely seen for sale on the exchange. They were often snapped up the moment they were seen, or else they were simply too expensive to buy. In any case, the only fruit and vegetable that consistently produced in this area was her lemons. While her lemons weren't expensive, they weren't cheap either. 1 lemon cost the system the price of a bucket of instant noodles. He felt a pang of sourness. We were both players, but he was so successful. The ability unknowingly activated. A figurative lemon tree suddenly bore a pile of fruit, which fell with a crackling sound. They struck her head, body, and feet. In a moment, the bitterness in her heart vanished. The bitterness vanished, and so did the lemon tree, leaving only a streak of lemons on the ground inside the RV. She grabbed the lemons. Hee. She smiled. The firelight illuminated her small face. For a moment, she ignored the gusting wind outside, the rumbling of the car, and the chill. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. Another big win. She hurriedly gathered the lemons, afraid they would turn into frozen lemons if she was late, making them hard to sell. Let's go, trade the lemons for meat. Forget it, she better not eat meat. Life was too good, and it was hard to use skills. She wanted to maintain a state of poverty that was neither starving nor freezing, saving game coins for emergencies. Advertise, advertise, advertise. She wrapped her tattered cotton jacket tightly around her and, in the glow of the fire, generously added a log to the stove to make the flames burn brighter. She turned over and warmed her cold back. Suin ate some meat, but even with the lemonade, she still felt greasy by the end. The wild boar was very fatty, and so was the beef that Little Bear had hunted today. The fat content was high. More fat in meat means a high fat content, which means a high energy content. Little Bear loved it. But Suin couldn't eat it. And the lean goose meat, if grilled or roasted for a little longer, would become tough and woody, a real test for a human's teeth. Maybe life is too good. That's why she can afford to be so picky. Suin sipped her lemonade and assessed her current state. She couldn't eat any more. She poured all the meat slices from the pot into a bowl, leaving only a thin layer of oil in the pot. She thought for a moment. She took out a small wooden basin, added flour, salt, chopped green onions, and water to make a batter, and began to make pancakes. While she made one for herself, she didn't forget to make one for Little Bear. She glanced at Little Bear beside her. Little Bear used chopsticks very skillfully, practically frying a pancake, then scooping it into the bowl, then grilling another pancake. He ate faster than he grilled it. Sue-An handed the pancake to Little Bear and demonstrated how to eat it. Add some grilled meat slices, chopped green onions, and some seasonings to the pancake, then roll it up, and you have a delicious wrap. The pancake balanced the richness of the meat, and the added grains instantly filled him up. As expected, humans can't live without carbohydrates. Finishing the meal with a wrap, Sue-An felt even more satisfied, and the feeling of something missing in her stomach completely disappeared. Little Bear imitated his sister's actions, enjoying the novelty of the meal. Little Bear took a bite of the burrito, and only one thought crossed his mind: steamed bun. A transformed bun. The wrapper had gone from fluffy to soft and thin, requiring no seaming, no chopping of the filling. It ate with eyes wide open, a look of wonder and amusement. Sue-An felt full after eating a small burrito, and stopped eating. Steed, Sue-An didn't leave her seat. She continued to make pancakes. A little oil, a spoonful of batter, and a flip. These pancakes could be given to Little Bear. During this time, she had been harassing the only green plant in the house, the green onion. The green onions in the pot beside the stove were falling so fast that half of them had lost their leaves. After the pancakes were baked, Sue-An helped Little Bear fry the meat. Little Bear told her sister to rest, and she would do it herself, so Sue-An stopped working. After watching Little Bear eat for a while, Sue-An helped him get up and walk around inside the pumpkin carriage to digest his food. A while later, she lay on the blanket on the living room floor, spread out in a large letter shape, her head resting on the folded cushions. To her right, she could see Little Bear's back as he ate at the stove, roasting meat, wrapping pancakes, stuffing his mouth, chewing. To her left, she could see the snow outside the window. Outside, it was pitch black. The light from the room and the fluorescent light from the protective shield provided a faint illumination, making the scene outside clearer. The wind didn't stop, nor did the snow. It piled thickly outside the protective shield. Empty, empty, lonely. These words flashed through Sue-An's mind. As she lay there, Sue-An felt a little bored. Sue-An opened the public chat and scrolled through the latest log, trying to see what everyone was up to. He saw something quite interesting. Lemon Spirit was constantly advertising lemons on the public screen. Many of the responses were quite amusing. Noble kitten, I can barely afford food, let alone lemons. I don't care about vitamins, I just want to be full. I need steamed buns, lots of them. Weighing Shiyu, eating monster meat all the time is a bit greasy. I do need lemons, but looking at the price, I'm not worth it. I stick with meat. This is the practical type. Wong tomato, lemons are a little pricey. Suggest a price reduction. I buy them if they're cheaper. This is the player trying to bargain. Zaizu, I'm a college student. Can you give me a free lemon to try? At Lemon Spirit, I'm not eating for free. I'm advertising for you. Yawning without blush, I'm an elementary school student. Can you give me a lemon? This is the joking type of begging. You. I hope the blizzard ends soon. If I survive, I definitely buy you a lemon. A player who's making false promises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I found an ice chest today. It gave me something good. If you have money, I give you a lemon. Sue-An looked at the public screen and smiled. Compared to the day, everyone seemed in better spirits. Although, I don't know if it was because those who weren't feeling well were silenced by the system and couldn't send messages. Chapter 103. From the overall perspective of the lemon sales, most players can't afford lemons, a fruit not essential for survival. Or, they can afford them but are reluctant to buy them, saving their copper coins for other purchases. However, occasionally 1 or 2 players can be seen buying, indicating that life is generally okay. Sue-An hopes that players will become increasingly wealthy. Only when players across the region are prosperous will the region's overall production capacity increase. Through trade, everyone can share what they have, and Sue-An will also benefit. On the other hand, if, as in his previous life, the proportion of dead players is too high, the entire region's public chat screen and exchange will be in a state of partial collapse, making it difficult for everyone to exchange what they have. To obtain or sell items, one can only go through the system mall, which offers low prices for buying and high prices for selling. The system mall's limited product variety and high prices make its convenience and speed less important, making it only useful for emergencies. The staggeringly high prices have made Sue-An reluctant to visit the system mall. Suin was scrolling through the public chat screen, mostly for screen peeks, to get news and entertainment, and also to maintain her small stall where she processed and used materials and sold items. Suddenly, she saw a message. Chinchin Mocha, I entered a special platform for 3 hours. Purchase agent mode is available from time to time. You pay 20% of the transaction fee. Purchase agent fees start at 20%. Follow my personal store on the exchange to place an order. Yunjin Ganlu, wow, it's Sister T first place. Ningxi Luoyu, wow, front row follow me. Muya, I don't have any money, but I want to see if there's anything good. I'm following you. Lemon Essence. The lemon barter purchase mode is temporarily suspended. Buy with copper coins or submit the exchange directly. I process it in 3 hours. Poor as pleasant goat, quilt and coat orders are on hold. I'm going to wait at Sister T's stall first, and we'll be back in 3 hours. Suin immediately clicked on the personal stall of the beta tester, Morning Jasmine Tea. Place the stall page in the center. Then refresh and wait. While doing so, you can also chat in the area below. Everyone is anticipating what goodies this renowned player in the area will find. Moon Shadow Poetry Rain. I never heard of a special platform before. It feels so magical. Unlike a regular platform, it appears so that all players in the area can choose to enter by paying for a platform ticket. Deep Moon Sheep. I hope Sister T has a good harvest, so I can just have some soup with her. I want cheap coal, gasoline, food, and items. That's a nice thought, but I was thinking the same thing, haha. Coal was so expensive in town yesterday, and gas at the gas station wasn't cheap either. I didn't even get much to refill. Mr. Mama Mounting, Sister T hasn't sent out the pay-for-you order yet. Does anyone know what the special platform yields? The demonic heart with all the essentials. I have a special platform ticket that opened from a silver treasure chest. When a platform appears, a special platform ticket invites all players with that special platform ticket from across the server to enter. It's server-wide. Little Bear is sleeping soundly. Wow, I envy the above. Thanks for clearing up my confusion, sir. I don't even have a single silver chest. I feel like our region still has a lot of sirens. The demonic heart with all the essentials. I'm not a sir, I just got lucky. When an order has been placed. Look quickly. Suin clicked on it and took a quick look. It was a spirit source stone, low-level fragment. The vending machine listed the original price as 10 copper coins, and the purchase price as 15 copper coins. Suin immediately placed an order for the purchase, selecting a maximum quantity of 10 and paying 150 copper coins. Entering again, it was gone. Okay, it seems she's not the only wealthy player. Player Chinchin Mocha only placed 5 proxy purchase orders in the first round. 3 minutes later, after the transaction was completed, the second batch of proxy purchase orders appeared, and Suin quickly snatched up the purchases. He was too fast to snatch them up. This spirit source stone, low-level, fragment went through 4 rounds. Suin, keeping a close eye on it, only managed to snatch it up twice, spending a total of 300 copper coins. With money to spend, there's no point in being reasonable. Taking out the spirit source stone, low-level, fragments revealed a pile of white jade artifacts the size of a fingernail. According to the system information, this was a more fragmented, low-level spirit source stone, with a 10-to-1 exchange rate for regular spirit source stone. So, spending 300 copper coins to buy 2 spirit source stones was not bad. It's normal for proxy purchases to carry a certain premium. Then, Suin focused on the shop's orders. Gasoline, paper towels, and mineral water all appeared one after another. She calculated the prices and didn't buy anything. Adding the purchasing and transaction fees, they were much more expensive than in town. She already had a sufficient supply of these items, so she decided not to get involved. After a dozen minutes, all the purchase orders disappeared. It seemed the player had left the shop and entered the platform to explore. But Suin continued to monitor the shop, keeping an eye on the owner's stockings. It felt strange, as if the purchase route was being used to ensure the player's safety. It felt like a silent watchful eye. At this moment, it seemed as if this player was no longer exploring on her own. While doing so, she was also helping the players in the area. Suin's imagination was running wild. Chapter 104. Back when I was participating in the ice and snowslide racing, I should have started a proxy buying service to earn money, but I hadn't thought it through at the time. It's a little late now, but it doesn't matter. I wait for next time. She still has so many special platform tickets, there's always a chance. She did a quick calculation and found that it took about 6 or 7 minutes for proxy buying to start appearing after Mocha sent the message. That means it took 6 or 7 minutes to explore the buildings at each platform. Based on the image on the proxy buying form, the machine selling Spirit Source stone fragments was a vending machine, and the merchandise behind it resembled the gas station I encountered earlier. This was likely an energy station that sold both Spirit Source stone and gasoline. Over an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The little bear finished its meal, washed the dishes, cleaned the house, washed up, and filled the stove, then stayed by its owner's side. Suen looked at the little bear, who had come up to him out of nowhere, and rubbed its head, stroked its back, and fiddled with its paws. It was like a strange at petting a cute little cat. The little bear was a little itchy, but very happy, letting out a gurgling laugh, accompanying Suen's petting. Suen watched the messages on the screen, watching the players' various chats and gossips. Time passed slowly, until the player Morning Moss Tea's shop was updated again. It dominated the chat topics of the players in the area. This updated item wasn't snapped up all at once, but rather just sat there without anyone buying it. It was simply because some of it was unaffordable. It was simply because he was broke. It was just because he was broke. Morning Moss Tea had a low commission for purchasing items on behalf of others, only 20%, a slight reduction from the previous 25%. But this isn't an item under 100 copper coins. You can scrape together enough copper coins by selling a few pieces of meat. The cheapest of these items listed for proxy purchase is 7,999 copper coins. And that's just the original price. If you do the math, 7,999 copper coins, plus the 20% system transaction fee, brings the price up to 11,198.6. According to the system's rounding down to the nearest 0.1, it's at least 11,199 copper coins. The 4 proxy purchase orders posted were unanswered, but they garnered a lot of commentary. Zhu Zi is very busy. Mom, I learned a lot. Don't ask me why I'm so poor. Xiao Zi, oh my god, the cheapest is 1 gold, 1 silver, and 199 copper coins. A horrible price. I wouldn't get that much even if I sold myself to the system. You, what a great thing. I never seen anything like this before, but it's so expensive. Are you serious? To Anchuiner's child. Of course I'm serious. This is a skill book, a learnable skill. Oh my god, I really want that water control skill book. That way I never run out of water. Taoei Tuanzi, I didn't think of the above idea. I think the cheapest Earth Spike, Earth Attack, is pretty good. It allows me to attack monsters with ranged attacks and avoid damage. Chenshin Mocha, I'm in danger now. I can only stay here for 5 minutes. I'm only selling 4 items to earn some hard work. Everyone, hurry up. Chenshin Mocha stood in the shop. Her skills could probably hold the monster for about 5 minutes. She had to leave and move on to the next stop before the monster caught up. She had come all this way, fighting monsters and making money by selling items for others. It was really a helpless move. She had only 4,341 copper coins, leaving her with a significant gap to the skill book she wanted. She was just waiting for a successful proxy purchase, hoping to cash in and buy the skill book she wanted. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious, hoping the other players in the area would help her. Although Chenshin Mocha was a beta tester, she was still short on game coins, especially after just purchasing a space slot and faced a situation where her pockets were completely empty. She stared intently at the skill book with a winning bid of 10,001 copper coins in the vending machine. She currently had 4,341 copper coins, and she calculated that selling 4 orders would earn her at least 6,000 copper coins, enough to buy the skill book she wanted. To achieve her expected profit, she only took photos of skill books priced above 7,999 and displayed them in the proxy purchase information. She didn't display any skill books priced below that. With only 5 purchase opportunities, she naturally wanted to maximize her profits. She was at the platform, issuing tickets and working hard, so naturally she had the final say. Suen immediately took a fancy to the skill book, Musical Arts, Sound Attack, priced at 10,999 copper coins. Remember, she also had an epic Guqin in her backpack. She knew nothing about playing, so a sound attack skill book would definitely be better than learning it on her own. She calculated 10,666 items plus a 20% system transaction fee, 2,133.2 copper coins, plus a 20% proxy purchase fee, also 2,133.2 copper coins, totaling 14,932.4 copper coins. The system also charged 0.2 copper coins per coin, for a total of 14,933 copper coins. Not enough money. She glanced at her balance. She had earned 1 gold in the Town Afong mission, and with her good luck trading yesterday and today, buying low and selling high, she had accumulated a total of 12,732 copper coins in the game. Suin was short 2,201 copper coins, and he had to save some for emergencies. Seeing the only game coin sign on the purchase request, Suin had no choice but to sell his items for copper coins as soon as possible. He had to make some sacrifices. He thought about his own items, which he might not need in the future and still had some value. He opened his personal stall, removed the items that were originally displayed, closed it, and reopened it in non-anonymous mode. Sunny Bear's personal stall. Suin put the medicine he brought from real life on the shelves at a low price. Priced each pill at 30 copper coins, and started a big sale. He also advertised it in the public chat. Sunny Bear, cheap medicine out, big sale coming soon. Yes, with the system's medicine and healing skills, real-life medicine became unnecessary for Suin. However, it was still very important to other players. Fighting monsters easily injures you, and being cold easily makes you catch a cold. Antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs that can prevent wounds from worsening, and cold medicine that can cure colds, are quite useful. Wow, I can afford this. Go grab it. I bought a pill, and suddenly my heart felt so at ease. As expected of a beta tester, he has so many medicines. Amazing, Sunshine Bear is out there. She's been snooping around. I think I discovered something important. Sunshine Bear must be selling medicine this time to raise money for skill books. Let's go help. Hey, Mocha has a skill book deal. Who is Amy? I never heard of this guy. Is he from our district? I chat with him all the time, but I never seen him. I don't know. I haven't seen him either. I have a tool that can check basic information. Wait for me, I check it out. Everyone, wait for me. Damn, a player from the next district, District 23981, Level 3, the rest are unknown. This guy can actually visit our district's exchange and place orders across districts. What kind of tool is he using? Oh, another order has been lost. It's eGod. eGod has a lot of money, so that's normal. Suin looked at the information, feeling anxious and rushing to add it to the shelves. What the hell? Players in other regions can still use items and buy things online at the exchange. Until he had enough copper coins, Suin immediately placed an order for the skill book. When the skill book was removed from the light curtain, Suin felt a sense of relief. Chapter 105. He rested his head on the cushion, feeling his whole body go limp. I snatched it up. What a relief. Suin felt as if those 5 minutes had passed in an eternity. He'd been so anxious trying to gather the money, afraid he missed the chance to buy it for someone else. After a few minutes of quick rest, Suin heard the soft snoring of his stuffed bear. He turned his head, and saw that it had fallen asleep. Just as he lay down, the skill book fell onto the bear's head, covering it. Suin carefully picked up the skill book. The bear seemed to be awakened by this action. The bear squinted at Suin, then closed its eyes, and fell asleep again. With a thought, the skill book was stored in his memory. Suin stood up, gently picked up the bear, and carried it upstairs to the bedroom. The solid bear felt substantial, furry, soft, and heavy. Climbing up to the second-floor bedroom, he placed the teddy bear on the queen-size bed. Suin tucked the teddy bear into place, then took the patchwork blanket and pajamas from the bed and went downstairs. Draped in a blanket, he sat on a cushion, leaning against another, and continued to watch the public screen. Chinchin Mocha's purchase orders had all disappeared. Suin flipped through the chat history. Chinchin Mocha had successfully sold 4 skill books, 1 to Amy from another region, 1 to a local beta tester known as the eGod, 1 to himself, and 1 to himself. Yes, Lemon Essence and EP91 pooled their money. Can we still pool our money? Can we still read the skill books together? Suin looked down at the skill book in his hand. It was a 32-page size book. The system information read as follows. Musical Arts. Attack. This book contains several times the musical attack skill. After learning it, you have a certain chance of using musical attacks. This skill, crafted by ####, is a one-time skill teaching spell. It automatically disappears after the player learns it. To use it, open it and read it. Note: the skill book only displays the learning content once. Learn more based on your talent. This learning method is surprisingly simple and interesting. Suin opened the book, expecting to read and learn, but in that moment, she felt as if she had entered the world of the book, engaging in an immersive interactive experience. Sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, all 5 senses became extremely sensitive in that instant. She stood in a space filled with white light. At first, there was silence. Suddenly, a drop of ink fell in the pure white world, and the world slowly unfolded like an ink painting, becoming colorful. The change in hearing was particularly noticeable. As the visual scene changed, the chirping of insects, the singing of birds, the rustling of leaves, the rustling of wind, the rustling of flowers, the gurgling of running water, the sounds of various animals, and the voices of people all appeared one after another. The space went from silence to bustle, then to a clamor, a bustling cacophony that was almost painful. Finally, a sound like the impact of iron and stone appeared, and everything stopped. It was not a musical instrument, but simply the sound of metal hitting stone. Then, Sue-An heard the sounds of drums, bells, zither, flutes, and all sorts of instruments she had no idea of. Following the sounds, one instrument after another appeared. They arranged themselves into various combinations, without a master, yet each played its own rhythm, forming a variety of melodies, joyful, sad, soothing, tense, a variety of emotions mingled in the music and spread. Sue-An was a bit lost, almost lost in the symphony of instruments. She couldn't make sense of it. She was completely absorbed in this wonderful musical performance. She was mesmerized. The music gradually faded. Suddenly, Sue-An understood. She shouted, "It's emotion." Everything returned to silence. Various instruments appeared before Sue-An, some familiar, some unfamiliar. One by one, they appeared before her, lingered for 3 seconds, and then gradually disappeared. Among them, Sue-An saw an instrument similar to her own guqin, and she grabbed it in response. A 7-string guqin. As Sue-An grabbed it, the guqin took on a physical form, swirling into her arms. Then, Sue-An, holding the guqin, arrived at a new scene. Across from her appeared a scarecrow with enemy writing. A figure, somewhat resembling Sue-An, sat down before her and played the zither. A flash of light and shadows spun the strings, and the scarecrow collapsed. Then, the figure demonstrated different ways to hold the zither, one sitting down, graceful and natural. The other holding it upright, elegant and beautiful. The other, holding the zither with one hand on the ground, strumming it like a guitar, though with a rougher, more unrestrained movement. These various playing methods seemed to tell Sue-An that this zither could be played in any way, and that it would resonate. The demonstration concluded, and the figure vanished. The scarecrow, with the word enemy written on its head, swayed slowly towards Sue-An. Several points of light appeared on the zither. Sue-An took a deep breath, sat on the ground, and played as the figure demonstrated. No light waves were emitted. She held the zither and tried again, this time. She tried to input her mental energy. Unsuccessful. Could it be that she had missed a detail? Sue-An imitated the figure's unbridled movements, placing the zither on the ground. Impatience rose in her heart. She refused to believe she couldn't learn. Clang, clang, clang. She clenched her fists and rapped the backs of her hands against the zither a few times, then channeled her mental energy into her fingertips, plucking the strings. She was stunned by the sound of the zither. A wave of light appeared, knocked down the scarecrow. The scarecrow fell, and a line of words appeared in space. Congratulations on your success. Make the most of your time practicing in the book world. This meaning entered her mind. Then, with her at the center, a cluster of scarecrows appeared. A vast number of scarecrows formed a circle, swaying and swarming towards her. The scarecrows didn't look scary, but the feeling of being surrounded was unpleasant. At first glance, the scarecrows were so densely packed that it almost gave her claustrophobia. At that moment, Sue-An wanted to play a song to suit the situation. Alas, she had heard it before, but she couldn't play it. Watching the scarecrows approaching, she held her guqin and plucked the strings. But the attacking light waves emitted by the strings were always inconsistent. Soon, the scarecrows were getting closer. The nearest scarecrow's arm was almost touching her face. Sue-An's face was filled with fear. Chapter 106. Just as the scarecrows were about to touch her, everything reset. She returned to the center, surrounded by a group of scarecrows 10 meters away. You have 4 more practice opportunities. Please master this skill as much as possible. This meaning appeared in Sue-An's mind. Sue-An wiped the cold sweat from her forehead caused by nervousness, hugged her harp, and concentrated. I don't know how much time passed. When she emerged from the book world, Sue-An felt extremely exhausted. Because she valued her practice time, and because of the pressure from the scarecrows, she persisted longer and longer, and her practice opportunities became more and more numerous. Through deliberate practice, she mastered an exotic piece of music. The instrument, infused with emotion and mental power, could strike like a blade of light. It seemed that this was the skill taught by the skill book. She looked at the skill book, which disappeared with a click. The system screen appeared before her. Music art. Scarecrow's watch. Successfully learned. Sue-An checked her skills. Personal skill 4. Music. Scarecrow's watch. Consumes a certain amount of spirit points to launch a materialized sonic attack, dealing a certain amount of physical and mental damage, with a random knockback effect. This skill requires at least 30 spirit points to activate. Seeing this, Sue-An propped up her exhausted body, clasped her hands together, bowed her head, and said respectfully, "Thank you, Scarecrow teachers." She expressed her sincere gratitude. Thank you to these scarecrows who accompanied her in her studies. They seemed like a civilization, with their own musical culture. As they played this piece, Sue-An could sense the emotions within. Beneath the surface of aggression lay pity and heartache. The composer of the music felt pity and heartache for the scarecrow monsters. The notes of the sonic attack, the emotion behind them, were hope and salvation. As she studied, she increasingly appreciated the greatness of the author who created this book. It incorporated skills and insights into the book, teaching and practicing it simultaneously, allowing players to master the skills quickly. And this, in turn, conveyed a sense of compassion for their fellow scarecrows. Late at night, the fire was restocked with coals, and the lights were turned off. Everything fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when Sue-An woke, she could clearly feel the chill around her. She wasn't that sleepy, but she still closed her eyes, curled up in the warm bed with the bear cub, reluctant to leave. Something seemed to seal between the bed and the bedroom, trapping her directly within the covers. Sue-An felt entangled with the bed, unable to leave. The warm, soft covers. No one could separate her from it. She also felt at ease lying in bed. It wasn't a workday anyway, and she wouldn't be able to get the box by moving forward, so a little more sleep wouldn't hurt. Sue-An closed her eyes, cuddled her teddy bear, and tried to fall asleep again. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, flashing before her, and gently slipped into Sue-An's bed. The coldness made Sue-An shiver, interrupting her renewed sleepiness. Sue-An opened her dozing eyes, and looked at the little creature before her. She was completely alert. It had a chill that didn't match the warmth of the bed. It was round and adorable. It was none other than Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin's face was bewildered when he realized he had woken his owner. It was so light, so soft, it must have floated right over. It weighs so little that standing on its owner wouldn't be too much of a burden. Why did its owner wake up? It just wanted to sneak into its owner's arms, so that when the owner opened his eyes, he could see it. Why is it different than I imagined? It seems I woken the owner. Oh no! Sue-An seemed to have read the little creature's mind. Through the pumpkin mask, Sue-An looked into its watery eyes, filled with dazed surprise and regret. It seemed as if it couldn't figure out how it had woken its owner. Sue-An didn't tell the little pumpkin that it was cold. Instead, he smiled and said, "I woke up a long time ago." Sue-An rubbed the pumpkin's head and whispered to it, shushing it so it wouldn't wake the bear. Sue-An comforted the little pumpkin and carried it out of bed. As he left the bed, Sue-An didn't forget to pick up the patchwork blanket beside the bed, covered himself with it, and climbed down from the second-floor bedroom. "Forget it, I'm not going to sleep." Sue-An accepted it naturally, not feeling grumpy about getting up. Little Pumpkin felt his master's gentleness, and his self-blame and guilt gradually faded. So his master had just woken up. Sue-An went downstairs. The first thing she did was light the stove. Seeing the flames were only a few sparks away, she refueled the stove. While doing so, Little Pumpkin worked with Sue-An to rekindle the stove. Looking at the burning stove, I don't know if it was just a psychological effect, or just warming up close to the stove. Sue-An felt the temperature around him warm up considerably. Sue-An tightened the blanket around her, stood up, and drew the curtains to each window. Outside, the wind and snow continued to fall, but it seemed much lighter. Above, the outline of the sun could be barely seen. The sun was blocked by snow clouds, a yellowish halo. Sue-An looked at the sun, and even though she knew it was a model created by the system to mimic the appearance of a blue planet, she found a sense of comfort in it. Were all the players on Blue Star also watching the sun rise under the same sky as her at this moment? She opened the window, a cool breeze blowing in from outside and hitting her face. Sue-An took a deep breath of the fresh, yet icy air, her eyes fixed on the sun. Achoo! 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 The woman, nicknamed Lemon Essence, whose real name was Lichianing, woke from her sleep. The room was chilly, and she sneezed several times before recovering. Adapting to the current temperature, She tightened the tattered blanket around her, letting it trap her warmth. She opened her eyes and watched as white mist emerged from her breath. She shivered repeatedly. Chapter 107. Lu Qining knew this was a sign that the indoor temperature had dropped to a certain level. The 4-square-meter RV interior was crowded and cluttered with things, but it still managed to maintain some semblance of order. On one side was the stove, on the other the single bed, and at the rear was a super mini bathroom, with a pile of miscellaneous items piled in front of it. This orderliness proved that the RV's owner lived a decent life and had some energy to maintain their home. Before going to bed, Lu Qining had placed her bed near the stove. Now, the stove was barely warm, providing only a tiny bit of warmth to the single bed. Away from the stove, the cold seeped through the thin walls into the interior, a layer of frost already covering it, and the frost continued to spread. The sunlight streamed in through the windows, leaving only a hazy halo. A layer of snow lay outside the glass, and a fine layer of window smears formed on the interior glass, making the room seem slightly dim even in the early morning. But staring at the window for too long, you could see the glass, covered in window grills, shimmering in the sunlight, creating a crystal-clear, diamond-shaped halo, quite beautiful. But right now, Lu Qining couldn't care less. After waking, Lu Qining quickly set to work, using strips of cloth to secure the quilt to her clothes, making a simple cloak. She lit the stove, poked a wooden stick through the ice on the wooden barrel, and fetched water to boil. While waiting for the stove to warm, Lu Qining scraped the frost off the wall with a shovel, and threw it outside. She pushed the wooden bed against the wall, and cleared a corridor, so she could move around easily. Then, carrying her homemade broom, she braved the slightly lighter snow, and went out to sweep the car. After all the hard work, she felt frozen solid. The blizzard outside had subsided significantly, but it wasn't pleasant either. After about 10 minutes of work, Lu Qining couldn't stand it anymore. She shook off the snow and returned to the house to warm herself. She took off the slightly damp, torn quilt and spread it out on the bed to warm it. Lu Qining stretched her body, mixed some warm water with the hot water from the pot, and washed her face and hands. Then she sat on the bed to eat breakfast, a package of instant pork floss bread. The large pot of water she had boiled that morning had already heated up, providing her with the lemon water she used to wash her face and now drink. Sipping the warm lemon water and eating the bread, Lu Qining felt satisfied, her whole body gradually warming up. The pork floss bread had also been placed near the stove before she went out to clean the car. It was now warm on one side and lukewarm on the other. The hot water only contained lemon slices, no sugar, so it was sour, with a slightly bitter aftertaste of lemon peel, but a refreshing flavor. Lu Qining's hands were slightly red, and frostbite had appeared on her joints. She was extremely careful when holding the cup, moving gently to avoid further aching her hands. After finishing her meal, Lu Qining moved away from the stove, stretching her itchy hands and feet, gazing at the sun along the half-melted ice glass. She recalled yesterday's adventure. Lu Qining had a fortuitous encounter in Platform Town, where she found an item called the copy mirror, which could duplicate an item. She had been reluctant to use it, wanting to wait until she found something better. Yesterday, she came across a skill book. So, she and Yipan Ruxianjiang agreed to jointly buy a book. She would provide the items to duplicate the skill book into 2 copies, so she would provide 20% of the funds, and Yipan Ruxianjiang would provide 80%. Right now, even a poor man like Shi Yangyang still owes her 1,000 copper coins. Lu Qining took out the skill book, Spark Technique, and hugged it with joy, filled with hope for the future. Test results indicate that your spirit points are 7, insufficient to learn this skill. Please come back later. Yixing Xiao Xiao, good morning Xiaoming. Did you see Sunshine Bear's impressive performance yesterday? She sold medicine at a low price, and then splashed out on skill books. Yixing Xiao Xiao, as expected of Sunshine Bear, she's truly impressive. Early in the morning, Zhou Xiao couldn't wait to share his last night's events with his friends. Currently, Zhou Xiao was in his 8-square-meter human-powered gasoline hybrid RV, cooking porridge on the ordinary stove while talking to a friend. A few days ago, after being rescued by Sunshine Bear, Zhou Xiao unexpectedly connected with his real-life friend, Li Xiangming, during a transaction. Soon, the two of them bonded together in this lonely world, becoming close friends who shared everything. Xiaoming has been going to bed earlier and earlier these days, and she's been offline all the time, oblivious to everything. Zhou Xiao would share the information on the public screen with Xiaoming every morning. After a while, Li Xiangming replied to Zhou Xiao. Xiangming Ershing, I don't know. I know I definitely get up to grab some medicine. I've been using my skills a lot lately, and the longer I sleep, the more sleepy I feel all day long. Xiangming Ersheng, well, Xiao, as usual, give me half of your breakfast and I give you the copper coins now. Zhou Xiao replied. Yixing Xiao, I'm still working on it. I'm planning on having ham and salty porridge for breakfast. Just give me 5 copper coins. Yixing Xiao, I'm not saying anything, Xiaoming, but take it easy. Your talents and skills are subject to certain conditions. Don't overextend yourself. It's not worth it. Even as she wrote this, Zhou Xiao still felt a lingering fear. Overdrafts were a situation she experienced before, making it particularly difficult. Living towards dreams. It's okay. Zhou Xiao saw her friend's quick response and said nothing. For privacy reasons, she didn't inquire further about her friend's talents and skills. Zhou Xiao only knew that Xiaoming seemed very powerful, always getting lots of copper coins and goodies. The price she paid was that she was always sleeping. Because Xiaoming didn't have enough sleep, she asked her to help with the cooking, regularly exchanging supplies, or gain coins for her food. Zhou Xiao shook her head. What about others? She, too, was tormented by her talents and skills. She also had to prepare for the upcoming weekly exam for her class. If she failed, her class rating would be fine, but her skill attack power would be reduced. Zhou Xiao tossed the sliced ham into the pot, added half a spoonful of salt, then pulled out her textbook and began to review. As Zhou Xiao continued to learn, if he came across something he didn't understand, he would ask Li Xiangming and another good friend he made on the public screen, Tuan's son. Huff. Tang Jiayi was sipping porridge. Sweet porridge loaded with sugar. While this sweet porridge might drown anyone, it was nothing to her, and Tang Jiayi ate it with a look of complete satisfaction. Even the wind and snow outside, rattling the dilapidated hybrid RV and seeping through the cracked walls, didn't make Tang Jiayi feel so cold. Sure enough, sugar is invigorating. Tang Jiayi, nicknamed Tuan's son on the screen, was a senior in the elite program at Asia No. 1 Middle School before entering the survival game. At that moment, Tuan's son saw the message pop up on the screen, and her frown quickly relaxed. Fueled by sugar, her mind felt exceptionally clear. After pondering for a few minutes, Tang Jiayi answered Xingye Shishia's question. The question wasn't difficult, it was simple, second-year high school knowledge. Tang Jiayi was a good friend. They were about the same age, both in high school, with similar personalities and temperaments. The key was that they had plenty of candy, so even if their temperaments weren't the same, they still got along. She simply loved studying so much that she never forgot even after surviving in the world, and would often ask her questions. Thankfully, her grades were pretty good, and she had a solid grasp of all the high school material, if not nearly enough. She was one of those students who needed to work hard to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University, but had a solid shot at a 985 university. But none of this mattered now. All she wanted was to have enough food, clothing, and a place to live. Tang Jiayi continued to eat her porridge, looking at the thank you reply above, and didn't forget to ask her the daily question, do you have any candy? I take it. Xingye Xiao, okay, wait for me. Zhou Xiao checked his energy bar, it was full. So, I use skill 2, language is life. This skill consumes 2 spirit points once activated. Upon unleashing the skill, a random question appears. Successfully answering the question grants a random amount of the currently required supplies. Soon, 100 G of various candies appeared on the other side. Tuan's cub was delighted and traded his stored goose meat for them. Today's stable source of candy is refreshed, and it will continue to refresh tomorrow. Don't ask why Tang Jiayi loves candy all the time, she just loves it, wants it, and eats it with abandon. In fact. Chapter 108. Skill 1, Sugar. Skill 2, Eat Sugar. Skill 3, I'm super popular. Without sugar, she's a high school girl with a 0.5 goose-like combat power. With sugar, she's light and sharp-eyed, with a variety of skills, capable of defense, healing, and monster control. As for whether eating this way would cause diabetes, that wasn't Tang Jiayi's concern. She was currently surviving a doomsday survival game, so she couldn't think that far ahead. Zhou Xiao saw the large goose leg she received. Cut off a small piece of meat. Put the remaining goose leg in a box against the wall. Chop the meat into a mince meat, and add it to the porridge until cooked. I'm the dividing line. Su Anchen brought out a thin white porridge, sprinkling it with a little salted chopped green onions for seasoning. She usually drank soup in the morning, so she made some clear porridge. It wasn't because she wasn't working today, she was downsizing her food and couldn't bear to eat anything dry. On the table, There was a bowl of steamed buns and a dish of stir-fried meat with garlic and scallions. Little Bear, having finished washing up, came over to help serve the porridge and dishes, very obedient. The pumpkin carriage had returned to its original RV space. From time to time, the wind blew a little harder, and the RV would sway a bit. Sue-Ann took a sip of the porridge, which had only salt and chopped scallions, and felt a sense of comfort. The faint aroma of rice and scallions combined to create a soothing sensation. She really wanted to eat fruits and vegetables. Sue-Ann thought of crisp cucumbers, sweet and sour tomatoes, fresh and slightly spicy chilies, crunchy bok choy, and bamboo shoots. But all she had were scallions, a bowl of them, that had been mostly plucked out and would never grow tall. I won't go out during the day today. I must study vegetable farming and get more flower pots. Little Bear, with her usual appetite, ate buns and stir-fried vegetables, though she occasionally looked puzzled at her owner, who only ate porridge. She pushed the plate of fried meat towards Sister-in. Little Bear couldn't understand why her owner, who ate meat every day, had lost interest in it. Sue-Ann, feeling she'd eaten too much barbecue yesterday, felt less interested in meat now. She took a few bites of the meat slices with her chopsticks. Under Little Bear's worried gaze, Sue-Ann took a few more chopsticks of the side dishes she usually used as garnish. Sliced garlic, chopped green onions, and so on, and then she finished off a large bowl of rice porridge. That was the end of her breakfast. Sue-Ann first checked the vending machine to see what goodies she had found today. Just a few days, and the difference in luck was stark. 100 G of sugar, 5 copper coins, 500 G of coal, 10 copper coins, 100 G of laundry detergent, 5 copper coins. Sue-Ann bought the right amount of sugar and laundry detergent. Pay the copper coins, and the item drops. Little Pumpkin was nearby, somewhat bored, rolling around at the dining table, tumbling, spinning, and singing. Seeing the man and the bear finish their meal, while their owner operated the magical item vending machine, he immediately stepped forward and took over the dishwashing. There would be no chests spawning today, and with the blizzard still raging, Sue-Ann had no intention of moving forward, so everyone just welcomed their vacation. Little Bear, with nothing to do, enjoyed his vacation time. He wandered around the house, strolled several times, hooked his finger, and pulled Little Pumpkin into the bathroom, where he didn't come out for a long time. After dinner, Sue-Ann stood for a while, rested for half an hour, and then did 2 sets of pas de jean for exercise. Completely oblivious to the fact that Little Bear and Little Pumpkin were not in the living room, they quietly gathered in the bathroom. Big Bear, why did you drag me here? I already washed my face. Little Pumpkin looked puzzled. Little Bear asked, Namling, do you know why Sister-in doesn't like meat today? She doesn't even eat meat buns. Oh, you're asking that, but I'm not sure, Big Bear. You're older than me, so you should know better. Oh, let me think. Little Bear turned in circles, pondering. Suddenly, it saw the toilet, and its eyes lit up. Right, when I was a doll, I think I heard in a short video on Sister-in's phone that eating meat all the time can cause constipation. It puts a lot of strain on your intestines and causes problems. That must be why. We need to find some vegetables for you. Little Pumpkin looked out the bathroom window. Outside, it was covered in ice and snow, not even a single green leaf. It looked at the Little Bear with a slightly troubled look. Sue-Ann was practicing pas de jean in the living room, unaware that 2 little ones were chatting about her in the bathroom. Something rather pungent. Concerned about her intestinal health. After 2 sets of pas de jean, Sue-Ann felt a warm glow throughout her body. She sat down at the dining table, turned on the screen, and began shopping. She checked for any signs of the flower pots, and soon a glass of lemonade was placed on the table. Sue-Ann looked up and saw a teddy bear and a pumpkin emerge from the chair opposite, smiling innocently. Sister. Master. Drink lemonade, the 2 little ones said in unison. There was something rather mysterious about it. Sue-Ann looked at the 2 little ones' expressions, somewhat puzzled, and took a sip of the lemonade. It was room temperature, with a little sugar, but not too much. The sweetness quickly faded, and the tartness of the lemon emerged. Ah, I'm so drunk. Sue-Ann couldn't help but close his eyes, suppressing the sour feeling rising in his head. This is too sour. 2 tears formed in the corners of Sue-Ann's eyes, as he looked at the 2 culprits. So, they were just trying to play a prank. Okay. Sue-Ann looked at the 2 little guys, not expecting them to be so playful when bored. Should I give them a gentle pat on their butts? But, seeing their bewildered expressions, Sue-Ann put his thoughts aside. After seeing Sue-Ann's reaction, the little bear immediately poured himself a cup, his face wrinkled. How could it be so sour? I had used exactly the same amount of sugar as my sister had last time, guaranteed to make the exact same mistake. Suemo mentioned this. Suin also felt that there might be some misunderstanding. Suin replied, perhaps it's the individual lemons that vary. So Suin took out the lemons and compared them. The second batch was much more sour than the first. The lemonade needed 2 more spoonfuls of sugar to make it drinkable. After this little incident, Little Bear and Little Pumpkin didn't come near Suin all morning. Suin began to reflect, wondering if her expression while drinking the lemonade was too fierce, scaring the 2 kind little creatures. How could she have suspected 2 little dolls of mischief? In the afternoon, Suin finally got a new flower pot. Chapter 109. This player was truly short of fuel, so he was selling his spirit-level flower pot. Suin lowered the price a bit, but not too much. It wasn't that she was soft-hearted. If she pushed any lower, the player would sell it to someone else. Suin relied on the fact that coal blocks burned longer than wood blocks, and people preferred to trade for coal blocks, so she had an advantage here. Suin hadn't expected so many players to be willing to trade fuel for flower pots. It seemed that the survival situation in the entire area was exceptionally good, creating a certain amount of competition. This competition, in turn, increased the survival rate of the basic players. This was completely different from her past life. In her past life, due to the ill intentions of the beta tester, the mortality rate in her area was extremely high. During blizzards, fuel prices were almost exorbitant, and anything was difficult to sell at a good price. Only a few players in the entire area had fuel, and they wouldn't sell it cheaply. This was why more than half of the players didn't survive the stormy night. She got a new flower pot. Combined with the soil in her backpack, Suin's new planting plan was ready to go. Perhaps because there was no work to do today, Suin noticed that the little bear was eager to do whatever it was doing, and it was very interested in the planting. Let Suin talk instead of work. For this batch of plants, Suin chose cilantro. This way, in addition to the pot of green onions that grew thinner every day, she also had a new pot of cilantro ready to grow. Suin initially chose green onions and cilantro for a reason. These plants can be used as both vegetables and seasonings, and they are quite durable. After planting the plants, Suin imagined that once the cilantro grew, she would be able to make spicy and sour boneless chicken feet. Okay, she didn't have chicken feet. But she did have goose feet, which should be pretty similar. The thought of the sour, spicy, and refreshing cold chicken feet made Suin's mouth water. After finishing her work, with great anticipation, Suin took out her phone and began to read, learning about dolls. Seeing she was getting sleepy, Suin gave her phone to the curious little pumpkin to play with, and then she went to bed. She was bored, and what else could she do during her break? Just eat and sleep. Suin slept peacefully, and Little Bear, probably bored too, followed suit. When she woke up, it was already dark. The lights were off. But both dolls were awake. You could see the flames gleaming through the cracks in the stove, illuminating the entire room. Little Pumpkin would occasionally add a few lumps of coal to keep the room warm. After waking, Suin froze for a moment, feeling abandoned by the world. But then, seeing Little Pumpkin and Little Bear's actions, all that changed. Little Pumpkin was still playing with his phone, its self-floating device hovering in front of him. The light reflected his face, and he could occasionally be seen stroking it with his hands. The bear plush was also beside him, and from time to time, the 2 little ones could be seen whispering something in his ear, though they spoke quietly, as if to avoid disturbing her. Suin got up. The lights came back on. Suin saw Little Pumpkin's attentive smile, the bear's outstretched paw, and a warm hug. Let's go! Half an hour later. Fully armed and dressed warmly, Suin took Little Bear out with him. Knowing that his owner wanted to practice his new skill of slaying night monsters, Little Pumpkin took down the bathroom light and temporarily installed it outside. It lit up most of the highway. Besides glancing out the window from time to time, it also took on the responsibility of cooking, volunteering to make something delicious tonight. Suin promised to teach it everything, making it his in-car butler. Little Pumpkin manipulated the kitchen knife to shred meat on the cutting board, not missing a moment to watch the big bear and his master outside the window. It saw. The big bear, bewildered, went in and out. Suemo was indeed confused. He couldn't see any monsters outside, but he obeyed his master's instructions and walked outside the protective shield to lure the monsters. According to his master's instructions, he had to go outside the shield, release some energy, and then re-enter the shield in time. Its movements were simple: transform into a big bear and walk back and forth along the edge of the shield. Whenever he heard his master's zither playing, he would stay inside the shield and not leave. Besides getting caught in the snow and feeling a bit cold in the wind and snow after leaving the shield, it wasn't a big deal. Suin, holding his zither, sat on the steps of the RV, sensing the energy fluctuations. In the spiritual world unseen by Little Bear, Suin could sense invisible ripples with her mental power. When they appeared, she began to play the guqin. She played the guqin, stumbling at first, but then becoming more fluent, and the guqin emitted waves that attacked the outside world. It was cold. The protective shield kept out the snow, but not the wind. While it was warmer near the RV, it was only relative. After a while, Suin's hands turned red with cold, and the sound of the guqin grew strained. You kill an unknown monster in the night. Upon its death, you gain free spiritual power, increasing your spiritual value by 3. Finally, I killed the creature that had lost its target and was wandering outside the protective shield. Huh. Suin couldn't help but blow on her hands, rubbing them as they nearly froze. Master, come inside and play. Your hands are red. Little Pumpkin, seeing this, was heartbroken. He opened the window and spoke to Suin through the crack, offering advice. It thought, let Big Bear alone suffer the cold outside. He had thick skin, fur clothes, and shoes. Little Pumpkin's words gave Suin an idea, and she thought he was right. Playing outdoors like this was truly unsustainable. So, Suin returned to the RV to try. As soon as she played, she realized. It didn't work. This skill wasn't like a mental arrow, a purely mental attack. It had physical attacks, which filled the gap. Suin had no physical attack skills. However, this attack couldn't be used indoors. While playing indoors wouldn't freeze her hands, the attack would create a gap in the RV's exterior wall, letting in air. It was like being slashed with a knife. Amidst the Little Pumpkin's cries of pain, such an accident had occurred. Suin used her doll repair technique, adding materials, repairing a block of wood and a block of iron, and then expending some mental energy to complete the repair. For lost blocks of wood, -1. For lost blocks of iron, -1. The master healed the car, and the pain disappeared. The Little Pumpkin hunched its neck, not daring to offer any more advice. Suin applied a prop heat pack to herself before reaching out in the 30 to 40 degrees Celsius below zero. To prevent her fingers from freezing, she discovered the correct way to use a heat pack. While feeling sorry for the heat pack, Suin practiced diligently until the heat pack timer expired. She used a heat pack that lasted an hour. At the end of the hour, her hand felt the biting cold wind. Suin called back to Suimo. Suimo was doing a great job of attracting the monsters, moving like a yonga, a dance, at the edge of the shield, taking one step forward and one step back, preventing the invisible monster from attacking him. In that hour, Suin expended 20 points of mental energy, killed 5 invisible monsters, and recovered 18 points. He also played the guqin, going from being completely incompetent to stumbling through a piece, managing to unleash a sonic attack skill in real life for about 10 minutes. When Suin returned, he took off his heavy coat and walked into the house to find Little Pumpkin had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. The feeling was indescribable. Suin looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, each one looking perfectly presented. Stir-fried pork with scallions, braised pork, pan-fried goose, pan-fried chicken with lemon, and a scallion soup with small meatballs. Suin looked at Little Pumpkin, at the 4 dishes, and 1 bowl of soup he had prepared in just over an hour. Suin was astonished by Little Pumpkin's sudden culinary success. This. Chapter 110. Little Pumpkin scratched his head and showed Suin the recipe on the phone she'd given him halfway through the morning, bored. Master, try it. Little Pumpkin attentively served his master a bowl of rice and Little Bear a plate of buns. Facing Little Bear, the pumpkin and the bear exchanged glances. Little Bear naturally understood that Little Pumpkin meant for his master to eat first. Suin, stunned, tried each dish one by one. Delicious. While I can't say she's the best in the world, this little thing can cook even better than she does. It must be a 1-to-1 replica of the recipe. The stir-fried pork with scallions had a rich, fragrant, and dry aroma. The braised pork was soft, glutinous, and slightly sweet. The pan-fried goose was tender but not dry, and had a hint of lemon. The most amazing dish was the lemon pan-fried chicken. Refreshing and appetizing, the chicken was incredibly tender and delicious. Suin, whose appetite had been somewhat poor recently due to overeating, suddenly revived her appetite. Little Pumpkin was delighted to see his master praising him while he ate. Quack, quack. Soon, he was laughing like a goose. Stupid bear, it's still up to Master Nanling to step up, quack, quack. He was secretly pleased with himself. After the meal, Suin realized she had underestimated Little Pumpkin's learning ability. Because Little Pumpkin's mental state was so young, she had always treated him like a child. More pampering than education. So, Sue-in decided to arrange a study plan for Little Pumpkin. A child this smart would be a waste if he wasn't properly nurtured. After dinner, Sue-in pulled out a pile of memory cards and began organizing the information. She had several 10 terabytes memory cards, which contained not only information about dolls, but also a wealth of other materials, including books, movies, and music. Each card contained mostly doll information, with the rest of the information being random. She hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now she had to. Through this research, Sue-in discovered many valuable resources she had overlooked. Besides the collection of special dishes that Little Pumpkin had found, cooking for beginners, and miscellaneous ancient books on Yin country cooking, there were also books on opera, poetry, Chinese characters, calligraphy, and painting, a truly comprehensive collection. Sue-in also found textbooks and books on guqin playing. There were guqin textbooks, guqin tabs, guqin, and miscellaneous books on guqin. Sue-in's anxiety about scheduling lessons for Little Pumpkin faded, and she simply opened the textbooks and began to read. Only then did she realize that the skills she had learned from the system, from holding the guqin to the fingering, were entirely unconventional. In the skill book's instruction, he simply strived to play the piano and display his skills, lacking any musical talent. Sue-in studied diligently. The next day, Little Pumpkin dragged Little Bear into the bathroom, crickets chirping non-stop. "Master, why are you eating less again? Is my cooking bad? Big Bear, you're eating too. Come and give me your review of my breakfast." Little Bear scratched his head. This morning's meal was exceptionally delicious. He couldn't find fault with the fragrant scallion oil wontons. The wonton wrappers were springy, the meat filling firm and chewy, and the scallion oil had a rich, fresh aroma. "I think they're delicious," Little Bear replied. "Maybe there weren't enough fruits and vegetables." The Little Bear said this, still clinging to his original opinion. This was the only answer he could think of. Unfortunately, there were only onions and lemons at home. The cilantro I planted with my sister yesterday had only grown an inch tall overnight, so it would take a few more days before it was edible. "Ah!" The Little Pumpkin cried excitedly, expressing his helplessness. The Little Pumpkin, after some creative manipulation, uttered an old saying he had seen at the beginning of a recipe book. Even the cleverest of skills cannot cook without vegetables. Seeing the Little Pumpkin's expression, the Little Bear promised, "Tomorrow, when the chests refresh or when I come across a platform, I get plenty of resources for you to trade for fruits and vegetables." The Little Pumpkin nodded, looking at the bear with anticipation. "Bear, you have to keep working hard. Whether you can eat more and gain weight depends on your hard work." "I will," the Little Bear replied, his eyes sharp. He stared at the toilet as if it were a monster. He suddenly thought of something and continued. "One more thing. Master seems to be lacking some outdoor exercise. Constantly staying in a confined space isn't good for his physical and mental health." The two dolls exchanged glances and came up with an idea. The two dolls whispered to each other, plotting how to make their master's life healthier. In the restaurant, Sue-in was looking at his phone while taking notes. The notes were from his supervisor, and there were many blank pages at the back, perfect for Sue-in to jot down some music theory. Originally, he had planned to teach Little Pumpkin, but now Sue-in felt he should study more. How could he not be anxious when he had an epic instrument as his weapon, and he had almost no music theory knowledge at all? While Sue-in was studying diligently, she had no idea that her rush to eat in the morning, so she could study quickly afterward, would be mistaken by Little Pumpkin and Little Bear for a poor appetite. The two dolls gathered in the bathroom for a discussion. If she had known, she would have eaten a few more delicious wontons to prevent the two dolls from thinking too much. After reading the music theory, Sue-in began to practice the playing method described in the book. Following the method in the book, Sue-in's playing of the 7-string guqin was no longer as awkward as before. The one-finger zen or finger-fighting issues completely disappeared. She didn't apply her mental energy or activate any skills, simply practicing her fingering and mastering the music. After lunch, in the afternoon, Sue-in wanted to continue practicing the guqin. Little Bear came over, wiggling her hips and acting coquettishly, saying, "Sister-in, I want to go out and play. Can you come with me?" "Me too, me too." Little Pumpkin came over. The two dolls huddled in front of Sue-in, each holding one of her arms and acting coquettishly. Half an hour later, the family of three, warmly dressed and clinging to their heat pads, sat on skis. The skis connected to the Little Pumpkin carriage in front. Insane. Really insane. This is a bit too crazy. Sue-in felt like she had completely broken free from her stingy personality. In the freezing cold, consuming items and stamina, playing with 2 dolls in this struggle for survival with limited supplies. Is this world really a game? Sue-An doubted herself. She followed the 2 dolls' expectations, and did this foolish thing. All her careful calculations vanished when she looked down at the 2 dolls' smiling faces. It seemed that as long as they were happy, it was all right. When food and clothing were secure, spending a few resources on fun was nothing. Sue-An experienced the mentality of being frugal, and willing to spend extra money for her pets and family. The skis were assimilated by the pumpkin, and so were controlled by it, following it about 5 meters behind its main body. Next. Chapter 111. The pumpkin carriage started, reaching top speed, driving along the straight road. The skis followed suit. With a whoosh, it shot out, sliding across the thick snow at lightning speed. Ah! Sue-An couldn't help but scream as she clutched the 2 dolls in her arms. She hadn't noticed. As she screamed, her face was filled with a smile, a joyful expression. She watched the dry branches rapidly retreating around her, taking in this unique thrill. It all felt truly dreamy. The sky was partly cloudy, with some sunshine, but not much, some wind and snow but not much. They sat on their skis, driving across the snowfield, on an icy road. The pumpkin carriage pulled their skis forward. Through a thin protective shield, Sue-An could see the snowflakes falling from the sky, but as they fell, they slid down the shield. The wind blew against her face, head, and body. It was originally a biting cold, but thanks to the heat pack, it wasn't cold at all. In fact, Sue-An felt a pleasant sensation, like a gentle spring breeze. Later, Sue-An lay on her skis, giggling with her 2 dolls, gazing at the sky, the scenery along the highway, and commenting on the views on both sides. Unnoticed, the scenery on both sides transformed from a plain of dead trees to rolling hills. Sue-An knew they were gradually advancing towards the plateau. This had been indicated by the system long ago. The first level's map was a snowy plateau. Logically, the higher one went, the thinner the oxygen in the air, potentially causing hypoxia. However, so far, Sue-An had no such feeling. Breathing and movement were both smooth and comfortable. If there were a picture that could capture this moment, I'm sure it would be blissful. The 3 of them were playing with cars and snowboards on the road. Laughter echoed in the desolate space, where only the sound of wind and snow could be heard. Over half an hour passed, the pumpkin carriage moving faster and slower, now almost as slow as walking. It was a perfect view of the vast surrounding scenery. Sue-An felt her heart expand immensely, the sky her blanket, and the ground her bed, the invisible pressure and anxiety in her heart vanishing. Sue-An rubbed the little bear's ears, and touched the little pumpkin's hand. She said happily, "I'm so happy." As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of sunlight shone down, filtering through the pumpkin carriage and scattering dappled light onto the 3 of them. The sun peeked through a gap in the snow clouds, and the whole world became brighter. Sue-An was about to fall asleep, comfortably cuddling her 2 dolls, and using the warming pads as a prop. The sound of music suddenly began. Squeak! The pumpkin carriage stopped where it was, and the skis followed suit. The little pumpkin said in surprise, "Master, there's a fork in the road ahead. The main road splits. It's the platform." The little bear quickly reacted and jumped out of Sue-An's arms. The group stood up, and Sue-An put away her skis and headed forward. The surrounding landscape was now flat, with almost no trees. Only 2 gullies beside the road marked the extent of the road. She saw a fork in the road about 7 or 8 meters ahead, with a wooden sign on the side. Sue-An looked closely. The Lost Royal Ranch, a ranch? Sue-An muttered to herself as she read the platform information. A system screen popped up in front of Sue, and congratulations to the player for being the first to discover the platform Lost Royal Ranch. Players have an additional 3 minutes to prepare. After 3 minutes, a zone-wide announcement will be made and player platform tickets will be collected. Sue-An continued to read the system's information. Lost Royal Ranch, this is an uninhabited ranch that's out of control. As to why it's out of control, you only find out once you enter. Resources, cattle, sheep, grass, etc. Danger level. Don't blame me for not warning you, this place is very dangerous. It requires a certain level of skill to make it back alive. Don't blame me if players die. Sue-An pursed her lips. This was the most dangerous platform she had ever encountered. The system was also interesting. It was kindly warning everyone not to go there, unlike its usual gloating attitude. Out of control. Death. No mention of being lost. It seemed the dangers of this platform were more obvious. Judging by the system's tone, it seemed more likely that the system wanted them to be lost than to die, becoming mere laborers in the system's entire game world. She wanted to go and see. The bear toy was powerful, and she had learned attack skills, so she go and try them out. The ice shield had been recovering for so many days, and its defense value was now 8631/10,000. If they couldn't defeat it, they could just use the shield to escape. Suen returned to the pumpkin cart with the little pumpkin and the bear toy. Coincidentally, the heat pack's effect had expired, and the surroundings felt cold. Suen felt a flicker of heartache, but it quickly faded. The heat pack had brought them joy and play, and also allowed them to discover a new platform. What you gain is what you lose, and what you lose is what you gain. As Suen reapplied the heat pad, a system notification chimed in his ears. Ding dong, current area 20312, player Sunshine Bear has discovered the platform Lost Ranch. All players in this area are asked to pay for a platform ticket to enter the platform route. Players have 3 minutes to make a choice. Suen thought for a moment and glanced at his watch. It was 3:12 p.m. One platform ticket costs 1 hour, and 2 platform tickets cost 30 minutes. That way, they'd be out by 5 p.m. Give them a 15-minute head start. At Suen's command, Little Pumpkin steered the pumpkin cart onto the road leading to the platform. The road was quite wide, a 4-lane road. The original covering made it hard to see, but the ride was relatively smooth and not too bumpy. While Little Pumpkin was driving, Suen also glanced at the public screen. See if there was any useful information. Wang Shiyu. Wow, confession bear, you're still helping us find the platform in the snow. Mingwa lucky, I'm going to the platform. Beef mutton, wool, here I come, ha ha ha. But it's so cold outside, looking for warm gear and props. Dancing youth never closes. I need fuel, but I wonder if the grass is burn resistant. Maple leaves fall back to the roots. Ranch? My family used to run a ranch. As for fuel, cow dung is great. Shimo mounting, trading for weapons using coal. Anyone have a look? I need a sharp machete. To Anchuiner's child, didn't anyone notice? That system note is a bit scary, isn't it? Chinchin Mocha, this is a dangerous 4-star dungeon, and it's the platform at the beginning of Out of Control. It's probably a monster spawning dungeon. Low-level players shouldn't go there to die. Xiaoming Ershing, ah, Sister T, it's Sister T. Sister T, what level do you need to be to enter? Chinchin Mocha, generally speaking, for 4-star dungeons, players at level 4 and above can gain rewards if they're cautious. Players at level 3 and above have a chance to escape. Players at level 2 can survive with luck, but players at level 1 are simply going to die. Suen's heart sank when he heard the beta tester Mocha's words, but Little Pumpkin had already driven the pumpkin car onto the platform. Ahead. Chapter 112. It was a vast snowy plain, with the occasional clump of dry grass hidden among the snow. Suen thought. It's okay. She wasn't alone. She had 2 companions fighting alongside her. Little Bear was level 3, herself level 2, and Little Pumpkin was level 2. With a 3-man team consisting of a powerful main attacker, a secondary attacker, and a purely secondary attacker, they had no problem killing monsters. Suen secretly encouraged herself, but this wasn't apparent on the outside. As the group's backbone, she appeared remarkably calm and fearless. After turning off the light screen, Suen sorted out the items, giving each puppet space and a few auxiliary items like heat packs. Suen then spoke some encouraging words to the 2 puppets. Little Pumpkin quickly became motivated, rolling enthusiastically in midair, and the pumpkin cart's speed increased significantly. Suen took out the Guqin and cradled it in her arms. Suen touched the cool body of the Guqin, recalling her sonic attack skills and the specific positions of the music. She had just started learning music notation yesterday, and playing the music relied on memorizing the corresponding positions of the vibrating strings. Suen prepared for battle with her 2 dolls. At this moment, the camera caught sight of buildings ahead on the road. A closer look revealed the appearance of a factory. Just as she was about to approach, a flock of red-eyed sheep, previously lying on the snowy plains and blending into the background, rushed towards the pumpkin carriage. The dense flock quickly crashed into the protective shield. As the leading group of sheep hit the shield, Suen heard a system notification. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, you are being attacked by a group of level 2 monsters. Crazy Sheep level 3 Crazy Sheep equals monster, Mad Sheep. Level, LV2, LV3. Habitat, Lost Ranch. Note, one day, the sheep on the ranch went mad for no apparent reason. The rancher moved away, leaving behind only the maddened animals. From then on, this station became a lost wilderness. I warned the players not to come, yet they still came anyway. What good would it do to lose both people and cars here? Your stupidity is truly insane. Suin glanced at the system message and called out to his companions. Nanling, stop the car. Xiao Mo engage. Protect the shield. The car door opened. Little Bear instantly transformed into a 4-meter-tall giant bear, attacking the sheep monsters that were colliding with the shield. In the distance, a flock of sheep was approaching. At first glance, there were hundreds of them, and their number was constantly increasing. Suin gasped, realizing that if she didn't act quickly, the sheep would tear down her shield and then the pumpkin carriage. Nanling, help me get on the roof, Suin called. With the help of Little Pumpkin's telekinesis, she reached the roof, sat down, laid the guqin flat, took a deep breath, calmed herself, recalled the music she had practiced over the past few days, and began to play. As the guqin's intermittent sound began to rise, the mechanical playing gradually became coherent. The melody gradually harmonized. Attack blades of light began to appear, charging at the flock in droves. Sumo surrounded the first batch of sheep that attacked the shield, beating them, twisting off their heads or tearing their bodies apart, killing the monsters. The giant bear's attack was pure ferocity, its ferocious claws and broad body imbued with terrifying strength. Suin turned and attacked the sheep, attacking the shield from behind. Fighting alongside Sumo, the piano notes began to play, and with the influx of spiritual power, waves of light appeared, inflicting wounds on the sheep, while also imparting a certain amount of knockback, reducing the damage to the shield. This physical attack, inconspicuous at night, displayed a formidable power against monsters. For a smaller, level 2 sheep, 4 or 5 blasts of light blades would be enough to take it down. For a larger, level 3 sheep, it would take about a dozen blasts. The shield's defense value decreased, but it was still decreasing. There were simply too many monsters, which put immense pressure on Suin. She was anxious, her fingers moving faster. Through actual combat, she became increasingly proficient in launching her skills. Soon, a large number of sheep carcasses piled up around the shield. Little Pumpkin looked around and saw that its master and Big Bear were both frantically fighting. Protecting the shield and reducing its health loss, it also wanted to be of some use. It was anxious. So anxious, it wanted to do something. This anxiety made Little Pumpkin's mind race, exhausting all its skills. Little Pumpkin spun several times on the roof of the car. It saw the shield constantly losing health under attack, its eyes lit up, and its thoughts raced. It shouted, Master, Big Bear, this shield is installed on the RV. The RV is mine now, so the shield is mine. I should be able to control it and heal it. Little Pumpkin finished. It activated skill 3, mine, all mine. Declaring the advanced ice and snow shield its own, it forcibly assimilated the ice and snow shield originally installed on the RV into its own. Under Little Pumpkin's skill, it felt that anything that was part of it was legitimately its own. This skill was extremely overbearing and unreasonable, and the system was disgusted, repeatedly scolding its banditry, but it could do nothing about it. It had once claimed the game world's vehicles, blueprints, and even skis as its own, and now it was even taking items. As his spiritual power depleted, Little Pumpkin completely mastered this advanced ice and snow shield, integrating it synchronously. The advanced ice and snow shield offered a slight resistance, but was quickly assimilated by Little Pumpkin's abilities. Ha 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 ha. It let out a long laugh, feeling pleased with its actions. Then, it radiated spiritual light, using the pumpkin cart's ability to create a self-repairing shield. The energy bar above its head dropped by 2%. At the same time, a large bonus number appeared on the shield, plus 510, plus 510, plus 510. The number plus 510 appeared several times in a row, and the shield's health bar continued to rise. Little Pumpkin only stopped when it was almost full. Suin watched this scene with both surprise and delight. But Little Pumpkin was still grumbling in her ear, this big shield has too much health. My skill, which used to cost 1% energy to increase 20%, now costs 2% energy for 5%. I'm so angry. My skills are acting weird. Hearing Little Pumpkin's complaints, Suin almost hit the wrong note while playing a piece she wasn't familiar with, ruining her newly learned skill. Little Pumpkin's words were so pretentious, but she loved them. Suin, distracted, took a moment to glance at the system screen. Her eyes widened in shock. Chapter 113. Automatically ignoring the system's curses, taunts, and disdain, she focused on the key information. She was pressed for time, and the system's insults could be read slowly after the battle was over. It wouldn't be too late to respond later, so she quickly glanced at them, her mind sliding the light screen to the end message. At this moment, The protective shield assimilated by Little Pumpkin had changed its name. Ice and Snow Pumpkin Advanced Protective Shield. Defense value, 9631/10200. Current features, primary protection against hostile attacks, moderate protection against severe cold temperatures, sound insulation and cold insulation, adjustable by 10 degrees, self-repair, can consume 2% of the pumpkin cart's energy to repair the shield's defense value by 5%. So, Little Pumpkin can use 2% of its psychic energy to increase the shield's health by 510 points. Originally, 1% psychic energy only added 40 points of defense, but now it's 2% psychic energy for 510 points of shield. Damn. Little Pumpkin's move is a godlike skill. Big profit. Suen quickly grasped the point. The power of Little Pumpkin's skill 3 lies in its powerful ability to exploit the system's weaknesses. By assimilating system items and exploiting the system's weaknesses, he directly increased his shield from 200 to 10,200, and even transformed his shield, which only slowly recovered on its own, into one that can be manually repaired. This wave of profit is incredible. Little Pumpkin is truly brilliant. Please continue to be so clever. Adhering to the idea that everything in the system is yours, grab all the system's goodies and integrate them into your pumpkin carriage. Thinking of this, Suen praised Little Pumpkin profusely, and played the music with even greater enthusiasm. His previously halting playing became smoother. Being able to exploit the system's weaknesses and increase its strength is truly a joy. This joy melted into the sad melody. It became a joyous melody. However, none of this affected the activation of her skills. Instead, the emotionally charged notes increased the light blade's lethality. Soon, the flock on her side was empty, and she turned to attack the other side. Suemo, fighting below, quickly dispatched the flock at hand and switched positions, attacking the flock, attacking Suen's back and shield. With the help of Little Pumpkin's shield repair, the battle was even more exhilarating. Even after all the monsters were slain, Suen could hardly contain her excitement. Even though her fingers were red and sore, and her wrist was aching, it didn't dampen her joy. She glanced at her spirit bar. Spirit 18 of 38. Her spirit bar was only half depleted, and she felt no discomfort at all. The battle was over. The bear toy picked up the fallen items below, dismantling the monster carcasses and placing them in the space. Concerned that it didn't have enough space, Little Pumpkin flew down to help fill it up. Suen watched the busy Little Pumpkin and bear doll below him. He calmed down the emotions from the previous battle. Ding dong. A belated system notification echoed in his ears. Ding dong, battle ended. Attacking player Sunshine Bear and his dolls, kill 172 level 2 crazy sheep and 31 level 3 crazy sheep, gaining 23,022 experience points. Kill drops, 234 copper coins, 12 free 5-minute electricity cards, 12 free 10-minute water cards, 3 free 1-minute spirit source cards, 12 spiritual sheep wool, sheep meat, sheep milk. Suen felt a warm current rush through his body, warming him all over. Her experience bar had risen significantly. With so much experience, she looked at the little bear, guessing it had leveled up directly. Just then, she saw the little bear puppet frozen in place. Little Pumpkin looked at the frozen bear with a puzzled expression, but that didn't stop it from working. It flew among the monster corpses, using telekinesis to control and pick up the items dropped by the dead monsters. Suen stared closely at the little bear puppet. A moment later, Sumo's level was complete. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed into a 20-meter-tall giant bear. He roared joyfully at the sky and leaped up, causing the pumpkin carriage to bounce in place. From a distance, Suen heard Little Pumpkin's cries. "Big Bear, I know you leveled up, but you're jumping so hard you're shaking the car." Suemo scratched his head happily and shouted in Suen's direction, "Sister Anin, I leveled up." Suen smiled broadly in return, stood up, one hand on the zither, the other clenched into a fist and raised a thumbs up, praising Suemo. "Ding dong, your teddy bear Suemo has leveled up. Upgraded from level 3 to level 4. A system notification sounded. Suen's spirit points were low, so he couldn't activate his teddy bear's perception. He could only use his mind to jump to the system's personal information panel to view Sumo's basic information. Suemo. Level 4. Experience, 10932/1000000. Attributes, Attack, 35/40. Defense, 21/28. Spirit, 3 of 4. After sharing the joy of the upgrade with his master, Suemo transformed into a more maneuverable 2-meter-tall form and activated his decomposition skill on each monster corpse, Storing the meat, he harvested into his space as he did so. Suen glanced at the piles of monster corpses on the ground, then glanced at the watch on his wrist. There were still 53 minutes left until 5 o'clock. Their previous battle had lasted a little over an hour. She put away her guqin and climbed down from the car. Seeing this, Little Pumpkin quickly flew over to Suen and, with a telekinetic levitation, helped Suen land lightly on the ground. "Thanks," Suen said to Little Pumpkin. Then she looked over the spoils. She hadn't paid much attention when she killed them, but now she realized there were so many. The key point was that these weren't the puppet monsters she encountered last time, which only dropped a spiritual piece of wood and a pile of sawdust when they died. They were so easy to collect. Watching Xiao Mo disassemble the monsters one by one, Suen felt annoyed. Its disassembly skill was active, taking out one monster every 10 seconds. Suen said, "Xiao Mo, that's almost done." Suen Mo paused and looked at the corpses with regret. This was all meat. Suen noticed the reluctance in Sumo's hands. He was almost amused by his expression. Suen took out the card compressor and activated it, aiming it at the monster corpses. Spiritual energy emerged from the compressor. Soon, four cards appeared in midair, sucking in the monster corpses, leaving only a few scattered on the ground. Four cards floated down from the air, and Suen reached out and grabbed two of them. Crazy Sheep Corpse 1M*4. Seeing this, Sumo couldn't help but croak with his blood-stained bare paw. "Wow, you use it like that?" Little Pumpkin exclaimed in amazement. After saying this, Little Pumpkin spotted the items on the snow, some of which were glowing with spiritual energy. It said, "There are still so many dropped items I haven't picked up yet. I go pick them up now." With that, Little Pumpkin began to fly over and collect them. With it as the center, items within a radius of about 3 meters could be controlled and collected by its telekinesis. Why isn't another mode called free loot? 5 minutes later, Little Pumpkin finished cleaning up the battlefield and returned to Suen. Xiao Mo also reported that he had just followed Little Pumpkin in dissecting the remaining monster carcasses, and had checked around to see if anything had been left behind. The pumpkin cart continued on its way. Snowflakes fell scattering, unable to obscure the blood-red snowy plain. The pumpkin cart headed for the factory. Ahead, everything was unknown. Chapter 114. Xiao Mo's energy bar was fully restored after upgrading, but he had just consumed about 7% of it through collecting and decomposing. Now, he sat on a mat and stuffed food into his mouth. He stuffed small pieces of bread and cookies directly into his mouth, eating so quickly that Suen looked distressed. Little Pumpkin suffered even more damage. Holding the Spirit Source Stone in his mouth, he absorbed it vigorously, pulling his energy bar up from 17%. This also showed how conveniently Little Pumpkin used his spiritual energy. Although Spirit Source Stones were difficult to obtain, they were easy and quick to replenish. Unlike Little Bear, who spent a lot of time eating to replenish his energy every day. Although Suen felt distressed, she didn't foolishly come over to stop the two dolls from recharging. She knew that they could be attacked by the next wave of monsters at any time, so she took this opportunity to sit and recover her strength. At this moment, Suen also took out the card compressor. She had just compressed 4 cards. The compressor had been used 10 times, and was now out of power. She refilled it with Spirit Source Stones. After refilling, the card compressor indicated it was low on paper. Suen filled it with more spiritual grade white paper. The Little Pumpkin sucked the Spiritual Source Stone while looking at the item in its master's hand, its eyes swirling. Both of them ate Spiritual Source Stone, and it was a little annoyed that this item was taking it away from it. But this item was quite useful. It had a lot of ideas. I wanted to make this card compressor my own too. Could it also compress items into cards for easy storage? But the card compressor wasn't a vehicle, it had nothing to do with cars, and its skills couldn't be activated. Suen didn't know that since assimilating the ice and snow shield, the Little Pumpkin had fully experienced the powerful benefits of assimilating system items for its growth. Now, I'm figuring out how to turn the card compressor into a car-mounted component, so it can own it. Squeak. The pumpkin cart stopped at the gate. A tattered sign hung above the gate, Star Ranch. Much of the writing was tattered and difficult to read. We arrived. This factory is quite large, much larger than the wood processing plant we visited before, stretching out over a vast expanse. Sumo, seeing this, stood up and said, "Sister and you and Nanling, don't get out of the car. Stay inside the protective shield. I go check inside." Suen nodded. She agreed with Sumo's plan. Since she and Little Pumpkin were not high level, it would be safer to stay in the car. Suen told Sumo to be careful while exploring, to go and return quickly, and not to fight monsters if they encountered them. They only had about 40 minutes left to explore. Suin watched Suemo leave. After Suemo got out of the car and entered the factory, Suin had Little Pumpkin steer the pumpkin car. He opened the window and stood by it, placing the Guzheng on the windowsill, clutching it in his hand, ready to activate his skills to support Suemo at any moment. Little Pumpkin didn't understand, but he obeyed. After the window opened, the cold wind from outside began to pour in. The protective cover kept out the snow and insulated the heat, protecting it from the sub-zero temperatures, but it didn't stop it from freezing outside. Suin and Little Pumpkin, holding their heat pads, didn't feel the cold. However, Little Pumpkin was attentive and noticed the 2 pots of plants next to the stove. Remembering that these plants were crucial to their owner's health and well-being, whether they could eat more depended on them, he absolutely couldn't let these 2 plants freeze to death. Feeling like the housekeeper, he immediately used his telekinesis to move the plants upstairs and placed them next to the heater in the hallway next to the bedroom bed. At the same time, it added some fuel to the stove to heat it up a bit. Recalling the knowledge from steaming buns a few days ago about how hot air rises and cold air descends, Little Pumpkin felt that this way, the plants would definitely not freeze to death, and that his actions were exceptionally clever. After completing all this, Little Pumpkin wanted to find his master to show off, but seeing his master's serious expression, a misty glint in his eyes made him stop. The master seemed to be activating a skill and busy. Little Pumpkin remained quietly in midair, accompanying his master without interrupting him. At this moment, Suin had activated Class Skill 3, Spirit Control, synchronizing Sumo's vision, but not controlling his body. Her synchronized perception allowed her to attach herself to Suemo, helping the high attack, low precision Suemo increase his mental resistance and provide a certain level of safety. This perspective also helped her understand the interior of the factory, monitor the safety of the puppets, assist with attacks when appropriate, and help her keep track of the time and remind Xiao Mo to return. In the bear's vision, Suin followed him into the factory. The first place they entered, besides the factory, contained several office-like areas, but they were dilapidated, empty, and posed no danger. After a thorough inspection, they couldn't find even a table, chair, or bench. To be precise, there were some, but they were all shabby and crumbled, turning into piles of wood chips at the slightest touch, making them unusable for fueling a fire. Soon, the bear finished exploring the factory and ventured deeper into more buildings. The pumpkin carriage followed Sumo's exploration, driving to the next building, ready to pick him up at any moment. The process was somewhat boring, as there were no dangers or useful finds. However, Suin remained vigilant and reminded Suemo to be careful. After all, this was a 4-star dungeon, and a flock of level 2 and 3 sheep shouldn't be marked as dangerous by the system. When exploring the 4th building, they discovered something that looked like a hay storage warehouse, with plenty of hay. While hay wasn't very useful, it was at least something to start a fire. Suin collected a small amount of hay into his space, but due to limited space, he only collected a small amount. As he walked out of the warehouse, he made a discovery: 2 blueprints with a bunch of text on them, which he stowed away in his space. Next, Suemo explored the next factory building. Again, nothing was found. It seemed that this ranch had been evacuated completely, leaving little behind except for the unmovable buildings and some cheap materials. Many of these materials had also decayed over time. At the lumber mill before, you could find a few copper coins in a drawer and some spiritual papers in the office. Here, there's really nothing of value. The tables, chairs, and benches are practically shattered. Suin checked the time and called Suemo back. "Let's go!" Suemo looked at the unexplored factory buildings behind him with regret, but he quickly returned. The little bear transformed into its smallest form, and ran and jumped back toward the pumpkin carriage. The pumpkin carriage on the street began to move out, heading through the main gate. Suin retracted his skill, and felt the little bear's body. Aside from being a bit dusty and dirty, he couldn't find anything wrong. And Xian nodded. The pumpkin carriage began to return. But as it was leaving the gate... Chapter 115. I saw a swarm of monsters blocking the way at the gate. A vast, endless swarm of cattle and sheep monsters guarded the ranch gate, blocking the way back out of the station. Suin's face froze. What? I hadn't noticed before. The monsters were surrounding it, but why was there no sound from the speakers? She fished the smart BGM speaker out of her pocket and realized it. At some point, the speaker had broken in two, and when she took it out, it was still emitting black smoke. Faced with a swarm of monsters, what music did she use to match? She burned herself to death. Suin then remembered that when the sheep attacked, it didn't even bark. Suin's mouth twitched. Ignoring the speaker, he called to the two puppets beside him. Nanling, spread with all your might, replenish your shield, and break free from the platform. Xiaomo, use your group attack skills with me to break through. As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters at the front of the herd of cattle and sheep had already attacked the shield. Ding dong, player has encountered a swarm of crazy monsters. I told you it's dangerous here, and you're even going to steal my vehicle. I can't survive this. I make sure you die a clear death. I help you scan the monster strength. Player Sunshine Bear and the puppets were attacked by a swarm of crazy sheep level 2 and 3 monsters, numbering 1312. Crazy Cow level 3 and level 4, total 527. Level 5 Elite Monster Crazy Red-Eyed Sheep * 3, Level 6 Elite Monster Super Crazy Red-Eyed Sheep * 1, Level 6 Elite Monster Crazy Bull * 3, Level 7 Elite Monster Crazy Red-Eyed Bull * 1, Level 7 King Monster Super Cow * 1. Friendly note: the King Monster is leading the pack and plotting a fatal blow. In your final moments, please thank the system for this reminder, hehe. Suen glanced at the system's message and felt a headache. This was a serious problem. The key was that this inane system, while initially expressing concern, then with those he revealed its servile and servile nature. It looked as if it both regretted and gloated over their misfortune. It seemed well-intentioned, but in reality, it was trying to undermine her fighting spirit. Suen didn't tell the two dolls how powerful the elite monsters were among the pack. Although this was obvious, among the flocks of sheep and cattle, there were several exceptionally large monsters, making Sumo's fur stand on end. Suen told everyone not to fight too long. If they gave their all, they would definitely escape. The window was wide open. Suen stood in front of it, his fingers plucking the strings of a zither. The music began, facing the herd of cattle and sheep blocking the road ahead. The knockback effect of the light blade, combined with the protective shield, easily cut a bloody path through the horde of monsters. Suemo used the skill, the Bear's Beautiful Velvet Flower Dance, a combination of attack and defense. The upgraded 99,999 petals spread out, helping the pumpkin cart clear the way. -14, -17, -201, -1, 999, +510, -21, -12, -14. The shield's health bar rapidly decreased. The little pumpkin, recovering at a maximum of +510 per second, was no match for the damage from these monsters. Especially against elite monsters, using ultimate attacks on the protective shield could easily destroy thousands of defense points. It also hindered the pumpkin cart's progress, reducing its speed. The shield's health bar quickly dropped below 20%. Defense value, 1828/10,000. It looked like the shield would shatter in just a few seconds, or if it were attacked by another elite monster. Little Pumpkin's face flushed red. Holding the Spirit Source Stone in his mouth, he absorbed energy and replenished the shield, his energy bar steadily decreasing. Suen saw that focusing on attack was completely ineffective. A group of monsters perished, and a steady stream of monsters attacked. Additionally, as the pumpkin cart moved forward, the attacks were constantly dispersed. Suen said, "Xiaomo, give up attacking. Join me in defending and block the attacks of those elite monsters." The piano stopped. Suen drew his spiritual weapon, the flowery illusion bow, and began firing. A single spiritual arrow directly interrupted the attack of a giant bull monster. At the same time, Suen's rain of petals blocked the attack. As Suen and Suemo switched from attack to defense, the shield finally had a chance to breathe. +510, +510, +510. The monster's attack passed through the petal shield and appeared on the protective shield, significantly reducing its damage. From 4 digits to 3 digits. -191. -12. -129. +510. Soon, the protective shield's health bar began to slowly rise. At this moment, they were facing an indescribable and terrifying danger. The ding-dong system notification sounded, but Suen had no time to pay attention. The dead monster corpses, lifeless, were deemed non-hazardous by the protective shield and piled up on the road. The pumpkin cart had tall, universal wheels. Chasing the shattered corpses of the monsters, she accelerated forward, charging madly, charging the horde. She carved a muddy path, a mixture of flesh and snow. The countless monsters attacked relentlessly, and the protective shield dealt a relentless blow. Suen's mind was now devoid of any thoughts, only defense and attack, continuing forward. The adrenaline rush calmed her mind, and her movements became increasingly rapid. Her continuous stream of spiritual light arrows always managed to stun the monsters immediately. She interrupted the skill activation of several elite cattle and sheep monsters. Suan slung the bow over her arm. She kept her head straight, following her muscle memory. She played the guqin rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, Suan felt her head begin to feel heavy. This was a sign of exhaustion of her spiritual power. She gritted her teeth and held on. She unleashed the velvet flower dance 5 times, or 6 times, but the little bear could no longer sustain it, and the energy bar above her head had already reached negative. -21. -57. -69. It watched Sister Anin and Little Pumpkin struggle to hold on, gritting its teeth and holding on too. A rain of velvet flower blades danced relentlessly. The little bear visibly shrank, its plump belly thinning considerably, until it could no longer squeeze out any more energy. With a clang, the little bear collapsed onto the pumpkin carriage's living room carpet. Unconscious. The sound was inconspicuous amid the hail of light waves and blades, the bleating of sheep, and the roaring of cows. After the little bear fainted, the rain of petals held on for a few final seconds, then the meager spiritual power that had lost its connection dissipated, transforming into ordinary velvet flowers and returning to the little bear's head. Suan and Su Nanling had no time to care for the little bear. They only knew. Ahead was the direction of the station road. It was a way out, but the short distance of just a few hundred meters was crammed with monsters, and simply moving forward felt like climbing a road to heaven. Crack. Losing the little bear's help. Suan didn't block the elite monster's ultimate attack in time. The ice pumpkin's advanced shield, struggling on the brink of shattering, finally broke. The monsters began to attack the pumpkin cart, swaying left and right, nearly trapped in the swarm of monsters, making forward movement even more difficult. And the wall, punctured by the bull's horns, had holes. In the distance, the shield finally shattered, followed by the bleeding of the king monster, the petite giant bull. A 10-meter-tall giant bull began charging toward the pumpkin cart. Getting closer. Chapter 116. The level 7 elite monster Crazy Red-Eyed Bull, led by the king monster, arrived to reap the spoils and eliminate the intruders. Suan noticed Little Bear's unconsciousness and Little Pumpkin's trembling. When the pumpkin cart was attacked, Little Pumpkin began to tremble uncontrollably. The more frequent the attacks, the more intense the shaking. Some with cracks appeared on its body. But it gritted its teeth, not crying out in pain or fatigue, struggling to control the pumpkin cart, moving forward toward the platform ahead. Suan's head ached, and she was on the verge of fainting. As the pumpkin cart swayed left and right, she was tossed back and forth. She felt exhausted, so tired that she wanted to fall asleep. But reason told her not to sleep. She absolutely couldn't sleep. Now was not the time to sleep. Suan bit her lip tightly, using the pain to remind herself to stay awake. She didn't even notice the bite. Blood trickled down the corner of her lips. She tried her best to steady herself, plucking the guqin strings with all her might. Her fingertips, exerting too much force, chafed her skin, and blood appeared on the strings. Under the influence of her skills, the guqin unleashed a wave of sonic light blades, forcing a difficult path for the pumpkin carriage. Though her mental strength was straining, Suan refused to give up, squeezing out every last ounce of his mental and physical strength. The master's perseverance kept the little pumpkin persevering. Even though her body ached, it refused to give up, couldn't. The once spoiled, arrogant little child now endured the pain of the pumpkin carriage's main body being attacked, the feeling of its body being torn apart, desperately absorbing the spirit source stone, replenishing and releasing energy. Its energy bar bounced up and down. The pumpkin cart moved forward. On the ground, an unconscious teddy bear was hurled between the ground and the walls, its body thumping against the surrounding furniture. Little Pumpkin's face flushed red. Just as the giant bull was about to crash into the pumpkin cart, Little Pumpkin screamed. The experience gained from killing monsters along the way had just pushed its experience points past their limit. Little Pumpkin instantly advanced to level 3, its attributes fully restored. Swish. A bunch of spikes sprouted from the pumpkin cart, piercing the bodies of many of the monsters crammed against it. These spikes pierced many of the cattle and sheep monsters, staining the pumpkin cart red with blood and flesh, which clung to the surface with patches of ice and snow. The pumpkin cart gained speed, briefly soaring high above the ground, passing over several charging monsters before crushing them headfirst and continuing on its way. Then, a new layer of ice pumpkin shield reappeared, sending a group of monsters flying and withstanding the incoming attack from the level 7 elite monster Crazy Red-Eyed Bull. Defense value 10400/10400 -9,999 plus 510. The shield was quickly on the verge of breaking. Even though the little pumpkin used the bull monster's impact to assist its telekinetic control, lightening the vehicle and rapidly advancing several dozen meters, it still hadn't escaped the platform. At this moment, it was only a dozen meters away from leaving the platform. Just a dozen meters. Hope was within reach. Seeing its attack fail, the level 7 elite monster crazy red-eyed bull roared in place, gathering its strength and charging forward again. Seeing this, Suen aimed his light arrow directly at it and released it. Suen knew he couldn't let it push forward now, or the shield would break and crash into the pumpkin cart, sending the little pumpkin tumbling. The bear doll, jolted awake by the shock, witnessed this very scene. Its eyes crimsoned as it stared at its owner's bleeding finger. Unbeknownst to where it found the strength, it danced its petals, helping its owner block the blow. As the petals finally dispersed, it attempted to strike the bull's body. The level 7 elite monster crazy red-eyed bull attacks were gradually weakened, and the petal's blades scratched its fur, causing pain and shifting its attack direction. This allowed the pumpkin cart's shield to withstand the onslaught. Plus 1040. Plus 1040. Minus 3324. Thanks to the dedicated efforts of Suen, Suemo, and Su Nanling, the ice and snow pumpkin's advanced shield withstood the blow, carrying the impact of the elite monster's attack just as it left the platform. As it left the platform, the pumpkin's advanced ice and snow shield, only a sliver of health remaining. Defense value, 33/10400. Minus 12, minus 17, minus 15. The collateral damage from the attack kept fluctuating. Crack! With a sound, the ice and snow pumpkin's shield shattered again. Without the shield's resistance, snowflakes fell in the afterglow of the setting sun, drifting and scattering, carried by the wind through the open window, landing on Suen and Little Pumpkin's heads, faces, clothes, and hands. The heat-packed time had long passed, and the cold, icy snowflakes were particularly noticeable on their bodies. The snowflakes that fell on Suen's face melted under his body heat, mixing with the blood as they fell, spreading a bloody smudge on his clothes. But Suen and Little Pumpkin seemed frozen, letting the ice and snow pounce upon them without moving. The blood beads on the Guqin gradually solidified in the snow, transforming into crystal-clear beads of ice and blood. Like the finest northern red agate, they were warm, translucent, and shimmering. They reflected the last rays of the setting sun. The sky grew darker. The little bear, having awakened, unleashed half its bloody fury skill, overdrawing its energy again, unleashing a velvet flower attack. However, having overdrawn even more energy, it fainted long ago. Suen and Little Pumpkin were the only conscious beings left. But neither of them was in good condition. Both man and doll remained frozen like puppets. No one spoke. No one cried, no one laughed. Little Pumpkin didn't even have the strength to brake. He simply steered the pumpkin cart, keeping its course, sliding along the main road until it ran out of power and stopped. The last glimmer of sunset faded. Night fell. Pitch black, the night sky quietly died down, the blizzard abated, and the moon rose. Out of danger, back to safety, Suen's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. Suen felt the suppressed fatigue and pain surge up all at once, barely controlling any movement. She tried to speak, but she lacked the strength to open her mouth. Suffering and numbness descended upon her simultaneously. Her fingers ached, her body was exhausted, her whole body was cold, her head felt dizzy, her eyes were black, and she seemed to be blind. She truly wanted to faint without a care in the world. Plop! Suen collapsed. She collapsed limply onto the ground, her head landing squarely on the soft, now no longer warm teddy bear. In that instant. Chapter 117. She regained her sanity. A strong sense of panic rose in her. It was fear. The fear of loss. This suffocating fear. This instantly sobered Suen, suppressing the drowsiness that was overwhelming her. She fished out a candy from the space and, with all her strength, stuffed it into her mouth. The candy slowly melted, and soon her spirits lifted. A wave of coolness and comfort spread through her head, and her drowsiness was much better. Spirit value +4/+4/+4. Suen felt a little more alive. Suen propped herself up, and in the dim light, she touched the teddy bear with her tingling fingers. After a while, she slowly calmed down. The teddy bear was fine. Not dead. Not dead. This was truly wonderful. The teddy bear was breathing in warm, as if it had fallen asleep from exhaustion. As for the chill she felt just now, it came from the open window, the cold wind blowing in from outside. It wasn't the chill of actual loss of life. Suen picked up the little bear, retrieved a patchwork blanket from her space, wrapped it around the bear's bloodied and grimy body, and gently placed it on the living room cushions. She stood up, closed the pumpkin window, and turned on the light. The room suddenly became bright, illuminating the devastation. The walls of the pumpkin carriage had unhealed holes from horns, cracked walls, shattered glass, and a cracked roof, all of which poured in from outside. The entire pumpkin carriage was in disarray, the furniture, the windows, everything. Soo-in looked at the little pumpkin, floating stiffly in midair. Its exposed limbs were covered in cracks, like the cracks of splintered wood. Like a puppet about to break. The cracks robbed it of its human-like quality, revealing its true form, a cuteness tinged with terror. Soo-in, weary, walked forward, picked up little pumpkin, and whispered softly, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Sister is here, and we're all alive." Wow! Little pumpkin curled its lips, unable to contain its fear any longer, and burst into tears. It cried breathlessly. It lost its earlier calm and strength. It became the spoiled child again. Through the hiccups, little pumpkin continued to sob as it recounted everything that had just happened. Pumpkin is so scared, sob. So scared we have to leave. So scared we lose our master. It hurts, so hurts, those monsters stabbed me, it hurts. Doesn't it look ugly anymore, sob. Soo-in hugged the little pumpkin and whispered comfortingly, Nan Ling is the best. Little pumpkin is the best little pumpkin in the world. You just performed really well, absolutely amazing. The spiritual refreshing candy was passed, and Soo-in's severe mental damage disappeared. The 27 overdrawn mental points were replenished, and 13 mental points were restored. One spiritual refreshing candy restored a total of 40 mental points, taking 10 seconds. When his mental power had mostly recovered, Soo-in embraced the little pumpkin and activated his class skill 4, Doll Repair. Doll Repair consumes a certain amount of mental power to heal your doll, provided it's still there. Soon, under the effect of this skill, the scars on the little pumpkin were healed, the cracks disappeared, and the scars on the leaky pumpkin cart also gradually disappeared. The little pumpkin, soothed by its wounds, began to sob softly, its expression gradually calming. As it sobbed, it fell asleep, resting in Soo-in's arms, perfectly peaceful. Click. Due to insufficient energy, its mask automatically slid downward, reverting to its doll-like form for a more economical use. The pumpkin carriage returned to its original RV form. Soo-in could hear the wind and snow outside the window, and the interior of the RV occasionally swayed. Soo-in noticed that the little pumpkin's energy bar was completely depleted. She pulled out a spirit source stone from her space, opened the pumpkin's mouth, and stuffed it inside. Then she took the patchwork blanket from the little bear, turned it over, and used it to wrap the little pumpkin, setting it aside. Then, Soo-in picked up the blood-stained little bear. Continue healing. She was exhausted, unable to exert much strength, so she simply sat on the ground, holding the little bear and healing it. Treatment of the little pumpkin's wounds cost Soo-in 10 points of energy. Current spirit points, 3/38. She glanced at her precarious spirit bar, and popped another spirit-boosting candy into her mouth. At this rate, she only had 2 spirit-healing medicines left. She activated her skill, Doll Repair. A few minutes later, Soo-in used 20 spirit points to heal the bear's injuries. Current spirit points, 23/38. The bear slowly awoke, looked at its owner, and said distressfully, "It's all Xiaomo's fault for not being strong enough. I made you worry." Soo-in smiled, and rubbed the well-behaved bear. She hadn't yet revealed that she hadn't known when to quit, letting the bear follow her on this adventure. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The bear's stomach growled after waking up. The little bear doll lowered its head, its ears drooping, its tail and fur covering its blushing face. Although the physical damage caused by its energy overdraft had been healed by its master skill, conditions, like hunger and dirt, were beyond its reach. The energy-depleted little bear doll now needed food to replenish its energy, otherwise it would injure itself again. Soo-in pulled 2 loaves of bread from his space and handed them to the little bear as an emergency measure. As Xiaomo stuffed the bread into his mouth, he heard his master gently say, "We heat up the buns for dinner later. After dinner, take a shower and go to bed early." Suemo ate the bread, looking at his master and Anne's scarred fingers, and asked with concern, "Master, your injuries?" Soo-in looked at the wound and said, "It's okay, I have plans." Soo-in's current mental strength was sufficient for flesh healing, but activating this skill would cause extreme hunger, requiring immediate food replenishment. This was done to conserve instant food. Soo-in still thought, just endure the pain and wait until the buns are warm before treating them. It wasn't a serious injury, just a small cut on a finger, now scabbed over. In fact, the most seriously injured of the 3 was Little Pumpkin, and thanks to its luck, It leveled up at the critical point and recovered somewhat. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the situation Suen could easily repair. In fact, they might not have made it back alive. Suemo finished his bread and immediately stood up and went out. Sisternin, I get the buns from the car. Wait. Suen suddenly thought of the tricky late-night attacking spirit monsters. There was no protective shield outside the car right now. Little Bear's low spirit level made him vulnerable, but even with her high spirit level, she couldn't really fight the monsters. Thinking for a moment, she opened the system, ignored the long list of system messages, and spent 200 copper coins from the system store to get a low-level 100 out of 100 protective shield for emergency use. After installing the protective shield, Suen felt a little more secure. He turned to his bear doll and said, Xiaomo, you can go now. The bear was agile and returned quickly. Suemo brought both bad news and good news. Chapter 118. Suen didn't give Little Bear a chance to keep him in suspense and listened to everything. The bad news was that the buns had suffered heavy losses in the melee, leaving only a few boxes. The good news was that the car contained quite a few items dropped by the second wave of attacking monsters, including a pile of scattered cards and materials. In their haste, they killed so many monsters that they hadn't bothered to collect the loot, but they did manage to pick up some by snagging through the gaps in the wooden boxes on the roof. Suemo had packed them all into his space and brought them back, where they were now piled on the floor. Suen glanced over and saw several free gas cards, free energy cards, unlimited electricity cards, and so on. This was a small stroke of luck. Suen put these things away, not having the energy to sort them out. She sat on a stool to rest. On the table was a cup of warm water, handed to her by Little Bear. She followed Little Bear's gaze, and the sleepiness she felt after relaxing returned. Little Bear was busy, adding fuel to the fire, boiling water, and steaming buns. Suen wanted to reach out, but the bear stopped her, saying, Sister, your hand is injured. You're already very tired today. It's not easy to treat it. You need to rest more. Suen sat at the dining table, looking at the scabbed wound on her finger, and the busy bear, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. While the buns were being steamed, the bear changed out of his dirty clothes and briefly washed his face and hands in the bathroom with water from the thermos, drying them with a towel. Then he brought a basin of water to wipe his sister's face and hands. After more than 10 minutes, the buns were out of the pot. Suen activated his skill, healing the wound on his finger. As the wound continued to heal, Suen felt his vision go dark and a strong pang of hunger welled up in his stomach. It had been a long time since she experienced hypoglycemia. Suen and Little Bear devoured the buns together, mouthful after mouthful, unable to stop. Suen now understood Little Bear's voracious appetite. As the buns entered his stomach, his intestines seemed to possess a special magic, quickly digesting the food. Suen devoured 10 buns in one sitting, following Little Bear's lead and unable to stop. Only after her wounds had healed did she feel her body's thirst for energy slow, and her stomach finally felt full. As Little Bear ate, she noticed that her sister hadn't taken a bun from the bowl in a while. She looked up and saw that she had fallen asleep in the chair. The wounds on her fingertips had healed, and her skin was as white as ever. Suemo quickly finished his meal and washed his hands. He transformed into his 2M tall bear form and carried his sister to the bedroom to rest. He filled it with warm water and changed his sister into her nightgown, wiping her clean. He helped Anne's hair loosen up, combing it with a long, fluffy comb until it was fluffy and smooth. Finally, Suemo didn't forget about the dirty, sleeping Little Pumpkin. He wasn't as gentle with Little Pumpkin as he was with Anne. He just used Little Pumpkin's towel to wipe his body, and, as long as it didn't stain the bedroom bedding, tucked his clothes into the very edge of the bed. Then, Suemo lit the fire, heated water, bathed himself, and washed his own clothes, as well as his master's bloodstained ones. He even washed the bloodstained patchwork blanket he'd been wrapped in. After recovering and well-fed, the little bear had plenty of energy. After washing everything he could, he began mopping the floor, washing the dishes, and tidying up the kitchen. Keep the house as tidy as possible, knowing that Sister Anne likes a clean and tidy room. Finally, late at night, the little bear, having toasted itself to a crisp by the stove, slipped into the bed, carrying a fragrant aroma, and burrowed into its owner's arms. Sleep soundly. The next day. Daybreak. Sue had opened her eyes, a little dazed. How did it dawn while she was eating? She looked around. The temperature outside was a little cooler, but she was now in a warm bed. In her arms was the fragrant, soft, and warm little bear. To her side was Little Pumpkin, sleeping with its mouth wide open and drooling. Little Pumpkin's sleeping posture was unsightly, drooling and slurping the spirit source stone in its mouth. Occasionally, she would utter a few indistinct sleep words. Something like, delicious, comfortable, big ugly bull, I'm not afraid of you. She must have fallen asleep, because Little Bear had moved her to the bed. Suan stood up, placed her teddy bear on the inside of the bed, and got out. Leaving the covers, Suan felt the chill in the room, and goosebumps spread all over her body. She sneezed twice. She quickly retrieved her clothes from her space and changed into them. The bear had been incredibly thoughtful, washing and changing her dirty clothes, and even giving her a comfortable nightgown to sleep in. As she dressed and went to the bathroom to wash up, Suan saw the clothes hanging in the living room, along with her long hair, still fluffy from a night's sleep. She understood the bear's thoughtfulness. After Suan finished washing up, she refilled the stove, which was now only a spark away. Suan sat in a chair and opened the screen to check the numerous system messages from yesterday. The system message bar scrolled forward, and then forward again. Amidst a dense web of information about monster encounters, monster introductions, and damage calculations, Suan found the message of particular interest and took a closer look. Your puppet, Sunderling, has reached the maximum experience bar and successfully upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Congratulations. The remaining time on the current platform ticket is 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Do you want to leave the current platform? You have already left the current platform. Area 20313, Platform Lost Ranch, is closed. Total time, 3 hours. Players participating in the platform, 297. Players leaving the platform, 2. Summary. Don't blame me for not warning you about the danger. It really is, stupid players. That's right. Congratulations to the 2 players for their lucky escape. This doesn't fit the dangerous nature of a 4-star platform. Only 2 people survived. Suan's heart sank as he scrolled down, only to see the information about his mental energy usage and medication. Player Sunshine Bear, you overdrawn your mental energy, causing a temporary severe mental injury condition. Please seek medical attention as soon as possible to prevent further deterioration. Player Sunshine Bear, you taken a spiritual boost candy. Your severe mental injury has been healed. Your mental energy has increased by 4444. Your video submission of your outstanding performance on the platform has been marked as a high-quality video and recommended by the live streaming system. It has also been ranked 3rd on the PUBG Rookie list. You gained 121,294 viewers, 2,298 followers, and received a significant amount of rewards. Please check back soon. Suan saw this message, noticing the long-absent live broadcast notification, and clicked to check. The last time I visited was the last time. Entered the live broadcast backstage. Chapter 119. The first thing that popped up was the familiar announcement. However, some details were noticeably different. It seemed that this Myriad Worlds live broadcasting system was eager to separate itself from the Interstellar Cosmic Civilization upgrade system, declaring itself the new, better system. This page is a collaboration between the Interstellar Cosmic Civilization upgrade system and the Myriad Worlds live broadcasting system, established under the supervision of the Interstellar Alliance's Central Intelligence Center. It complies with the highest civilizational laws, pays reasonable taxes, helps every civilization progress, and is fair, just, and open. Account, Sunshine Bear. Avatar, Little Bear Silly Selfie. Suan took the time to change it. Level 2, Ordinary Person. Level 2, Followers, 5392. Favorites, 4,982. Gift earnings, 12,970 points. Suan blinked. She had many more followers than before. Unbeknownst to her, her live stream had long been locked up. Many of these followers had entered through the live stream system's featured video section. This video submission came from a deeply distressed mermaid. She dedicated her time and energy to it, hoping to earn more star coins for her sister and improve her chances of survival. The mermaid, who had been following her sister's live stream for a long time, knew her sister's previous speaker was broken and needed a new one. Relying on her own was clearly unrealistic. Mainly, accustomed to the life of a weekly spectator, she had already tipped nearly 8,110 star coins, leaving her pockets completely empty. Suan entered the points mall. Unbeknownst to her, in a distant galaxy, there was a devoted fan who loved her just as much as she did, the mermaid. She was willing to eat only seaweed this week to give the streamer a generous tip. Suan was browsing the points mall and spent most of her live stream points on a new smart background music item. Smart background music, Adapter, Advanced AI Intelligence, Price, 10,000 points. After using this item, it automatically matches the player's game progress with appropriate music, including free music and some premium paid music. Purchase instructions. This advanced smart item has a certain level of autonomous AI intelligence, enabling conversation, time announcements, song requests, song switching, alerts, and built-in payment. However, its material is relatively fragile and requires protection from physical and mental attacks. Please treat it well. Item benefit. It has a certain chance to enhance the live stream's performance, improve the quality of the live stream, and attract viewers to increase the chance of tipping. It's worth a high price, and you can even choose your own appearance. Among a row of various speaker designs, out of habit, Suen chose the previous speaker design. Soon, a new black plush ball appeared in her hand. This new speaker looked exactly like the broken one. The only difference was that it was a whole lot bigger. The plush ball opened its bean-sized eyes, looked at Suen, and spoke in a robotic baby voice. "Hello, Master. I'm Smart Speaker. Please give me a name." The plush ball spoke with some intelligence. Suen looked at the speaker, and the speaker looked at her. Wow, expensive things are special. This speaker can even talk. "Hello, Master. Please give me a name." The plush ball repeated. Suen was terrible at naming. She hadn't named Little Pumpkin Sue Pumpkin because she had already prepared it. But now that she was suddenly asked to name a speaker, her mind was completely blank. Looking at the dark furry ball, Suen said directly, "You can call me Black Ball." "Thank you, Master." Ding ding ding, naming successful. "My name is Black Ball, and I'm your smart speaker." An hour later, Suemo got up, facing not only a prepared breakfast but also a new little thing. The smart speaker his master had set up. "Hello, little Master Momo, I'm Black Ball, the smart speaker from The current time is 7:37, it's snowing, the temperature inside is 19 degrees Celsius, and the temperature outside is minus 32 degrees Celsius. Breakfast is fried steak, crispy scallion pancakes, and steamed egg cakes. Would you like me to play some appropriate music? This light music is by Janice, the interstellar mermaid singer. Her voice is beautiful and suitable." Suemo leaned in to look at the little thing on the dining table, his big eyes pressed close to his small eyes. The furry bear looked at the furry ball, and the furry ball looked at the furry bear. When the distance was less than 5 cm, the speaker stopped introducing the music and began, "Dear little Master Momo, please don't get too close. The black ball is very fragile, and repairing it if it breaks would be very expensive." Suemo turned away and asked Sister Anin, who had just returned from the bathroom after washing her hands, "Sister Anin, what is this?" "This is a new prop I bought, a speaker that plays music." Sue introduced the speaker to Suemo, saying it was a more advanced model than the previous one, which always played inappropriate music. She even asked the new speaker to play a piece of light music it had recommended. Suemo wasn't sure the exact difference between a talking speaker and a regular speaker, but he could understand the difference between 40 yuan and 10,000 yuan. When it realized how expensive and fragile this little thing was, it was eager to get a protective case for it. "I drive on my own later, so I don't want it to get damaged." After breakfast, Su Xiong went outside to shovel snow, while Suen washed dishes inside. The smart speaker Black Ball entered low-power mode. The low-level protective cover couldn't protect against the wind and snow. Snow piled thickly on the car. Through the window, Suen saw Sumo's smiling face as he worked. He felt a little distressed. There were only 7 hot packs left. Xiao Imo said he didn't want to waste them. Now Xiao Imo was shoveling snow in the cold and wind. Xiao Mo's words still echoed in her ears. "Sister, you need this item more than I do. Only when you use it can your hands stay warm and maintain your fighting strength. But I'm different. I can fight and survive without it. I'm thick-skinned, furry, and have thick clothes. Don't worry about me." Suen finished washing the dishes and checked the vending machine to see what items were available for purchase today. Item vending machine, random, a vending machine that randomly updates 3 special items daily. Today's purchases are October 10th, updated daily at 2400 hours. Today's items: anti-slip wheels, 80 coppers, mental healing candy, 160 coppers, wooden block, 30 coppers. Wow, another healing candy. Suen was happy. But I'm low on game coins. I need to sort through yesterday's harvest later and sell some of the meat to get enough. Suen began sorting through yesterday's loot. First, he sorted through the drops that weren't monster carcasses. The cards include unlimited power card, unlimited water card, free gas card, and free spirit source card. Most of these cards are drops from the first batch of goat monsters killed, with a few found on rooftops during the later stages of the escape. Suin calculated that there were 37 unlimited power cards, which provided 14 hours and 20 minutes of free electricity. With these cards, she could basically achieve mobile learning freedom. In addition, Chapter 120. 7 unlimited water cards, providing 45 minutes of free unlimited water. 12 free gas cards, totaling 40 minutes of free gas. 3 free spirit source cards, totaling 12 minutes of free spirit source recharge. Here, Suin also learned that spiritual energy can be stored in the form of spirit source stones, or charged into spirit source batteries, like electricity. For example, the spiritual wood block she had previously acquired could also serve as simple spirit source storage devices, though their capacity was very small. The best spirit source storage batteries are high-grade spirit source stones and special-grade energy stones. Suin continued to sort through her items. Only 3 items dropped: Crazy Horn, Throwable Sheepskin, and Unbreakable Cowhide. It was unknown which high-level elite monsters died in the melee and dropped these items. Crazy Horn. Blowing the horn causes all creatures that hear it to fall into a state of insanity for 3 to 30 seconds. This item is quite fun, but its drawback is that it doesn't distinguish friend from foe, so use with caution. Throwable Sheepskin. A one-time item. Throwing the sheepskin at a target creature transforms it into a harmless lamb for 3 to 30 seconds, depending on the creature's level. Unbreakable Bullhide. A one-time item. This is a bag of unbreakable bullhide. Say something boastful, and for the duration of your boast, the words will become true. This sheepskin can transform enemies into sheep in a single blow. Bullhide is even more interesting, as it can make your wishes come true for as long as you can hold the air in your mouth. Suin put away his props, and continued organizing the space. There was a pile of materials in the space, including but not limited to wool, cowhide, cow horns, sheep horns, cow and sheep bones, flesh, and milk. There was also hay and blueprints. Suin took out the blueprint and examined it carefully. The little bears had casually picked up the blueprint from the hay warehouse, but they hadn't paid any attention. Now, on the system display, it was a fertilizer formula. Fertilizer formula for rapid grass growth. Bones, dead grass, rotten meat. Suin had a thought. He opened the system screen, put the beef and mutton on the shelves for sale, emptied his backpack, and collected the ingredients for the formula. He also ordered several large wooden tubs. Suin planned to wait for the tubs to arrive, open the monster corpse cards, and collect the corpses. He had a busy few days. At 9 o'clock, the car started moving. Little Pumpkin was in the bedroom, soundly asleep, showing no sign of waking. Suin was reluctant to wake it. The bear driver arrived immediately, without hindering the RV's progress. The RV struggled to move, stopping and starting, its wheels occasionally stuck in the snow. Suin shopped and bought enough materials to reinforce the vehicle, but she had no intention of upgrading it to a psychic RV. Spiritual source stones were in short supply. All the standard wheels were replaced with non-slip ones. The reinforcement was successful, and the sturdy 4-wheel fuel-powered large RV was upgraded to a super sturdy 6-wheel fuel-powered large RV. After the reinforcement, Sumo's driving became more stable, and the RV could better navigate the snow, no longer constantly getting stuck and needing to be pushed. The public chat screen was less lively than usual, with few players posting. A quick scroll through would reveal the sad discussion following yesterday's platform announcement. Jiang Yan, rest in peace. Wang Xiyu, I don't know how much longer I have left. Wang Qiangqiang, it's all Sunshine Bear's fault. If she hadn't discovered the platform, so many people wouldn't have died. Damn! There's a lot of nasty words and insults directed at Sunshine Bear, but there's also a lot of refutation from players. Ningxi Luoyu, that's a 4-star danger. Everyone knows it's dangerous. If you dare to go, you take the risk. YX, Sister Cha said, if you want to take risks at a low level, what can you do if you die? You're responsible for yourself. Xiangpingyu, it was so dangerous. I don't know if Sunshine Bear is okay. He hasn't said anything. Oh hee. Did Sister Cha go? Jean Yellen, I don't know, but I just checked, and the avatars of the big guys in our zone's internal testing are all lit. Little White Dragon, who loves radish dumplings, Brother Yang is gone. Sob, sob, sob. He took my deposit and materials, but he still hasn't finished my quilt. My quilt, my materials, sob, sob, so sad. From yesterday until now, a deeply saddened atmosphere has permeated the public screen. Over 200 players, self-proclaimed experts, entered one platform, yet only 2 survived. This has dealt a devastating blow to the entire zone. especially when familiar faces, once chatting and joking together on the public screen, have become silent accounts, further exacerbating the sense of desolation. Lu Xining was unhappy today. Unhappy all day. She didn't even want to advertise Lemon. The screen remained closed, too lazy to open. Since yesterday, this unhappiness has permeated her every move. She woke up unhappily, ate breakfast unhappily, and cleaned the car unhappily. Each action carried a touch of emotional lethargy, lacking much of her energy. Today, the blizzard had passed, leaving only a light snowfall. She drove trudging along, feeling unhappy. When she encountered a treasure chest, her unhappiness slowed her reaction, nearly causing her to be injured by a monster, putting her life in jeopardy. She was completely devastated. Fuck, she cursed. She unleashed her skill, Lemon Tree, to drag the monster with it. She sped away. She embraced the wooden box, entered the vehicle's protective shield, retracted her innate skill, and sped away, leaving the monster more than 50 meters behind. Only when it was gone did she feel safe. She continued her rant. Fuck. She lashed out with every curse word she could muster, cursing the system and the advanced civilizations in the solitude of the wilderness. A dozen minutes later, the girl, having vented her frustration, burst into tears. Tears and snot fell together, mixing with the melting snow on her face, staining it completely. Living was so hard, so hard. Emotionally devastated, she couldn't even drive, curled up in the driver's seat and sobbed. She knew crying was useless, that it was just a sign of weakness, that it would only affect her work and drain her energy. This shouldn't be the case. So she'd been holding it in since yesterday evening, only to end up feeling overwhelmed and miserable all day. Now she couldn't hold it in any longer. Forget saving energy, forget trying to survive. All she wanted now was to let out some emotion, to feel good. The dimmed profile picture from yesterday was still vivid in her mind. She watched a life vanish before her very eyes. The chat interface remained frozen on that page. Chapter 121. Poverty-stricken Pleasant Goat. I think I'm pretty strong. I bought a mid-level protective shield with a defense value of 1,000. I'm going to give it a try. Lemon Shy, better not go. It looks dangerous. You're not short of resources. You won't starve to death if you slowly make a quilt. Poverty-stricken Pleasant Goat. I don't want to go on like this. I don't want to live like this forever. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Don't worry, I learned the spark spell. I'm as powerful as a mage. If I can't defeat someone in danger, I drive away immediately. I return your game coins as soon as I make money. Lemon Shy, okay. Lemon Shy, be safe. In reality, she and he only had an ordinary relationship, just casual friends, who had bought things from each other. It was only since their collaboration the night before to buy a skill book that they became online friends, who chatted frequently. Yes, online friends. They weren't even friends. She didn't know what he looked like, how old he was, or what his real name was, and he didn't know the same thing. Her impression of this player could be summed up in 3 words: not a bad person. Their chat history consisted of little more than exchanging business tips, but he had taught her a lot about advertising to sell more products, how to engage with players, and how to attract repeat customers. Lu Xining's tears weren't actually due to his death, or the 1,000 copper coins she never had anyone to repay. It was mainly because she felt like she was being driven mad by this difficult world. It was too painful. Progressing without hope. This was only the very first level of the game. Lu Xining didn't know how long she had been crying. Until she heard it. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The system screen notification sound echoed in her ears, constantly nagging her. She found a rag in her space, wiped her face, and looked at the window that popped up automatically from the system screen. The girl stared at the email through tear-blinded eyes. The sender is as poor as Pleasant Goat. If you receive this letter, then I'm doomed. I don't know if anyone will cry for me. If you see this, I hope you cry a little, and give me a little comfort, ha ha ha. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize for my recklessness. I may not be able to repay your 1,000 copper coins. I'd be in your debt forever. Before setting off on this adventure, I put all my belongings in the email in advance. If I can't cancel the email, it's to make room, and secondly, in the hope that if I don't return, these miscellaneous items can be considered some compensation for you. I lived a truly ordinary life, a life of failure. My only adventure, and this is the result. I'm writing this letter with trepidation. A 4-star station is imaginably dangerous, but I want to go. I truly can't bear to endure this torment. I want to live a fulfilling life. Bye, I wish you happiness. If you cry, thank you, but don't. If you don't, go ahead and scold me. I'm truly sorry for the 1,000 copper coins. Lu Ning speechless. She read the email several times over and pulled out a pile of miscellaneous items, needlework, furs, cotton, fabric, food, blueprints. But most of them were worthless. A smile curved her lips. It was a wry smile. Unconsciously, her ability activated. A materialized lemon tree suddenly appeared in the middle of the car, bearing a pile of fruit that clattered down. There were piles of them on the car, in the driver's seat, on the passenger seat, and in the cabin. The lemon tree had vanished. This batch of lemons was all green. She casually picked up a lemon. The system screen popped up. Bitter lemon, a strange kind of lemon, not sour at all, but not sweet either, quite bitter. However, bitter medicine is good for healing. Consuming it can restore 3 to 5 points of spirit. Long-term use may even increase the maximum spirit level. Lu Ning tried a bite, and sure enough, just as the system had predicted, the lemon was neither sour nor sweet, but bitter. It was so bitter, like her life. Tuanchuaner's child had bought bitter lemons from a famous lemon merchant in the area, claiming they could boost spirit. Looking at the green lemons, she almost thought they were unscrupulous merchants, picking them before they were ripe and selling them for a scam. But the system's detection couldn't be wrong. She took a bite, and it was bitter. She felt like her taste buds had been hijacked by the bitter lemons. It was so painful. She popped a piece of candy into her mouth, and only then did her taste buds feel a significant soothing effect. Meanwhile, Skill 2, Eat Candy, which had previously been numbed by the excessive sweets she consumed, reactivated, perking up her spirits and increasing her spirit points. Combined, these two factors boosted her spirit points rapidly. Skill 2, Eat Candy. After consuming candy, she expresses intense joy, with a chance of restoring spirit points and increasing her spirit resistance. Note, this skill requires a continued enjoyment of candy. Continuing to consume bitter lemons, and then candy, she needed more spirit points. After her spirit points had recovered to a certain level, she activated Skill 3, I'm Super Popular, targeting the monster outside the shield, attempting to control it as a pet. Skill 3, I'm Super Popular, consumes a certain amount of spirit points. When releasing spirit points towards a non-humanoid monster, its affinity is strengthened, with a chance of winning it over and making it your temporary pet. A large RV drove along a straight, gently climbing road. Occasionally, it stopped, a clang sounded, and a giant bear emerged from the cab, scurrying to the side of the road, searching for the box. A flash of light. The sun rose and set, and the RV continued its journey under the deep blue sky. Night fell. Xiaomo, get some rest, Suan said to Xiaomo in the cab. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Suemo was a little disappointed. We only found 8 wooden treasure chests today. I can still drive a little longer, Suemo said. Ding dong. Connecting to the system, the black ball is telling you the time. It's 4:33 p.m. now, the smart speaker chimed in. It's completely dark now. Visibility is poor at night, Suan said. Sumo's face was filled with regret. The car came to a safe stop on the road. Xiaomo looked out the window with regret. The sky was getting darker and earlier. A few days ago, it was still sunset at around 4 o'clock, but now it was almost pitch black. Suan stood up, wanting to hug the tired bear. No, Sisternin, I'm dirty, the bear said. She tried to stop him. But she couldn't stop her owner's hug. In fact, the bear wasn't that dirty. She hadn't killed many monsters today, and after each kill, she roll in the snow and clean herself. It was just a little chilly. Suan hugged the cool bear and said, You worked hard. Rest now. The bear hadn't taken a nap today. He'd been driving to find boxes this morning, had been helping her dispose of monster corpses at noon, and had been working all afternoon until now. Okay, Sisternin. The bear hugged Sisternin back, feeling its entire body quickly warm up, its heart burning. After the bear rested, he thought of Pumpkin. He peeked into the bedroom and frowned. Nanling hasn't woken up yet. Is she really okay? Chapter 122. Little Pumpkin. It was still asleep. Its mouth was wide open, but the spiritual source stone in its mouth had been absorbed, leaving no trace. Now, Little Pumpkin lay flat on the bed, sleeping in a very relaxed position. It had slept for a whole day and night, and no noise in the house could wake it. Suan checked Little Pumpkin and found it was fine, so he didn't call it. He tucked it in and let it rest. After peeking in to see what Little Pumpkin was doing, and knowing it was fine, Suemo felt relieved. It came to the stove and began adding firewood, sweeping the floor, and doing whatever chores it could. As a member of the family, Sumo never considered housework irrelevant to it. The more it did, the less work Sister Ann would have to do. So it loved to work. Sister Ann had been busy all day today, dissecting monster carcasses, selling meat and ingredients, and cooking. It was truly exhausting. On the stove, a pot of stew simmered, emitting a fragrant aroma. This is a whole pot of braised beef. It's been simmering for over an hour, and now it's almost tender. Sue-Ann plans to share braised beef noodles with Little Bear tonight. Sue-Ann feels a little sorry for Little Bear's relentless work, and asks him to stop and rest. As soon as the little guy opens his eyes, he's eager to work from morning till night. He already been busy for so long yesterday. Today, he's been busy just as hard. Late at night, after finally persuading Little Bear to take a break, he's back to work again. Sue-Ann, half snarling, half threatening, pushes Little Bear into the bathroom for a wash and a relaxing bath. Sue-Ann almost physically helps Little Bear clean himself. He leaves after Little Bear refuses. During this process, the RV rocked a few times, several times. Used to the swaying wind and snow, neither the man nor the doll paid much attention. Until Sue-Ann emerged from the bathroom, he noticed something unusual. The black ball was playing music, a rather eerie piece. At nightfall, it felt like something out of a horror movie, terrifying. Sue-Ann peered out the window. He noticed the low-level shield's defense value was decreasing. A monster was attacking the shield. -1, -1, -1, -11. Defense value, 68/100. Sue-Ann understood what was going on. It was that unknown spirit monster, resembling a ghost, that had come back. The low-level shield seemed unable to block out the player's scent, so the ghost monsters would gather and attack at night. I didn't know what happened last night, but when I woke up, the shield's defense value had gone from 100 to 72, indicating another ghost monster attack. However, with the shield in place, they couldn't get in. It was barely nightfall, and already this horde of monsters had gathered. Sue-Ann tapped the black ball and said, "Let's listen to a different song, good luck." Following the command, the black ball manually switched songs. After searching for a while, it actually found this popular Blue Star song. Sue-Ann listened and thought it was just right. What horror novels and horror movies should go with this kind of song? It was truly spiritually friendly. Sue-Ann raised his hand, and the prosperous illusionary bow appeared. Light arrows were fired, aiming in the direction of the ripples on the protective shield. A silent scream echoed. You kill an unknown monster in the night. Upon its death, you gain free spiritual power, increasing your spiritual value by 5. As the arrows were fired, the outside world quieted down. No more ghost monsters attacked the protective shield. Spirit points appeared one after another, +5, +5, +5, +5. The black ball stopped playing. The night ghost monsters that Xiao Xiong had found difficult to detect and difficult to deal were instantly killed and given away in Sue-Ann's hands. After all, her spirit level was so high, level 2 was as strong as level 3. It was a shame. Yesterday's intense battle had drained so much energy and strength that even though she had received treatment and rest, her natural ability to lie flat and gain points didn't activate this morning. It's estimated that she need a few days of rest before her spirit level can continue to increase. Wait until Xiao Xiong comes out of the shower. Sue-Ann's spirit light arrow attack consumes 15 spirit points and absorbs 21, adding 6 spirit points in total, bringing her spirit level to overflowing. Let's eat. Seeing Xiao Xiong emerge, Sue-Ann called Xiao Xiong to eat, and they and their doll had dinner. Braised beef noodles. It was hard to tell if it was noodles with meat or noodles with meat. A generous layer of braised beef sat atop the white noodles, sprinkled with chopped green onions and a sprinkling of cilantro. Sue-Ann, who loves spicy food, even scooped himself a spoonful of chili oil. It made the food even more fragrant. While eating, Sue-Ann couldn't help but tell Little Bear about what had happened that day. How he sold so much monster meat for money. He made a total of 23,297 copper coins. Now they were incredibly wealthy, just waiting for another shopping platform and Spirit Source Stone to go on a shopping spree. Speaking of happiness, Xiao Mo paused his meal and clapped his hands, giving Sue-Ann a tremendous sense of accomplishment. It really was an hour of killing monsters, and several days of processing the loot. Yes, Sue-Ann had been busy all day, mainly buying and selling things. He was truly overjoyed to have successfully processed a card-compressed monster flesh, and earned a large sum of money. She had to hurry, and get rid of the remaining cards the day after tomorrow. Compressing only meant storage, not preservation. If they were left unattended, they would rot. This was the benefit they risked their lives for. If they rotted, it would be a shame. Many players might still be starving. although there was a fertilizer recipe. If she really couldn't handle it, she could still use the monster corpses as fertilizer, but she tried to avoid that. Late at night, the wind and snow outside the window kept blowing, and the RV swayed occasionally in the wind and snow. Under a warm yellow light, Soo-in and Soo-mo were chatting happily, a scene of joy and happiness. Soo Nanling opened her eyes, and saw this scene through the tattered gauze curtains of the bedroom. Daylight had arrived. No, it was night again. It had slept so comfortably, she hadn't noticed it had slept so long. Soo Nanling stood up, and felt the pain and discomfort she felt before disappear, and her energy level was full. It staggered to its feet. Then it somersaulted twice in midair in the bedroom. Little Pumpkin, full of energy. It called. Little Pumpkin had regained its extraordinary vitality. Then, with a somersault, it landed in front of Soo-in, who had just finished his meal. Nanling, you're awake. Soo-in looked at the waking Little Pumpkin with joy. Click. Little Pumpkin's mask shifted, transforming the entire room into a pumpkin carriage. Simultaneously, the ice and snow pumpkin's advanced protective shield redeployed, absorbing the lower-level shields and making the room safer. Master, I gotten stronger. I learned so many new skills. Little Pumpkin rubbed Soo-in's arm and said coquettishly. It spoke its heart out, without a trace of shyness, expressing its thoughts with unwavering frankness. Master, Little Pumpkin loves you so much. I was really scared back then. I was able to persevere and grow stronger because of my love for you. I want you to be well. When I think of that, the pain doesn't seem so bad, and I can keep going. Little Pumpkin was acting coquettishly and expressing his feelings. Master, you are my sunshine, my raindrops, my destined fairy, my sweetheart you are. Soo-in didn't know where Little Pumpkin got these words from. All these sweet words came together, bombarding her like a tidal wave. Master, Little Pumpkin loves you. Little Pumpkin will always be with you. We fight together, live together, eat together, sleep together, play games together. Little Bear's movements became a little stiff as he ate his noodles. Chapter 123. At Little Pumpkin's increasingly cheesy confessions, the little bear felt his cheeks burning and his toes itching. As a bear who had grown up with Sister-in, he was confident that his love for his master was just as great as Little Pumpkin's, but expressing it so passionately was difficult. Its personality wasn't capable of such a thing. Even just hearing it made the little bear feel a tingling sensation of shame all over his body, and he felt unwell. Tap, tap. Two barely audible sounds. The little bear's left ear buckled. The little bear's right ear buckled. He practically lowered his head to the bowl of noodles, mechanically munching on the food, his head feeling so hot it was about to smoke. Through the gap in his ears, he could still hear a few sounds. It seemed Little Pumpkin was right. Every minute and every second of life was precious. Who knew when an unexpected event would strike? He had to convey his whole heart to his master. Was it going to express its feelings this way, too? You couldn't let a toy like Little Pumpkin do this. Soo-in felt her ears burning as she listened to Little Pumpkin's confession. She first wanted to stop him, but she didn't know what to say. This was Little Pumpkin's sincere confession, having regained consciousness after a near-death experience. Stopping him would be unkind. She understood Little Pumpkin's meaning. Unaware of the imminent death, it had to express its feelings immediately after escaping death. As a lifelong yin, Soo-in, a person of shame and restraint, encountered this fiery and direct expression of love for the first time. She felt a mixture of shyness, warmth, and shame. The feeling was truly indescribable. Until Little Pumpkin said he was tired, stopped, hugged her arm tightly, and concluded. Little Pumpkin loves you the most, loves everything about you. These passionate confessions of love, which made Soo-in a little embarrassed, finally came to an end. Soo-in had been raised under a repressive upbringing, with little praise or encouragement, and even that encouragement was often mixed with other things. Soo-in believed her grandmother, who loved her the most, was also reserved, her love expressed in daily warm meals, warm clothes, and the doll she made herself. She never spoke of her love out loud and directly. Love was always mixed with complaints and a touch of pressure. She always smiled and said she was a little burden, a sweetheart who couldn't be broken off, and that she worked herself to death for this little girl. Fake love, sweet talk, can also be laced with subtle PUA-like thoughts. It's not that she didn't see it, but perhaps it was loneliness and lack of love that made her willing to indulge in false love. Even during her school days, when she was most proud of her grades, the teacher's praise was often tinged with disparagement, fearing that her pride would ruin her. She had been a good student since childhood, always averaging first place in her class, and at the top of her grade, yet her teachers still mixed their praise with criticism. They always say, there are always people better than you. And there are always mountains higher up the mountain. There are students above you who are better students and who need to work harder. If you have a bad temper or come from a poor family, you need to work even harder. She heard it all so often that her ears would become calloused. But she knew it was all well-intentioned. It was just that everyone took it for granted, burying good intentions in criticism and mixing love with hard work, conveying it to everyone. She gotten used to it, and as she grew up, she became a leader in an involuted society, learning to exert internal pressure while remaining strong externally, becoming a near adult. Only after her rebirth did she truly begin to think. How hard does it take to be considered hard work? How excellent does one have to be considered excellent? How should one live to truly be alive? At this moment, under Little Pumpkin's passionate confession, Sue-Ann felt herself healed and her soul growing anew. Little Pumpkin expressed her love with directness and freedom. It said that its love for Sue-Ann gave it the strength to persevere and to live, and it was grateful and delighted that this feeling had made it stronger. It wasn't all about putting in so much pain and effort, just to allow Sue-Ann to survive, escape danger, and live a good life. The order of events was different, love expressed differently. It was still love, but it instantly became something else. It was like the glass shards and honey, all of which could have been left out. Little Pumpkin's enthusiasm was like blazing sunshine, present whether you felt it or not. Sue-Ann hugged Little Pumpkin, her heart softening under the blunt attack of his words. Finally, the teddy bear gently tugged at the corner of her clothes and whispered shyly, "Xiaomo loves Sister Ann very much. Sister Ann makes Xiaomo very happy." The steady and reserved little bear doll said these words. Another blow. Sue-Ann suddenly felt her head go soft and light. It was over. She was completely controlled by the two dolls, her heart completely attached to them. This feeling of knowing she was falling was a loss. Sue-Ann willingly immersed herself in it. She was originally a very defensive person, and she had always placed great expectations and affection in her dolls. But now, in the doll's ardent love, she felt her own inferiority. It took a long time for her to calm down. One person and two dolls hugged each other. Under the passionate emotions of Little Pumpkin, the three lives seemed to return to the emotions of the moment they had escaped death. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear is detected to be excited and has entered the state of enlightenment. Spirit value plus 10. Spirit value is at full value. Spirit value overflowing. Ding dong, player Bear has activated the talent skill lie flat to increase points, increasing the maximum spirit value by 1, and the current spirit value is 39 out of 39. Ding dong, player Bear has activated the talent skill lie flat to increase points, increasing the maximum spirit value by 1, and the current spirit value is 40/40ths. Ding dong, player Bear has activated the talent skill lie flat to increase points, increasing the maximum spirit value by 1, and the current spirit value is 41/41. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear has awakened, and professional skill 6 invigorating aura has been activated. By the time Sue-Ann realized what was happening, her maximum spirit value had completely surpassed 40, reaching 41 points, and she had also learned a new skill. She opened the system screen and checked her information. Chapter 124. Player, Sue-Ann. Nickname, ID Sunshine Bear, 971111, Area, 20,312, 90212/100000. Level 2, Experience 40831/100000. Attribute status, Excellent. Attack, December 12th, can probably take down 2 idiots. Defense, June 6th, still fragile. It's cold outside, remember to dress warmly to avoid freezing to death. Spirit, 41/41, can grow, system doesn't want to evaluate. Sue-Ann scrolled down. Professional skill 6, invigorating aura. Consumes a certain amount of spirit to emit an invigorating aura, temporarily increasing the 3 health attributes of allies within the aura by 20% and increasing the damage dealt by spirit attacks by 40% for 10 minutes. Currently, his spirit is at full strength. Sue-Ann, holding Little Pumpkin and Sue-Mo, activated doll perception to observe the changes in the two dolls after the upgrade. Sumo, the bear toy, also known as Xiaomo and Bear Cub. Producer, Grandma. Owner, Sue-Ann. Talents, Attack 10, Defense 7, Spirit 1, Top Specialization, Super Strong Bear, Level 4, Ordinary, Experience, 21, 726/1, 000, Experience points increase through eating, fighting, sleeping, and interacting with the owner. Sufficient energy to avoid hunger, sufficient sleep to avoid sleepiness, and a happy and relaxed mood. Based on current progress, the next level up is 52 days away. Intimacy, 100%. A bearer of the owner's expectations and love, this bearer, gifted by the owner, comes to life, returning love beyond expectation. Its life memory is connected to its owner, and it bears all memories bestowed by the owner. Mental level, 14 to 17 years old. Current status, excellent. Satisfaction/energy. Suin looked directly at the skills. Skill 1, Bear's form transforms to the 4th stage. This consumes a certain amount of energy to maintain different forms. Eating and sleeping replenish energy. Normal, doll form. Level 1, normal bear form. Level 2, large bear form. Level 3, giant bear form. Level 4, super giant bear form. Doll form. Doll form. Height 40 centimeters, weight 15 kilograms, strength 100 kilograms, super fast reaction speed, low energy consumption, energy use time, 144 hours. Level 1, 2M height, weight 215 kilograms, strength 1,100 kilograms, fast reaction speed, average energy consumption, energy use time, 36 hours. Level 2, 4M height, weight 515 kilograms, strength 11,000 kilograms, average reaction speed, high energy consumption. Energy usage time, 8 hours. Level 3, 10M tall, 1,215 kilograms in weight, 110,000 kilograms in strength, slow reaction speed, and very high energy consumption. Energy usage time, 2 hours. Level 4, 20M tall, 2,415 kilograms in weight, 1,100 kg in strength, very slow reaction speed, and highest energy consumption. Energy usage time, 1 hour. Level 4 bear. Skill 1 adds a 20M tall super giant bear form. Suin continued to look down. Skill 2. The bear has an extremely large storage space. The bear plush long-sleeved loose-fitting top, brown beta culottes, large windbreaker, and velvet flower hairpin are all integrated into one. It has ample storage space. The left and right pants pockets, the bib pockets, and the original pockets all function as space entrances. The current space is 6M, accessible to the owner at any time. Storage space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Skill 3. Bear's Disassembly and Collection Claw. This skill disassembles monsters to collect resources, making it an excellent choice for home, travel, or arson. The disassembly speed is slightly increased after upgrading. Skill 4. Bear's Beautiful Attack and Defense Velvet Flower Dance. Attack is the best defense. For a group attack, consume a certain amount of energy. Use Velvet Flower Dance, and the beautiful velvet flower hairpin will disintegrate, transforming into 99,999 petal-shaped flying knives that can attack and defend. Each use consumes 20% of the energy bar. It is reusable, and has no cooldown. Skill 5. Low Health Rage. If the teddy bear is seriously injured or its owner is injured, it will automatically deplete all its energy and enter a low health rage state. Low energy and weakness will not affect its attack power. Except for its owner, the teddy bear enters an indiscriminate attack mode, increasing its attack power by over 10 times. The teddy bear's attack will not stop until the enemy dies. Note, please avoid getting hurt. In this state, the bear has a chance of becoming weak, disabled, losing a level, or dying. Disabled can be repaired, but dead cannot be revived. The 5 skills remain unchanged, but each has been improved. Skill 1, the 20M Super Giant Bear Form, increases strength tenfold. The 4 Velvet Flower Dance skills petals increase from 9999 to 99999, increasing the power of the skill tenfold. Suin recalled the 4-star Dangerous Battlefield. If Little Bear and Little Pumpkin hadn't upgraded in quick succession, they would have nearly perished there. Continue. Suin inspected Little Pumpkin's stat panel. Pumpkin Cart, Su Nanling, also known as Little Pumpkin, Xiao Nan, and Pumpkin. This car and garage doll, embodying your rich emotions and imaginary furniture designs, is brought to life through the power of your skills, spirit, emotions, life, and soul. Producer, Suin. Owner, Suin. Talents, Attack 1, Defense 10, Spirit 6, Defense Specialization, Safety First, Level 3, Ordinary, Attributes, Attack, 2/4. Defense, 30/30. Spirit, 3 out of 6. Experience, 723/100,000. Experience points increase by replenishing spiritual energy materials and eating, using skills, participating in battle, interacting with the owner, having sufficient spiritual energy, adequate sleep, adequate hygiene, a happy mood, and being well cared for. Based on current progress, the next upgrade is expected to take 12 days. Intimacy. 100%. Little Pumpkin loves its owner dearly. If it doesn't love its owner, or if its owner doesn't love it, it will fall apart and break. Please meet its emotional needs. If its owner dies, it will die. Mental level. 6 to 12 years. Current status. Excellent. Satisfaction/energy. 100%. Full mood. Happy and healthy. It's so happy to be with its owner. Cleanliness. 99%. It's very clean. Skill 1. Little Pumpkin has 2 faces. Growth skill. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual energy to maintain different forms. Energy can be replenished by eating, upgrading, and sleeping. Can randomly switch between single and double forms, and pumpkin cart forms. Note: pumpkin cart form has integrated Swan's bound vehicle, high-level ice, and snow shield, low-level shield, and snowboard. Single form, humanoid puppet, 30 centimeters tall, 150 g weight, beautiful clothes, and a handsome cape. Note: the clothing and cape are integrated with the puppet, representing another form of humanoid flesh and skin, and are not removable. Strength capable of lifting objects under 10 kilograms, reaction speed average, lacking legs or feet, and a solid cylindrical lower body with inherent levitation, low energy consumption, and long standby time. Compared to its pumpkin carriage form, this form consumes less energy. Energy use time, 12 days. Pumpkin carriage form integrates with system vehicles, overriding the current vehicle. Vehicle upgrades and merges regional blueprints. The pumpkin carriage can be optimized accordingly. High energy consumption, burning energy bars every minute and every second. Energy use time, 6 hours. External dimensions, 3m long, 2m wide, 5m high, oval shape, 6 wheels, speed 0 to 80 km/h. Current features, universal turning, telekinesis, autonomous driving. Interior, the current pumpkin carriage has a usable area of 36 square meters. Current trait, folding space level 3. Configuration, Ice Pumpkin Advanced Protective Shield, defense value, 10500/10500. Current trait, 5-degree adjustable, soundproof and cold insulating, self-repairing, consumes 2% energy, and repairs the shield with 10% defense. Synchronizes with the in-game vehicle, possessing the following components: bathroom, premium, kitchen cabinet, simple, stove, premium, separate bedroom, simple, dining table and chairs, premium. The pumpkin cart only changes the decorative elements, not their specific functions. As the space expands, the driver's cab quietly appears. Check out the third level. This is Little Pumpkin's exclusive spot. Here, Little Pumpkin can integrate with the cart, increasing reaction speed while driving and sleep quality while resting. Skill 2. Little Pumpkin has a few tricks up his sleeve. Spiritual energy replenishment. Consumes a certain amount of energy to restore the owner's mental energy. Telekinesis. Levitate, consuming psychic energy to manipulate telekinesis to assist in tasks. Skill 3. Mine, all mine. Assimilate vehicles, household items, and props that you consider your own into your pumpkin carriage form. Skill 4. This isn't just a simple Chinese knot, it's your pumpkin's treasure. The Chinese knot contains abundant storage space. All storage spaces in the pumpkin carriage form function as portals, currently 24 square meters, and the owner can access these spaces with telekinesis at any time. The Chinese knot's defensive and combat abilities are not yet unlocked. The pumpkin carriage doll believes it will use its abilities once it grows and levels up. Please take good care of it. Skill 5. Desperate spikes. After the protective shield is broken, sharp spikes appear on the pumpkin carriage body, preventing monsters from climbing and colliding with it, and increasing its defense. Used in conjunction with acceleration, it creates a spike impact effect, dealing physical damage. This skill was discovered by Su Nanling in a desperate situation. Research Skill 6. Little Pumpkin's Big Cannon. Skill effect, unknown. This skill was created by Little Pumpkin, inspired by the fire spirit wood. Little Pumpkin is still pondering it, and has no idea yet. Perhaps you can help it come up with a solution, or just leave it to time. After receiving information about Xiaoimo and Little Pumpkin's upgrades, Suen discussed the changes and new skill strategies with the two puppets. A cold wind howled. The small RV swayed occasionally in the snow. Under the dim light, a girl crouched before a simple stove, stirring. Soon, the wood in the stove ignited successfully, the flames brightening and the dry wood crackling. Occasionally, a few sparks popped out. This meant the fire had been successfully started. Chapter 125. Zhou Xiao squatted before the stove, carefully warming her gloved hands, enjoying the joy of labor. To conserve fuel, she stopped lighting the fire in the mornings after the storm subsided, waiting only until nightfall to light the stove and enjoy the warmth from the burning fuel. The fire was truly warm. She wished she had enough fuel, so she could light the stove every day and enjoy this warmth. In fact, Zhou Xiao had never imagined that in just a dozen days, she would become so transformed, delighted by the glow of a burning fire. The once modern, convenient, and clean heating facilities, air conditioning, heaters, and electric blankets, had become a paradise. White steam filled the air with the girl's breath. A reminder to players, besides shielding against the wind and snow, the temperature inside the RV was about the same as outside, so they should keep warm. The fire was lit. The room gradually warmed, and the frost on the floor gradually receded. Zhou Xiao removed her gloves, revealing her chilblain fingers. She rubbed them. She began to prepare the ingredients for dinner. She pulled out the monster meat she bought cheaply at the exchange. These scraps were incredibly cheap, and she felt truly blessed. There were such powerful individuals in the area, keeping the price of meat at the lowest of the food prices. This allowed players like her, struggling on the edge of survival, to lower their cost of living, freeing up copper coins for other supplies. While cutting the meat, Zhou Xiao suddenly heard the sound of an unknown monster attacking the shield. She paused and listened carefully. The swish, swish, swish sound continued incessantly. It sounded like nails scraping against wood. It wasn't actually very loud. If you weren't paying attention, the sound would be completely muffled by the ambient sounds of the wind and snow, becoming completely inaudible. However, having lived in this world for so long, Zhou Xiao was particularly sensitive to this sound at nightfall. The moment she heard it, Zhou Xiao knew the nocturnal monsters were at work again. In the novice stage, she had a top-level shield that blocked out all auras within the vehicle, so as long as she didn't go out late at night, she wouldn't encounter them. Not anymore. -1, -1, -1. Every once in a while, the defense value of the low-level shield installed on the vehicle would decrease a little. Zhou Xiao quickly covered the windows of the RV with curtains and wooden boards made from scraps of cloth. Then she turned off the lights in the RV, covered herself with the quilt, and remained motionless, focusing only on the movements of the shield. After more than 10 minutes, the shield's defense value stopped decreasing, and the sound disappeared. Zhou Xiao turned the lights back on. She continued cooking. For a preteen girl, her movements had been smooth and natural, her expression devoid of fear. After all, no matter how frightened she had been before, it couldn't overcome the numbness she now felt. This was a great way she learned from a friend about reducing the health of her shield. If you let the monsters attack you, an expensive, low-level shield would deplete in a matter of days. As for not using a shield, you have to pray for good luck and avoid being attacked by the invisible monsters of the night. Otherwise, at best, you suffer a loss of sanity, mental instability, and nightmares, or worse, a mental breakdown. Thinking back to her previous mental breakdown, it was all thanks to Xiongdada's kindness. On the stove, she placed a frying pan with the ground meat in it, frying the fat until it released, turning it brown and sizzling. Zhou Xiao scrambled the meat, sprinkled it with a light layer of salt, and served it, bringing in the next pot of ground meat. Ding dong. She received a message and opened it. It was from one of her good friends, Li Xiangmeng. Born to Dreams, Xiao, I got an item, a help ticket. If you're in danger, you can send a request for help to other players in the same region. Among our regional leaders, Egod, Sister Cha, or Xiongda, who's stronger and easier to talk to? I can ask for help. Yixing Xiao Xiao, I don't know. Born to Dreams, Xiao, I heard you and Xiongda have a connection and she saved you. What do you think of her? Zhou Xiao hesitated. She knew Xiongda was a very kind person, but she didn't want to cause him any trouble, so she replied anyway. Yixing Xiao Xiao, I'm not sure. Chapter 126. Looking at the clueless message, Li Xiangmeng knew Zhou Xiao simply didn't want to offer any advice. Li Xiangmeng frowned at the props in her hand. She asked Xiao Xiao questions out of trust, but she hadn't expected her to pay any attention. The conversation faltered, the two no longer seeming as close as they had been at the beginning. Just over 10 minutes later, the dinner she paid for arrived from the other side. A bowl of fried meat and a plate of toasted dry bread. Li Xiangmeng thanked her. She knew Zhou Xiao had barely charged her for the ingredients, fuel, and labor, and received almost nothing. She was truly lucky to be in such a good area, to have met friends here, allowing her to enjoy a warm meal during her few waking hours. Eating dinner. Looking at the props. Li Xiangmeng kept thinking about the experts in the area. The most famous in the area were 3 beta testers, Eric, Morning Jasmine Tea, and Sunshine Bear. It's interesting and fortunate that all 3 of them are girls, and generally friendly. Their early appearance, writing free survival guides, has led to rapid economic growth and a friendly, supportive, and peaceful atmosphere in the region. E-God is a mysterious dragon, rarely seen except in the early days, appearing quite distant. His only information is on the regional mileage rankings, where he holds the top spot. She's truly aloof, treating everyone with equal respect and looking down on them. She's quite aggressive, and her comments are often cold. She's a cool girl. It's said that she wouldn't have spoken in the early days if she hadn't been following a friend's wishes. Chajia is very friendly and has a great personality. She's a young woman who loves to show up and chat with everyone. She's always sharing her experiences and is warm-hearted, but her combat power is unknown. Despite her love of conversation, most players still don't know her class or combat power. She discusses everything, but never reveals a single detail about her personal information or private matters. Big Bear is quiet and extremely low-key, but whenever he appears, it's usually with good news, like cheap fuel and meat. Beyond that, nothing is known, and everyone can only speculate on his strength. Once, a player started a discussion on the public screen about which of the 3 beta testers was the strongest. However, due to a lack of information, the discussion lasted for over 10 pages, but nothing came of it. All I can say is, players who survive the beta test are no ordinary people. At least they have implemented strong privacy measures. A survey conducted by a player with a specific class revealed that young people predominate among random players in Zone 20312, with 60% between the ages of 15 and 30, 80% between the ages of 15 and 40, and only a small number between the ages of 40 and 55. Furthermore, the investigation revealed that most players had previously been in S-City and its surrounding areas, and most were students. The region's overall survival ranking is in the top 10 server-wide. A few days ago, it was displayed at the top of the public chat screen, indicating that the region had risen from 7th at the end of the novice period to 5th. The region's overall combat power average is in the top 10,000 server-wide, fluctuating in real time. From Li Xiangmeng's perspective, it currently ranks 9,721st. The region's average mileage is within the top 30,000 server-wide, ranking 27,829th. Before entering the game, Li Xiangmeng was a high school student, and his geography was quite good. If we count the 8 billion people on Blue Planet before the time travel, 15 to 55%, about 60%, would be 4.8 billion, and the total area would be estimated to be only 48,000. So, this area is truly a happy, low-level friendly zone. Besides the famous beta testers, this area also boasts many powerful new generation players, such as the Explorer, who calls himself an explorer. He gains experience by exploring maps, doubles experience by killing monsters, and levels up quickly. Currently at level 3, he steadily sells monster meat and monster killing strategies daily. He's a renowned new generation warrior in the area, with a legion of followers and admirers. The renowned furnace merchant De Chi Jean crafts furnaces, braziers, and even fire knives, truly innovative inventions, though unfortunately, they're too expensive. The professional beggar Xiao Su Teng has also had his profession cracked by his competitor Ni Xiao Tian Tian. The two players are known as the area's crouching dragons and phoenixes. When they obtain something, they use their skills to create multiple copies. The two compete, tearing each other apart, and now they can't resort to the pitiful begging they once did. Now, she activates her skills every day, and whatever she gets she shares with the beggars. She's a very good resource farmer, and a highly sought-after player. Everyone wants to give her alms. These two good colleagues, one male and one female. Orange, also known as Orange Sister, has a powerful talent. I think you want to go to police. She often sells handcuffed dead monsters at the exchange. Tianqi, also known as Tianqi's sister, loves lemon and barley water. Her talent is unknown, but her personal shop always sells a lot of materials and RV component blueprints. She's a suspected beta tester. I eat sausage in the square, also known as Sausage Brother, can make sausages with various health bonuses. Many people think he watched some anime, and got so engrossed in Oscar's skills that he cosplayed them and copied them. Oh, and there's also the tailor with the best craftsmanship, a merchant as poor as Pleasant Goat. Brother Yang's quilts are quite good, but it's a shame he took such a risk and left so early. Li Xiangming studied the powerful individuals in the area and felt her head was about to explode. This was clearly a good item, but it caused her so much worry. She had originally thought it was simple: identify powerful friends and find ways to befriend them so that the item could be used more effectively. But she got stuck at the first step. She asked her most trusted friend, but was flatly rejected, seemingly angering her. Li Xiangming felt a headache. Frustrated and exhausted, she felt a little sleepy. The side effects of her skills had returned. Her first skill was to gain abilities from dreams, so her strength depended entirely on how well she slept and the quality of her dreams. Her second skill was dream control, but the price of dream control was more sleep and less time awake. She spent the entire day constantly sleeping. It was late at night. The teddy bear, tired from a day's work, was already fast asleep, snoring non-stop. The house was lit, and Suen and Su Nanling were both still alert. Suen was reviewing his Guqin lessons in his notebook, pondering the difference between a perfect tune and an incomplete one, producing a light blade. He practiced his fingering on the table. Suddenly, there was a snap. The little pumpkin controlled something and dropped it in front of Suen. Chapter 127. Suen looked over. On the wooden plate, there was an upside-down white bowl-shaped object. It was a stack of milky white lumps. It looked like ice cream. She watched as Little Pumpkin came closer, revealing his perfectly white face, minus the pumpkin mask. "Master, try it," Little Pumpkin asked with surprise. Suen noticed Little Pumpkin's expectant gaze fixed on her, and the ice cream. Under Little Pumpkin's expectant gaze, Suen sniffed the milky-scented ice cream. She picked up the spoon on the plate, scooped out a small piece, and popped it into her mouth. She savored Little Pumpkin's masterpiece. It was icy cold, rich in milky flavor, sweet and smooth. The cream melted on her tongue, smooth and fluffy. It was even sweeter and smoother than the most expensive ice cream she had ever tasted on Blue Star. Suen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Little Pumpkin with surprise. He swallowed the ice cream in his mouth without realizing it, then immediately stuffed another large piece into his mouth. This large mouthful made his teeth tremble, and his whole body shudder. "How does it taste, master?" Little Pumpkin asked expectantly. "Delicious." Suen finished his bite of ice cream and enthusiastically praised Little Pumpkin's frozen ice cream. "Yeah." Little Pumpkin spun in circles, happily saying, "I did it. My milk ice cream is a success." Suen looked back and saw that behind Little Pumpkin, the kitchen was a mess, with various bowls and plates filled with milk and open sugar jars. Suen ate the ice cream spoonful by spoonful, admiring Little Pumpkin's happiness. Because of the abundant fuel, the room was now unusually warm, a bit hot indeed, and it was quite comfortable to eat the ice cream. Suddenly, Suen remembered something. He hadn't felt Little Pumpkin open the door or window. Where did the ice cream come from, frozen like this? Could it be because he was so focused on studying that he didn't notice it leaving without him noticing? But even a large RV only has about 20 square meters of space. Excluding the bathroom and bedroom, the living and dining room only has about 10 square meters. Suen asked. Little Pumpkin now raised his head in joy. He led Suen to open the cabinet farthest from the stove. Dang 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 dang. Little Pumpkin sang in a sing-song voice. Inside the cabinet were several wooden bowls filled with white liquid, but some were still liquid, while others were solid, pristine white. As the cabinet opened, Suen could feel a gust of cold air coming from inside. Little Pumpkin patted his chest and began to speak. "Master told me before that monster corpses rot and become unviable, and freezing them can slow this process, just like freezing buns, but we have limited roof space. I've been thinking about creating a freezer inside the car. So, I rerouted the heating system, avoiding this cabinet, and using heat-isolating spiritual wood." Little Pumpkin spoke at length. Suen listened as Little Pumpkin explained its various renovation ideas. Finally, Little Pumpkin summarized. "I named it the freezer. Isn't Little Pumpkin clever? After I finished building the freezer, I started experimenting with the ice cream recipe I saw earlier, so Master could enjoy it even when the house was warm." Little Pumpkin thought he was quite clever. The recipe mentioned that people in northern Yin country love to eat ice cream on a warm Kong. She thought her master could do the same. Suen listened to Little Pumpkin's long speech. She was increasingly impressed. She felt the need to stand up, applaud, and cheer. She thought so, and she did it, standing up and applauding. Thus, Suen treasured the photo of the ice cream by the heater, waiting to be traded for lemons once her lemon stock was gone. Even if she didn't trade it for lemons, the photo would be a record of a beautiful moment in her life. Suen continued to review music theory and refine her fingering as the night deepened. Little Pumpkin hummed a song as she cleaned the kitchen, clearing up the mess she had made. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw cilantro growing more than 10 centimeters tall, and countless recipes popped into her mind. Several days passed in a flash. It was the second week of the survival game. Sue-Ann had grown accustomed to this life and enjoyed it. She wouldn't want to go back to her life on Blue Star, even if she had the chance. She had no regrets. After Little Pumpkin woke up, Sue-Ann, who was usually quite incapable of doing anything, was completely out of work. Little Bear drove, retrieved treasure chests, and fought monsters, while Little Pumpkin cooked, cleaned the house, and did laundry. They were like a pair of capable sisters, shouldering the burden of the household, supporting Sue-Ann while she lay down comfortably. She had very little to do every day. The only physical labor she did was opening chests, as her doll wasn't linked to the game's new treasure chests. But after opening the chests, Sue-Ann didn't have to do anything. Little Pumpkin helped organize the items. She used telekinesis to automatically eject the items, sorting them into their own storage compartments. Every cabinet, whether in the original RV or the pumpkin cart, had been numbered by Little Pumpkin, keeping them organized according to Sue-Ann's lifestyle, with food, materials, and props stored neatly. For meals, there's a delicious, ready-made menu, with meats, vegetables, staples, rice, drinks, and snacks all available. For sleep, there's the soft embrace of the Little Pumpkin, and the warmth of the teddy bear. The only mental effort is learning Gucci music theory and doll-making techniques to improve my skills. Then there's buying and selling items. Processing previous gains. For the past few days, Sue-Ann's game currency has been increasing daily, and the interior of the RV has been undergoing almost daily changes, all thanks to Sue-Ann's buying and selling items and the optimization efforts of the Little Pumpkin. The furniture area now includes reclining chairs and sofa booths. These are all blueprints Sue-Ann obtained some time ago. After a few days of selling and buying, he finally managed to obtain all the necessary materials and successfully constructed the RV. However, the system vehicle RV is only a little over 20 square meters, and the living and dining area is limited. The sofa booth barely fits, but the reclining chair doesn't, so it remains stored away. Only in the pumpkin carriage form can the reclining chair be moved from the pumpkin space to the third level of the pumpkin carriage as a fixed piece of furniture. After the upgrade, Little Pumpkin's space expanded from 24 square meters to 36 square meters. The first and second floors were expanded, and a third floor was added. The plywood space where Little Pumpkin previously rested has been transformed into a full-floor sunroom/starry sky room. After the upgrade, the first floor of the pumpkin carriage, while slightly more spacious, retains the same layout as before, with a living room, dining room, and bathroom. The only difference is the addition of a row of soft, three-seater sofas in the living room. No longer will everyone sit cross-legged on the floor. There's a comfortable sofa to lean on. The sofa is also transformable, opening up to become a 1.5x2m double bed. This is a feature inherent in the sofa booth design. For Sue-Ann, it's useful for being able to sleep on the first floor with the dolls. As for sleeping in separate beds, Sue-Ann, Little Pumpkin, and the bear dolls all agreed. Chapter 128. Perhaps when I make dolls in the future and the extra bed at home doesn't fit them, I consider sleeping in separate beds. But according to Little Pumpkin, by then it will upgrade and build a huge bed to accommodate all its doll companions. I don't want to sleep in separate beds from my owner. Upstairs from the corner of the living room, a semi-empty space was once the bedroom. With the upgrade, the colorful four-piece set, pillows, quilt, and mattress that Sue-Ann had so carefully stored in the cabinet reappeared larger. It turned out that they hadn't appeared before, just like the driver's cabin, because Little Pumpkin's abilities weren't yet sufficient, not that they had truly disappeared. This was a small surprise. The downside, however, is that these things disappear when Little Pumpkin switches to single-pair mode. But the downside outweighs the upside. The appearance of these colorful fabrics adds a fresh, pastoral touch to the entire home. Unlike the white, gray, and black of the system materials, these colorful soft fabrics are bright and warm, a rare bright color in the ice and snow survival world. The down quilt, in particular, became even softer and lighter as Little Pumpkin grew. As Sue-Ann inspected the quilt, she recalled that the goose down here was from a down jacket given to her by her high school teacher. It carried her past that small act of kindness. Besides a large bed and some wardrobes, the bedroom also gained an additional space of about 5 square meters after Little Pumpkin's upgrade. Little Pumpkin said it could be integrated with any system home design module, allowing it to be transformed into anything from a bathroom to a study or even a walk-in closet. Ever pragmatic, Suin temporarily set up this space as a bathroom, but bathroom plans and materials were difficult to find, so she had to wait until the materials arrived. During this period, perhaps because it was too cold outside and the low-level protective shields were dangerous, everyone was installing bathrooms one after another. Throughout the area and the exchange, any bathroom-related materials and blueprints were quickly snatched up. Suin had to be somewhat lucky to buy one. First, he had to see it, and second, he had to be quick. However, Suin wasn't in a hurry. One bathroom at home was enough for him right now. Another would just be the icing on the cake, a bit more convenient. The third floor was the smallest space in the entire pumpkin car, only about 7 or 8 square meters. This space was wrapped in a completely transparent crystal material, like an upside-down bowl. The driver's seat for the little pumpkin took up a small area. Suin built a recliner and placed it on top, creating a perfect relaxing space. You could sunbathe during the day and gaze at the stars at night. The road survival game, while dangerous, was perhaps related to the live streaming system, and the environment was beautiful because it allowed people to collect gifts and monetize them in StarCraft. The surrounding scenery was beautiful. Whether day or night, the sky and surroundings were magnificently crafted, magical and magnificent. As the little pumpkin leveled up, the pumpkin carriage became increasingly livable and beautiful. If they could live in the pumpkin carriage every day, it would be truly blissful. But right now, they couldn't. The harsh living conditions still limited everyone's enjoyment. Every day, they traveled using the system vehicle, with a teddy bear driving. Occasionally, when the snow was thick and they got stuck, they would work together to repair the car, replacing parts when necessary and pushing the cart when necessary, often enduring the cold and fatigue. But in this case, it was mostly the teddy bear who froze and tired, while Suin waited in the car. Why can't the pumpkin cart keep moving? It's because of a lack of energy. To be more precise, a lack of spiritual energy. While Little Pumpkin enjoys advanced comfort, it also requires energy and mental and physical strength. After the desperate battle at the ranch station, Little Pumpkin's energy bar was repeatedly depleted, and he used up a large amount of spiritual source stones to survive. After escaping, Little Pumpkin was exhausted and slept for a whole day and night, which was also the reason. Now the spiritual source stones are running low, with only 2 left. The last low-level spiritual source stone fragments he exchanged for were used up within a few days. Little Pumpkin now survives by absorbing spiritual energy from wood chips. He dares not stay in pumpkin cart form for long periods of time and consume his energy bar. After all, Little Pumpkin has become more gluttonous after upgrading, and can consume more than a dozen spiritual wood chips in a single breath without blinking. To prevent Little Pumpkin from falling into a situation where he consumes gasoline and damages his foundation, Suin is saving money while increasing revenue. Besides the long-term acquisition of spirit source stones at the exchange, the second priority was to ensure that Little Pumpkin maintained a single-pair relationship as much as possible, while everyone lived together in the system's RV. In a blink of an eye, it was Friday of the second week. The snow had stopped, and it was a long-awaited sunny day, making it very convenient to drive to find the box. Everything went smoothly. In the evening, Little Bear stopped driving, finished his work for the day, and returned to the RV early to help. When Little Bear arrived, Master N and Little Pumpkin were already busy. With the addition of Little Bear's plush, the situation became 1 person and 2 plush sitting together, making dumplings together. Under the warm light, while the cold outside was lingering, the 3 of them sat together, preparing food. Suin was willing to spend the time and effort kneading the dough, making the filling, and making the dumplings, all because of a surprising radish he had harvested today. This common and inexpensive vegetable in real life has become a precious commodity in the survival world. If you took a photo and posted it publicly, you can imagine the envious looks you receive. But Suin didn't do that. She was used to a low-key lifestyle. In the evening, Suin took out half of the radish. The freshly chopped radish, combined with the beef, made the filling. The flour and water were kneaded into a smooth dough, then rolled into long strips and pinched into small pieces. With experience making dumplings, Little Pumpkin rolled out the wrappers quickly. In a short while, the dough on the wooden board had been transformed into dumpling wrappers. Suin and Suimo followed suit, making dumplings quickly, neither of them able to keep up with Little Pumpkin's pace. The little bear doll particularly loved stuffed pastries. While wrapping dumplings, his mind was filled with images of himself chewing on them, and he couldn't help but smack his lips, his mouth watering with greed. Seeing this, Suin, in between wrapping dumplings, pulled out a candy from his space and stuffed it into Xiaomo's mouth. Little Pumpkin saw this and smacked his lips a few times. Suin thought for a moment, then took out a spiritual piece of wood and handed it to him. Little Pumpkin beamed. Time passed slowly. In a flash, the dumplings were out of the pot. Plate after plate of dumplings lay on the table, steam rising. Amidst the steam, the little bear looked at the dumplings with its big round eyes and said, "Dumplings, they look so delicious." In the eyes of the little bear, any food with a filling was the most delicious. Dumplings were familiar to him, but in reality, this was his first time eating them. Yes, dumplings are a traditional New Year's delicacy. Back in the day, flour and meat were hard to come by, making dumplings difficult to eat. We could only eat them once a year. Then he finished. Suin remembered that food was actually hard to come by in the apocalypse game, but Little Bear's strength reduced the risk. Survival games were limited to survival days. There was no concept of the new year. However, now, it wasn't New Year's, but it was better than New Year's, because she had a new family, a living being closer than her own. Every day could be New Year's Day. Suin picked up a dumpling for Little Bear. She asked expectantly, "Xiaomo, try it quickly, and see if it smells good." "It smells good." Little Bear ate one dumpling at a time, a bright smile on his face. Chapter 129. After dinner, cleaning up, and washing up, everyone relaxed on the sofa. As they chatted, they began to tally up their gains for the week. There were 4 days a week, 6 hours of treasure chest spawning time each day, and there were also the occasional unexpected incidents like cars getting stuck in the snow and needing repairs. The harsh environment, coupled with the low probability of treasure chest spawning. The large RV was fuel-intensive. For days a week of scrambling for the bears only yielded a little over 40 chests, mostly wooden, with only a few copper and silver chests. The sum showed that the treasure chest gains far outweighed the costs. Given the high costs imposed by the environment, the items they found didn't even cover the cost of gasoline and fuel. Suimo was strong, and only managed to partially recover his losses by killing all the monsters. Suin took the bears and pumpkins to settle accounts. Even so, the result was actually a bit of a deficit. It couldn't compare to the bountiful harvest during the novice period, nor could it compare to the extra gains from having refrigerators spawn during a blizzard, which provided many items. The system is forcing everyone to go to the platforms, Suin concluded after analysis. No matter how you analyze it, this mechanism is designed to force everyone to take risks on more dangerous platforms, or to seize the opportunity to advance even in a blizzard. In fact, this kind of thing has happened on Blue Star before. It's like when a factory's regular wages aren't enough for workers to live on, forcing them to sacrifice some physical and mental health and voluntarily work overtime to earn more. They claim that the workers are all voluntary, and that providing overtime is a blessing from the factory. Or perhaps the high salary signs are either scams or they're looking for other benefits, such as selling cattle, horses, chickens, or ducks separately. There's nothing new under the sun. Apparently, Suin wasn't the only clever one. Many players on the public chat room had also noticed this, and were discussing it. Lin Bingling, I suddenly realized that not moving forward to open the boxes would be pointless. My gas is running low. Alas, the wind has died down, the snow has subsided, and I'm done. Jiojio, I feel bad for my gas +1. Ningqi Luoyu, who says not? I only found 5 wooden boxes today, but pushing forward always gives you a better chance of survival. What if you're lucky enough to find a silver box? To Antuiner's cub, Fish, don't blame me for stabbing you. I found a silver box, but I don't have a silver key. I have a gold box, but the gold key is nowhere in sight. I really want to live. I envy you for still having supplies. I'm busy and toiling away, taking risks, and still can't make ends meet. I'm so hungry. There's only one steamed bun left in the car, and I can only eat a quarter of it tonight. Xingye Xiao and I really want to live. Isn't this Brother Lin? Why did you even change your nickname to this? You're in such a bad state. Buy some meat. Some monster meat is very cheap. You can wait for the special offers and scraps. I really want to live. I'm out of game coins. I used my remaining coins to buy fuel for tonight. I don't know if I can survive tomorrow. I can only hope someone finds a low-risk platform to take the risk. I really want to live. Egod, Xiongda, Cha Jia, everyone, whoever finds a platform, please give me a chance. I really want to live. I really want to live. If this continues, my words will become my last words. Wang Qiangqiang, a weak man like you really brings shame to us men. You're living such a bad life, and you're not afraid of shame. You're wasting your time here. I wish you a quick death and a rebirth. Yuan Qian, damn yeah, you're embarrassing a man. I think it would be best if you just died sooner rather than later. Those words are so annoying and nagging. Xiangping you at I really want to live. Don't listen to that Wang Chong. He's just a hyper-masculine and violent person. You made it this far, so don't give up on life. Explorer, Wang Chong and Yuan Xian, get out of here. Who told you to represent men? There's no gender divide in the battlefield of life and death. You're lucky to be alive. You're not welcome here to mock others' misfortunes. Explorer at I really want to live, brother, someone's here to help you. I send you a piece of meat. You can help out. Lingwei Dangkong, Explorer, you're awesome, so manly. Daydayu, you're so handsome, so beautiful, so kind, so adorable. Soup-loving dog, you're awesome, so handsome. Explorer, hee hee, I'm a handsome guy to begin with. Thanks for the compliment. Photo A sunny-looking college student, tall and long-legged, dressed in work clothes, clutching a bunch of geese, his eyes clear and bright. The Explorer, clearly a young man who couldn't stand praise, and was willing to show off, but overall, he had a good personality. This prompted a bunch of players, who were having a hard time to ask for help. Soon, the public chat was flooded with players asking for help. The chat became a mess. It took a long time before a kind-hearted player appeared and offered advice. The boy in the bra, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. Brother, what talent do you have? See if you can exchange it for game currency. Tell us and we help you. I really want to live. I have a useless talent, big ears, which only increases my hearing. It doesn't really do much good except make me hear monsters scratching my car more clearly at night, which makes me feel uncomfortable and loses my focus. What bad intentions could a cat have? This, Gene Yellen, this. Let me think about it. Wang Yu, so hard, big ears? Xiao Su Tang, bro, are your ears really that big? If you're more funny, why don't you act like a clown and see if you can impress the audience with gifts? You can use your live stream points to exchange for some live stream background music, or small props like cheap hats that you can sell in the area to exchange for survival resources. Bing Qiu, as expected of a beggar like Su Tang, you can even come up with this idea. Amazing. Xiao Su Tang, was she an entertainment streamer before? Even if she's a small streamer, she still has some entertainment talent. Just staying alive is good. Suan stared at the public screen, watching one storm rise and fall. Everyone was offering various suggestions. A smile appeared on her lips. This area has a really good atmosphere. The afterglow of the lights fell on her face, and Suan still had a smile on her face. But the content on the screen that suddenly popped up made her smile freeze completely. I was just talking to the dolls about how the system forces players to enter the platform. Now there's another opportunity to enter the platform. Ding dong, the player Baboyu in the current area is at the special platform screw battle, and is using the item help scroll to ask you for help. Do you agree to enter the platform and join them in the battle? Yes. Because of the invitation from the item help scroll, players don't need to consume a platform ticket to enter this time. Countdown. 3 minutes. Suan saw the relevant platform information. Special platform, screw battle. Danger level, information, exciting, safe, and fun multiplayer interactive platform. Not a single-player dungeon, but a special dungeon where you can meet other players. Suan looked at the information and saw the status of the ice and snow slide platform. But the danger level is 3 stars, so there's a certain risk. Should I take the risk? Suan was tempted, but reason interrupted her. Suan looked at the teddy bear nestled in her arms, looking like it was about to fall asleep. I immediately dismissed the idea. I clicked reject. Zion Zaizi was tired all day and was just getting some rest. Add to that the nighttime attacks from spirit monsters, and the danger would be doubled. I'm not going. Besides, Chapter 130. Baboyu didn't know the player. Even if she did, it wouldn't be convenient for her, so she wouldn't feel any pressure to refuse. After Suan declined, she told the 2 dolls about it. Little Bear, though a little disappointed, still felt Sisterin was right and nodded in agreement. Then everyone went about their business. The bear, nestled in Suan's arms, needed a break. Little Pumpkin, sprawled on the sofa, poring over her phone, continued to do so. Mobile phones are so fun, hee. This Dongpa pork recipe even has an interesting story. Mr. Dongpa was a truly kind man, creating something that looked so delicious. Suan glanced at Little Bear, resting his arms around her, and at Little Pumpkin, poring over the Dongpa pork recipe on his phone. The 2 dolls forgot what they had heard. After Suan finished, they didn't take the matter seriously. But Suan wasn't so calm. Although she had declined, she couldn't help but be curious. Finally, she couldn't help but open the public chat to see if the player would invite anyone else. Right now, several pages on the public screen are dedicated to this topic. Morning Jasmine T. Baboyu, the player in this zone, you invited me using an invitation ticket. Please add me as a friend within 3 minutes and explain your platform details to me, or I reject you outright. Explorer, hey Sister T, you got her invitation too. I was just about to go, but you reminded me. I should be more cautious, since it's a 3-star platform. You're little sweetie. Does anyone know Baboyu? Does anyone know what's going on with her? She's also asked me for help. Pigsy, no. To Entrepreneur's Child, no. I'm constantly surfing the internet, but I never seen a player with this ID talk to me. Maybe I just don't spend enough time online. Little White Dragon, who loves radishes, oh my goodness, kid, I see you chatting on the public screen every day. Aren't you online long enough? Maple Fish Nini, let me check. Oh, this is Bobo Fish from District 1902. But District 1902 isn't ours. Why would a player from another district ask for help from a player from ours? Morning Jasmine T. It looks like a player from another district stole an item from a player in our district, so we can only invite players from our district for help. Some items are only usable within the same district. Tianchi, who loves lemon and barley water, you didn't invite me? I guess I'm a little understated. I really like to check out this platform. Kakaka. Ah, I see a lot of big names online. Awoo is going crazy. Big Bear once said, isn't this a single-player game? How could that be, Explorer? Perhaps Big Bear meant that it's mostly single-player. This player went to a special platform. Let me see. It's called Special Platform Screw Battle. Suan's heart sank as he looked at the public screen, and he didn't calm down for a long time. Even on the other side. When Zhou Xiao saw the public screen message about the help ticket, her whole body went numb. Oh no. Is Xiangming okay? Zhou Xiao sent a long message, tentatively asking about Li Xiangming's condition. Yixing Xiao Xiao. Xiaoming, are you hungry? I made a midnight snack. Do you want some? I sent it. Yixing Xiao Xiao, why are you ignoring me? Yixing Xiao Xiao, don't you love chatting with me at night? Looking at the meat porridge that hadn't been received, Zhou Xiao felt her hands go numb, wondering if her friend had truly perished. Quickly, she calmed down and contacted Tuaner's Child. Yixing Xiao Xiao, friend, can you help me with the hardest math problem? Yixing Xiao Xiao, please, this is important. I can give you some candy tomorrow. Tuaner's Child, who was browsing the public screen, peeked at the screen and saw a friend's message, instantly replying. Tuaner's Child, question mark. Tuaner's Child, okay. Tuaner's Child, I write it now. A few minutes later, Tuaner's Child handed Zhou Xiao an extremely difficult math problem and the answer. Zhou Xiao tentatively sent a message to Li Xiangming. Yixing Xiao Xiao, Xiaoming, we are best friends. If you need any help, tell me, and I definitely help you. A dozen minutes later, Zhou Xiao saw a help message in front of him. Ding dong, the player Boboyu in the current area is at the special platform Screw Battle, and is using the item help scroll to ask you for help. Do you agree to help? Then enter the platform and fight with him. Yes. Due to the invitation provided by the item help scroll, players do not need to consume a platform ticket to enter this time. Countdown. 3 minutes, Zhou Xiao took a deep breath and chose to enter. This special platform is a non-vehicle entertainment platform. Welcome. As soon as she clicked, she instantly teleported from the vehicle to a spacious green room with buildings resembling an amusement park. She saw the unfamiliar, cold-blooded queen, the burly man, and Li Xiangming, who looked like a little chicken, covered in wounds, his mouth stuffed with rags, and tightly bound. Brother Zhuang, give me a fish that doesn't look fat, the woman said with a smile. The woman, who looked formidable, looked at the new girl with a sneer on her face. The strong man looked at the little girl with some disdain. It's a waste of 1 quota for this item. But it can give you guys a good time. It's more fun for the younger guys. After we're done, we kill as many people as we want in the dungeon. With that, the burly man approached with an iron rod. Zhou Xiao entered without a word, immediately activating her skill. While the two were talking, her 3-second skill pre-swing finished. Professional skill 3, if you don't know, just sit, a crowd control skill that consumes a certain amount of spirit points. This skill can be used to ask a customizable knowledge question to a target. If the target can't answer, they will remain seated, unable to move, until the 3-minute answer time and 3-minute penalty time are up. If the target answers, you will remain seated, waiting for the target's question. At the moment the question was posed, the unfamiliar lady, and the burly man present froze, watching a math problem appear on a screen before them. When asked to answer, both the man and the woman looked displeased. You know, for ordinary people, if pushed hard enough, anyone can try to solve anything. Except math problems. Chapter 131. Because math problems, they're not really. Not to mention the incredibly difficult math problems Zhou Xiao had set for herself from the nerds of the academic elite. Only humans with good math skills could solve them and take control. Otherwise, they have to sit on the ground, immobilized by skills for 6 minutes. Unfortunately, these two players from District 1902 could kill and set fire, but they couldn't do math. Long-forgotten school days attacked them. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Xiao untied the ropes holding Li Xiangming, removed the rag stuffed in her mouth, and wished she could just pick her up and run away. She thought so, and she did so. Her anxiety gave her plenty of strength. She scooped her friend up in a princess carry and headed out of the room, eager to get out of this hellhole. Just as she lifted her up, "Zhou Xiao, wait," Li Xiangming said weakly, then pulled herself free from Zhou Xiao's arms and barely stood on the ground. Zhou Xiao looked at Li Xiangming, who had stopped, and said anxiously, "Let's run. My skill can only hold them captive for 6 minutes. And once we attack them, the hold will be lifted. Let's leave this platform and stay alive and safe. I can't leave without them." Li Xiangming shook her head. After that, Li Xiangming said, "There's enough time." Li Xiangming activated her skill, her dream state becoming positive, and her mental power materialized an invincible, sharp 40-meter machete. It took her 30 seconds of pre-swing to materialize the 40-meter machete 10 meters long. This was the manifestation of the house, not her weapon. That's perfect. My skill doesn't break the hold. I can kill them with one strike. With that, she gripped the hilt tightly with both hands and swung it forward. Under the horrified gazes of the two players from other areas, the two men were instantly cut in half. A bloody mess. Everything in the space fell out, scattering across the ground, auras and blood. "We must eradicate them now, or we be caught even if we try to escape," Li Xiangming explained her actions. As she withdrew her hand. Crack. The materialized machete shattered like glass, dissipating into nothingness. At the same time, Li Xiangming stumbled, her already injured body swaying. Li Xiangming turned around, her pale face dotted with blood, and smiled at Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao was so frightened that he let go of Li Xiangming's support, his legs giving way to the ground, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Murder. How horrible. Zhou Xiao had rarely faced monsters head-on before, mostly controlling them, or running away with boxes. This was the first time she witnessed a murder. Crackling, crackling, crackling. She could hear eerie sounds echoing around the murder scene. It was the sound of her teeth chattering. How could an ordinary little girl not be terrified? Just 2 weeks ago, they were good students going to and from school together. Just 2 weeks later, her best friend had killed people right in front of her. Living people. 2. Hacked into 4 pieces. Especially when they were first cut, the fleshy halves still moved. Noticing her friend's fear, Li Xiangming calmed down, trying to soften her voice, saying, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Xiao. I'm only doing this for our safety. If we don't kill them, they still have teammates, and we'd be in even greater danger." Li Xiangming picked up the items the two had dropped. Aside from the props she'd been forced to hand over, she divided the remaining items in half, storing one in her personal space and placing the other half in front of Zhou Xiao. She gestured for her to put them away. "Hurry up and put them away so I can help you complete the platform mission and return home." Zhou Xiao sat motionless, obeying Li Xiangming's instructions to collect the items. Only then did she realize that she and Xiangming had just committed a murder and robbery together. However, unlike the murder and robbery, those two weren't good people either. They were only acting in self-defense. As Xiangming had said, if they weren't killed, they would be in great danger, perhaps even facing a fate worse than death. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiao felt less frightened, and the body parts on the ground didn't seem so terrifying. After all, dead bodies were safer for her and Xiangming than alive. Zhou Xiao was merely afraid, but she wasn't stupid. With Li Xiangming's comfort, she quickly composed herself and stood up on her shaky, limp legs. Li Xiangming was currently high. After taking a healing pill and a spirit-boosting candy, she felt less achy and more energetic. Zhou Xiao's mind flickered as she saw the items in the system space. Zhou Xiao realized that Li Xiangming had given her a lot of goodies. Zhou Xiao explained that she hadn't contributed much and wanted to share the items with Li Xiangming. After all, she had few damaging skills, and her only control ability wasn't enough to control the highly academic Li Xiangming. Li Xiangming's offensive abilities were powerful, and killing her would be as easy as killing a chicken. Zhou Xiao, judging the situation, understood this principle. Xiao Xiao, I'm giving it to you. I already taken advantage of you by taking half the supplies. Thank you for coming to rescue me, Li Xiangming said. She then went on to explain the situation at this platform. Special Platform Screw Battle. This is a multiplayer interactive platform instance. Players must possess a special Platform Screw Battle platform ticket and a help scroll to enter. In the platform, players can use the help scroll to invite teammates from the same area to explore the platform and complete the game mission. Players in a group are in a non-attackable mode. However, players from different teams compete. The platform mission consists of 2 steps. 1. Collect screws and material blocks. 2. Final assembly. They are currently in the process of collecting screws. Li Xiangming explained that after entering the game, she was hesitant about who to invite and how to send a message to invite players to join her for the expedition. Then she was suddenly attacked by a team from another area. That team consisted of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. 2 of them kidnapped her and used her help scroll to spy on her area for half an hour, intending to trick her. The other 2 members of that team were collecting screw puzzles. We need teammates. Zhou Xiao listened, immediately analyzing the most urgent matter. I posted a message on the public screen. Li Xiangming pulled Zhou Xiao into a new room, searching for screws while dodging danger. Suan looked at the messages on the public screen, watching everyone's lively conversation. The conversation quickly shifted from Bobo Fish to other topics, and the incident gradually faded from his mind. Until the latest message appeared. Towards the dream. I am the owner of the item help voucher. I just killed Bobo Fish with the help of my teammates. We are currently at the Special Platform Screw Battle, and need new teammates. Chapter 132. Platform Game Rules. 1. This game is not a vehicle-based game, and multiplayer interaction is unclear. After entering the platform, players can invite teammates from the same zone or play alone, in teams of 1 to 4. 2. The game is divided into 3 stages. Stage 1. Collect magic screws and materials. Stage 2. Assemble the game vehicle in the workshop. And Stage 3. Compete. 3. While collecting magic screws and materials, everything is free. Compete to your heart's content. Note: in team mode, no damage is allowed. Different teams can attack freely. 4. Work together with your teammates to complete your dream vehicle. However, if your vehicle isn't complete, you're welcome to stay and work together. The platform is short of staff. 5. At the start of the platform, invite 100 players from different zones who have platform tickets and help items to participate. This game is a fun mode, with rewards and penalties as follows. Ranking. Rewards are distributed based on team size. First place. Vehicle cash withdrawal card, team card. No longer alone on the long road, energy pack. 1 high-level spirit source stone. 5 intermediate-level spirit source stones. 100 low-level spirit source stones. 10,000 copper coins. Second place. Vehicle cash withdrawal card, team card. No longer alone on the long road, energy pack. 5 intermediate-level spirit source stones. 100 low-level spirit source stones. 1,000 copper coins. Third place. Vehicle cash withdrawal card, team card. No longer alone on the long road, energy pack. 100 low-level spirit source stones. 500 copper coins. 4th to 10th place. 500 copper coins. 10th to 20th place. Penalty waiver. 21st to 51st place. 100 copper coins fine. 51st to 90th place. 1,000 copper coins fine. 91st to 100th place. Become a full-time employee of the Glorious Special Platform Screw Operation or spend 2,000 copper coins to become a temporary worker at the Special Platform Screw Operation. We need 2 teammates. Xingye Xiao Xiao, picture? Picture? Picture this is a picture from the scene. I'm here to prove that what Xiangming said is true. Xingye Xiao Xiao, there's a chain convenience store here where you can restock supplies, but it's packed with players. There are only Xiangming and I in our area, so we don't dare go in right now. Xingye Xiao Xiao, if there are any big guys willing to team up, Xiangming and I will take command. Since we're both level 2, our skill set is very useful. We can kill without yelling or crying. We hit wherever we're told, and do whatever we're told. We'd definitely not be a drag. If we can finish in the top 10 and leave the platform, we can give half of our rewards to our new teammates. The first image is a screenshot of the light screen, with a message indicating that teammates cannot attack. The second image shows the rules notice on the wall of the room, with a map of the entire platform next to it. The map is simple. A circular building with 3 floors, each with many rooms. In the center is a large booth called the evaluation office. Next to the booth are a row of snack stalls and a chain convenience store. Natural chain convenience store, screw battle platform store. The third image is an overhead shot, showing 2 girls' outstretched hands, each holding 3 green screws and 1 red screw. The magic screw also has a system detection light screen explaining the system. Magic screw, one of the key materials for crafting vehicles in Screw Wars. A grade screws, agility +7, B grade screws, agility +5. Suin looked at the information on the public screen. His heart fluttered. At the same time, he was troubled. He was excited because, while he didn't need them for the vehicle, he definitely needed them for the energy stones. He was troubled because this was a pesky interactive dungeon, requiring interaction with people and possibly killing people. Killing people was fine, but teammates were a real hassle. Suin moved the screen over to the 2 dolls, and called Xiaomo and Little Pumpkin to look at the information and discuss it together. Little Pumpkin's eyes nearly watered at the sight of the rewards, and the screen full of energy stones. Master, go, Little Pumpkin said, looking at Suin with anticipation. The bear doll looked from Little Pumpkin to its master, but didn't offer any direct advice. But the bear doll's words gave him a sense of security. If Master wants to go, I protect you in Nanling. Suin pondered. The public screen instantly exploded. Many people were seeing such detailed special platform rules for the first time, and one after another popped up to discuss. Many players said they wanted to go, while many others thought it was too dangerous. The format was obvious. It was a 100-player battle, a 100-region battle. The opponents were players from other regions, perhaps even a team of 3 gods and 1 random person. Look at the rewards, only a few made money. If you're ranked low, it's dangerous, you might as well stay at the back and do some convenience store shopping. Among them, the public screen chat. The one who jumped the most enthusiastically was the Explorer, and because of his outspoken and helpful attitude, he had many fans. Explorer, I was really interested in this a while ago, but Sister Cha discouraged me. Now I think it's a good idea to go. Come on, brother, I take care of the 2 little sisters. I'm level 4, and my attack power is awesome. Explorer, I can definitely keep you safe. If we don't get a place, I just pay the fine. Explorer's generous attitude drew a lot of applause from the crowd. Little Sutong, big brother, you're so impressive. I'm so impressed. I just want to buy something for you. I've been freezing my butt lately, so I'd love to get a bathroom blueprint or a more advanced shield. Do any convenience stores sell them? Explorer, I never been to this special platform, but I'm looking forward to it too. Lingwa Dangkong, as expected of Explorer brother, he's so handsome. He's so kind and powerful. I really want to have a baby with you. Daedayu, brother, I'm your little fan. I want to dance under your long legs. Ah. Explorer, come on, you 2 are so high up every day, your nicknames are cuter than the other, you've been praising me for days, and when you open the gender dialogue, it's always a man. Don't mess with me, I'm a normal person. Daedayu, can't men do that? Can't men praise their brothers? Humph, brother, you're mad. Aren't you happy that I praise you every day? A certain man held his forehead. It's obvious that their area is high in women and is considered female-friendly, but he's bragging about trying to attract the attention of some pretty girl or sexy sister. In the end, all he gets are these men. The female players in the area are incredibly strong-willed, and he hasn't yet found a single delicate female friend. But it has to be said that men understand men and know how to satisfy their desires. That Daedayu always manages to compliment him. The pictures he posted are pretty hot, too, with long straight legs. Unfortunately, when he clicked on the head, it looked like a man. He hesitated. But it's hard to forget. Suin looked at the public screen, silently clicked on the account of Xiang Menglai, and sent a message. Chapter 133. Morning Jasmine Tea at Towards Dreams. I can go, but the other teammate can't be male. Others are optional. Towards Dreams at Morning Jasmine Tea. Thank you Sister Cha for teaming up. To Enchuiner's child. Confessing my love to Sister Cha. Zinglinken. Front row viewing. Please make sure I look familiar. Explorer. Sister Cha, don't be sexist. I admit that the female players in our region are strong, but I'm not bad either, okay? Image. The image shows the back of a handsome, muscular man in the RV roof light. Explorer, let me go. I really want to see real people. I really want to. Ever since I came to this world, I've been driving around, fighting and opening boxes. There's no life except monsters. I really want to team up and fight with everyone. Die fish. Love it, so handsome. Xiao Su Tang. Oh my god, quite handsome. Towards dreams at Explorer, thank you, brother. Sorry, I consider Sister Cha's opinion first. Morning Moss Tea. My skill is very unique. I'm only saying this because I hope our region retains some male players. If you're willing to undergo gender reassignment, you can become my temporary teammate image. This image is from a screenshot of the skill panel, but only the notes section is captured. This buff aura only works on females. If you're male, there's a certain chance you become female, becoming the primary sex. The fundamental truth of the universe. Females are naturally the primary sex. Morning Moss Tea. By the way, this skill has already added quite a few sisters to my arsenal. As she spoke, White Moss Tea lowered her eyes, recalling the interesting moments of her time in the inner circle. Wow, Sister's skill is so overbearing. I love it. Mouse. I think I know why there are so many female beta testers. Could it be Egad and Xiongda as well? Wang Chong is strong. I always wondered why there are so many female beta testers. It's all because of you, a disgusting guy. At morning Jasmine Tea, you little girls, what can you accomplish? You use such insidious and despicable tactics. System. Player Wang Chong is strong has had all system functions banned for 24 hours by Eric using props. Eric, I'm a woman, and it has nothing to do with Jasmine Tea. Eric, when Jasmine Tea was called Smiling Angel and Ice Mage Auntie, and when she reached the top of the special platform, Ghost Town, by achieving 100 kills, you were still barking about. Eric at Towards Dreams, don't worry about me. I'm not participating in interactive entertainment platforms. You guys can have your fun. Morning Jasmine Tea, Old E, what do you mean by exposing my secrets? Eric, it's nothing. I just saw some players complaining about you. I feel like people don't understand your abilities, so I made up something to scare them. Mocha stared at the screen speechless. It was better if the regional players didn't know her specific information. If they did, they'd be wary, and that wouldn't allow her to create a persona. If she didn't create a persona, how could she quietly gather information, grasp the dynamics of the entire region, and find a scapegoat? Mocha sighed. She stared at the public screen, her gaze lingering. She knew it was E who was targeting her. He had jumped in this time, revealing so much information, dragging her into this mess. On the surface, he seemed to be defending her, but in reality, he was exposing her information as a warning. He seemed to have no desire to see her blend in with the others. Mocha had no words to explain. After E's regular teammates left, she had become even more difficult to deal with, sullen and uncertain. It was fine when she didn't talk, but when she did, it was as if the whole world owed her something. But she was determined to get this team ticket. Her knight was still in another zone, waiting for her to retrieve him. Mocha raised her staff and chanted a spell. Soon, a skill was activated, landing on a male player nicknamed Wang Qiangqiang, likely a nickname, whose real name was Wang Qiangqiang, likely a nickname, born in EP91 in a small county town in S City. A free scapegoat, who wouldn't want to use him? His system functions were all blocked right now, making it the perfect time to commit a crime. If he died, it would only be assumed that the blocking of the system was an accident, and it had nothing to do with her. Professional Skill 3. Scapegoat. You can choose a player to take any damage you suffer, provided they're willing. Personal Skill 6. Default. Choose a close friend you know well and ask for their help. A no answer is a default. Mocha had accumulated countless close friends through public messaging, and had arranged them in order of use based on her personal likes and dislikes, judging them by their values, and judging them from bad to good. While staying safe, regularly clear out unstable players from the area to maintain the desired atmosphere. Explorer, well, forget it, sister. I like to wait until I clear the game, start a new life, and find a wife. I'm not interested in gender reassignment surgery for now. To Anchuiner's child, oh my god, I just realized, at Xingjiexioxio, how did you get on the platform so quickly? Stay safe. Towards Dreams at Morning Moss Tea at Sunshine Bear, thank you both for your help. Sunshine Bear? Moss Tea read the message, finding it very interesting and full of anticipation. There's nothing known about her yet. Suin read the message, finding it challenging. It's time to enter the multiplayer interactive platform. Within the 3 minutes of the invitation, Suin put on his thickest clothing, concealing his figure as much as possible. Suin explained everything to Little Bear and Little Pumpkin. Without revealing personal information, he tried to find as many screws as possible, building high-status vehicles to earn rankings and spirit source stones. Little Pumpkin looked at his master and Big Bear, feeling embarrassed at the thought of everyone working so hard to feed him. Little Pumpkin snuggled into Sue-An's arms, wishing he were even smaller. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of warmth. With a click, it transformed into a pumpkin mask adorned with Chinese knots. Sue-An took the floating pumpkin mask and tentatively put it on his face. It fit perfectly. Master, master, my new skill, quack quack, Little Pumpkin has 3 faces. Master, use the spirit control to use all my skills simultaneously. Sue-An followed Little Pumpkin's instructions and used his skills. Class Skill 3, Spirit Control. Reaching an intimacy level of 80% or higher with the puppet allows you to expend a certain amount of mental energy to control the puppet's body and serve you. After using this skill, the pumpkin becomes a mask, attached to Sue-An's face. Once synchronized, Sue-An can directly access the pumpkin's psychic powers. For example, he can use telekinesis to levitate, or even summon the ice and snow pumpkin's advanced protective shield. However, as the pumpkin's main body shrinks, the shield also shrinks, from a 10-meter radius to a 3-meter radius. Sufficient for use in war. Also, Sue-An can sense the movements of the system vehicles assimilated by the pumpkin. Understanding everything, Sue-Mo was also prepared. He transformed into a 2-meter tall form, opened his mouth, and let out a Siha bear roar, indicating that from now on, he was a mute bear, a pure beast that could not speak human language. Never mind, that ripping sound really does have that vibe. The only downside is the clothes. They make the beast feel more domesticated. Never mind, let it be. Just assume she likes dressing her pet in clothes. There are plenty of puppies on the streets wearing clothes too. It's not really a flaw. 3 minutes have passed. A flash of white appeared before her, and Sue had entered a room painted entirely red. 3 girls appeared before her, apparently waiting for her. The 2 girls looked familiar. They were high school students she had saved. Sue quickly identified them, Zhou Xiao and Li Xiangming. When she had tried to save them after her rebirth, Zhou Xiao was the first to complain, and Li Xiangming was the first to offer help. Neither of them had bad personalities. After entering the game, she had also saved Zhou Xiao. She knew her talents, class, and skills, but she wasn't sure how she was doing with her studies, whether her talents had been upgraded, or whether her skills had increased. What a coincidence, this world is small. Perhaps, as the player had said, players were randomly assigned to a region. Her area was dominated by women and students, which was also related to the large number of schools in S-City. Sue glanced at Mocha. Unlike the queen she imagined, this girl was only a little over 1.5 meters tall, half a head shorter than herself. She wore a down jacket and a furry hat with round, single-lidded eyes. She held a staff as tall as a person, a sweet smile on her face. She looked quite childish, looking only 17 or 18. Big Bear, I'm born to pursue dreams. Just call me Xiangming. My skill is 40-meter long sword, which allows for group attacks. This is Qingshan Mocha, Sister T, a level 4 mage. This is Xingye Xiaoxiao, you can call her Xiaoxiao. Her skill has a control skill with a chance to control enemies for about 3 minutes. Sue nodded. She knew that everyone's introductions were often somewhat cryptic, so she just listened briefly. She pointed at the bear behind her and said in a muffled voice, I'm Sunshine Bear, a beast master. You can call me Sunshine. It the bear? Shaw. Sue-Mo responded by calling out. Chapter 134. That was enough to greet them. Sue-An kept his mouth shut, lest he say anything more and make more mistakes. Li Xiangming was stunned. She had learned quite a bit about Sunshine Bear from Xiaoxiao during this time, through her trickery. She was similar to the good-hearted Sunshine Bear, who had just become famous before her time travel, a warm-hearted girl whose words were warm, but her age and everything else were unknown. Now, she saw the tall woman wearing a pumpkin mask, the real Sunshine Bear. She was wrapped up so tightly that nothing could be seen except her eyes. But Li Xiangming's eyes were very familiar, and seeing her gave her an indescribable sense of relief and peace of mind. It was different from the feeling she had when she met Mocha. Mocha was obviously more open and friendly, but she just felt that Mocha was dangerous and terrifying. Now, Mocha smiled, looking at the player named Sunshine Bear with joy. She had long wanted to see the real person, and seeing him now was a great feeling. Sunshine Bear wore a pumpkin-shaped mask, obscuring her face, revealing only her amber eyes. Whatever skin she could expose was tightly covered with clothing, even her hands were gloved. Very cautious. Tall and thin, looks great in a trench coat, a powerful masked warrior? She smelled like lemon, like fresh fruit or shower gel. Very refreshing. The scent of her soul was similarly fresh and clean. This guy had high mental power, and was very insightful. I felt comfortable around her. I really wanted her. So, I used my charm skill to build her favorability first. Once her guard is down, I invite her to join my team. We form a team and become a contract knight who protects me. At that moment, she felt that missing Naeong, who worked for her every day, was no longer appealing. That guy was so simple and single-minded, there was no such mysterious freshness. One more hee. Bai Mocha blinked and said sweetly, "Hello, I'm Chinchin Mocha. Nice to meet you. Can we be friends? Add me as a friend?" Bai Mocha asked with a smile, two dimples forming in her face, looking genuine. Suin, however, felt awkward. She couldn't understand this friendliness, and didn't want to have any more interactions with this seemingly friendly beta tester. She simply nodded, a little coldly. "No, I'm afraid of the trouble. This is just a temporary collaboration. Thank you for your kindness." Suin tried to politely decline. Without saying a word, she turned her gaze to Li Xiongming. Li Xiongming realized that Xiong Dada was asking her, the team's founder, to do the work. Li Xiongming immediately stepped in to smooth things over and ease the atmosphere. Li Xiongming then began to explain what had happened. She shuddered as she described being tied up and tortured. Bai Mocha and Zhou Xiao offered solace, and the atmosphere became friendly. Instantly, everyone became friendly. The room was filled with joy. A few minutes later, Li Xiongming and Zhou Xiao began searching for screws in the room. Sunny Bear and Morning Mocha were on guard. According to the rules of the game, they only had 2 hours to search for screws and materials, and 23 minutes had already passed. Bai Mocha and Suin stood guard at the door, on guard against other players who might appear. Even after being rejected, Bai Mocha remained friendly, truly a kind-hearted young woman. But Suin felt dangerous. With a personality like that, becoming a big shot in the beta test was terrifying no matter how you thought about it. She approached him, speaking right next to him. "Yongguang, you noticed, right? Killing players from other areas is the fastest way to collect, and it also lowers their ranking." Bai Mocha initiated the conversation. Suin nodded. No reply. Bai Mocha seemed accustomed to Suin's cold attitude. The colder he got, the more enthusiastic she became. Now, she stared at Suin, looking impressed by his handsomeness, and continued. "This is a clear killing platform. We're all beta testers. With half an hour left, we start killing. Aside from the screws and materials the team needs, we each take all the other spoils." Bai Molly said. Killing people was no different than chopping vegetables. Suin was shocked, but he didn't show it. He simply replied to Bai Mocha with a hum. Su Emo stood behind his master. He could sense that the players around him were dangerous, but he couldn't pinpoint the specific danger. He didn't seem hostile, but there was something inexplicable about him. Su Emo wasn't sure. It was called covetousness. Suddenly, a scream echoed from behind him. "Ah! It's moving! What kind of monster is this?" Monster, question, 2231 by 231, oh no! My skill was interrupted. Help! Mocha Xiong. Sisters, save my life. Chapter 135. Turning back, Suin saw Zhou Xiao and Li Xiongming, chased by monsters all around the room, their legs leaving a shadow. A mechanical wolf monster, made of red iron screws, was following them relentlessly. The 3-meter-tall mechanical wolf's movements were accelerating, and it seemed on the verge of catching the slower Zhou Xiao. Ding dong, congratulations. Players have discovered a level 3 screw giant wolf, red. Defeat the monster to obtain the red screws and materials. Su Emo sprinted forward and was the first to confront the mechanical wolf. He blocked the attack with one claw. Zhou Ming, screaming "Save my life," gasped under the wolf's claws. Crack, crack. He watched the giant bear tearing apart parts. The icy attack from Bai Mocha's staff had already killed the giant wolf, leaving only a layer of frost on the monster's body, a chilling sight. After the mechanical wolf died, it scattered its parts to the ground. There were large pieces of red iron, iron blocks, and some screws with attribute-enhancing properties. "Ah, too late," Bai Mocha said, watching the missed attack. She turned to look at the motionless Suin, her eyes full of admiration. This guy hadn't moved, yet he controlled his pet so smoothly and quickly. Amazing. So powerful. I really want to capture him even more. With her, I dare challenge the 5-star platform. It was so scary. We were screwing in a small hill, and suddenly it moved and a wolf emerged. Zhou Xiao collapsed on the ground, panting, recounting what had just happened. It turned out that the screw she had just found and tightened was from a monster. Suen came over to Zhou Xiao and picked up the materials on the ground, over 30 screws and a few pieces of iron. Enemy attack. Roar! By Mocha and Giant Bear shouted in quick succession. Just as they had killed the mechanical wolf monster, the back door opened and 2 players entered. One was a muscular man with a scarred face, the other a tall, thin man with narrow eyes. They looked ferocious, their bodies covered in blood. Scarface, in particular, was holding a broadsword half his height, stained with fresh blood. When Li Xiangming saw them, his face was horrified, and he shouted, "Those 2 aren't good people. They're Baboyu's teammates." In that instant, everyone knew they were enemies. Scarface and Long Eyes also realized this. The captured girl was now able to move and jump, and was surrounded by someone who looked like a teammate. They attacked without further ado. Mocha was at the front, and as she shouted enemy attack, Scarface's broadsword stabbed her through. Sister T, Zhou Xiao called out worriedly. Li Xiangming's face was also filled with horror upon seeing the scene. She quickly activated her skill, materializing a 40-meter machete. Suimo, a bear, led the charge, roaring and lunging. What a bunch of little bastards! Scarface was filled with disdain. He drew his knife. With a thud, Mocha fell to the ground, bleeding and unconscious. Scarface, holding his knife against the charging bear, called out to his companions, "Xiao, use your control skills. Keep this bear under control. Once you finish with it, you can have your way with these little girls. The one I just killed was pretty." He stopped short. He saw that the girl, who should have died under his knife, was standing beside him, a beautiful smile on her face. The staff she held, 30 centimeters taller than she was and adorned with crystal sapphires, struck the player Xiuzi's head. At this moment, Xiuzi's face was pale, his body covered in frost. With by Mocha's gentle tap, his head rolled to the ground, his body detached. Then, the ground was littered with personal belongings left by the deceased. Scarface stared at the ground in astonishment. There lay a body. But it wasn't that of the young woman holding the staff, but that of a strange, skinny middle-aged man. In the moment he was distracted, the giant bear was already close. Sumo's palm struck down, knocking Scarface's head directly into his chest. The scene was both bizarre and bloody. However, he didn't seem to be completely dead. Unlike his companions, the items in the space had not exploded. His body glowed a pale green, and his skull, sunken into his chest, squirmed upwards, as if trying to recover. Upon realizing the bear's incoming attack, Scarface had only time to use a healing item, hoping he could withstand the blow and counterattack. But then, the bear's claws grabbed Scarface's arms and yanked them hard. Swish. The sound of flesh and bone ripping apart was clear and melodious. The bear's movements were so sharp and decisive that Scarface couldn't even utter a cry of pain. With his head shoved into his chest, his vocal cords were damaged. Scarface's arms were torn off and thrown to the ground. The giant bear tugged at Scarface's chest again, then his legs again, and soon, Scarface was torn into pieces. The giant bear stomped on and on. It was like a tap dance. No matter what skills Scarface possessed, or what items he used, he couldn't possibly recover from his shredded state. The green light ran out. The Scarface player was lifeless, having died a miserable death. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, your bear teddy bear Suimo killed player Brother Dao, is awesome level 3 in area 1902, gaining 1222 experience points. Items in his space dropped, with a 90-second protection period, and only the killer could pick them up. After his complete death, a number of items fell to the ground. It seemed his power was higher than Slender Eyes. His space was almost completely filled, and when it dropped items, they were scattered in a pile, far more than the surrounding area. Suimo tugged at the man's clothes, rolled up his dropped items, and moved them aside to avoid getting them stained with blood, waiting for Sister Anin to collect them. Suimo also remembered to wipe any item stained with blood and shredded flesh to make them clean. But while doing this, he kept a vigilant eye on by Mocha. By this point, Zhou Xiao and Li Xiangmeng had unknowingly huddled close together. Huddling together helped them suppress their excitement, urging them to scream. They were indeed powerful beta testers. Truly, so powerful. If they hadn't been afraid of provoking the 2 bosses, they would have screamed. The 2 girls' faces were filled with both surprise and joy. They were shocked by how quickly everything happened. 2 lives were taken in less than a minute. They were delighted by the fact that these 2 were their teammates, both incredibly strong. After a while, seeing that the 2 bosses had collected their dropped loot, they dared approach. They feared arriving too early and being mistaken for a robbery, resulting in a double pancake being smacked by the giant bear. The bear's defensive gaze was quite obvious. Sunshine Bear is so strong. Sister T is so amazing. The two girls began to compliment each other, concerned about Mocha's recent injury from Scarface Tong. After collecting the spoils, Suin looked at the middle-aged man who had died in Mocha's place. Tattered clothes, skinny figure, filthy hair. The aura was completely unfamiliar. Like a stranger player. That's my item replacement doll. After using it this time, I have no more. Sigh, I'm in danger if I keep going like this. A sweet female voice echoed beside Suin, a bit coquettish, but very pleasant. Sunshine, can you control Bear to protect Mocha a little longer? Please, I give you half of the spoils, White Mocha said. She even took Suin's arm, trying to act coquettishly. Suin dodged. Chapter 136. By Mocha's hand, reaching out, missed. Suin turned, staring at the girl, half a head shorter than him, and her watery eyes. Some might find it satisfying for a beta tester to flirt with her, but Suin wouldn't. Very weak. Suin didn't believe it. She looked at Mocha. The girl smiled sweetly, and with her baby face, she looked even more endearing. But if she wasn't mistaken. In Little Pumpkins and her own perception, Mocha had a defensive spell, something like an ice shield. When attacked, she immediately used it, blocking the attack. She could have clearly protected herself directly. But for some reason, 0.02 seconds later, she cast away her defensive spell and met Scarface's blade. Then she activated a skill or item similar to a death substitute. Now, actively showing weakness in front of her, and even promising to give her spoils. Why? Suin was confused. All he could do was wait and see. However, Suin absolutely didn't believe the girl was using a prop. Putting himself in her shoes, if she had such a prop, she wouldn't waste it like this, pretending to be weak. Mocha likely did this because she believed she was manipulating Xiaomo in battle, and didn't have time to observe her. Suin speculated that this death-taking effect might be Mocha's innate skill. This made much more sense. If her innate skill was similar to a death-taking effect, then everything made sense. She was gentle, kind, and relaxed, because she had more than one life. She was fearless, and lived a natural and carefree life, regardless of her recklessness. However, every skill had a price. Who was dying for her, and how did they acquire it? Thinking of this, Suin just wanted to get as far away from this guy as possible. Over an hour flew by quickly. The first level mainly involved collecting screws and materials, occasionally activating monsters to fight them. The materials collected and found were handed over to Li Xiangming and Zhou Xiao, while Su Imo and Moli would fight monsters together. The monsters that spawned in the room. Most of them were level 3 monsters, and Su Imo could kill them instantly. The more dangerous thing was the players. In these rooms, you could always encounter players in the same collecting state. Whenever she encountered a player, Mocha would take the initiative and kill them. She cast various ice spells, regardless of her mental power. The sight of Mocha killing everyone else made the two girls look like quails, and they became even more afraid to say a word. Suemo also killed many players, and took away the spoils. In the eyes of the two girls, he was just as brutal. Only Suin knew that when Suemo killed players, he would choose those with a strong aura of blood. Those without were mostly harvested by Imo Cha. This wasn't because Suemo was kind and friendly, and didn't kill innocent people, but rather because players with a strong aura of blood had killed others, so their space contained more items and loot, making them more rewarding to kill. Suin wasn't a moral freak. When she arrived, she was already prepared to kill. Apocalypse survival game. The system clearly marked the multiplayer interactive platform, and everyone knew what it was for. A competitive dungeon, a murderous dungeon, lacked any morals, it was simply a matter of killing and being killed. Come here, be prepared to risk your life. Zhou Xiao and Li Xiangming watched the two bosses, one flamboyant and the other reserved, harvest lives, not daring to speak. In their eyes, even the giant bear and Jasmine Tea were terrifying. The two beta testers were both incredibly formidable. Zhou Xiao had experienced the least bloodshed, and watching Li Xiangming's self-defense counterattack was terrifying. Now, watching the later stages, she had become increasingly numb, obediently following the boss around, becoming a small accessory. The collection time was up, and an announcement rang out on the platform, signaling the start of the next round, vehicle assembly. Ding dong, screw battle. The time for collecting screw materials has ended for the first round. We're very happy to have 100 teams participating in this round, with 27 teams remaining, totaling 95 players. Players, please select a workshop within 10 minutes to proceed to the second round, Vehicle Assembly. For the second round, Vehicle Assembly, players must complete their vehicle creation within 24 hours to participate in the judging at 8 p.m. the following day. Ding dong, there are 30 workshops on the first floor, 1 S-type workshop, 2 A-type workshops, 4 B-type workshops, and 4 C-type workshops. Please choose a workshop to craft a vehicle as soon as possible. Friendly reminder, higher-level workshops contain better vehicle blueprints and offer a more comfortable environment. Go to S-type workshops, Suin and Mo Cha said in unison. At that moment, everyone knew that if they wanted to take first place, they had to compete for the best workshop. Why did Suin come? It was to get the first place high-level Spirit Source Stone. That's a super powerful Spirit Source battery. With that, Little Pumpkin would never have to worry about starving to death again. As they walked towards the first floor, they encountered several player teams. Although they were an all-female team, other player teams didn't dare underestimate them. The blood on their bodies showed they were not to be trifled with. No one dared to initiate a fight. Until, at the door of S-type workshop, Suimo, the giant bear, swatted a male player away with a single claw. The battle was about to break out. Suin quickly raised a protective shield to protect his teammates, while Suimo went into slaughter mode outside. Bai Mocha cast spells while leaning towards Suin, almost wanting to cling to him. Zhou Chu, come back. Let's go to room A1, said a young man who looked very powerful. He had a stern face, a machine gun in hand, and wore a handsome combat uniform. Their team was composed entirely of young men, swords in hand, looking very formidable. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the baby-faced boy next to him, holding a dagger, asked with some dissatisfaction. Captain Liu, why don't we give it a try? You're an expert beta tester. What are you afraid of a bunch of women? Zhou Chu returned, still asking with a hint of dissatisfaction. It looks like the strongest one up front is Xiong. Wait a minute, we just go in and take the best. The other teammates chimed in. The man called Captain Liu looked at his 3 teammates with a murderous look. His gaze made all 3 of them hold their breath, afraid to speak. That ice mage over there, don't you think she died early enough? Chapter 137. He didn't say this out loud, only speaking in the makeshift team chat. That person is a renowned powerhouse among the beta testers. Along with the Witch of Doom and the Witch of Explosion, they're known as the 3 great ladies of the beta test zone, a renowned and terrifying mage. She's incredibly skilled at disguise. Now, it seems she's even more formidable with the addition of a knight and 2 dead substitutes. If you're going to get yourself killed, don't take me with you. From now on, I'm not your captain. After sending the message, the man turned and left, abandoning his teammates and searching for the workshop in Area B alone. It couldn't be helped. This was a makeshift team. How deep could their feelings be? That person was the most petty and vindictive. These short-sighted people spoke without a trace of humility. It looked like they wouldn't live long. If he didn't escape now, he'd be buried with them. Send a message in the group chat, telling them how difficult that person was. That was the ultimate act of kindness and righteousness. After Lu Shuang left, the 3-person team began arguing. They were a makeshift group to begin with, and no one was willing to give in. Only with Lu Shuang, the beta tester, could they maintain a semblance of peace. No matter how strong she is, she's just a little girl. The young man was unconvinced. He was a powerful swordsman with an awakened S-level talent. With swordsmanship at his disposal, he could easily defeat a lousy ice mage with a single strike. A few minutes later, the 4-person team, stepping on a carpet of flesh and blood, entered the S workshop under the fearful gazes of the other players. They locked the door. The number 007 team logo appeared on the door. The system indicated they had entered a safe zone. As long as the door remained intact, there was no danger. The defense value on the door read, Top-level security door, 100,000/100,000. Wow, the door has such high defense, it's incredibly safe. If a player attacks, it will automatically sound an alarm, eliminating the need for night watch. Wow, the workbench is huge, and the chairs look so comfortable. Wow, such a warm, bright room. Water and electricity are free, even if it's only for 1 day, but that's amazing. Everyone has a private bedroom with a private bathroom for showering. Each player can order takeout at a 10% discount during limited hours in the morning, afternoon, evening, and early morning. Tonight, you can order a midnight snack between 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock. There's a blueprint manual on the workbench. You can select a blueprint, and then manually build a vehicle according to the instructions to compete. Li Xiangmeng and Zhou Xiao looked at the studio's user guide sign. They couldn't help but read along, cheering and laughing as they did so. The conditions here were truly amazing. Compared to the crappy cars and survival games, the living conditions here were like heaven. Suin scanned the room. It was a spacious, luxuriously decorated room measuring 300 square meters. It wasn't really a room, it was an entire luxury apartment. The first entrance was the foyer. The double-wide titanium alloy door, equipped with a biometric key and an attack alarm, gave off a strong sense of security. The foyer was spacious, dominated by a full-length smart display. The smart display read, "Dear Team 007 players, welcome to the S-Class workshop." Two young girls gathered at the front, reading the words on the display. The facilities within the workshop left them gasping in amazement. Entering from the foyer was the activity hall, a 200 square meter space with seating, benches, and a large open space for vehicle crafting. There was a public bathroom inside the activity hall, with 4 separate bedrooms on either side. The doors to each bedroom were open, revealing each room to be clean, tidy, beautiful, and warm. The bedding on the king-size bed looked exceptionally comfortable, and clean bathrobes, pajamas, and toiletries hung by the bathroom door. After reading the sign, Zhou Xiao couldn't help but gaze at the bedrooms with anticipation, eager to take a shower and enjoy a good night's sleep. Noticing Zhou Xiao's expression, Li Xiangming nudged her, directing her gaze to the work desk, and whispered, "Get to work." Li Xiangming saw the two calm leaders, and took Zhou Xiao, who looked eagerly at the beautiful amenities in the room, and walked forward. As the nominal team leader, she was supposed to be in charge, but in reality, Li Xiangming knew she was just a figurehead. The true leader here was Big Bear. Even Big Mocha was always courting Sunshine Bear. Li Xiangming quickly distinguished who was the king, and who was the king. Li Xiangming shifted her gaze to Suin, signaling with her eyes to arrange the next steps. This was the same for all the important decisions along the way. Suin said, "Get to work. Now, gather all the materials and screws, finish building the vehicle, and then go to separate rooms to rest. Tomorrow, Mocha and I will each lead a team, forming a small group. We take turns going out, with 2 staying home and 2 going to the convenience store." Suin finished. Bai Mocha looked at Suin with her watery eyes, and said in a coquettish tone, "Sister Sunshine, I want to go out with you too." Again. Such a cheesy tone. Suin was terrified and wanted to flee, but she couldn't. She could only cope with Bai Moli's enthusiasm. For some reason, this guy kept getting closer and closer, always trying to make advances on her, either pulling her arm or touching her hand. No one knew if this was preparatory to unleashing some skill. Unfortunately, in team mode, teammates can't attack. Zhou Xiao looked between the enthusiastic Mocha and the aloof Sunshine Bear. For some reason, she was tempted to ship them. The warm, sweet, and adorable ice mage versus the cool, masked beast tamer. The more enthusiastic one becomes, the more aloof the other becomes. In reality, they were secretly flirting, making her laugh uncontrollably. For example, just now, Sunshine was controlling the giant bear to attack the enemy, while simultaneously throwing up a protective shield to protect them. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shake her head. Chapter 138. What a bizarre couple. So exciting. Xiao Xiao, why are you shaking your head? Come over here. Li Xiangming pulled chairs for the 2 bosses, and called out to Zhou Xiao. When you're a sidekick, you need to be aware of your role, but you can't just sit there all the time. Even when it doesn't matter, you need to do things like serving tea, running errands, and helping out. Although Mocha and Bear are both very friendly, they shouldn't let their favors get the better of them. Li Xiangming felt that Zhou Xiao lacked a bit of wit. Just now, after all her shouting and giving advice, she still didn't seem to be getting any results. Zhou Xiao scratched her head awkwardly and hurried over, taking out the materials and magic screws from her backpack. For some reason, she always felt relaxed in front of Sunshine Bear, and when she relaxed, her mind wandered easily. To be honest, although Mocha was more enthusiastic and adorable, she always thought Sunshine Bear was warmer. Quest items piled up on the ground. These quest items were useless outside the station, so Suin and Mo Cha didn't worry about their teammates hiding them. Besides, the 2 girls were indeed as tactful as they claimed. Their intelligence was top-notch the entire time, not crying or making a fuss, simply doing whatever they were told. Then, everyone took materials from their backpacks. Their materials piled up on the workbench, forming a small mountain. Red, yellow, green. Magical screws of every color were piled together. There were a lot of them. A small portion of these quest items came from monster drops, while the majority came from killing players. Interestingly, most of those players were the ones who had actively attacked them, and their backpacks were filled with materials. Especially the three-man team that just launched the sneak attack in front of the door. They dropped a lot of materials. In front of the workbench was a blueprint manual. Everyone flipped through the manual together. As the only S-level workshop, the manual included various vehicle templates, some focusing on speed, some on defense, some on offense. Suin and Mo Cha watched silently. Offhand, Zhou Xiao and Li Xiangmeng were already chattering. This is awesome. An S-Class super-speed rugged psychic vehicle with a top speed of 420 km per hour. Wow, just like a high-speed train, it's so fast it fly. It easily takes first place in mileage. Multi-purpose vehicles are great. They can handle a variety of terrains. You never have to worry about getting stuck in the snow. And best of all, they have drift mode and flight mode. That's awesome. I think attack is more important. This S-Class cannon psychic vehicle with its turrets has incredible attack power and can be used to fight monsters. Defense seems important too. This one has a top-tier shield to protect against psychic and physical attacks, and the entire body is made of steel. They all consume so much energy. If I cash out, the cost of maintaining them will be exorbitant. Plus, they don't have much living space, so I have to go outside to use the restroom again. But looking at the energy-efficient A-Class vehicles behind them, I'm not happy. As they chatted and discussed, they suddenly realized that the two beta testers were silent. The two of them kept silent, staring at Mocha and Yangguang, waiting for the two bosses to make a decision. Although they were the first to arrive on the platform, they had the least say. Before the new teammate arrived, the two of them had agreed to be obedient, tactful, and discreet. Bai Mocha looked at them and said, I'm fine with either. Let Sister Yangguang choose. All the gains we made along the way are thanks to Sister Yuxiong's protection. After saying this, Bai Mocha looked at Suin with an expectant, yearning expression. It was like a delicate girl meeting a hero. In reality, these S-Class psychic cars didn't make much difference to her. They were just external objects after all. Suin, brainstorming with Little Pumpkin. Suin's arm was caught in Bai Mocha's embrace, sinking into the softness, squeezing softly against the girl's arm. Looking down, she saw Bai Mocha's bright, watery eyes. They were getting closer, almost touching her chest. So intimate. Suin quickly pulled her arm away, took a half step back, and stopped. Bai Mocha looked hurt, but quickly recovered, looking at her with loving eyes again. She looked like she couldn't help herself. Don't do it. Suin shuddered. The closer Bai Mocha got, the more frightened she became. She didn't think Bai Mocha admired or loved her. The more she acted, the more dangerous she felt. Suin, alert to danger. She scanned her entire body 3 or 4 times with her mental power, finding nothing amiss before withdrawing. This time, Suin felt like she couldn't even hear what Little Pumpkin was saying. Master, I swallow that vehicle with the cannon. It'd make up for my current lack of attack power. But that multi-purpose vehicle is also great. It has both a sailing mode and a flight function, which would make up for my lack of mobility. Ah, I'm so hesitant. I also want to be able to sail and fly. Huh? This player is really presumptuous, always trying to get close to Master, huh? The Master is incredibly charming, beautiful, powerful, and handsome. These harems are truly shameless, haha. Suin didn't respond to Little Pumpkin's complaints. He looked at the blueprints. The discussion focused on the 4 S-Class blueprints. They were the S-Class Super Speed Rugged Psychic Vehicle, the S-Class Cannon Psychic Vehicle, the S-Class High Defense Psychic Vehicle, and the S-Class Multi-Purpose Psychic Vehicle. These corresponded to speed, attack, defense, and adaptability, respectively. Just now, Little Pumpkin and I brainstormed, focusing on the Offensive Cannon Psychic Vehicle and the Multi-Purpose Psychic Vehicle. So far, Suin seemed more inclined toward the Multi-Purpose Psychic Vehicle. In Highway Survival, according to the system information, they only knew that the first stage was a snowy plateau. Now, facing a blizzard that made it difficult for vehicles to advance. What about the future? What if the road disappeared or became a waterway? Suin shared his idea with Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin quickly agreed. Suin pointed to the S-Class Multi-Purpose Psychic Vehicle in the blueprint manual. I want to build this. Bai Mocha, looking quite impressed, readily agreed, and Li Xiangming echoed his approval. Although Zhou Xiao preferred the defensive psychic vehicle, he had little say. Finally, they all agreed to select the multi-purpose psychic vehicle blueprint for this vehicle build. Ding dong, confirm selection of the S-Class multi-purpose psychic vehicle blueprint, entering manufacturing mode? Yes or no? Note, this selection is one-time and cannot be changed. A system prompt popped up before everyone. After Suin selected the S-Class multi-purpose psychic vehicle blueprint, The blueprint book vanished. Only a golden blueprint remained, dropped to the table. Soo-in looked at the blueprint. The front had the blueprint template, followed by instructions for assembling the parts. S-Class Multifunctional Psychic Vehicle Blueprint. Quality: spiritual grade. Notes: design blueprint for a highly versatile psychic vehicle, capable of off-road, water navigation, and flight modes, adapting to a variety of complex terrains. It can be driven on or off roads. Materials required: magic screws *199, iron plates *10, mechanical parts *220. The four of them compared the materials. Since they fought their way through, they all had plenty. There was no need to attack other teams to gather materials. The first stage involved gathering materials. There were no subsequent manufacturing errors. Let's get to work. In the assembly phase, the four of them and the bear toiled until late at night. Unlike other blueprints, where you just place the materials and wait for completion, this one required manually screwing the magic screws into the materials to connect them. Since everyone accepted her leadership, Soo-in followed her instructions, assigning tasks to everyone while examining the blueprints. There are 199 screw holes in total. Install the higher grade screws first, and set the rest aside. We have 41 S-grade screws, 78 A-grade screws, and 112 B-grade screws. We only need S-grade and A-grade screws. Xiao Xiao and Xiang Meng will sort the screws by grade and color. Mocha and I will assemble the materials and tighten the screws. Xiao Xiao, give me a green S-grade screw. A few hours later, everyone was sweating profusely. 90% of the vehicle was complete. The vehicle had taken shape. Bai Mocha rubbed her wrist, collapsed on the floor, and said to Soo-in, Chapter 139. I can't do it anymore. Let me catch my breath. At this moment, Bai Mocha didn't care about flirting, currying favor, or making friends. She simply stood there in a state of utter despair, revealing her true nature, but in fact, she seemed to have a more lively air. Because today, she was truly exhausted. She'd been driving and killing monsters all day collecting treasure chests, and just after dinner that night, she saw the invitation. She figured it would be a waste if she didn't make a profit, so she came here and had a lot of trouble. She entered the dungeon at around 6 o'clock and entered the room at 8 o'clock. She thought it would take several hours, but she hadn't finished until after 11 p.m. During this process, she kept trying to please this sunshine bear, but there was no progress. It was really frustrating, but the more she did this, the more it piqued her desire for a challenge. It made her even more eager to defeat this guy. Could it be that she wasn't friendly enough? Her personality and appearance were clearly crafted to be harmless. Bai Mocha thought about the past few hours of hard work, looking at Soo-in's pumpkin-masked face, and a hint of resentment crept in. She screwed until her wrists ached and her fingers turned red. This system was too demanding, too torturous. If it weren't for trying to please Yangwang and lower her guard, she would have been the supervisor, leaving all the work to other players. Soo-in glanced at the collapse by Mocha, noticing her genuine exhaustion. He said, 10 minutes break, then keep going. Zhou Xiao and Li Xiangmeng glanced at each other, then at Soo-in. They waited for Soo-in to say it was time for everyone to rest. With a sigh of relief, they too stopped their work and collapsed onto the ground to rest. Following Soo-in's lead, Sumo also put down his work and sat down against the wall to rest and recuperate. The S-Class studio had a soft carpeted floor. It also had underfloor heating. Lying on the floor was quite comfortable. At this moment, everyone who was working had shed their tightly wrapped clothing. Bai Mocha wore a velvet shirt beneath her thick clothes, which looked like a piece of equipment glistening in the light. After removing her torn cotton jacket, Zhou Xiao wore the pajamas he wore when he traveled through time, bubble-shaped padded pajamas with a bunny cartoon pattern. Li Xiangming was similar to Zhou Xiao, also wearing the same clothes he wore when he traveled through time. Only Soo-in hadn't taken off any of his clothes, still bundled up. A long trench coat, black pants, a mask, and gloves concealed his entire figure. In reality, Soo-in had quietly slipped through space and put away his cotton pants and jacket, remaining fully clothed on the outside. This rest had left everyone drowsy. Even Soo-in was very sleepy. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear had both worked a full day, but she didn't dare sleep. The blueprints indicated that the assembled vehicle would take at least 12 hours to shape. They didn't have much time left. Soo-in planned to finish assembling the vehicle with everyone else before resting. Waiting until tomorrow would be very troublesome. Soo-in opened the light screen and silently watched the time. She laid down on the ground. In less than a minute, Li Xiangming and Zhou Xiao fell asleep. Bai Mocha looked at Suin. She didn't fall asleep in front of her. After lying there for a while, she sat up and talked to her. He chatted with her about family matters, intentionally or unintentionally. However, it was Bai Mocha who did all the talking. Suin didn't reply. 10 minutes later, Bai Mocha stood up and continued assembling the vehicle with Suin and Sumo. However, as she approached the vehicle, she seemingly accidentally stepped on Zhou Xiao's finger. Ah, it hurts. Zhou Xiao woke up in pain. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Li Xiangmeng also woke up and rubbed his eyes in apology. The group fell back into a frenzy of activity. Another hour passed. The vehicle was finally assembled. A pile of colorful materials, along with screws in various dopamine-colored hues, formed a car-shaped iron box. A message popped up in front of the players. Ding dong. Congratulations to Team 007 on completing the S-Class multi-purpose psychic vehicle. Now entering the vehicle shaping phase. Shaping time, 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. During this time, the team can invest in materials for optimization. Looking at the message, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally done. Li Xiangmeng and Zhou Xiao hugged each other. The time reached 12:23 a.m. At this time, it seems we can order takeout at a 90% discount, Li Xiangmeng said. Everyone went to the entrance screen, swiped the screen, and found the takeout function. Many shops came into view. Fried chicken, spicy hot pot, barbecue, fried noodles, fried rice, rice noodles. You can find all the common nighttime takeouts on Blue Star. At this moment, every item was cheap. For example, the fried chicken family bucket, originally priced at 128 coppers, was now only 12.8 coppers with a limited time 90% discount. In that instant, everyone's fatigue from the whole day faded a little. Suin heard his companion swallow. Everyone quickly ordered their desired food. Select place order and pay. At this point, every player was buying large portions. After all, leftovers could be stored in their storage, and they could continue eating even after leaving the platform. If each player wasn't limited to one set meal per order, everyone would be eager to stockpile food and develop a purchasing service. After a short walk, Suin chose a super deluxe Mala Tang family set worth $19.99. After a 10% discount, it was only $199.9. Since the system's no change only one return policy, it only cost 200 coppers. The super deluxe Mala Tang family set contained a variety of vegetables, meats, and noodles. The serving size was 5 kilograms. Since entering the survival game, Suin had never seen such a variety of vegetables. Vegetables included spinach, lettuce, bok choy, kelp, bamboo shoots, daylily, wood ear mushrooms, cucumber slices, carrots, winter melon, broccoli. Meats included crab legs, shrimp, pork slices, beef slices, chicken strips, Chinese sausage, beef balls, luncheon meat, fish balls. Noodles included cornmeal, gluten, fern root powder, vermicelli, rice noodles, rice vermicelli, and thin noodles. Bai Mocha, like her, ordered a spicy hot pot dish with lots of vegetables for 200 copper coins. Li Xiangmeng chose a fried chicken family bucket for 13 copper coins. Zhou Xiao chose a hamburger, fries, fried fish, and cola combo for 8 copper coins. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang outside, and a dark figure delivered everyone's takeout. Everyone received their takeout and returned to their assigned bedrooms. Go to bed early. Meet at 8 a.m. tomorrow. After breakfast, go out and explore. Suin left with only these words before returning to his room and closing the door. As soon as she got inside, Suin couldn't help but lie down on the floor. This was too tiring. Chapter 140. Fighting is tiring, assembling and screwing is tiring, and spending time with my companions is tiring. The little pumpkin slid off Suin's face, returning from its masked state to its single-figure form, following suit and lying on the carpet. Seeing this, Sumo placed a large bucket of takeout on the table and, transformed into the smallest teddy bear, laid down on the carpet. Suin looked at the little pumpkin on her left, then at the little teddy bear on her right. She felt her fatigue mostly dissipate. With a smile on her face, she climbed to her feet. She said to the two little bears, "Let's go get a midnight snack." At this point in the evening, she must be hungry. Suin couldn't finish a whole bowl of spicy hot pot, so she divided the food into small bowls. She rarely ate a midnight snack, always feeling upset if she ate too much, so she only ate a small bowl. The spicy hot pot was delicious. Especially eating these vegetables, which she hadn't eaten much in the past 2 weeks. It was pure bliss. Suin opted for clear soup and chili oil, which was a very satisfying way to eat. The bear doll, who had worked overtime until midnight, ate half the bowl. But Sumo stopped eating mid-sentence, realizing there were many rare vegetables and ingredients. He couldn't eat any more, he had to leave more for his master. Suin looked at the energy bar above the bear doll, which was not yet full, and said nothing. There was still half a bowl of spicy hot pot left. Suin closed the lid and placed it in his space. Suin took the 2 dolls to the bath and soaked. The room was warm, clean, and truly comfortable. If it weren't for the tense environment of the station, it would have been incredibly comfortable. After his bath, Suin charged the phones he had brought with him in his space, and went to bed with the 2 dolls. Completely unaware of the wave of indie sweeping the public chat. Towards the dream. Everyone, no need to wait for the agent to buy tonight. We talk about it tomorrow. I've been so busy tonight. I've been so busy all the way up until this point. I ordered a midnight snack, and am taking a break. Tuanzi is a little naughty. Can you order takeout from the platform? Wang Zai Xiaoqiao doesn't eat. I learned something new. Lianin, I really want to go. Qianjin, why? I heard that water and electricity are free. Can I buy hot water? Towards the dream. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so convenient. Oh, thanks for the reminder, Qianjin. I try it. I can't trade hot water, but I can charge electrical appliances. Does anyone have any devices that need charging? Rui, according to my heart. Please, I give you my big battery. Sleeping Bear. Wow, there really is a big battery. I have an electric heater, but it's always out of batteries. I'm jealous. Xingye Xiao. I had super cheap fries and a burger on the platform, drank a Coke, and even got to enjoy a free bath. Tuaner's child. Sounds so envious. Can I get a free French fry? Wang Lu. I can buy it with copper coins. I want more fries. Qinchin Mocha, posting pictures. Qinchin Mocha. I ordered a 5 kilograms deluxe takeout from the platform. 200G portions are now on sale. Check out my shop. Hurry up and get it. Lizadang a salted fish MT. What is this, spicy hot pot? This is what Xiao Xiao meant by ordering takeout. Wow, I'm dying for it. I need to check it out. Mo Meow's fish. It's so expensive, 50 copper coins. But considering all the vegetables and meat, and the production on this dangerous platform, woohoo, I'm broke. Yunnan Chi. I already bought it. If you're not sure if it's enough, you can cook some noodles yourself. It's absolutely delicious. I just had my favorite crispy bamboo shoots and spinach, as well as crab legs and prawns. I want to cry. This stuff is spicy and numb, and it's so delicious. Mo Qing Zhu Yi. Glad I stayed up late. Thanks, Sister Cha. I already bought 2. Jing Yumi. It's gone so quickly. At Xiong Minglai Lu, at Xingyi Xiao Xiao, are you 2 selling food? Xiong Minglai Lu. Selling fried chicken legs, 15 copper coins each. Qing K. Is Sunshine Bear here? Ning Emo. I don't know. Explorer. I miscalculated. I should have gone even if I turned into a woman. May world peace and China prosper. A warm and comfortable room, with free water, electricity, and takeout. I'm so envious. Xiaoming Buxiong. But it's also dangerous to go in. If I don't leave, I have to work at this platform, risking my life as a cook and a delivery person. Huan Wenju. When I think about it, what a terrible system, what a terrible platform. The next day, I slept until 7:30. The bed in the bedroom attached to the S workshop was incredibly soft and comfortable, just as comfortable as the one in the pumpkin carriage. Suin quickly washed and dressed, then left the room with Xiao Mo. She was the first to emerge. The breakfast takeout discount was from 7 to 9. There was still plenty of time. Suin looked at the vehicle. It had changed a lot by almost 7 o'clock, becoming more car-like. Its exterior, however, was still just as ugly and colorful. Opening the screen, Suin flipped through it, and saw a bunch of yesterday's news. Oh, reselling takeout was also a good way to make money. But she wasn't short of game coins right now, but she was more in need of some vegetable food. At 8 o'clock, several other players began to emerge from their bedrooms. For breakfast, the takeout included common breakfast items like steamed buns, rice porridge, dumplings, pie, and noodle soup. Suin took a look and opted for the most expensive option, ordering the Xiao Long Bao family set for 120 copper coins. This set included 12 trays of Xiao Long Bao, each containing 10 small dumplings. These included pork, mushroom and pork, pickled cabbage and pork, beef and radish, squash and egg, leek and egg, vegetarian tri-vegetarian, fennel and pork, spare ribs and beans, bamboo shoots and diced pork, and spicy chicken. This set was the most diverse and generous portion. Li Xiangming, Zhou Xiao, and Bai Mocha all ordered this set. Zhou Xiao didn't have enough money, so Li Xiangming lent her some. After receiving the takeout, everyone else, except Suan, started eating right away, taking out their own food to earn game coins. The small dumplings cost 1 copper coin each, and after a few discussions, they agreed to take out 5 to 10 copper coins. Those with vegetables are generally more expensive, while those with only meat are cheaper. Not to mention, the buns were quite good, with soft, fluffy dough and delicious seasoning. They sold out quickly, practically disappearing as soon as they were put on the shelves. Suan, while eating his steamed dumplings, tossed them into the bear's mouth with his extravagant manner, startled everyone. Bai Mocha looked at the bear thoughtfully, then offered a tray of dumplings to Suan, saying it was for the bear. Suan declined, offering a large piece of roasted meat jerky to Suemo, demonstrating that he had enough food. Suan only ate 7 or 8 steamed dumplings, handing the rest to Suemo. The giant bear devoured all the dumplings and the generous portion of meat jerky, shocking everyone. Li Xiangming leaned over to Zhou Xiao and bit his ear for a moment. The two of them took out 500 copper coins and handed them to Suan, saying it was food compensation for Big Bear. Yesterday, it was Sister Sunshine who controlled the Big Bear from fighting and protected everyone. Last night, the bear was working, and the labor of several people was enough for each bear. Otherwise, they might not even finish the job if they worked all day. Sister Sunshine's bears consume so much food, it would be unreasonable for them not to show their support now. Seeing this, Bai Mocha also handed over 500 copper coins. After all, she was also a fragile mage who needed the bear's protection. In reality, Suemo didn't eat all those dumplings, he put them all into his space. Suemo wanted to save vegetables for his master. Suan noticed that Suemo wasn't full, and threw him a large piece of dried meat. The dried meat was made by Little Pumpkin, marinated with spices, and then hung over the stove to dry. It was crispy on the outside and chewy on the inside, with a salty, fragrant, and chewy texture. After breakfast, Suan led everyone in breaking down the excess material screws into aura fragments to be used in vehicle optimization. Breaking down the materials requires a bit of manual labor. The player needs to physically touch the materials to break them down. They still had a lot of materials left, so the work took quite a while. Chapter 141. This kind of tedious, repetitive work can be quite tedious. It's not that players can't participate in the decomposition process. The only job the giant bear can do is to carry the decomposed aura fragments and drop them into the vehicle. These aura fragments are similar in size to small crystals. In the system introduction, they can be used to optimize vehicles. Generally, higher-level screws and materials produce larger crystals after decomposition, while lower-level screws and materials produce smaller crystals. Little Pumpkin was very interested in this, but quest items couldn't be taken off the platform. So, Suan had to decompose while Little Pumpkin secretly absorbed them. Everyone went through the repetitive, mechanical work, and no one noticed the extraneous consumption on Suan's part. To better absorb the aura fragments, Little Pumpkin conjured half-finger gloves to cover his original gloves. The most astute Li Xiangming only noticed that Sister Sunshine had changed into a new pair of gloves, which looked even more stylish. This dungeon is so troublesome. Why don't they have a one-click spawn function? It's so frustrating for players. Zhou Xiao couldn't help but complain. Li Xiangming gave Zhou Xiao a sharp look, shutting her up immediately. Anyone here can quit if they're tired, but not these two rookies. Maybe this is part of the evaluation, Bai Mocha said, panting heavily, trying to come to Zhou Xiao's rescue, acting like a good girl. In reality, she was also quite dissatisfied. It's so tiring. Working like this is very draining on both mental and physical strength. Bai Mocha looked at her stat bars, which kept dropping. If it weren't for Yangguang, she would definitely have rested. She could have left this kind of work to other players. These two girls were just begging for help, so what was wrong with doing more work? But with Yangguang around, she had to work honestly and steadily. Although Yangguang was aloof, she assigned tasks to everyone equally, treating them all equally. To make a good impression and make friends with her, she had to work with them. At this moment, she suddenly regretted hiding her strength, hiding her level 7 as level 4, maintaining a slight, but not much, advantage over everyone else. This, coupled with her display of weakness, completely robbed her of the initiative in front of the Sunshine Bear, making her a victim of both money and labor. But many of her skills required social interaction, requiring everyone to lower their guard. Her public profile was that of a lucky person, who had barely made it through the internal beta test. A level 7 melee mage didn't fit the impression she gave people of kindness and friendliness. What should she do? She suddenly didn't want this knight anymore. Before she could even make a good friend, charm her into submission, and make her completely devoted, she was about to be manipulated like a spinning top. But Yang Wang was cautious. Without becoming friends, it would be difficult for her to strike a blow against her. She used the spell Mesmerize to sign a contract. It was past 10 o'clock when Suan got up and set off to explore with a teammate. Li Xiangming and Zhou Xiao were both eager to sign up. Comparing Li Xiangming and Zhou Xiao, Suan chose Zhou Xiao to go out with her. Although it was obvious that Li Xiangming was smarter, more agile, and stronger, Zhou Xiao was inferior in every way, and not exactly a very likable girl. But that was what Suan valued. Zhou Xiao, a clumsy, heartless girl, would occasionally say the wrong thing. However, knowing her talents, skills, and class attributes, and the foreshadowing of her life-saving grace, Suan felt a little more at ease. Click. Suan and Zhou Xiao left. The door closed. Bai Mocha stopped what she was doing, put her arm around Li Xiangming's arm, and said affectionately, "Xiaoming, you go ahead and do your work. I rest and refresh myself. If another team attacks, I can better protect you in our room." "Okay, Master Mocha." Li Xiangming looked touched. As she hugged him, he suddenly felt that Master Mocha was incredibly kind. Now, no matter how he looked at her, he liked her more. He had been so defensive before, damn it. After saying that, Bai Mocha relaxed in a comfortable chair, occasionally glancing out the door, seemingly alert, but actually lost in thought. So many twists and turns were running through her little head. Underneath the prop's invisible cloth, the two men saw the bear and the other two walking away and began to discuss. "The player team in the S workshop. The strongest bear rider has left. Should we grab a room now?" "I think so. Let's fight now. We still have a chance of survival." "Damn it! If our room hadn't been attacked by a delivery driver yesterday and our vehicle destroyed, we wouldn't have been able to participate in the competition. Why would we have taken such a risk? This damned platform system." The two discussed this in the makeshift team chat, and soon the other teammates joined in. "That S-level workshop team is tough. They killed so hard yesterday. Let's change our target." But those are all because of that bear's strong combat power. Once the bear-controlling player leaves, there shouldn't be many of them left. It's a perfect opportunity. Let me see. It seems there's only one low defense, high attack mage left, and one player just to make up the numbers. If we can kill that squishy mage, we win. Let's go! Let's go! All the way, Zhou Xiao followed the tall Suan, glancing around from time to time. The blood outside each workshop had been wiped clean, but a few doors were still wide open, revealing signs of destruction and residual blood. It seemed like last night was very dangerous. Some rooms had been lost, but they hadn't encountered any of them. Perhaps the S-level workshops avoided many dangers. Zhou Xiao followed Sunshine Bear, his body tense and close, afraid he wouldn't be able to keep up with her pace, get left alone, and die. Zhou Xiao felt both nervous and relieved. She felt nervous, as if her life was hanging by a thread. Luckily, the giant bear and Sister Sunshine by her side gave her a sense of security. They encountered other players along the way, but they all looked wary, and stayed away from Suan and his group. Yesterday, at the entrance of Studio S, they had killed several teams trying to seize the room, making Suan's team well known to many players. That distinctive, murderous and violent giant bear was truly terrifying. Seeing these players tactfully avoid her, Suan had no desire to attack. She was lazy, always killing whoever attacked her first. Without command, Suemo made no move either, simply following Sister and then forward, though he remained alert, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Ding dong. Pushing open the natural convenience store, the bright lights and harmonious environment made Suan feel as if he had returned to a peaceful era. "Welcome, this is the natural convenience store chain, screw operation platform." Chapter 142. The voice was hoarse and stuttering. A human with a slightly panicked expression saluted and bowed in welcome to Suan and his group. Suan immediately recognized this human as one of the players he and Mo Cha had killed. He still had a scar the size of a bowl on his head, where Big Bear had slapped his head off after Mo Cha had frozen it. He must be in a state of the living dead now. He had actually come back to life and become a dungeon NPC. Is it because the body was relatively intact? Suan was somewhat surprised. The system's platforms could actually replenish their workforce in this way. Zhou Xiao was startled and was about to scream, but she covered her mouth in time. "I can't scream. I can't scream. I can't cause trouble for Sister Sunshine and Big Bear. She swallowed her fear. But it was truly terrifying. She looked at Suin, seeing her composure, and slowly calmed down. If the big guys weren't afraid, it would be fine. Of course, Suin wasn't afraid. She killed him when he was alive. So what if he came back to life after death? Rather than being afraid of him, he should be more afraid of himself. And so it was. Transformed into a strange creature, his soul and body were sold to a new convenience store clerk, number 21233. He felt terrified. Seeing the bear approach, his mind went haywire, and all the deceptive cliches he learned during training were forgotten. He could only mechanically recite a long string of words, reciting the true rules. Welcome to the Natural Convenience Store. This is a safe zone. Attacks are prohibited. Players can select and check out their own items. Some items are in limited stock and available in limited quantities. Shopping time is 60 minutes. During this time, you can rest for free in the rest area, whether you buy anything or not. We offer credit, with a maximum purchase limit of 10,000 items. Pay before leaving the platform. With that, the clerk ducked under the counter and disappeared. He looked as if he feared being beaten if he stayed any longer. Even when his boss kept scolding him through the headset, he remained unmoved. Zhou Xiao felt less intimidated by the clerk's attitude, as if this guy was even more cowardly than she was. Thinking of this, she felt even more grateful to have followed Sister Sunshine. Otherwise, if she died, she would have to work as a slave forever. That would have been too sad. Suin was browsing the shelves. It wasn't her first time. Suin was used to it. The items in the convenience store were pretty much the same. A variety of protective shields, heat packs, props, food, and daily necessities. The only unique thing was that they also sold a lot of fabric, with a promotional message about it being suitable for making soft covers for vehicles. First, Suin bought all the limited purchase heat packs, low-level spirit source stones, healing candies, and high-quality silk fabric. Then, she began to selectively purchase daily necessities, using the purchasing agent as a purchasing agent. While Zhou Xiao browsed the shelves, eyes full of anticipation, Suin had already placed several orders through proxy buying. White Mocha was relaxed, sipping her drink and looking at the public screen. She was also gathering information. It's a witch. Go to Sunshine Bear and Starry Night Shishi's shops. I bought a lot of great stuff. Grilled fish and tofu, you're so kind. I can't even get them now, woohoo. Fold a star. We could also wait for the afternoon. Mocha and the others are out that afternoon, so they'd definitely be using proxy buying at the convenience store. To Entrepreneur's Cub, am I the only one looking forward to lunch takeout? Special, spicy, seaweed, me too. Beep, 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 an alarm sounded from the door. Defense value plummeted. Bai Mocha hadn't expected her casual remark to come true. Someone truly reckless launched an attack. She leaped down from the workbench and barked a command to the player behind her operating the machine. Xiangming, return to the bedroom, close the door, and wait for me to finish. Her voice was cold, devoid of its usual sweetness. Bai Mocha was like a block of ice, her expressionless femininity drastically altered. Her eyes were downcast, icy, and dimples hidden within her cold face made her appear remarkably mature. Li Xiangming felt dazed and nervous, and unknowingly followed Sister Cha's instructions to return to the bedroom and close the door. The word stuck in her throat. I fight alongside Sister Cha, I can help. She returned to the bedroom in a daze. Behind the bedroom door, she squatted on the ground, huddled in a ball, motionless. I really wanted to go out and help, but Sister Cha told me to hide, and so I did. But Sister Cha said she was a fragile mage. So could she really fight alone? What should I do? Yes, I sent a message to Sunshine Bear for help. Xiao Xiao and I had agreed to do that. Li Xiangming opened the chat channel and tried to send a message, but it was stuck. Sister Cha was still fighting outside. Would sending it now affect her? Li Xiangming hadn't noticed that when it came to morning moss tea, she became extremely indecisive. In her turmoil, she unconsciously didn't dare to disobey her even a little. Feeling the skill take effect, this skill, which didn't affect teammates, worked normally. Bai Mosti opened the door and attacked the enemy. It was a good door, but its defense was too low. It wasn't a good look. She hates being attacked, in any form. Before the battle, Bai Mocha glanced at her profile. Class, Perfect Idol. Notes, you are an idol trainee who has been training for 15 years. Your natural baby face often makes people overlook your abilities. From age 12 to 27, you worked hard, yet remained overlooked. But this doesn't stop you from being the perfect idol. As long as you live up to your persona, you can have rabbit fans and everything glorious. Remember, you are that ever-kind little sweetheart. You are the perfect idol of the survival game. Talent, touch, and you like them. Physical contact with any living being will generate a certain degree of favor towards you, which increases your mental strength. When someone likes you, you become stronger. Class Skill 1, Mental Amplification. Class Skill 2, Charming Aura. Class Skill 3, Fall Guy. Class Skill 4, Knight's Contract. Class Skill 5, Buff Aura. Class 2, Ice Mage. The door opens. Mocha used her Ice Freeze group attack skill, unleashing full force at a high level. Using spells stacked with mental attacks, she quickly dispatched the invading minions. Mocha's victory was easy, forcing the players, who had been drawn out by the alarm, and were secretly observing the situation to retreat into hiding. They dared not show their heads. Mocha collected the spoils, closed the door, and, stepping through the blood, addressed the person in the bedroom. Xiang Meng, come out. You're safe. Looking at the worried little girl who opened the door, Mocha smiled lightly, 2 dimples appearing on her cheeks. Fortunately, they were weak. I easily dealt with them. I'm so worried. Li Xiangmeng couldn't help but rush over. Mocha hugged the girl, took her hand, and comforted her. A while passed. Mocha rested on the sofa while Li Xiangmeng went about her business. An hour had passed, and the convenience store rang out with a mechanical farewell. The green light on the door turned red. The undead clerk appeared from nowhere, holding a broom, and tremblingly said, shopping time is over. Please, 2 players from Team 007, leave. Welcome back next time. If you don't leave the manager and I will clean it up. Speechless, Suen looked at the unintimidating clerk. The thought of robbing him actually occurred. After all, there had been incidents of staff being killed and convenience stores being robbed at the ice and snow platform. But Suen thought this was a dangerous 3-star platform, and he was accompanying a girl with average attack power. It was better to avoid trouble than to worry about it. He had to be more cautious. What was important was the reward for tonight's evaluation. If you don't leave the platform in time after the evaluation, you can still come back and grab some. Suen led Zhou Xiao out of the convenience store. The players waiting outside only dared to enter after seeing the God of Killer leave. The clerk, who had been so polite just moments before, suddenly rolled his eyes and started threatening the new player with various tricks. Chapter 143. Players, in order to shop, endured the unfriendly service of the monster NPCs. For performance reasons, monster NPC clerk set traps. A short while later, a fight broke out inside the convenience store. Instantly, the lights in the convenience store turned from white-green to red, and countless corpse puppets of various shapes emerged from the counters. 5 minutes later, the 3 injured players escaped. Naturally, the convenience store returned to its normal state, spacious and bright. Zhou Xiao glanced around, then at Sister Sunshine and Big Bear, who walked gracefully. The platform resembled a large shopping mall. Exiting the convenience store, one could see the competition venue on the central terrace. Around the competition platform, there were several food stalls. The signs on those food stalls matched those on takeout restaurants, fried chicken shops, spicy hot pot shops, bun shops, stir-fry shops. Through the bright glass windows, one could see puppet chefs, scarecrow waiters, and some bizarre-looking diners. It looked like a sea of figures, but upon closer inspection, none of them resembled people. All sorts of bizarre creatures, rabbit-headed humans, fish-headed humans, human-headed pigs. But the food in those shops seemed so delicious, and the creatures were kind of cute. If I turned into one of them, I'd be cute too. Xiao Xiao, turn around and follow me. It wasn't until she heard Sister Sunshine's call that Zhou Xiao finally woke up from her dream. What had she been thinking? She noticed she was actually walking towards the shop, 3 meters away from Sister Sunshine, a safe distance to activate her defensive barrier. Zhou Xiao jumped in shock, a cold sweat breaking out. She quickly took a few steps to Sister Sunshine's side, following closely behind her and Big Bear, no longer daring to look around. It wasn't until she returned to the S-Class studio that she felt able to breathe again. The system notification on the screen revealed a significant drop in her spirit points, nearly reaching rock bottom. You seem to be under some kind of influence. Spirit points -2, -2, -2. Back in the workshop, Suen turned to look at the pale Zhou Xiao, saying nothing. At that moment, she too sensed something was amiss. Su Imo had momentarily become drowsy. She used her skills to synchronize her perception with Su Imo, increasing her spirit points resistance, and finally regaining consciousness. When Xiong regained consciousness, He turned around and saw the girl beside him also drowsy. Only after calling her back did he finally awaken. It seemed this platform still held many hidden spiritual dangers. However, their group was strong, having secured a good S-class studio, and thus avoided many of them. The gate not only protected against physical attacks, but also mental ones. In the room, Suan watched Li Xiangmeng working, and Mo Cha dozing on the sofa. It's been almost 5 minutes since we returned, and the two of them seem oblivious to Zhou Xiao and me. One is still asleep, the other still working. Suan coughed softly. Li Xiangmeng noticed and quickly whispered, Sister Yangwang, Xiao Xiao, you're back. Keep your voices down. Sister Cha just fell asleep. Sister Cha just eliminated the intruders, and is now exhausted and asleep. Let her rest for a while. Leave the rest to me, Li Xiangmeng said. She worked tirelessly, repetitively optimizing the vehicle's controls. Her movements were fluid yet mechanical. A bit like a more humanoid robot. Suan thought Li Xiangmeng was a little strange, but she didn't seem to notice anything strange. Everything was normal. Maybe she was overthinking it. Calling Zhou Xiao delayed her for a few minutes on the way, and it was almost midnight when she got back. From midnight to 2, takeout orders were only available at a 10% discount. Suan pulled Zhou Xiao along, intending to take a break. She asked Xiang Meng if she wanted to rest a bit. In the afternoon, Mocha would take her out. They would take a lunch break, and Zhou Xiao and she could do the rest in the afternoon. I don't need a break. I can keep working. Sister Cha worked so hard protecting our vehicles. If I don't do more, I'd be ashamed to live. Li Xiangmeng toiled relentlessly, clearly exhausted, yet a happy smile graced her face. Suan felt terribly unwell. He felt as if the girl before him wasn't quite clear, as if she were shrouded in a hazy haze. Suan couldn't help but reach out and wave over Li Xiangmeng's head. The haze seemed to fade, and everything felt much more comfortable. Player Sunshine Bear, you use 6 points of spirit on your teammate Born to Dream, dispelling the unknown mental fog. After evaluation, Player Sunshine Bear's actions were deemed beneficial and in compliance with the rules of the game, with no penalty. Li Xiangmeng froze, his movements slowing noticeably as he disassembled the screw. Seeing Suan seemed to have reacted, Li Xiangmeng quickly said, Thank you, Sunshine Sister, for your concern. I'm really tired. I didn't even realize my energy level was at its lowest. I need to rest. With that, Li Xiangmeng pulled a spirit-boosting candy from his backpack and popped it into his mouth. His face flushed considerably. The mechanical feeling faded considerably. It was actually quite scary just now. I felt a little stunned. I'm just now reacting. I'm glad Sister Cha was so calm. Sister Cha is really strong. I want to be a woman as outstanding as Sister Cha. As soon as he finished speaking, Suan felt as if Li Xiangmeng had gained another, inexplicable layer. A spiritual power similar to motivation, similar to the hazy thing just now, but of a different nature. Li Xiangmeng continued, It's a shame though. I should have taken the initiative to help fight alongside her. I shouldn't have been so scared and followed Sister Cha's advice, hiding in the bedroom and leaving her to fight alone. That was truly cowardly. Suan listened to Li Xiangmeng's long speech, her voice noticeably more animated. By this point, her expression was filled with regret. Zhou Xiao, having heard so much, immediately asked a crucial question. She asked, Xiangmeng, there's an attack coming? How many people? Why didn't you send a group message to tell us? Before they set out, Li Xiangmeng had agreed to report any developments. Zhou Xiao had obediently kept an eye on the group chat, but saw nothing. This. Chapter 144. Li Xiangmeng froze for a moment. After a long moment, she tapped her head and said, Sorry, we agreed to let everyone know in the group if anything happened. I was just so frightened I forgot everything except my fear. I was working to alleviate my fear, and then I was so exhausted I didn't even react. Li Xiangmeng said, looking embarrassed. Suan said nothing, glancing at the dozing Mocha. He had been suspicious to begin with, but now everything was clear to him. Li Xiangmeng's situation was inextricably linked to Mocha. At this moment, Mocha lay comfortably asleep on the sofa. With her baby face, small stature, and curled up in a ball, she looked adorable, like an oriental doll, completely harmless. She didn't seem dangerous at all. A quick glance before entering the platform brought Suan's mind to another beta tester, E's, comment about her. Smiling Angel? The nickname was right. She looked so peaceful in her sleep, truly like an angel. Mocha is very beautiful, reminiscent of a TV celebrity. Unfortunately, the nickname behind this angel is Ice Mage. This particularly formidable nickname seems somewhat disconnected from the angels. Suan didn't remind Li Xiangmeng. She didn't want to get involved in someone else's karma. Li Xiangmeng turned to Mocha for help, accepting her protection and naturally assuming the risk of being silently controlled by her. It all depends on whether this clever girl can figure it out and grasp the right balance. The fact that a skill can be effective under the rule that allies can't attack indicates that Mocha's skill is a boost, providing some benefits to Li Xiangmeng. During lunch, Li Xiangmeng's expression suddenly changed. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, she embarrassedly said, "My attack limit has increased a bit." Afterward, she glanced at Mocha with a strange expression. "Ding dong, you gained a certain amount of power by idolizing Morning Mocha. Your attack limit has increased by 1. In the afternoon, Mocha took Li Xiangmeng to the convenience store, leaving Suan and Zhou Xiao alone in the house. "Xiao Xiao, I remember your attributes have dropped significantly. You should go and rest first," Suan said to Zhou Xiao with feigned concern. "Leave this to me." Suan dismissed the girl with a few words and sent her to her bedroom to rest, tucking her into bed like a good sister. Ignoring Zhou Xiao's touched and happy expression, Suan closed the door and returned to the hall. Suemo, maintaining his 2 m tall bare form, stood guard at the main entrance and at Zhou Xiao's bedroom door, which was near the entrance. The two exchanged glances. Instantly, they understood each other. The wind bear was in place. Suemo opened his mouth and mouthed, "Sister, the bear will keep an eye on this place." Click. Little Pumpkin couldn't wait any longer, transforming from a mask into a doll. He scurried over to the materials, drooling over them. Seeing his master approaching quickly, Little Pumpkin sat on the ground, mouth wide open, mouth stretched as wide as it could be. Like a hungry bird, he let out a short ah cry. Suan understood immediately, placed his hands on the materials, and began to decompose them, dropping the resulting spiritual fragments into Little Pumpkin's mouth. The spiritual fragments in Little Pumpkin's mouth continued to disappear, and a layer of shimmering light emanated from his body. Suan had no qualms about using the team's public property. The vehicles used for system evaluations have already been created, and optimizing the decomposition of excess materials is merely icing on the cake, not affecting gameplay progress. Also, because Mocha was deliberately hiding her abilities and playing it safe, 70% to 80% of these materials were obtained by Suemo. It's a waste not to collect them. Feeding them to Little Pumpkin won't burden Suan at all. He only regretted not being quick enough to get more of the system dungeon spoils. Exploiting this hidden platform bug. The materials in this dungeon are very useful for vehicles, so players are prohibited from taking them off the platform. Furthermore, since it's a non-vehicle platform, players can't bring their own vehicles in. Little Pumpkin, it was a complete accident. Now I can only eat as much as I can, otherwise, I won't be able to take these materials away. Time spent collecting spoils always flies by. Suddenly, Suan heard the door open and tapped Little Pumpkin's head with his finger. Little Pumpkin was back, transformed into a mask, and returned to Suan's face. Before leaving, Little Pumpkin turned his head and gazed reluctantly at the few remaining materials on the ground, expressing regret. A giant bear obscured the view behind him at the doorway. Suan, without a moment's hesitation, disassembled the materials and placed them into the vehicle for optimization. A voice called from the doorway, "Sister Sunshine, we're back." It was Chingcha's voice. "Sister Sunshine, Sister Cha have been amazing all the way here. We're going exploring." The giant bear stepped aside, letting the two girls into the house. Suan paused his work and turned to look at the doorway. Mocha and Li Xiangmeng looked much the same as they had left. The two girls approached, both reeking of blood. Suan paid special attention to Li Xiangmeng and noticed that she no longer had that hazy feeling. It seemed that Mocha hadn't continued to attack her. Are there any skill restrictions, or is it a warning? Mocha volunteered to talk about her experience out there. Regarding the store information provided by Suan and Zhou Xiao, she took Li Xiangmeng to investigate, killing a few customers and finding a lot of high-level screws. After that, Mocha retrieved the loot from the space. A small pile of high-grade screws lay on the ground, all S were a grade, and there looked to be dozens of them. As Mocha spoke, Suan noticed something strange on Li Xiangmeng's face. It looked like there was more to the loot. Suan listened as Mocha continued. "I think we can use S and A grade screws to replace some of the B grade screws. We should still have enough time." Suan checked the time. It was only a little after 2 in the afternoon, so there was plenty of time before the evaluation at 8 o'clock. It was just that the process was laborious, requiring players to manually unscrew the C grade screws and then reinstall the S grade screws. But after the most arduous task of acquiring advanced screwdrivers, screwing was just a craft. By the way, where's Xiao Xiao? Mocha asked casually. She suffered a mental attack from a monster when she came back this morning. I saw she wasn't feeling well, so I told her to rest for a while. Suin replied casually. Mocha hesitated. She glanced at Suin with a strange look, but it vanished in a flash. She said, with a look of concern, go check on Xiao Xiao. A short while later, Zhou Xiao emerged and joined in the screwing. 8 p.m. The brightly lit exhibition hall. The stage music blared with passion. Players stood backstage, holding their miniature vehicles, awaiting evaluation. As if by some tacit agreement, the backstage area was silent, and no one was communicating. At a glance, Suin quickly determined the number of people present. In just one day, yesterday's 27 teams with 95 members have been reduced to 16 teams with 41 members today, with many teams barely full. On the stage, the host's voice was passionate. Hello everyone, this is the Screw Battle stage. I'm the host, Hong Xia. Welcome to our Grand Vehicle Competition. Chapter 145. On the stage, a giant shrimp, all red in color, spoke passionately. It was the kind of shrimp commonly found on the tables of Blue Star residents. This shrimp looked like something from a New Year's Eve dinner, magnified hundreds of times. The red shrimp's passionate performance as host on stage was both eerie and comical. Tonight is the competition for the amazing psychic vehicles built by this batch of players. The Screw platform is sponsored by the Mechanical Tianqing Screw Company for spiritual materials. A quick commercial break. Mechanical Tianqing screws are great, truly great, absolutely amazing. Whether it's a vehicle or a prosthetic, every screw is of guaranteed quality. This competition is in partnership with the Wanjia Live broadcast system. All StarCraft viewers are welcome to tune in. Hello, StarCraft viewers. If you enjoy watching, don't forget to send us a gift, hee. Once again, we welcome all other platform residents who have traveled from afar to come and watch and experience the latest vehicle manufacturing. If you have a favorite, please return to your platform and purchase it accordingly. The audience was filled with a multitude of bizarre creatures. Upon hearing this, they all stared at the stage with anticipation. Now, please welcome Team 007 to present their vehicles. These vehicles are all handcrafted by the players themselves. Let's look forward to seeing what they will look like. After Big Shrimp finished speaking, a sparse applause broke out from the audience. Then, Suin carried the vehicle and led the team members, 4 of them and the bear, onto the stage. Suimo, Zhou Xiao, and Li Xiangming, whose spirit levels were low, all followed Suin's instructions, looking down at their feet, not looking up at the audience. Suin forced himself to take a look, only to feel his head tingle and his spirit level plummet. But this glance also brought her something. She saw a familiar face, the witch Ah Fong. Ah Fong was in her witch form, her hooked nose and chin like a hunched eagle. Her strange, glassy eyes stared at Suin with great interest, her clapping even louder. It seemed the platform NPCs could interact and circulate. How was it done? Was it also a platform ticket? Suin couldn't help but ponder. However, Suin didn't think for long, and in response to the host's voice, he opened the storage ball in his hand. It occupied about 5 square meters. It was a bit eye-catching. A gorgeous, colorful, and grotesque creature. This vehicle was unique. It had wheels, sails, and propellers, but it looked neither like a car, nor a boat, nor an airplane. The colors were vibrant, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple all appearing on the vehicle. Other colorful combinations always seemed perfectly balanced, but this vehicle, with its combination of colors, was grotesquely ugly. In fact, even the 4 of them hadn't anticipated the finished product's aesthetics. Later, they discovered that the exterior design needed to be altered through input of mental energy. Time was running out. They had too much material, and it took too long to accumulate it. Forget it. This job might be unavailable if they had the time. Li Xiangming and Zhou Xiao didn't have high mental energy. Suin was reluctant to use his mental energy, and Mo Cha had no intention of using it either. This is Team 007's vehicle, Unit 007. Let's ask its makers to explain it to us. So Suin and Mo Cha, back and forth, raved about it to the heavens. What was so ugly about it was that it was also carefully designed. They transformed the color combination of the numerous materials piled on it into a unique work of art. Let's make a spiritual level vehicle, simply a stack of materials and attributes, into a masterpiece among masterpieces. If Suin had been willing to use his own prop, unbreakable bullshit, I believe this set of artistically lauded words would have made the vehicle even more perfect. The introduction concluded. A sparse applause erupted from the audience. A few minutes later, the host announced the results. Team 007's vehicle, 007, received an overall score of S, with a score of 91, temporarily placing first. Everyone returned backstage with the vehicle and watched the results on the large screen. Team 010 consisted of 2 male players. Their vehicle, a tank-like vehicle painted green, received a score of 53. Time flew by. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, your Team 007 vehicle, 007, received an overall score of S, with a score of 91. You have won the first place prize. The platform reward will be sent via email later. The special platform screw battle, multiplayer interaction, is closing soon. Please click exit within 3 minutes, and the system will teleport you away. You can take your time working alongside everyone. Sue glanced regretfully toward the convenience store. With a crowd of monsters and spectators between them, it looked like stealing items was out of the question. However, Sue felt for the vehicle in the storage sphere and reached out to touch it. Little Pumpkin instantly swept up the already assimilated vehicle and returned it to its space. Go home, go home. Sue simply clicked to leave the platform. As she left, her teammates said something, but she didn't hear it clearly and didn't care. We were just passers-by. Thank you. Li Xiangmeng was halfway through saying thank you when she saw Sister Sunshine and Big Bear disappear together. She didn't finish her words of thanks. She had no choice but to turn and thank Mocha. No one had noticed that one of the 27 storage balls had quietly disappeared. Mocha smiled brightly as she spoke to Xiangming, saying hello and goodbye to them. A few minutes later, the players disappeared one after another, leaving only monsters on the platform. Mocha's smile froze. Ding dong, you've been affected by the witch's skill, teleportation prohibited. You can't leave your current space for 5 minutes. Ding dong, player Qinchin Mocha failed to leave the special platform screw operation within the specified time. Check your inventory, and you can spend 2,000 copper coins or a special blank platform ticket, blank, to enter the platform screw operation as a temporary worker. Ding dong, player Qinchin Mocha uses a special blank platform ticket. Player Qinchin Mocha becomes a temporary worker on the ordinary platform screw operation and gains the status of a spicy hot pot chef. Mission objective: work diligently, survive for 3 days, and leave the platform. Main mission: please report to the Zinchichi Malatang restaurant at 12 p.m. tonight and accept the tasks assigned by the manager. In the morning, the special platform ticket, blank, in Mocha's hand transformed into an employee badge. She hung it around her neck. She walked toward the Malatang restaurant, passing the scattered audience. She looked at Afong and couldn't help but make a deeply mocking face at her. The pointy chin which chuckled, looking delighted as she watched her stay. She followed her toward the Malatang restaurant. You chose to get lost, your level plummeted to this point, and you're still messing with me. What's your intention? I have no grudge against you. Mocha's tone was not pleasant. Anyone who takes a break after 2 days of hard work would be frowned upon if they continued to do dungeons. Are you trying to reason with a mad monster? The witch said in a dry voice. TSK, you're not crazy. Mocha rolled her eyes. I want you to stay with me. Please stay. The witch's voice was eerie and terrifying. Back in the pumpkin carriage, Suin relaxed on the sofa and turned on the screen to check his harvest. Chapter 146. Special platform screw operation total time, 1 day, 2 hours 5 minutes. Players participating in the platform, 387. Players leaving the platform, 36. Summary. Congratulations to 351 players for joining the platform to work and live. This is a cause for celebration. Congratulations to 1 player for stealing platform materials and damaging public property, negative review. Congratulations to 1 player for robbing and killing a visitor on the platform, negative review. Congratulations to 1 player for illegally taking a mission vehicle. Shameful thief, the worst of the negative reviews. After reading the platform information, Suin nodded, satisfied with the system's insulting praise. After all, being able to take things away was her ability. She accounted for 2 of the 3 negative reviews, which was still not bad. Meanwhile, she lay on the sofa waiting for the reward email to arrive, deeply regretting that she hadn't had time to rob the convenience store. A few seconds later, with the sound of ding-dong, she received the email and immediately claimed the reward. Items obtained: Vehicle Cash-Out Card *1, Team Card *1, Energy Gift Pack, Spirit Source Stone, High Level *1, Spirit Source Stone, Intermediate Level *5, Spirit Source Stone, Low Level *100, 10,000 copper coins. Suin examined the items and the vehicle cash-out card, which could be used to cash out the corresponding blueprints for the vehicles built by the team on the platform. This blueprint was of little use to Sue-in, as Little Pumpkin had quietly taken the vehicle itself, making it unnecessary. The domineering Little Pumpkin was present, having long coveted the S-Class multi-physical vehicle. When it was built, it immediately made it its own, transforming the S-Class multi-physical vehicle from a non-portable vehicle into a part of Little Pumpkin. However, Sue-in used it anyway, obtaining a blueprint for a Spirit-Class multi-physical vehicle. Sue-in continued to look at the other rewards. The item team card allowed him to invite a player to join him. Once the player agreed, their paths would merge, and the game mileage would be based on the player holding the item who initiated the team. Sue-in didn't need to do that. He simply opened the public screen and listed the multi-physical vehicle blueprint and team card on the exchange, offering them for sale in exchange for Spirit Source stones or desired flower pots and acceleration soil equipment. To maximize his profits, Sue-in planned to keep the items online for a few days before checking in on the rewards. Then Sue-in took out all the Spirit Source stones he had harvested from the dungeon and stuffed them all at Little Pumpkin. With the rewards and the money he bought at the convenience store, Little Pumpkin had finally achieved his freedom to eat. This was truly a great blessing. High-level Spirit Source stones were the size of a fist, intermediate-level Spirit Source stones were the size of an egg, and low-level Spirit Source stones were the size of a coin. These Spirit Source stones, a warm white color resembling jade, lay scattered across the ground, a truly luxurious sight. Surrounded by a swarm of Spirit Source stones, Little Pumpkin giggled uncontrollably, unable to speak. The little bear, however, was particularly talkative at this moment. It had returned to its full size, and was chattering non-stop, as if it had been suffocating from the day's inability to speak human words. Sister-in. The house was filled with laughter and joy. A few minutes later, Sue-in received 2 rewards. She looked at the Spirit Source stone, high level, Spirit Source stone, intermediate level, Spirit Source stone, low level, and 3,000 bronze game coins that Li Xiangmeng had sent her. There was also an email message. Sister Sunshine, these were the rewards we agreed on before the game. I saw you were selling team cards, so I'm giving you my high-level Spirit Source stone and the team cards to Sister Cha. The extra 500 copper coins are my profit from selling them on your behalf. Please accept them. Thank you for your help in this dungeon. I have to say, this girl is truly smart and resourceful. She's both articulate and practical. Sue-in's email looked delighted. Zhou Xiao, on the other hand, was visibly stunned. The email arrived. 1 team card, 2 intermediate Spirit Source stones, 25 low-level Spirit Source stones, 2,500 copper coins. Sue-in said, leaving the team card with her and exchanging it for some extra Spirit Source stones. Achoo! Sue-in sneezed several times before realizing the temperature had dropped considerably. Having just left the platform, I was so caught up in the joy of returning home and the joy of my harvest that I hadn't been paying much attention to the temperature. Only now did I realize that after a day away from home, the house had practically chilled to the bone. Just then, the smart speaker began to speak. Welcome home, master. It's cold, please keep warm. The black ball on the NM smart speaker is telling you the time. The current time is 10:12. Light snow turning to heavy snow. The temperature inside is -6 degrees Celsius, and the temperature outside is -27 degrees Celsius. Sue-in sneeze snapped Little Pumpkin out of its euphoria. It gathered up all the Spirit Source stones around it. Master, I go light the fire. I do it. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear rushed to light the stove. The fire lit up again, and the RV gradually warmed up. The RV, transformed into a pumpkin carriage, quickly warmed up. After a late night and a poor rest, Sue-in went to bed early this morning with his 2 little dolls. It had a sweet night. Little Pumpkin's bedroom was even more comfortable than the one in a luxurious S-Class studio with free water and electricity. This place is truly worthless. Especially my own little nest, which is not bad at all. The next day, since it was Sunday and no treasure chests spawned, Sue-in slept until she woke naturally, not getting out of bed until after 10 o'clock. The tension from yesterday's 2 dungeons had almost completely dissipated in this sleep. Sue-in rubbed her eyes and glanced at the screen. Day 24, Sunday, 10:19 a.m., weather, snowstorm. You slept for 11 hours and 41 minutes yesterday. Your physical and mental state is good. Your experience points increased by 324. Your talent has activated, and your maximum spirit point has increased by 1. Sue-in stretched and glanced at her experience bar. Level 2, 82212/100000. She still had some distance to go before she could level up. Sue-An knew from her past life that leveling up was more difficult than for normal players, and her experience bar was an order of magnitude larger. Others had 10,000, while she had 100,000. However, her spirit points were already snowballing. Current spirit value, 43/43, exceeding that of a level 4 player with full spirit talent, and even comparable to most level 5 players. At this moment, Little Pumpkin and Little Bear were not in the bedroom. Sue-An got up and went downstairs, only to find that they were not there either. First floor. All the curtains were drawn. But that didn't make the room a bit dim. Sue-An looked around. Next to the stove, a pot of hot water sat, warming a bowl of porridge and a few small steamed buns. On the dining table, shredded pork with cilantro, green onions, and lemon, and a glass of boiled water, clearly Little Pumpkin's craftsmanship. The room was immaculately clean, the floor polished to a shine. Sumo's panties hung by the bathroom heater, half-dried. Sue-An, wearing a light yellow nightgown, leaned against the window and looked out. Outside, the sky was gray and heavy snowflakes fell. A blizzard was approaching. I looked around, but there was no trace of the doll. Chapter 147. It looked like they might be on the 3rd floor. Sue-An quickly washed up, ate breakfast, and washed the dishes, setting them aside to dry. Sue-An went up to the 3rd floor. Only after walking up the spiral staircase did he hear the clatter of clinking. The pumpkin carriage's soundproofing seemed to have improved significantly. Sue-An blinked, looking at the vastly more spacious 3rd floor. There were a lot more parts on the roof, all the benefits of the Little Pumpkin assimilating the S-Class multi-purpose psychic vehicle, and consuming a lot of spiritual fragments. The spiritual fragments had enhanced and optimized the Little Pumpkin's overall appearance. Not only had the double space increased, the pumpkin carriage's interior usable area had increased from 36 square meters to 48 square meters, expanding a little with each floor. An additional 12 square meters of storage space had been added to the basement warehouse, adding to the original 24 square meters, for a total of 36 square meters. Aside from that, many other aspects of the pumpkin carriage had changed. Simply put, every component has been slightly modified, giving the pumpkin carriage a more refined feel. The wheels at the bottom have become wider and harder, the walls tougher, and the original glass has become more transparent and thicker, significantly enhancing sound insulation and cold weather protection. The clanking sounds came from Little Pumpkin and Little Bear, working on the multi-purpose psychic vehicle. Painting. Sue-An blinked, surprised by the speed of the two little creatures. Last night, the two were in his arms, dreaming about the future and discussing how to build a new vehicle. Little Pumpkin, the housekeeper, had mentioned a bucket of paint he found in the copper box a few days ago, and that he should use it to repaint the little vehicle for a new look. He half-heartedly agreed before bed. The S-Class multi-purpose psychic vehicle, which had returned, was now parked on the 3rd floor, its mottled colors mostly transformed into a cool silver white. It looked like there wasn't much left to paint. This transformation would transform the ugly thing into a sleek, high-tech supercar. Sister-in-law. Master. Seeing Sue-An coming upstairs, the two little dolls stopped and called out to her. Sue-An stepped forward to help, but with only one brush, it wasn't enough. As they worked, Little Bear painted while Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to shape the car. Soon, Sue-An was pushed downstairs. "We're done," called Sister. "It smells bad here. Go downstairs and wait." Yes, please trust our aesthetic. Whether it's good or not, you sisters have done it. If it looks good, I can do the transformation," Little Pumpkin declared domineeringly. Sue-An saw Little Pumpkin's personal study phone on the floor. The screen lit up with a list of car models. Sue-An looked at Little Pumpkin and Little Bear with admiration. "Really? Little Pumpkin is so amazing, Little Bear is so hardworking, and I'm such a loser." Going downstairs, Sue-An looked around, unable to find anything she could do. She washed the dishes, swept the floor, mopped it, and washed the clothes. All the chores were done. She went to the bathroom, washed her face thoroughly, wiped it clean, and looked at herself in the camera. "Come on. Get some serious work done. We can't just sit there forever." She pulled out the spiritual materials she had collected, some from convenience stores, some from everyday sources. Spinach, spirit, silk, spirit, cotton, spirit, iron, spirit. Sue-An took a deep breath and began to follow the steps in the book she had read. First, she drew the design. This step, Sue-An did on the blank page at the back of her supervisor's notebook. For her third doll, she planned to create a silk figurine. To align her aesthetic with that of Little Bear and Little Pumpkin, she drew a three-headed female doll with a soft, adorable figure. After drawing the general outline, Suen felt something was off. She fell into deep thought, gradually adding the sharp features. A being with a strong spirit should have a resolute gaze. She was unconsciously draining her spirit. It was already evening when she finalized the design. Suen looked up to find Little Bear and Little Pumpkin surrounding her, looking at her with worried eyes. "Sister and you." Little Bear hesitated. "Master, we didn't want to disturb you at first, but you seemed off. No matter how we called you, you ignored us." "Wah." Little Pumpkin had originally wanted to make his master feel sorry for him, acting 3 parts and pretending 7 parts. But as time went on, his cry became completely real, and he was breathless. Suen slammed his notebook shut and put away his materials. "No more, no more. That's all for today," Suen said. The bear's expression noticeably relaxed. Looking at the crying Little Pumpkin, it also wanted to go and act cute with its master. It twitched its lips. "Ugh, I can't cry." "Forget it, I can't be like Little Pumpkin." Suen felt the emptiness in her head and glanced at her nearly negative mental state. She smacked her lips in the face and stuffed herself with a mental booster candy to recover. Even after increasing her mental power so much this time, it still felt unsustainable. She mustn't do that again. After Little Pumpkin received his master's promise to stop messing around, he reheated the food. Suen and Suemo ate together, Little Pumpkin holding a low-level energy stone in his mouth to keep up the occasion. There were 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table. He heated up the leftover spicy hot pot from yesterday, transferring it from the takeout container to a plate, adding spicy, and vinegar to it, turning it into mao-tai. There was also the pork ribs and green beans we ordered from last night's dungeon takeout, packaged and frozen, then reheated. The taste was almost the same as freshly made. Lastly, there was Little Pumpkin's freshly prepared pan-fried lamb chops. The soup was lamb broth. The dinner was incredibly sumptuous, and Suen devoured it mouthful after mouthful. The spicy hot pot was generously packed with vegetables, spicy and fragrant. The pork ribs and green beans were tender and flavorful, and the pan-fried lamb chops were simply sprinkled with barbecue sauce, giving them a dry, fragrant taste. Finally, he finished with a bowl of lamb broth. It was tender, and fragrant. I don't know how long Little Pumpkin stewed the lamb, but it was perfectly tender and delicious. The goat monsters hunted from the ranch had decent meat, with a milky aroma. It was delicious fried or in soup. It was a little greasy, so I added some chopped green onions, cilantro, and a spoonful of chili oil for a refreshing break. Everything went by quickly, and Suen went from being starving to being completely full. Life was a little too good. At dinner, Little Pumpkin couldn't wait to share their modifications to the multi-purpose psychic vehicle. "Quickly stable, quickly fast," Little Pumpkin said. Little Pumpkin's praise made Suen eager to test drive the vehicle, to see how stable and fast it was. However, darkness and the blizzard outside the window dampened Suen's excitement. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 148. Now, Suen and the dolls have 3 vehicles to switch between: the pumpkin cart, the sturdy fuel-powered RV, and the multi-purpose psychic cart. This is no different from having 2 rooms and 3 cars. Suen, a homeless worker, experienced the feeling of having a home in a survival game. Among them, the pumpkin cart is the Little Pumpkin itself, a growable RV sex doll. It offers the highest level of comfort, with beautiful and comfortable interior decoration, intelligent driving, and adaptability to various terrains. However, it currently only uses psychic energy, which consumes a lot of energy and is slow. The sturdy fuel-powered RV is large and heavy, has average speed, burns oil, and is relatively comfortable inside. The multi-purpose psychic cart is small, the size of a 4-seater sedan, and has fewer residential properties. It's a multi-energy hybrid vehicle, capable of running, flying, and navigating water, regardless of road or terrain. It boasts the fastest speeds, reaching 210 km per hour on roads, 40 km per hour in flight, and 40 km per hour in river and sea navigation. Little Pumpkin said that after integrating with this vehicle, it would also be able to fly and swim, but that would take time. It needed the next upgrade to generate enough energy to evolve complete components. At this point, Little Pumpkin lamented that it hadn't consumed enough spiritual fragments. If it had eaten more, it wouldn't have had to wait for the next upgrade. If it had another chance to enter this platform, it would want to consume more of the vehicle materials provided by the system. Suen pondered. She decided to collect the relevant platform tickets for the little one when she had time. As night fell, Suen held Little Pumpkin, opened the light curtain, and checked if anyone had offered a good price for the items listed yesterday. She chose to sort by system valuation, looking from top to bottom. The first item was a set of heavy armor. It increased defense. Suin wasn't particularly interested. The main issue was that, although it was heavy armor, it was of basic quality and came in a fixed size, XL, suitable for players of average build, around 175 centimeters tall. Without equipment that automatically matched players' body shapes, sales would be very limited. Suin couldn't wear it, and neither could Suimo, making it difficult to sell. Suin looked down and saw that the bids for the items below were all low, not what she expected. She closed the exchange, and would have to wait a few days to see what was going on. Trading in a region is sometimes like this, too limited by the overall strength of the region. Then Suin browsed the public screen to see everyone chatting. Dream wish. It snowed again last night, and it hasn't stopped yet. It's only getting heavier. I can't even leave the house. Life is so hard. Custom-made cotton-padded jackets, cotton pants, and coats. Look here. I want to make money and eat. Die. It's so cold outside. If this keeps up, my car won't start tomorrow, right? Worried emoji. Yue Wachiengu, didn't you guys go to the platform? I'm still here, selling pine cones. The big ones, open them, and you find pine nuts inside. I can use them for a fire outside. Falling everything. Yuehua, you haven't come out yet. I just came out. I used 3 30-minute platform tickets and came out early. I'm lying down now, cold, tired, and hungry. Suin raised an eyebrow, realizing that over 2 hours ago, the player Yuehua Qiangu had discovered the 1-star platform, Snow Mountain Pine Forest, and many players had entered to explore. She, absorbed in drawing, didn't notice the little pumpkin and the little bear calling in her ear, nor the system's reminders. She hadn't even noticed the platform. She had just come out of designing a new doll image after exhausting her mental energy, feeling drained and unable to focus. She heard Little Pumpkin's worried voice, and saw the concerned looks from Little Pumpkin and Little Bear. Suin continued to watch the public screen, intrigued by the results of this dungeon. Shou is not a beast at Yuehua Qiangu. Would you like some hot pies? I baked a week's worth of pies in one sitting. I can trade them for pine nuts. The dough is made from multigrain flour from the silver treasure chest. The filling is a large hunk of beef I bought from Sunshine Bear Image. Jiang Pingyu, that's quite impressive. Shou is not a beast. What kind of impressive skill? I'm just cooking a whole meal to save fuel next week. 2 pieces of ginger. I want 1 too. I have a large hunk of lizard meat that monsters dropped. Can I trade it for it? Yuehua Qiangu, eat. Glass bottles. Where did the pine nuts come from? I didn't find anything except some sand in a wild pond. How come you guys can find something? What the hell is this? I chopped down 7 pine trees and harvested 45 wood blocks, enough to burn for a while. I'm so tired I can't even muster any energy. Eggnog Tangyuan, I was the only one foolishly exploring. I didn't find anything, and then I hurriedly left the dungeon when the time ran out. Xingye Xiao, what? Trees can be cut down and burned? I used them as textures. I brought back a bunch of shiny rocks and found they were pure gold. Versailles. I suddenly understand the true meaning of this word. Suin blinked and stared at the public chat for a long time, occasionally amused by the chatter. She also bought some items according to the advertisements. Pine needles, pine nuts, pine resin. Suin didn't buy much, just taking advantage of the current low prices and buying a little bit of everything. She didn't know what she would use it for, but she had money, so it was nice to have a stockpile of materials. Everyone here is talented and well-spoken. Wait until the system announcement appears. This platform ends here. Snow Pine Forest Platform, Area 20312, is closed. Total time, 3 hours. Players participating in the platform, 2456. Players leaving the platform, 2237. Summary. Congratulations to player 219 for entering the platform, escaping the arduous journey, and securing a job with guaranteed unemployment. Congratulations. Congratulations to the player who eliminated the platform staff. Let's all despise him. Fa die. How could so many people die on a platform without stars? Horrible. Immortal you, upstairs, why don't you check the weather outside? It's telling. I was ready to leave in half an hour, but I didn't leave the platform until almost time. The blizzard, the snowy dirt road, and my car stalled several times. Don't want to give a name. I learned one thing. Don't be greedy when entering the platform. A careless move can easily cost you your life. Suin watched everyone chatter, and taking advantage of the moment when all the players from the exploration platform returned, Suin spoke. Sunshine Bear, receive a platform ticket related to vehicle crafting. Her appearance immediately attracted many lurkers. Xing ye xiao xiao, it's Big Bear, front row. Yue hua qiangu. I have a special platform ticket for the car manufacturing plant. Message me. Suan saw Yue hua qiangu's friend request and accepted it. Sunshine Bear, can I see the platform ticket information? Suan transferred 20 copper coins, 2 for photos and 18 for the special platform information fee. Soon, the other party sent 2 pictures, and then accepted the copper coins. Yue hua qiangu, you're welcome Big Bear. Suan opened the picture. Front, car manufacturing plant. Build your own car. It's safe and not dangerous. Back. Chapter 149. Su Nanling is not allowed inside. Huh. Suan rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. It clearly stated that living vehicles were not allowed inside. Suan glanced at Little Pumpkin and asked the system directly, "Are you serious?" The system remained silent, simply popping up pop-ups. Non-vehicle dungeon, vehicles are not allowed inside, not allowed. Suan thanked the player and still bought the platform ticket. After completing his purchase, he deleted the friend list, leaving the friend list empty. Looking at the platform ticket in hand, Suan shook his head at the message that Su Nanling was not allowed inside. As soon as he touched it, he shook his head and exclaimed, "I can't play with the system anymore." Next, Suan received a system message saying there would be a surprise tomorrow. She opened the public screen and saw that she wasn't the only one to receive this message. Many other players had received similar messages. Explorer, I just received a message saying there would be a surprise tomorrow. I'm suddenly feeling a little excited. Little Sutong, I got that message too. To Antuaner's cub, me too. Fat Blackie, I don't think the system has good intentions. Look at that blizzard outside. Is there any sign of it letting up? Surprise, its surprise isn't our shock, is it? Pigsy Online Justice, I agree. The system isn't saying anything good. The next day. Early in the morning. At dawn. Suan and Suimo ate a large bowl of instant noodles for breakfast, then quickly got dressed, and went out to test drive the new car. Even the blizzard couldn't dampen her enthusiasm. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear worked together to transform the S-Class Psychic multi-purpose vehicle into a handsome silver car. Comparing the appearance today to the day before yesterday, there's a world of difference. Even if Mocha, Xiangming, and Zhou Xiao were brought to the scene to verify, they wouldn't have recognized this ugly car that everyone had screwed together. The streamlined silver steel panels exuded a high-tech feel, and the propellers and wings on the car were all retracted into the streamlined, handsome car. Suan wasn't particularly interested in cars, but at that moment, he was immersed in the design of Little Pumpkin's transformation and couldn't help but admire Little Pumpkin's transformation skills. This new car was truly stunning. So stunning that Suan couldn't help but name it Silver White. As soon as Suan approached the car, the door slid out smoothly and automatically. "Master, please get in," Little Pumpkin said. With that, Little Pumpkin extended his hand in the direction of the pumpkin car, and a warm yellow light flashed. The pumpkin car disappeared from its original location. The mask on Little Pumpkin's face slid to the top of his head. He twitched his mouth, grinning and pointing at the mask on his head, looking very proud. Suan noticed that 2 wings had appeared on either side of Little Pumpkin's mask. Next to one of the wings was a small flower. Under Suan's somewhat puzzled gaze, Little Pumpkin pointed upward and explained, "Since consuming so many optimization materials, Little Pumpkin has changed a lot. Now I can store everyone. This is the RV." It pointed at the small wing on the left side of the pumpkin mask. "This is a ski." It pointed at the small flower on the wing and chuckled. "This is me, and this is Silver White." It pointed at the pumpkin mask and the small wing on the right side. As long as space allows, our internal components are interoperable. While it's difficult to explain the specific relationship, my different mindsets will make things more convenient for the owner. With that, Little Pumpkin waved his hand, and a familiar ice and snow pumpkin shield appeared outside the Silver White car. With the Silver White center, a translucent barrier formed to protect against wind and snow. Suan entered the Silver White interior. It was a small 5-seater car. There were 2 seats in the front, a row of sofa-like seats behind it, and a small tail. The overall shape resembled a teardrop. Looking at the smooth seats and the familiar soft upholstery, Suan entered and felt around. The driver and passenger seats were covered in patchwork blankets, and the sofa booth in the back looked remarkably like the sofa booth furniture in the pumpkin carriage. "Yes, master, it's just as you thought. I use it this way for now. When I have time, I process the cowhide and renovate this place to make a stylish leather seat like the one in your phone." "You're amazing." This is a genius idea. This is really awesome. Suen kissed Little Pumpkin on the cheek, her joy evident. Suen was genuinely surprised by what Little Pumpkin had transformed the original iron bench into. Suen carried Little Pumpkin into the driver's seat. The teddy bear followed him into the passenger seat. Suen fastened his seatbelt, touched the rainbow-colored steering wheel, and began to study the car's structure. It looked different from ordinary cars. Master, this car can be driven with mind power or manually. Mind power overrides the car's CPU. Manual driving is just like an automatic car. Just step on the accelerator and you're off. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-white car shot out like a bullet. Suen hadn't expected this car to be so powerful. With a single step on the accelerator, it sprinted from 0 to 100 km per hour in less than a second, then soared to a top speed of 210 km per hour in 3 seconds, comparable to the speed of a high-speed train. This was in the middle of a blizzard, on a road covered in snow more than 10 centimeters thick. The sound of the wind breaking through the air was completely blocked out. All that could be seen was the gusts of wind rushing backwards on both sides. This psychic car was simply amazing. Its spiritual energy was faster than gasoline. At that moment, Suen felt only one word: awesome. On the incredibly wide, flat highway, the car moved straight ahead, without even turning the steering wheel, only the mileage display ticking wildly. The Little Pumpkin, seeing the smile spread across its owner's face, felt delighted too. It called out, "Black Ball, play a song to suit the occasion." Black Ball got it. Soon, a passionate tune began playing, the surround sound system enveloping the entire car, adding a touch of excitement and thrill to the speeding car. Suen was surprised to hear only Black Ball's voice and not see him. The Little Pumpkin looked proud. This time, without waiting for Little Pumpkin to offer any suspense, Little Bear opened the front passenger seat to reveal a pile of soft, spiritual-grade cotton wrapped around the Black Ball. The Black Ball played music peacefully inside. This is the in-car smart speaker Big Bear, and I designed. Just move the Black Ball inside when you fold up the pumpkin car, Little Pumpkin explained. Suen drove for over an hour, trying manual mode, mind power driving mode, and even filling the tank with gasoline to switch between fuel-only modes. Without water, she couldn't try sailing mode, but she did try flight mode, but the energy consumption was exorbitant, even higher than when Little Pumpkin was fully activated. Suen quickly summarized the performance and energy consumption of the silver-white car. Chapter 150. Regarding different driving modes, Silver-White's land driving mode is more fuel efficient. Water navigation is unclear, but flying consumes the most energy. Regarding different energy efficiency, Psychic mode has the fastest performance, followed by electric power, and gasoline is the slowest. However, gasoline fuel is the most readily available and inexpensive. Combined analysis shows that flying and psychic mode are suitable for escaping or short trips, while regular gasoline driving is more suitable. Furthermore, Silver-White is smaller, so using gasoline combustion mode is much more fuel efficient than a large RV. For the same 100 kilometers, it saves almost half the fuel, and at higher speeds, it becomes even more fuel efficient. Based on this, Silver-White can be driven during treasure chest opening time. For lunch and dinner, the sturdy large gasoline RV can be used for rest. In extreme weather conditions, the most energy-intensive pumpkin carriage can be used for rest and travel. Suen had a plan in mind, and felt more hopeful with each passing day. After checking the car's condition, and checking the time, Suen saw that the treasure chest would refresh at 9 o'clock. He switched the mode to gasoline and manual driving, giving the driver's seat to Xiaomo. He and Little Pumpkin sat in the back seat of the sofa. The sofa was soft and just wide enough for one person to lie flat. Suen could just curl up his feet and sleep easily. Little Pumpkin was small and took up little space, so he could hold it in his arms or on his body. Suen was very satisfied with the situation. The transformed sofa booth was just as comfortable and cozy. It was exactly 9 o'clock. The car had been driving for several minutes. A system notification sounded in Suen's ears. Ding dong, congratulations to all players who have made it to the 4th week of the survival game. Thank you for your support and love for this game. To thank new and old players for your support, the system is giving you a surprise reward. The complete task panel is loading, reminding you to survive better. Please seize the final week to complete your milestones. Don't let system updates throw you off. If you're feeling lost, I wish you all the best. That's all. A pop-up window appeared in front of Suen. Quest panel. Player Sunshine Bear. Current mileage, 2,789 kilometers. Current rank, 4, descending, main quest, basic mission, travel over 4,000 kilometers before the 4th week of survival month. Note, as a survival game, there are naturally basic missions. It's just that most of you players didn't open the mission panel and couldn't see them. Now you see them, you're happy. Please don't blame the system. It's a good system. It's very caring for you. By the 4th week of survival month, if you haven't completed 4,000 kilometers, you will be lost with the system update. It's not that I have limited resources and can't care about those slow-moving idiots. Regional Top 10 Mission, 10,000 mileage. Yes, players need to complete this now, unless you're willing to fall behind. Note, as a survival game, we need to make everyone understand the true meaning of survival. As a top 10 player in a region, how can I have the same mission as everyone else? Surprise! The top 10 players who complete 10,000 miles will receive a premium pack based on their ranking. The higher the ranking, the better the gift. This isn't because of StarCraft's rules, which demand fairness and justice. Raising the game difficulty necessitates compensation for outstanding players. Su-En's eyes narrowed, his lips pursed, and his entire expression transformed into a cat disdain emoji. Just like this, the system's chatter revealed its full intentions, seemingly unafraid of exposing its intentions. Su-En and her dolls were considered hard-working players. Her teddy bear was always on the road during weekdays when treasure chests refreshed, even taking a break during a snowstorm to keep pace. Its mileage was still over 1,100 kilometers short of the system's minimum requirement. Not to mention the 10,000 kilometer mission to top the regional mileage rankings. It's disgusting. You can imagine how difficult it was for her. It would be even more difficult for everyone else. In such harsh weather, what should we do? How should we run? Mileage isn't just about distance. It also represents a series of comprehensive strengths, including energy reserves, personnel stamina, and food. Add to that the ice and snow levels, with their short daylight hours, and driving at night is even more dangerous than during the day. There are ghost monsters, and this also affects the safety of protective shields and mental resistance. Her current mileage is 2,789 kilometers, ranking 4th in the regional mileage ranking. Even the top-ranked player hasn't reached the safe mileage limit. After all, as vehicles upgrade, their energy consumption increases, and vehicles burn more energy. Even Little Bear can't achieve the brute force of pushing a cart for 700 to 800 kilometers like a novice. Su-En looked at the mileage ranking. First place, Eric, 3,762 kilometers. Second place, Explorer, 3,012 kilometers. Third place, Morning Jasmine Tea, 2,811 kilometers. Fifth place, Moonlight Eternal, 2,667 kilometers. 10th place, Twanner's Cub, 2,003 kilometers. So that's what the system meant by the surprise it sent yesterday. She wanted to curse the system. Su-En spoke up. Her sudden outburst startled Driving Bear and Little Pumpkin. Their ears perked up, and upon hearing their master scolding the system, the two little creatures nodded in agreement. Su-En was very polite and never cursed. So, if she cursed anyone, they weren't human. While cursing, Su-En suddenly felt much happier. The breath in her chest had flowed out, and she felt much better. Amidst the scolding, Little Pumpkin and Little Mo also overheard much of what Su-En had previously kept secret, sensing the system's sinister intentions. Little Pumpkin erupted when the system specifically barred her from the vehicle platform, and even specifically stated on her ticket that Su Nanling was off limits. Little Pumpkin joined her master in scolding the system. She explained, the system is shameless, and even trying to take advantage of others. With Little Pumpkin adding fuel to the fire, the cursing intensified. Little Bear listened to the scolding with one ear and the other, a smile on his face. It had been a long time since Masterin had vented like this. It was wonderful. The voice was truly full of energy, pleasant and crisp, sounding healthy. The little bear toy drove the car, keeping a clear view of the treasure chest spawning nearby, driving as fast as possible to catch up on the journey and the mileage. Dear player Sunshine Bear, we detected your engaging in false insults against the system. Please cease your actions immediately. Otherwise, the system, even if it means deducting your salary, will ban you. It was getting anxious. Su-En rolled her eyes. Then she hugged Little Pumpkin, tired of scolding him, and rested. She took out a bottle of mineral water, opened it, drank it to moisten her throat, and handed Little Pumpkin a drink. Little Pumpkin couldn't drink, but that didn't stop him from happily embracing the drink. The text in the pop-up window in front of Su-En changed. Chapter 151. Tongzi is clearly very kind. This is a surprise for those who have gone forward, but you insist on scolding me. How can you not appreciate my kindness? I specifically shared my computing power to chat with you. But why are you silent? I talk to you later, and you be upset again. Suin made this expression and ignored the system. He let the system occupy a pop-up window, where it raged and complained with text and emoticons. Suin opened the public screen and silently praised the system amidst the rows of insults and banned accounts in the chat channel. His praise was very sarcastic. But even amidst the sarcasm, Suin didn't forget to get down to business. Yinming sells gasoline for spirit source stones and items. Sunshine Bear, since our kind system gave me a surprise, I'm selling some gasoline here to help everyone and also to speed things up. Gasoline can be exchanged for spirit source stones and items. If you're interested, follow my exchange and trade directly. Suin understood that everyone was in dire need of gasoline at the moment. Different vehicles consume different amounts of fuel, ranging from tricycles to large RVs, with a typical consumption of 5 to 15 liters per 100 kilometers. A 3,000-kilometer journey required at least 150 to 450 liters of gasoline. In the area, most players used gasoline vehicles. Since she had a psychic vehicle that could use psychic power, she used it, maximizing the benefits for everyone. This would also help everyone survive. After all, the more people alive, the greater the productivity, the more prosperous the area, and the easier it would be to profit from trade. As a player with more resources, Suin understood this and was willing to help everyone, achieving mutual benefit. Primarily, under the threat of life or death mileage, everyone would trade in their previously reluctant items for gasoline. Previously, a low-level spirit source stone would have cost 30 liters of gasoline, but now the price has dropped to 10 liters. No one knew when the next gas station would appear, so everyone was anxious to stock up on gas for the next few days of travel. Suin had previously stored nearly 2,000 liters of gasoline at the town's gas station, and he had obtained a 1,000-liter gasoline card from the witch, bringing his total to over 3,000 liters. Adding in the box openings and driving expenses from the past 2 weeks, Suin and Little Pumpkin checked their space and calculated the amount. Not counting the gas in the tank, they now had 2,980 liters of gasoline on hand. Suin planned to keep only 500 liters for himself and sell the rest. In a blink of an eye, the morning passed. Little Bear drove to find boxes, while Little Pumpkin and Suin sold goods. In the 3 busy hours from 9 to 12, Little Bear found 3 wooden boxes, 3 ice treasure chests, and killed a bunch of bear monsters. The mileage increased by 337 kilometers. A wooden crate yielded a pile of mechanical parts and a few small loaves of bread. An ice chest yielded a few makeshift treasure chest detectors, hot packs, and other items. Suin sorted through them, storing the useful ones and selling the unused ones for game coins or survival supplies. Over the course of the morning, Suin traded 730 L of gasoline for 70 low-level spirit source stones, items, a treasure chest detector, 3 hours, a 10-minute unlimited power card, and some other miscellaneous items. At noon, E-Bike transformed into a pumpkin carriage. Suin didn't even light the fire. Instead, he took out the unlimited power card, powered up the entire house, and heated the electric stove directly. It took him 10 minutes to prepare a meal. Simple boiled noodles were the main course, and the other dishes were takeout, with a few portions at random. Dishes included stir-fried pork with chili peppers, dried tofu with hot peppers, and sweet and sour pork. From the northeastern takeout lunch at Screw Wars. Suin and Little Bear started eating right away. Suin added a spoonful of stir-fried pork with chili peppers to the noodles, tossed in a little soy sauce and chili oil, and it was a simple meal. Little Bear wasn't used to his master's treatment, so Suin was forced to stuff a few pieces of sweet and sour pork into his mouth. After lunch, Suin asked Little Pumpkin to change the car to a silver-white one, letting Little Bear sleep in the back seat for a while he went for a drive. Little Bear nodded and fell asleep in the back seat. Fastening his seatbelts in the front seat, Suin floored the accelerator. The snowfields on both sides receded rapidly, and the mileage increased rapidly. The endless flat road, with no curves except for a slow climb, allowed Suin to keep his hands off the steering wheel. He simply pressed the accelerator and kept going. As he drove, Suin counted the mileage. The current mileage is 3,126, leaving 6,874 kilometers to 10,000 kilometers. At a top speed of 210 kilometers per hour, using a 200-kilometer estimate, it will take about 34 hours of driving. With 6.5 days left until the game deadline, running 6 hours a day will give me about the same top speed. But that's not the right calculation. For days a week 6 hours a day, and I need to search for chests, so I can't reach top speed. Add to that the occasional stations. Ordinary stations take between 1 and 3 hours, and special stations take varying amounts of time. The game climate is wintry. Dawn starts around 7 a.m. and dusk at 4:30 p.m., leaving only 9.5 hours of daylight each day, and even less after taking rest breaks. Driving at night increases shield depletion. Fortunately, the pumpkin has a shield recovery skill. While this increases energy consumption, it also increases the vehicle's endurance. Suen did a quick calculation and realized they were actually very pressed for time. For safety reasons, they better reach 10,000 miles by Friday. Then, they see how things went and strive for a higher ranking, earning more valuable ranking gifts. Master, don't worry. Big Bear will drive the silver car during the day, whizzing by. At night, I can drive the pumpkin car and control it all night long. No need to worry about those transparent monsters. Little Pumpkin noticed his master's nervousness, and quickly comforted him. Suen looked at Little Pumpkin with a soft gaze and said, "Well, thank you for your hard work during this time." Little Pumpkin responded with a sweet cry. "Master, we're a family, working hard together." At that moment, the blizzard outside the window seemed to have subsided, and the slight chill in the car was no longer noticeable. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Mo woke up to the Black Ball's alarm and swapped shifts with Suen, driving to find chests and kill monsters. After the alarm went off, Black Ball began to report the current environmental conditions. Ding dong, current time, 2:02 p.m., snowstorm expected, 50 centimeters of snowfall today, heater on medium setting, interior temperature 16 degrees Celsius, outside temperature minus 39 degrees Celsius. Little Master Momo has loaded the treasure chest detector and connected the Black Ball, which is now providing voice navigation. Now giving you the direction ahead. Go straight ahead for 17.2 kilometers. There's an ice treasure chest 5 meters to the right of the road. We're currently on an 8-lane road, in lane 5. Hold on to the steering wheel, hit the accelerator, and keep going. After installing the treasure chest detector, Xiaomo's efficiency has increased dramatically. Chapter 152. After Ebai installed the detector, a translucent navigation map projected onto the car. The Black Ball entered navigation mode, with voice assistance. Suemo stepped on the accelerator, and stopped at the green dot so he could get out and search for the box, picking up speed immediately. Suen, who had been driving for over an hour, relaxed considerably at this sight. The treasure chest detector was a great tool, but unfortunately, all she had were temporary. It would have been much better if she had a permanent one. She was looking forward to finding a gold chest. She also had a gold key that she hadn't used. Suen briefly hoped for good luck, then began to twist her body in the sofa booth. She had just driven 300 kilometers, but her whole body was stiff. Now that she was in a different position, she felt much more relaxed. After twisting her body, Suen laid down in the back seat of the car to rest, thinking she'd rest for a while before continuing to sell things. As she lay there, she gradually fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already 2:30. She turned her head, feeling a little shy. She fell asleep, using the little pumpkin as a pillow. The little pumpkin was asleep too, now soundly asleep. The car was parked, and there was no bear in the front driver's seat. Suen stood up and saw Xiao Mo returning with a box and a basket of meat. Arriving at the car door, Xiao Mo stored the treasure box, and the monster dropped meat in his storage compartment, then opened the door and got in. "Sister Nin, why are you awake? Sleep a little longer." No. Suen stretched and continued her gasoline business. She had sold over 1,000 liters today, and seeing that the market was about right, she stopped and waited a few days before selling again. As the sky darkened, Suen sat in the car, missing the comfort of her RV. Her waist was a little stiff. The sky was completely dark. Xiao Mo turned on the headlights to illuminate the road ahead. "There's a treasure chest 2.2 kilometers ahead on the left. We're almost there. Remember to slow down. It's already nightfall, so please be safe." Black Ball was still working, reporting the current situation. "My dear friends, the snow on the road is currently 60 centimeters thick and is expected to reach 80 centimeters by 5:30 p.m. This will affect our vehicle's ability to drive. You can switch to the Super Spirit pumpkin cart or use the Item Road Snow Clearance card temporary you received this afternoon to clear the road and continue on your way. Goal 10,000 kilometers, current estimated distance 3,794 km. Encountered an unknown monster attack. Matching background music, and *% other playing. Then, the speakers played a chilling light music. In the dark, snowy night, the endless road stretched to the horizon, the snow reflecting the white light of the headlights. Black Ball, send good luck. Suin commanded directly. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene changed from a time travel horror movie to a time travel comedy. Suin said, Black Ball, remember this? Next time you encounter this situation, just send out the good luck. Black Ball got it. Night monsters equal good luck. The car stopped on the left side of the road. Xiaomo looked at the protective shield outside the deep night, then at Suin, a look of embarrassment on his face. But he resolutely prepared to open the door and get out, challenging himself. Suin, seeing Xiao Xiong's recklessness, quickly intervened. Suin said, Xiaomo, you can't handle the ghost monsters outside. I go get the treasure chest, and you stay inside the protective shield. No, no, no. The bear's face shook like a rattle. I can't let Sister Anan face danger alone. Finally, Suin used her imperial spirit to help Little Bear increase her mental resistance. At the same time, light arrows blasted off one after another, clearing out the ghost monsters and protecting Little Bear. You killed an unknown monster in the night. When it died, you gained free mental power, and your mental value increased by 3. System messages floated up one after another. Unbeknownst to Suin, in a relatively popular live stream, thousands of interstellar viewers watched, their comments floating across her page discussing her live stream. At this moment, many of those in her live stream were of relatively peaceful races. Excellent. This combo. I love her, and this festive Blue Star music. I don't know why, but I love watching this player's live stream. It brings me a sense of peace. Thanks to the Mermaid High Row for recommending it. I feel really relaxed here. I love the sunshine and the little bears. Oh, and that little guy called Little Pumpkin is adorable too. This player is quite powerful, destroying a broken demon with one arrow. I feel like she can't see the demons, but her accuracy is pretty good, which is excellent. Even we, the Sankui, have trouble killing demons when we can't see them. Maybe she has a high level of mental power. After all, mental power can be converted into spiritual power, but spiritual power is hard to convert back into mental power. Wait, how did she hit a mid-level demon? Oh no! That guy is equivalent to a level 5 monster with a sonic illusion that can lure players out of their shields and kill them. She must be very difficult to deal with right now. I suddenly feel so pathetic for her. When she can't even see demons and hasn't cultivated her spiritual power, she's forced to fight them and learn how to survive in a chaotic galaxy filled with demons in the future. Demons aren't the main focus of this survival game. I saw the livestream say that it's because the survival system's defenses are too poor, a result of mixing parts of this game with previous ones. There's no way around it. These civilizations that fail to advance are all piled up in the abandoned Chaos Dimension universe. It's only natural that the Mechanic clan is hard to distinguish. If you ask me, do you really think this civilization can succeed? I think they're all dead. What else is there to worry about? Even the Chaos Galaxy is crowded enough. There's no need for this kind of trash race. Suin shot an arrow past, and sensed something was wrong. The rhythm of that silent scream was off. The arrow had hit, but the rhythm wasn't right. Suin looked at Xiaomo, who was carrying a box and dragging the carcass of the goose, and shouted, Xiaomo, don't come over here. Back off. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xiong quickly took 3 steps back, then froze, unable to move. Suin fired arrow after arrow at the spot she had just noticed, attracting the monster from facing Xiaomo to facing her. She fired arrow after arrow, hitting, but she couldn't feel the monster dissipate. When she hit the monster before, she had felt an intuitive sensation, like a scream, and then her soul dissipated. She didn't feel that way right now. As she intensified her attacks, she could sense the transparent monster drawing closer, sticking to the shield and attacking. Decrease 1314. Decrease 666. Damage began to float from Little Pumpkin's shield. An elite monster? Chapter 153. Nanling, add the shield. Suin called out to Little Pumpkin, his hands moving constantly. Got it, master. Leave it to me. Little Pumpkin finished, frowning and winking, then began to exert force. A shimmering light emanated from its body, and the shield began to replenish its health. Little Pumpkin's actions balanced the shield's health loss and regeneration, buying Suin enough time in the match. Suin unleashed arrow after arrow, sparing no effort in his frantic attacks. Although the elite ghost was more difficult to defeat, it seemed to lack intelligence. In its relentless attacks, it completely forgot about Suimo, who was outside, and focused solely on attacking the shield. Little Imo, standing outside the shield, was now under attack from other ghost monsters. Suin had no time to worry. so she could only rely on her spirit control skill to help little Mo increase his mental resistance and withstand the attacks. 10 minutes later, the ghost, presumably an elite monster, died, and Suen quickly dispatched the monsters surrounding Xiao Mo with a few arrows. Black Ball's good fortune came to an abrupt end, marking the end of all the surrounding monsters. You killed an unknown monster in the night. Upon its death, you gained a large amount of free spiritual power. Your spiritual value increased by 67, and your current spiritual value is 103 of 44. Your spiritual value is overflowing, and will slowly deplete over time. Since your spiritual value has reached 103, your inspiration has increased, allowing you to briefly enter a spiritual realm. You can see parts of the spiritual world, also known as the Chaos Dimension Fragment. After a quick glance at the system's programmatic prompt, Suen understood that the system was referring to something similar to a spiritual dimension. No more thoughts. She opened the car window, waved, and called, "Xiao Mo, come back soon." She looked out at the deep snowy field, and saw only a vast expanse in the distance, as if it were the edge of an abyss. In the boundless snowy plain, she only felt a strong sense of solidity within the area about 100 meters around the vehicle and the road ahead. Everything else felt empty. Suan's heart fluttered, and she quickly withdrew her gaze to look closer, focusing only on her teddy bear, Xiao Mo. As Suen called out, Xiao Mo swayed toward her direction. After driving, the wind outside blew against Suan's face, the cold air pouring in through the windows, filling the already cold interior. Xiao Mo was already feeling a bit down, as if he'd been drinking too much. He swayed from side to side, his footing slow and steady, and he trudged through the snow. Under the car lights, a haze of snow piled up above the little bear's head, forming a small hill. Its ears flanked the hill, looking stiff. Following Suan's call, Xiao Mo staggered back home. The refrigerator tucked under its arm was fine, but the goose in its clutches was tossed about, its head occasionally piercing the snow crust. The cold wind from outside lashed Suan's face and ears, quickly turning red with cold. Fearing the little bear would get sick from being out there for too long, Suen simply used his spirit control to control the little bear to store the items in space, and quickly returned to the snow-free, windless car. He controlled Xiao Mo to shrink to the size of a doll. Everything was done perfectly. The controls were all smooth and natural. Suen could feel the benefits of high spirit power. Skills that used to make him dizzy now felt incredibly smooth. Suen removed his spirit control skill. Clinging to the snow-covered bear, he began to heal it. A doll repair skill activated, and Xiaomo, whose mind had been attacked, was instantly healed, transforming from a shaky little bear into a smart, reliable, and steady bear. The healed Xiaomo was bewildered, and only when he saw an N's face did he realize he had been attacked. Sorry, Xiaomo is so useless. The bear was a little frustrated. It had been so careful, even benefiting from its master's skills and sharing its mental resistance, yet it was still so useless. It was truly lame. Suen slapped the bear's head. What are you talking about? Don't say such depressing things. She cupped the bear's chubby cheeks and praised, Xiaomo is amazing in our family. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow morning to get the box back. It's because of you that our family is so wealthy. Suan's eyes sparkled, as beautiful and dazzling as a sea of stars. It was like the deep sea, filled with a world of wonder. Before he knew it, little bear was transfixed, remembering all the happy times he had shared with Sister Nin, and began to smile foolishly. Suen had no idea how dazzling and captivating his own eyes were when his spirit overflowed. He simply felt that the child was so overjoyed by his praise that he could only smile foolishly. Suen cupped little Mo's cheek, first comfortingly, then with a chuckle. It feels so good. Little Mo seemed to have gained weight, having gained back the weight he'd lost from eating and sleeping well. He regained a lot of the fat he'd lost from the 4-star dangerous ranch. Little Pumpkin, seeing his owner holding Little Bear and listening to him praise him, stood aside, chest puffed out, head tilted back, as if waiting for praise. Unfortunately, the praise was slow to arrive. It couldn't help but poke Suen, who was absorbed in petting the bear. Suen looked up from the soft bear's belly, and saw Little Pumpkin, looking eager for praise. He quickly scooped the child up in his arms, and praised him. After a brief moment of praise, Suen took the driver's seat, and stepped on the accelerator to continue driving. Suen glanced at the time displayed on the system. 11 minutes and 5 minutes left. The next treasure chest was 16 kilometers away. No more words. Time was short, and the mission was heavy. If we were late, the treasure chest would have disappeared. Suen floored the accelerator and reached his destination in 5 minutes. Then, repeating the previous plan. Suin and Sumo worked together to bring back the last treasure chest of the day. In this battle, Suin possessed spiritual vision, finally seeing the full extent of the monster's location, rather than just a visual perception. Just as she guessed, these monsters resembled ghosts, like smoke, floating in small, grayish-white clumps. When Xiaoma stepped out of the protective shield, they floated out of the dimension one by one, wandering toward Xiaoma. To the melody of festive good luck, Suin dispatched the monsters one by one. At the same time, the result displayed on the screen changed, adding a new name. Suin finally knew what this thing was called. Chapter 154. You kill a broken evil spirit. The monster dies. You gain free spiritual power, and increase your spiritual value by 2. You kill a complete evil spirit. The monster dies. You gain free spiritual power, and increase your spiritual value by 9. Suin found it quite interesting. So that's how it is. A broken evil spirit is killed with 1 arrow, while a complete evil spirit is occasionally destroyed with 2 arrows. So what kind of evil spirit was that he just killed? I'm a little curious. With over 60 spiritual power added in one go, it must be an elite monster. Soon, the evil spirits in this area were cleared, and Suemo returned with a copper chest. The black ball in the car rang, announcing the time. It was 5 o'clock, and the treasure chest stopped respawning. At this moment, the system sound also appeared. Ding dong, the current time is 5 p.m. The treasure chests have stopped respawning, but don't forget to complete the main quest and hurry on. Yes, there may be unknown dangers at night, so everyone must take precautions. You can purchase protective shields in the system store to reduce the game's difficulty. Low-level shields are on sale for 199 copper coins. Don't miss this opportunity, so come and check it out in the system store. To Anchuiner's child, I want to curse, but I was only 1 meter away from bringing the box back, and I watched it disappear before my eyes. I feel like crying. Hawkeye, the special price of 199 copper coins isn't much cheaper. The regular price is 200 copper coins. You only saved me 1 copper coin. Why are you advertising it as if we're getting a great deal? Happy hometown. Because the system is always charging me. Normally, I'm charged 1 copper coin for every 0.1 copper. Single man, I'm so desperate. I still have 2,121 kilometers to complete the basic mission. It's a blizzard, and I'm a hybrid tricycle. What should I do? My fate is in my own hands. I'm like that too. I think I should just wait for death, or go out and get some sleep, letting the night monsters tear me apart or freeze me to death. Haotian Emperor, I'm sorry, I can't hold on any longer. Goodbye everyone. My name is Zhao Hao. Bye. After posting this, the player's avatar dimmed within seconds. No answer. What's going on? Are you dead? Zhao Hao, wake up. You can still be alive. Are you still there? Drunk and sleepy, I just want to sleep. What's going on? Want to live. Don't leave the shield. Don't go out. Don't go out. I'm in so much pain. Soon, another player's avatar dimmed, foreshadowing their impending death. Qing Jing, what's going on? Are we being attacked by night monsters? Does anyone know what night monsters are? I bravely looked outside the shield. I never seen monsters at night before. Yuewachingu, that's an invisible, intangible monster. Attacking it will drain your sanity. As long as your sanity drops to the point of incapacitating you, retreat to a shield or vehicle and you be safe. As for if your sanity drops too low, I'm not sure, and I wouldn't dare do that. I know that shields and vehicles can block night monsters. The higher the level of the shield and vehicle, the stronger the barrier. I recommend not skimping on this. Explorer, I don't recommend traveling at night, because I'm still driving, and it's too difficult. I already used up several shields. Image, a screenshot of a 6-hour limited time intermediate ice and snow shield nearing its limit, 128/1000, Explorer, I pass out if my sanity drops to a certain level. I'm not sure about the others. Explorer, if everyone's mileage pressure isn't high, it'd be better to play it safe. But I'm only 5th in the region, and it's so painful. Excellence always leads to being targeted. Lingyu Dangkong, Explorer brother is so handsome. I really want to team up with him. Die you, bro, I want to be your fan, and be devoured by you. Onlooker, wow, you guys are so mean. I love it, evil laugh, ha ha. Suin looked at the messages on the public screen, and then sat in the toilet to eat some melon. He hadn't made many trips to the bathroom that day. Back at RV mode, the first thing he did was sit in the toilet, and he stayed there for several minutes. The messages on the public screen were very interesting. At the end of the small talk, Explorer came out, followed by his two little fans. As soon as they came out, the atmosphere on the public chat screen became particularly lively. One funny chat followed another, teasing their players, and the conversation veered directly into gossip, briefly forgetting the pain brought by the wind, snow, and cold. Just a few minutes ago, the system issued a frivolous announcement. Suin and the little dolls put away Silver White and entered the pumpkin carriage together. Little Pumpkin controlled the carriage to maintain a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, while the little bear went to light the stove. She was squatting in the toilet. Everyone had their own things to do. The temperature inside was not high, and Silver White's little warmth spread throughout the large pumpkin carriage, which was better than nothing. Fortunately, it was not below zero, so it was not too cold. People always want to read something while they are in the toilet. She opened the public screen directly. From the initial sympathy and sadness to the later laughter, her mood fluctuated with the stranger's comments on the public screen. On such a cold, snowy night, the messages on the public screen provided a brief respite from a moment of peace. 5 minutes later, Suin sat on the floor beside the stove, adding firewood to the fire with Little Bear, warming themselves and chatting. On the stovetop, a pot of water simmered in an iron pot. The water was slowly boiling. That was the ingredients for the delicious fruit tea Little Pumpkin had said he would make for Suin. The fruit tea was called Coriander Lemon Tea. Oh, coriander lemon tea. What a magical combination it sounds like. When Suin first heard this combination, she felt a wave of dry silence. But seeing Little Pumpkin's expectant eyes, she readily accepted his invention and actively added firewood to the water, expressing her willingness to try it. Suin saw Little Pumpkin retrieve the only glass from the box from the space cabinet. She knew the little fellow was about to get serious. When the water boiled, Little Pumpkin repeatedly washed the cilantro in salt water and cut it into small pieces. Next, Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to place cilantro stems, diced lemon with peel, and ice cubes from the freezer into the glass. He tapped the glass with chopsticks, crushing the stems and lemon. He added a syrup made from hot water and sugar. He began stirring for a while. He then poured in the green tea drink that Suin had casually handed Little Pumpkin that morning. He stirred everything evenly in the glass, melting the ice until it was a warm drink. Little Pumpkin was considerate, knowing that Suin couldn't eat anything cold right now. Next, Little Pumpkin sprinkled a layer of cilantro leaves on top. He pushed the drink towards Suin. Still a little dazed, she brought it close to her nose. It smelled incredibly fragrant. She took a tentative sip. Chapter 155. Very refreshing. It has that super refreshing taste. It's very intoxicating. It's delicious. Suin took a big gulp. It was sour and sweet, with the unique fragrance of cilantro and lemon. Suin suddenly thought this recipe was great. Cilantro lovers should give it a try. Generally speaking, they won't dislike it. It's just that the temperature makes it a little tepid. If it were cold, it would be more refreshing and probably even better. As soon as he took a sip of the hot drink, Suin felt warm all over and relaxed. The fatigue from the journey had faded a lot. Suin gave it to Little Bear to drink, sharing the delicious drink. As soon as he took a sip, Suin saw Little Bear's fur stand up. It was like an electric shock, and the fur exploded. Cute and unique. Then, Xiao Imo waved his hands repeatedly, sat on the floor, and took 3 steps backward. Sister Enon, drink it yourself. I can't quite appreciate the taste. Little Pumpkin snorted at this, looking as if Big Bear didn't understand his cooking. The bear doll sneezed several times before the lingering cilantro flavor in his mouth dissipated. It was indifferent to cilantro, whether to eat it or not. Having just suffered a burst of cilantro, it had developed a slight fear of the plant. Suin took another sip, and felt a surge of intoxication. It was much better than brown sugar water, and she didn't understand why Xiao Imo had such a hard time accepting it. The refreshing taste made her feel refreshed, as if all the heaviness and stickiness had vanished. But she understood why she didn't understand, and didn't share it with Little Bear, leaving her to enjoy the drink all to herself. The fire burned more and more fiercely, and the room soon became warm. Suin took off her thick coat, grabbed the handle of the glass, and leaned on the sofa to rest comfortably. She was in a good mood, and made a speech on the public screen. Sunshine Bear, free night monster information when you shop, hurry up and get it. Suin spoke. Then, she received a string of messages. Die Fish, Big Bear, you are a good person, can I spend a copper coin to get information? 1 Big Bear, you are online, please check the message, I have been wanting to buy a team card for a long time. Please check what I give you, is it okay, this is a permanent treasure chest detector. Yu Hua Qiangu, Big Bear, please read my message and add me as your friend. Happy hometown. Big Bear, I opened a spiritual source stone today, here I come. Suan's eyes lit up, and he quickly looked at his shop. Under the team card for sale, there was the player named Bracket 1. A treasure chest detector appeared, taking first place, replacing the original heavy armor. Item treasure chest detector, spirit level loaded with the car navigation system. It can detect treasure chests within 30 kilometers ahead. Durability, 100/100. System estimation, 12,999 copper coins. Suan easily chose to initiate the transaction. He also included information on the night monsters he knew. 1. Unknown monsters in the night are called evil spirits. They are invisible and intangible spiritual monsters. They are generally categorized as broken evil spirits, intact evil spirits, elite evil spirits, and other unknowns. 2. Evil spirits appear around the player at nightfall. After being attacked, the player's mental value will drop. If the mental value reaches near zero, the player will suffer a mental breakdown or mental exhaustion. If it drops below zero, the player will have certain suicidal tendencies. 3. A protective shield can protect against evil spirits. Even without a shield, the vehicle still offers some protection. With a shield in place, maintain darkness and silence, and the evil spirits will gradually retreat. 4. Evil spirits can be killed with mental attacks. As long as the player's mental energy is high, they won't be in too much danger. This thing isn't a scary ghost, and I haven't yet discovered its intelligence or physical attack power. Don't scare yourself, as long as your mental energy is high, you're safe. Suan wrote a few messages and sent them over. The rest was just copy and paste. Then Suan busied herself with trading and acquiring some spirit source stones, as well as the accelerated soil and plant pots she'd been longing for, so she could grow more vegetables at home. She couldn't resist sharing these things with Little Bear and Little Pumpkin, who were busy preparing dinner. Without a word, she said anything. As Suan loaded the treasure chest detector onto the pumpkin cart, Little Pumpkin declared it hers and assimilated it. Transform it from a prop that loses durability into a reparable car navigation accessory. Suan, absorbed in sharing her joy with her dolls, didn't notice the arguments and defense surrounding her on the public screen. Can't help but ask, you have to buy something before you send a message. Are the beta testers so cold-blooded? It's already this late. Why can't they just say it openly? How long do they want to exploit us? Missing brother Wang Chong. The beta testers are all bastards, cheaters, heartless ghosts, and murderers. And that Mo Cha everyone praises so well? She hasn't spoken in days. Just like Sunshine Bear, she's just watching us die without helping. She's probably hoping we all die. Wang Chong's dog, Wang Chong, hasn't appeared in ages. He was always killed by using props to disable system functions. He's a murderer. Tuaner's child. Screw you. Big brother isn't your parent. Who owes you anything? You're the one who's trying to blackmail me. Our big brother Bear is already very kind by buying things and sending me news. Where did you idiots come from to stir up trouble? Single monster. I saw a bunch of idiots, big idiots, ha ha ha. Joie Ma's fish. I asked Big Brother Bear if I could send the news to my friends. Big Brother Bear agreed immediately. Wow, she's such a nice person. Seeing these people cursing on the public screen is really infuriating. Shui Jiao Hao Wei Xiang. Yes, Big Brother Bear is a very nice person. If you want to know the news, just go to Big Brother Bear's shop or pay a copper coin to buy the news directly. It's simple and convenient. Don't talk nonsense. Suan saw the navigation mode of Little Pumpkin after installing the treasure chest detector and praised it repeatedly. She continued trading, trying to get more goodies. She spent an unknown amount of time, copying and pasting, relying on the convenience of information to sell out everything in the store. Ding dong, congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for reaching 10,000 trades, unlocking their personal stall's upgrade to a primary shop, increasing their shelf position to 20, and unlocking the information trading template. Suddenly, Suan received a system notification and saw that her exchange had changed. Suan was pleasantly surprised and placed an order to sell information on the upgraded shop. The price remained the same, with a minimum purchase of 1 copper coin, and the information would be available after purchase. Suan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't have to copy and paste anymore. She took a sip of her slightly cooled cilantro lemon tea. At that moment, she felt Little Pumpkin's hand tug at her body, and Suan turned to look at Little Pumpkin. Following Little Pumpkin's pointing direction, she discovered that the pumpkin carriage had stopped at some point. Little Bear was now standing on the windowsill, leaning against it, carefully observing the scenery outside. "Master, there's a fork in the road ahead," Little Pumpkin said, holding her with one hand and pointing out the window with the other. "Thank goodness I braked in time, so I didn't slide out." Suen took a few steps forward, went to the window, and looked out. Through the car's lights, Suen could see that in the vast night, the road seemed to split, forming a Y shape. The pumpkin carriage was parked just in front of the fork in the Y. On one side of the fork, in the distance, a city ablaze with lights. It should be the platform. Let's take a look. Suen ran to the bathroom with Little Pumpkin, removed the bathroom light, attached it to the outside of the pumpkin carriage, and switched the lights to high beam mode. The view outside suddenly widened. At the fork in the main road, a road half the width of the main road appeared. A bus stop sign stood by the side of the road, the words blurry and indistinct. "Little Pumpkin, come closer." Suen spoke, and the pumpkin carriage moved forward a few steps and stopped by the roadside. Suen saw the platform in full view. Chapter 156. Special Platform, Yiming City. Yiming City, the city of darkness, is ablaze with vibrant lights. Welcome visitors to enjoy the bustling cityscape. Resources. Everything you could want is here. Danger level, 4-star platform. Recalling her last encounter with the 4-star platform, Suen shuddered, a chill running down her spine and into her scalp. She peered across the platform, her spiritual eyes, enhanced by her high mental power, still able to sense a powerful aura emanating from that city. Suen pulled the platform ticket for the special platform Yiming City from her backpack and read the introduction. This is a prosperous city, a dream city rich in resources. Turning it over, the back was filled with information about numerous attractions, such as the E-Casino, the E-Hot Springs, the E-Hotel, such as delicious food, fun, and entertainment. It's a city with a lot of dungeons mixed in. Relatively safe, prosperous. Suen thought for a moment, looked from Little Bear to Little Pumpkin, and immediately made a decision. Not going. Although the ticket stated 3 hours, there was no telling how long this special platform would delay her. Adding the 4-star platform, it was dangerous to think about. There were too many unexpected situations to consider. Their primary goal now was to hurry. "Little Pumpkin, Xiaoma, let's go to the main road." "We won't go to this platform," Suen said to the 2 dolls beside him. As Suen spoke, the pumpkin carriage smoothly avoided the side road and headed onto the main road. The tense atmosphere gradually subsided. Suen then noticed that the black ball had played music at some point. The light music blended perfectly into the environment, which was why she hadn't noticed it before. It wasn't until they were far away from the platform, and the music stopped, that they realized what was happening. "Black ball, report the current situation." "Roger that, Master." "The current time is 6:03 p.m. Blizzard weather is expected to intensify tonight and tomorrow. The current temperature inside is 18 degrees Celsius, while the temperature outside is minus 46 degrees Celsius. The pumpkin carriage continued to move forward normally. Little Pumpkin continued to cook, the air filled with the aroma of food. Potatoes and beef were stewing in a large pot. The pound of potatoes he had earned today was now all in the pot. The cloud pot on the stovetop was bubbling non-stop. Suen looked at the goose in his hand for a moment before storing it in his space. Xiaomo came up and asked cautiously, "Master, am I too weak?" "No, it's just that it's not appropriate for us to go to the platform right now," Suen said to Xiaomo. She rubbed Xiaomo's head and took the heavy bear cub in her arms. Today's attack by the evil spirits had weakened Little Bear's spirits considerably, bringing with it feelings of inferiority and overthinking. Looking at his now self-conscious little expression, he was truly pitiful. Suen knew without question that he must be thinking that his own failure to find supplies on the platform was due to his own weakness. Poor Little Bear, with only 4 points of spirit, it was too much for him to go out at night and be pursued and attacked by evil spirits. Suen embraced his fragile little bear and gave him several kisses, hoping to comfort him, feeling particularly vulnerable after the night. Soon, dinner was ready. Little Pumpkin stood at the table and began his speech. Lately, whenever he learned a new dish, he'd give a speech like this. "Hey, come check out Chef Pumpkin's new creations. Savory beef and potatoes, braised croquet noodles, and first aisle." Amidst the praise, compliments, and applause, the little pumpkin head held high, a smile on his face irrepressible, a hint of pride rising suddenly. The bustling sounds echoed throughout the pumpkin carriage, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. The aroma of food, the warm yellow lights, and a thin protective shield enveloped the small pumpkin carriage, which drove lonely along the endless road in the blizzard. The snow was over half a meter thick, nearly submerging the pumpkin carriage's wheels. No, I can't do it anymore, Zhou Xiao, wearing a dogskin hat, said in a muffled voice as he slumped down in the snow. Li Xiangming continued to work, his shovel moving swiftly, clearing the snow around the wheels. Hurry up. We can rest after we're done. Don't waste time. The protective shields are so expensive, and it's so cold outside. Why are you lying around? Li Xiangming said to Zhou Xiao. Really? If you don't work, I get you out. I won't be on your team anymore. Li Xiangming threatened. Zhou Xiao quickly got up from the ground and said, work, work, work. Her nose was red from the cold, as were the areas around her eyes. Her body was frozen stiff, and she buried her head in the work, following her teammates. Half an hour later, the two girls, treading through the snow, returned to the sturdy mid-sized RV. Zhou Xiao rubbed her numb, stiff fingers. But it wasn't time to rest yet. The car continued to move forward, Li Xiangming driving while Zhou Xiao kept the temperature above zero inside. While burning the fire for warmth, the firepower wasn't wasted, and they could cook food, but this process was always interrupted. From time to time, the two of them had to get down and dig snow to continue. As the snow piled up deeper, the wheels got stuck in the car more easily. Every time this happened, Zhou Xiao wished she could just replace the car and build it using the vehicle blueprints she obtained in the special screw battle dungeon. It shouldn't be so painful, right? Alas, the materials were so scarce. Working outside the car at night, braving the blizzard and the dead of night, was incredibly cold and exhausting. Fortunately, there were two of them, so they could help each other out. When the intermediate shield's health dropped to 53 points, they didn't dare go out again. They feared being too reckless and damaging the shield, which would be a huge loss. They covered all the windows, turned off the lights, and waited until the monsters dispersed in the darkness. They gathered by the fire, warming themselves while eating. Dinner was the cheapest hot meat porridge. Thanks, Sunshine Bear. Chapter 157. Her shop sells a large quantity of monster meat daily, and also steadily produces a small amount of broken rice. Now, many players in the area rely on Sunshine Bear for their livelihood. Whether those with slightly better living conditions, like Zhou Xiao and Li Xiangming, or those truly on the brink of death, have all received some level of care from these top players. At least the meat obtained by top players from killing monsters is their primary source of food. Li Xiangming sipped her meat porridge, a layer of frost on her cheeks that slowly softened after she entered the house. The harsh cold had roughened her skin, no longer as smooth and delicate as it once was. Just 2 days of blizzards had taken their toll. Only a few days before the screw operation, Li Xiangming looked much rougher, her demeanor more haggard. Zhou Xiao was alright. Thanks to her dogskin hat, her complexion looked slightly better than Li Xiangming's. But her hands were covered in chilblains, even worse than the last time they met. Her hand hadn't healed yet, a sign of excessive winter exposure. Before Zhou Xiao teamed up with Li Xiangming this morning, she occasionally sold the cheapest meat porridge at her stall, 3 copper coins a spoonful. After deducting the raw materials and transaction fees, she earned a hard-earned income to supplement her life. The two teamed up today because the system's new 4,000-kilometer mission was incredibly difficult. Only by banding together could they have a chance of survival. Zhou Xiao had one team-up card left in her hand, and after a long hesitation, she chose to team up with Li Xiangming out of trust. At the very least, they were friends who had shared life and death, and knew each other well. After teaming up, their roads merged, with the kilometer count based on the one who had traveled first. The annoying thing is that the stingy system will reclaim the vehicles of team members other than the captain. Although Zhou Xiao holds the team card, her overall development lags far behind Li Xiangming's, with nearly 500 fewer kilometers. Zhou Xiao tearfully relinquished her small 5-square-meter RV. However, she sold all the saleable parts of the RV for property, and moved all the unsaleable pots, pans, and household items to Li Xiangming's car. With the 3 rules set in advance and a joint development agreement signed, and their bond from Blue Star to the game, which had endured life and death together, everything went relatively smoothly. Holding together for warmth is truly much easier than being alone. There are occasional minor frictions, but they're not serious issues. Today, it was dark, and both of them were still able to move forward, much better than before. After dinner, Zhou Xiao started selling porridge. After selling most of it, she froze the remaining bowls of meat porridge, saving only the portion for tomorrow. After dinner, he boiled some snow to make hot water, sprinkled a few precious Sichuan peppercorns in the water, and soaked Li Xiangming and himself in it. Then, they both tucked themselves into a thick blanket and fell asleep early. Before falling asleep, Zhou Xiao silently thought, Sister Yongguang and Sister Mocha must have gathered the blueprints and materials to build a spiritual-grade RV. He had paid Mocha with his blueprints as platform protection fee, and he had already used a team card. Xiaoming still had the blueprints, but was still short on materials. He had no idea what the spiritual-grade vehicle would look like. Today, Sunshine Bear was breaking his usual low-key style and buying up a large amount of spiritual source stones, probably to build a new vehicle. The spiritual-grade RV probably wouldn't need to shovel snow anymore, it might still be warm. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiao looked forward to tomorrow with a strong sense of anticipation. Achoo! Mocha sneezed, slowing down her dishwashing. A giant octopus monster, as if waiting for her, slapped her with one claw. Her arm burned with pain. What are you daydreaming about? Get to work. Temporary workers are just lazy. Mocha nearly dropped the plate in her hand, but she held it tightly to prevent it from falling. She gritted her teeth, resisting the urge to overthrow the dungeon and go all out, and continued washing the dishes. There were too many NPCs on this platform, and it was a dungeon you could teleport out of, so she had to endure it. After all, this wasn't an open-ended dungeon where you could just drive away after finishing. 2 days ago, Mocha had been living in complete misfortune ever since she'd been tricked by the witch. Not only had she lost money, but she was also plagued by misfortune. She couldn't get any rest, and even the chefs who had better living conditions couldn't last long. It was all because of that witch who kept complaining about her spicy hot pot being terrible. The manager fired her, and she eventually paid to be replaced by this 007 dishwasher, finally securing a safer position. The kitchen was freezing cold. Soaking her hands in ice water for 2 days went from red to white, and then to frostbite. She washed dishes from morning till night, supervised by an octopus named Zhou Paopi. She endured. She endured. She would leave when the witch left the platform. She hadn't slept for nearly 24 hours. Mocha stared with bloodshot eyes at the stream of public messages that flashed before her, receiving reports of system troubles and this and that, not wanting to reply. She saw Zhou Zhao's message, "Good night, Sister Cha. I wish you a good rest and good health." Mocha's anger flared up. She wanted to sleep too. Just then, a player unlucky enough to join the dungeon, as a temporary worker fell into the pool, exhausted and sleepy, triggering an octopus uprising. The octopus claws stretched out, eager to attack, waiting for the player to be absent for more than 2 minutes before striking. Mocha slammed the bowl down. Screw you. Destroy this dungeon. I can't stand it anymore. She wasn't going to die anyway. She was enduring this dungeon, and working hard, mainly for the sake of the witch. After all, as long as she followed the dungeon rules, she wouldn't be able to confront her head-on, and many of her tricks wouldn't work. Never mind, if she endured any longer, she'd really become a ninja turtle. The octopus shifted its gaze to Mocha, wondering how to scare the guy into dropping some coins. A few minutes later, the octopus was chopped into pieces by Mocha's ice blade. The platform's alarm blared throughout the night, and all the NPCs were in a state of excitement. The girl grabbed the hand of the middle-aged woman behind her and ran out of the shop. Before leaving, she called out, "Sister Kai, let's go." "Xiaoya, Brother Zhou Tian, do you want to come with us?" Mocha casually called out to a few people, and seeing that only the middle-aged woman responded, she pulled her away. The middle-aged woman, known as Sister Kai, knew she couldn't hold out any longer, so she chose to leave with Mocha. Seeing this, many temporary workers began to hesitate. Should they continue working and survive until the end of the game, or follow the seemingly powerful player on the run and fight countless monster NPCs? But the opportunity was fleeting. Chapter 158. It was too late. They had lost their best chance to escape. Mocha had a plan to drag Sister Kai along with them, as they were located in the S-level studio where she had previously lived. Due to the screw operation dungeon, the studio would naturally be sealed, but that didn't matter. She had the item, the master key. In any case, she definitely needed a break. Taking Sister Kai with her and actively rescuing her wasn't out of pure kindness. After careful consideration, Mocha concluded that Sister Kai had the most positive values, a kind heart, and a skill set that matched hers. She needed a player with good character, who could activate skills to restore her health. She needed a teammate who could help with vigilance and could be a lifeline when necessary. Thinking of this, she thought of Yongguang. That player was very strong and had excellent values. It would be even better if she could fall in love with her. She considered herself a kind girl and liked kind people. However, she tended to prefer those who were both kind and powerful, kind with strength, kind with intelligence, or kind with agility. She didn't like fools, like that Xingye Xiaoxiao, who was truly foolish. Unfortunately, Yangwang was too cautious. She seemed to understand her thoughts and desires. There was an 80% chance she'd never get him, and even the chances of him becoming her friend were slim. Suin didn't know that several of her former teammates were thinking about her, imagining how comfortable she'd be, and fantasizing about being close friends. In reality, she was living a more comfortable life than Zhou Xiao had imagined, and more isolated than Mocha had imagined. Despite spending all day on the public screen, her friend list was empty. At this moment, Suin was furtively examining the two dolls. It was a little after 7 in the evening, a perfect time for leisure. Little Pumpkin was kneading dough, and Little Mo was mincing meat. Little Pumpkin called for more pancakes for his master and the bear. While they were busy and not paying attention to her, Suin went to the third-floor Starry Sky room to rest. The third floor, like the second-floor bedroom, had no lights. Only a sliver of light from the elevated kitchen, filtered through the glass structure, allowed a glimpse into the room. There was a silver-white car parked there, along with a rocking chair. These two large items, along with Little Pumpkin's cab, took up almost the entire space. Suin sat in the rocking chair, gazing at the night view outside the glass roof with a sigh. From here, she could see the entire pumpkin car as it moved forward through the vast snowstorm. A 360-degree view. Combined with the spiritual level vision, it was quite astonishing. She could see the white expanse of snow ahead, the plains on either side of the road, and the ruts behind her. She could see the faintly glowing barrier, as well as the occasional wandering evil spirit, constantly appearing and being cast away. Occasionally, an unfortunate evil spirit would collide with a protective shield, sending out tiny ripples. Behind the ripples lay a beautiful night sky. Even the blizzard didn't dampen the deep, enchanting night sky. The night sky here was even more magnificent than that on Blue Planet, its vastness and grandeur unparalleled. If the system hadn't constantly claimed to be a game world, Suin would have felt that this place was no different from reality. At least in certain parts of the natural environment, the breathtaking scenery was indistinguishable. Even from a spiritual perspective, this world couldn't be more real. The night sky, the snowflakes, the road, everything felt incredibly real. Enough of the natural scenery. Suin pulled out a small desk lamp from her space, acquired in a trade today. Turning on the light, Suin retrieved materials from her space and began preparing to craft her third doll. She earned so much spirit points today. It would be a shame not to use them to craft a doll. As for why Suin had sneakily sought out this place, it was because she was worried about Xiaomo and Little Pumpkin getting worried. Her advanced spirit points were rapidly depleting. Her nimble fingers flew, and soon, the wire had twisted into the doll's skeleton. Because of the three-headed figure, this part was quick. Then, Suin began attaching the silk cloth. Working with concentration is quick. Not to mention that Suin had already pondered these production methods numerous times during the design process. Suin gradually became engrossed, lost in the process. At this moment, her entire mind, heart, and soul were completely invested in the work she was creating. At the same time, the silk doll began to take on a more and more human appearance. Suin didn't notice. As her spirit energy was used up, her eyes began to redden. The silk doll shed its initial appearance, its form becoming increasingly sinister. "Master, you're here." "Ah, Master, your hand, please stop." "Sister Nin, wake up." Suin woke with a start. She looked at her hand, unknowingly pierced by the wire, at the blood-stained silk cloth, like a child who had done something wrong. She felt a little bewildered. As if waking from a dream. She looked at her failed work. At the hostile spirit power attached to it, it seemed to urge her to continue her evil ways. She tightened her grip on the broken doll. The doll's aura vanished. Suin shook her head, like a rattle to clear her head, and free herself from the doll's influence. "I'm fine," Suin said to Little Pumpkin and Xiaomo. She was indeed fine. Her energy level was 13 to 44, far from being overdrawn. She didn't even need medicine. She could recover with an early night's sleep. The problem was with the artwork. In front of Little Pumpkin and Xiaomo, Suin unraveled the fabric, returning the doll, now in human form, to a pile of materials. "I was wrong. There's no rush," Suin said with some relief. Her energy was exceptionally high today, and in her focus on not wasting it, she'd forgotten that it wasn't her own. The energy that had dissipated after the evil spirit dissipated had only briefly gathered within her, and before she could fully digest and absorb it, she had infused it into the doll's creation. The result was predictably disastrous. She hadn't given it enough love, so the doll lacked life. She was too utilitarian, too eager for results, and that's how it ended up. She didn't need to create a doll that was inherently filled with malice in a moment of blind madness. So, Sue-in dismantled her creation, hours in the making. "It's okay, don't worry about me," Sue-in said to the two dolls with a wry smile. Little Pumpkin nestled in Sue-in's arms, whispering, "If only Nanling were stronger." The latter half of her words faded. At that moment, Sue-in also sensed Nanling's inferiority. Turning her head to the side, even in the dim light, Sue-in could clearly see the little bear's dejection. The bear looked completely limp, its ears drooping, not one standing up. Could it be that she was too eager to create the next doll, making the two dolls feel less useful? Please don't misunderstand. Sue-in immediately explained, sharing her thoughts, analyzing her own journey, and her impulsive behavior today, where she had finally saved enough mental energy to create dolls. She was afraid the two little ones would misunderstand her intentions. She was just being stingy. "No, Master, Little Pumpkin doesn't think that way, it's just..." Little Pumpkin pointed ahead. Sue-in looked ahead at the dark, snowy road. In the distance, a city ablaze with lights. Eeming City. Still coming? Chapter 159. Emotions are this thing that's irritating people here. One can imagine the psychological dynamics of the two little dolls. There's a platform ahead, but unfortunately I don't have the strength. Never mind. Come again, but unfortunately I don't have the strength. If I had the strength, wouldn't I be able to get more resources? Master, woo, I'm so weak. A city full of geese. Because it's dark, I'm afraid of being bitten by evil spirits, so I don't dare go there. Woo, Little Bear's perspective. A city full of geese, I could cook a lot of geese in an iron pot, but unfortunately I don't have the attack power to better protect my master. I'm a weakling. What a mental thing. Sue-in rolled his eyes. Called Little Pumpkin to continue on the main road and not go to that platform. Soon, as the pumpkin carriage resumed its journey, Goose City grew farther and farther away until it disappeared. As Goose City receded, the two dolls regained some of their spirits, but they were still depressed. Sue-in looked at the time and saw it was past 9. She went downstairs with her two dolls, washed up, and prepared for bed. Before falling asleep, Sue-in kissed Little Pumpkin and Little Bear, telling Little Pumpkin to ignore the goose if she ran into Mingshishi again in the middle of the night. They weren't going to any stations for the time being. They were just on their way. Changing into her pajamas and lying on the warm, soft bed, Sue-in felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Sue-in told Little Pumpkin to wake her up at dawn, and then fell asleep. Sue-in and the dolls had already planned the day's journey. She would drive from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., and from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Little Bear would drive from 9 p.m. to 12 p.m., and from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Little Pumpkin would drive in the evenings and late at night. The three of them would work in 3 shifts, keeping breakfast and lunch as simple as possible and having a good dinner. They aimed to reach 10,000 kilometers by Friday and live a peaceful life. Only by calculating your budget in advance can you feel at ease in life. A restful night. Waking up early in the morning, Sue-in dressed, yawned, and leaned on the windowsill, feeling the cool air outside. She was now on the first floor of the pumpkin carriage, leaning on the window to look out. The snow had not yet stopped. The wind and snow had subsided considerably, from a blizzard to heavy snow. Visibility had improved, and the conditions were clearly not as bad as yesterday, but it was still not a good day. Sue-in didn't wake the sleeping Little Bear. After washing herself, she told Little Pumpkin to switch to silver and continue on. Everything went smoothly, without disturbing Little Bear's peaceful sleep. Little Bear slept on the soft back seat, covered with a blanket. After saying good morning to Sue-in, Little Pumpkin also slipped into Little Bear's bed, cuddling against the warm Little Bear, closing his eyes to rest. Soon, he fell asleep, and a gurgling snoring could be heard from behind him. It was just dawn. It was just 6 in the morning. Sue-in started the silver white several times, the wheels spinning in circles. Just as he was about to take out the road snow clearance car, temporary, for 3 hours of use, a pop-up window appeared before him. Ding dong, 100 centimeters of snow detected on the road, seriously affecting 99.99% of players' vehicles. The system has considerately enabled snow clearing service for the road. A road clearing fee of 100 copper coins is required. Would you like to pay the snow clearing fee in exchange for the system's snow clearing service? The system has introduced a new paid service. No problem. Sue-in obediently paid. He saved the few snow clearing items he had taken from the refrigerator, saving them just in case. After paying, the system took swift action. Soon, the road, once a vast, white field, began to show signs of a road. Silver White drove down the highway, which wasn't as clean after the snow clearing. The constantly falling snow quickly covered the road with another thin layer of snow. The cars passing left a trail of ruts behind it. But this road was much better than the snow-covered road that nearly buried the car. It drove smoothly. Early in the morning, the public screen was bustling with activity. Soo-in suspected that 99% of the players were awake by now. No one slept in under the pressure of the mileage. Kyu-chan, the disco player, said, "I never thought that even if I traveled through the game world, I would have to wake up at 6 a.m. to travel. It's even more painful than 8 a.m. What a miserable life. Ningxi Luoyu, not only are you 6 a.m. early, but you're also starving, underfed, and poorly housed. You could be on the verge of death at any moment. Eating grapes and raisins. Stop talking, stop talking. Luoyu, you're such a toxic person this early in the morning. Don't bother. If you keep talking, my energy level will drop to 0 and I collapse. I wasn't killed by the night monster, but you provoke me to the point where my Taoist heart is shattered. You. I woke up at 4:30 and didn't set off until just after dawn at 6 o'clock. I'm still energetic, just a little hungry. I ate half a dry piece of bread that morning, and it's all digested now. Eating just to stay alive. This system's snow clearing feature is a bummer. If I known there was snow clearing today, I wouldn't have used the snow clearing tool and saved copper coins. Seriously, I fight monsters all day and only earn a little over 100 copper coins a day. It's not enough to cover my expenses. Wine-drunk road, long, only desire to sleep. I can still earn 100 copper coins. Ha ha ha, I'm so envious. I'm just living day by day now. Silver White sped down the highway. Soo-in, while checking the public screen, was also careful. He didn't lose his focus on the straight road and instead stepped on the accelerator to check the public screen. She glanced briefly at the public screen, watching the players chatting about their latest updates. Nothing of importance came up, so she focused on the area ahead and began to concentrate on driving. Little Pumpkin's morning words swirled in her head. They seemed to be being targeted by that particular platform. That Yiming City had appeared repeatedly last night. However, that platform wasn't as dominant as the ice and snow slide, completely dominating the main road and requiring no escape. It simply appeared and reappeared occasionally on the road ahead. Yesterday, Little Pumpkin encountered Yiming City 3 times while driving the pumpkin car. By checking the black ball, Little Pumpkin recorded encounters at 12 a.m., 2:12 a.m., and 4:22 a.m. In other words, they encountered Yiming City 5 times yesterday. From this, Soo-in couldn't predict whether she would encounter it during the day, so she had to drive carefully, making sure not to miss a fork in the road and accidentally veer off the road, causing an accident. After repeatedly appearing on the Yiming City platform, Soo-in suddenly had a sour impression of it. She was already unhappy about it, and now she was even more upset. Even though it repeatedly appeared, Soo-in didn't change her mind. She decided not to go, and she would go again when she wanted to. A little after 7, Little Bear woke up. Only Little Pumpkin was still sleeping in the car, snoring non-stop. At 8:30, Little Pumpkin woke up. Silver White stopped, and the car switched to the pumpkin car for a while. Nothing went exactly as planned. Little Bear washed up and went to warm up some pancakes. Soo-in went to the bathroom to deal with her period. The menstrual pad was soaked. In just one short morning. Chapter 160. Breakfast was the scallion meat patties Little Bear and Little Pumpkin had made yesterday, pre-made dishes. Soo-in had a poor appetite, and only ate half a patty before clutching her stomach, her face pale, and she stopped eating. Soo-in was a bit special. The pain wasn't that severe on the first day, but it was very severe on the second day, and the volume was large. However, after the second day, it was much better and less uncomfortable. It wasn't noticeable last night, but today, it was absolutely terrible, a bit distressing. It has to be said that a doomsday environment presents a more difficult survival test for women. Thus, at all times, from ancient times to modern times, women who bravely survive are the greatest. Fertility is a gift, but it's also a shackle, but it doesn't hinder its magic. It's the power of life, and fertility is the source of the world. This is why the system calls females primary. Without females, there would be no reproduction, let alone civilization. Soo-in could only comfort herself that a good life would lead to a normal menstrual period. Seeing his master's grim expression, Little Pumpkin directly suggested using the pumpkin cart, which was the most comfortable option, allowing his sister to lie down for a while. Soo-in insisted on using the silver cart, which would increase speed. She could also lie down in the back seat, and it would also allow Little Pumpkin to rest more. Finally, Little Pumpkin couldn't convince his master, so they all compromised and opted for the large RV. This allowed Little Pumpkin to rest, while maintaining a moderate fuel consumption. The speed, when searching for treasure chests, was similar to that of the silver cart. Soo-in had the system clear the snow that morning, so the snow wasn't too deep, and the large RV wouldn't affect normal progress. Everything was agreed upon. Xiao Mo transformed into a 2M tall bear, entered work mode, and returned to the familiar driver's seat of the large RV, beginning his daily routine of searching for treasure chests. With a treasure chest detector and a black ball navigation system, Xiao Mo no longer had to stare with his bare eyes. Their efficiency increased several-fold, allowing the RV to reach a top speed of 120 km per hour, swiftly moving forward. The stove lit up, and Soo-in huddled under the covers, watching the scenery recede outside the window. Before he knew it, he slipped into a nap. The car started and stopped, and soon, Big Bear returned with an ice chest and several pigeon monsters. Little Pumpkin leaned in to whisper in Big Bear's ear. The bear nodded, and so did Pumpkin. The cloud-shaped cauldron was set up, pigeon feathers fluttering. The whole meat was added to the pot. He rummaged through the food storage, found a piece of old ginger, and pulled out a few red dates, stuffing them all in before closing the lid. Little Pumpkin prepared to make broth for his master's midday nourishment. After this, it worked over and over in front of the stove, warming itself up from front to back. Then Little Pumpkin slid into the quilt, resting his body against his master's belly, nestled against his chest, and soon fell asleep. Soo-in, half asleep and half awake, heard the soft gurgling of boiling soup, the rustle of Little Bear driving the car, the crunch of wheels on the snow, and the wind pounding against the windows at full speed. And, "Mom! Mom, Mom!" The clear, crisp voice of a little girl. Sometimes it was a barefoot little girl in a white dress with disheveled hair, a pale face and dark eyes, like a ghost. Sometimes it was a young woman in a theatrical costume, standing on the stage, graceful and alluring. The woman wore heavy pink makeup and a magnificent phoenix crown, exquisite and exquisite. The crescent-white sleeves of the spruce tree danced gracefully with her movements, and a red cape with pure gold patterns fluttered. Soo-in's eyes widened, and all the illusions before him vanished. She saw the large, peaceful RV, a bit crowded with furnishings. On the stovetop, a large pot sat tightly covered over a cloud-shaped pot. Food inside was simmering gently, steam rising from the small holes in the lid. Through the steaming mist, carrying the aroma of food, she could see the burly Big Bear concentrating on driving, all stable and peaceful. Soo-in sat up and found a small, warm creature on her stomach, emitting heat that soothed her slightly aching lower abdomen. Looking down, she saw it. It was Little Pumpkin. Is it sleeping here specifically to warm her stomach? The little creature was sleeping soundly. Soo-in's movement caused it to roll over, and onto the inside of the bed. This didn't disturb its sleep. Soo-in was careful not to wake it. She placed Little Pumpkin on the inside of the bed, and covered it tightly with the quilt. Leaning against the headboard, Soo-in took out her supervisor's diary, flipped to the design she had drawn that day, and reviewed her ideas for the third doll. She just dreamed of her third doll, a truly lifelike one. The girl, tentatively designated Huan, seemed to have come alive, calling her mom. This was incredible. Could it be that she'd been obsessed with her third doll these past few days, and it had become a delusion for her? Soo-in looked down at her design. Name, undecided. Su Feijuan sounds awkward, so I cross it out. Su Huawan is so tacky, let me think about it, come up with a good name, and give it some thought. Nickname, Huan. Ethnicity, ghost operator. Doll type, silk doll. Design concept. Silk dolls are based on the traditional craftsmanship of the Yen nation of Blue Star, and are generally closely related to traditional culture. Therefore, for now, the dolls will be human figures with classical forms. The design draws inspiration from traditional opera, drawing on a combination of elements from opera. It's intended to be a powerful puppet creature, whose attacks are channeled through sound art and dance, conveying a sense of spirituality. Next, below is a design drawing. A three-headed figure, dressed in a theatrical costume, is beautiful and spirited. Turning to the next page, a little girl, without makeup, in a white dress and an innocent face, resembles a small pumpkin. For some reason, her demeanor is so dull, like a dead object, devoid of any of the vitality of a small pumpkin. Soo-in stared at the little girl's design for a while. He took out his pen again, and added a few strokes. With just a few strokes, the innocent face in the design underwent a dramatic transformation. The little girl gained dark circles under her eyes, adding a touch of gloom and pity to her features. A few stray strands of hair obscured her eyes, and part of her face. Shoo! Where did this sinister little devil come from? Gloom, longing, ambition, Those eyes seemed to speak, gazing at Suen with longing, as if ready to leap out at any second. Snap! Suen closed the blueprint. Suen took out the materials she gathered yesterday and flipped through them. The blood-stained silk cloth truly resembled the red pyong. She was the designer, but this doll seemed to have intruded upon her, becoming her inspiration. Beautiful, powerful, dangerous, and a little mad, it kept urging her to come into this world. Suen clutched the silk cloth tightly. He couldn't calm down for a long time. It was past 4 o'clock, and when it was completely dark, Suen didn't let Little Bear go out. He and Little Pumpkin drove to retrieve the box. In short, they didn't fight the monsters. They stood inside the shield, used telekinesis to snatch the box, and ran. Changed to Silver White. Silver White was fast. The monsters were chasing after him. He ran until he was almost vomiting, but he couldn't catch up with the car, and could only helplessly disappear at the end of the vast highway. The little bear had a look of loss on his face. Suen rubbed the cub's head. He explained to Xiao Mo the difference between knowing there's a tiger in the mountain and still going there, and knowing there's a tiger but not going there. View the world from a dialectical perspective. Xiao Mo nodded. It understood that recognizing its shortcomings and avoiding injury is a sign of wisdom, not cowardice or weakness. It should focus on its strengths, such as its powerful physical attack ability, rather than desperately trying to compensate for its weaknesses and feeling sad and aggrieved by its gift of one spirit. They were a team, not just one person. It had a master to rely on and Little Pumpkin to trust. Seeing the little bear's mood turn from cloudy to sunny, Suen also smiled. Suen felt his mindset was improving. Squeak! He slammed the brakes to the floor. The car almost skidded off the snowy slope, but thankfully, the car's performance was good enough to stop safely. There was a fork in the road ahead, and Suen almost broke into the Yiming City platform. Chapter 161. At the fork in the road, Yiming City seemed just around the corner. Yesterday, the platform road was still some distance from the city, but now it seemed like it could be reached in just over 1,000 meters. From this distance, Suen could clearly see some of the city sights. It was a small town with tall buildings, brightly lit. At first glance, it felt like a large city on Blue Star. A closer look revealed that the architecture everywhere still had an exotic feel. The entire city was rounded, without any sharp-angled buildings. Atop a tower in the center of the city, a large, fat goose statue appeared adorable under the lights. But while adorable, it also gave the impression of being intelligent. This unique aura was truly remarkable. Suen looked ahead, reviewing her memory, confirming that everything had happened suddenly. The navigation hadn't mentioned it, otherwise she wouldn't have braked so quickly. She glanced at Yiming City a few times. Suen turned the steering wheel and drove onto the main road, ignoring the brightly lit city. The navigation indicated she had a treasure chest to retrieve 1.7 kilometers ahead, so she didn't have time to waste on this platform. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen the platform all day, but it reappeared immediately at night. Could it be that this was a city that only appeared at night? Suen wondered. Even if she decided not to go, its constant presence was a real nuisance. With so many kilometers left to complete the mission, Little Bear's power dropped significantly at night, and she was on her period. Her safety was a concern. Unless she had a new partner. Soon, more than half an hour after dark, the mission was successfully concluded thanks to the cooperation of Suen and Little Pumpkin. Suen seized the final opportunity and obtained an ice treasure chest and 2 wooden treasure chests. Silvery White transformed into a pumpkin carriage. Warm yellow light dispelled the eerie atmosphere on the highway. As night fell, the wind and snow intensified again. This blizzard seemed unstoppable. In the evening, it was time to open the daily treasure chests. With a complete treasure chest detector, Suen's harvest today doubled compared to yesterday's. In total, he found 7 ice treasure chests, 8 wooden treasure chests, and 1 copper treasure chest. The quantity increased, but the quality didn't. Another day without gold or silver treasure chests. Suen drove the wooden chests, while Little Pumpkin took the contents to the warehouse and automatically sorted them. The two worked together, working very quickly. The little bear sat by the stove, stirring the remaining charcoal with a stick, preparing to add new wood and start a new fire. The wood blocks were broken into strips and broken. Crack. Break. Chua. Stuffed into the hearth. The bear's movements were methodical, their own rhythm, creating a soothing white noise. The clacking sounds of Suen and Little Pumpkin, intently opening boxes, were warm and soothing. A voice shattered the silence. What a magical thing. As he opened the copper treasure chest, Little Pumpkin pulled a glass jar from it, his eyes pressed close to the bottle. Suen turned to look at Little Pumpkin. Through the glass jar, Suin could see Little Pumpkin's eyes widened, filled with wonder. It was a jar of turmeric-colored powder, about 80% full. Looks like some kind of seasoning powder. The last time pepper appeared, it was packaged similarly. The copper box often contained daily necessities like rice, flour, grains, oil, and seasonings. For example, this copper box contained a jar of turmeric powder, a bag of salt, a 2 kilograms bag of mixed grain flour, and a 500g bag of millet. Swan opened the spice jar and sniffed. A complex aroma of spices, with a strong, pungent flavor, wafted through. Little Pumpkin leaned forward and sniffed. Its nose twitched, its face an indescribably strange expression. Swan tapped the powder with her finger and licked it. "It's curry powder," she said to Little Pumpkin. Then she shoved the jar into Little Pumpkin's hands and put it in the kitchen cabinet. "Curry powder? That's the blended spice you talked about on the phone, right? Then we can make curry dishes," Little Pumpkin quickly replied. Little Pumpkin, a culinary enthusiast, was fascinated by every spice. Cooking seemed magical to him, allowing him to transform all sorts of ingredients into delicious dishes through culinary techniques, providing nutrition for his owner and Big Bear. Unfortunately, he couldn't eat rice, and his palate was average, so he couldn't appreciate the subtleties of flavor. He mostly just recited from a book or experimented with Big Bear. Anyway, Big Bear can eat any food it makes, whether cooked or raw, sour, sweet, bitter, or spicy, and he can even offer sound advice. Little Pumpkin looked at the curry powder in his hand, closed the lid, and thought of many dishes. Suin went to the refrigerator and quickly picked up one item after another. Temporary ice and snow shield. Temporary treasure chest detector. Temporary night monster repellent light. Ordinary heat packs that only last for 1 hour. Temporary backpack expansion card. The refrigerator's main function is to help players find treasure chests during blizzards. Suin sold the temporary ice and snow shield and treasure chest detector, keeping the rest for himself until needed. At the same time, Suin didn't forget to collect the permanent night monster repellent light, advanced heat packs, permanent space expansion card, and plant pots. At this moment, Suin already had 4 spiritual grade pots in the room, each containing scallions, cilantro, bok choy, and chives. The scallions and cilantro had been plucked several times, and the bok choy and chives had just been planted that afternoon. They were barely above the height of a fingernail, and unless you looked closely, you couldn't even see the seedlings. The last refrigerator was quite interesting. It was the largest box in the refrigerator, and the items inside were very different from the others. Carrot. Little Pumpkin froze, staring at the carrot. Is this an edible carrot? It felt strange. It grabbed the carrot and handed it to Suin. Suddenly, it thought of the giant red-eyed rabbit monster that had just chased Silver White for 10 kilometers. That rabbit was incredibly fast, and even now, it was still terrified. "Master, this is the box under the giant rabbit," Little Pumpkin said. Suin took the carrot, weighed it, and his eyes lit up when he saw the information on the screen. This is a piece of equipment, quite interesting, and very suitable for Little Pumpkin. Suin handed it to Little Pumpkin. "Nanling, this is for you. Take it." After that, Suin showed Little Pumpkin the information displayed on the system screen. Rabbit's carrot. Quality. Spiritual grade, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, godly. Note, this spiritual grade weapon was crafted by the rabbit men of a certain civilization. It possesses a certain amount of attack power, and was accidentally included in the ice treasure chest. Skill 1, oversized carrot, sweeping the enemy. The carrot can grow larger, clearing obstacles in the path ahead. Skill 2, carrot tendrils. The carrot can grow tendrils, forming a web to entangle enemies. Skill 3, carrot gun. The carrot consumes spiritual energy to release small carrot bullets. Are they powerful? Hard to say, but they taste good. 1 clearing, 1 control, and a more than insignificant attack. It's absolutely perfect for Little Pumpkin. Upon seeing this information, Suin's first instinct was to give this equipment to Little Pumpkin. Really, is this for me? Little Pumpkin was thrilled, hugging the carrot equipment, his body trembling. Yes, Nanling, this suits you perfectly. Thank you, Master. Chapter 162. Little Pumpkin leaned over to Suin's cheek and gave him a big kiss. This small movement caused Suimo, who was stoking the fire, to glance back repeatedly. After finishing the boxes, Suin sat on the sofa and began his daily routine, checking the public screen and his personal shop on the exchange. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at Li Duandua. Many people continued to move forward, while others began to rest. The general style of the public screen was very ordinary, not much different from usual. Xingye Xiao Xiao, selling meat porridge, 2 copper coins a spoonful, warm and filling. 10 spoonfuls left, hurry up. Xingman, I killed 3 monsters today, and I'm a little irritated from all the barbecue. What should I do? Lemon essence. How about a lemon to clear your mouth and replenish your vitamin C? Original price 10 copper coins, but I sell it to you for 10 copper coins. Morning mocha, urgently buying engines, iron blocks, steel blocks, wood blocks, and other materials. High prices, free trades and special platform strategy information. Check my personal store on the exchange to trade directly. Suen blinked. She had just logged in, and she happened to see Mocha, who hadn't spoken in several days, speak up. Calculating the time, she had been peeking at the public screen a lot these days, and it had been about 3 or 4 days since she'd seen Mocha speak. The moment she spoke on the public screen, it meant she was urgently acquiring vehicle materials. Suen clicked on Mocha's personal store and compared the materials she was acquiring. The configuration looked very similar to the materials required by the silver-white blueprint. Suen clicked on the regional leaderboard to check. Mocha's mileage had barely changed, and he quickly figured it out. Special platform strategy information, it seemed, wasn't just for the screw war strategy. Mocha had recently entered a new platform, and it was a very dangerous one, leaving her with little time to speak on the public screen. After a moment's thought, Suen entered the morning jasmine tea exchange, chose anonymous trading, and sold some unused mechanical parts from his backpack. A short while later, Suen received some messages. Anonymous friend. This is jasmine tea. Thank you for selling me the mechanical parts, they're really useful to me. The following is some information about special platforms that I personally summarized. Please let me know if you have any details. Please support Jasmine Tea's business in the future. If you can become friends, that would be even better. Let us work together to overcome difficulties, emerge from the haze, complete the game upgrade, and enter a new world. 1. To enter a special platform, you need a platform ticket corresponding to the platform name. If you have a blank special platform ticket, you can enter any special platform. 2. When a special platform is available, it will automatically appear next to players with platform tickets. So if you have a blank platform ticket, you encounter many special platforms. If you're worried about the risk, you can sell it to me. 3. Special platforms are categorized as overbearing, super overbearing, and extremely overbearing. The names are a bit strange, as I came up with them myself, haha. Overbearing special platforms are ones you can refuse, but they appear frequently. If you don't want to enter, be careful not to drive onto the road where a platform suddenly appears. Generally, once the activity at the platform ends, it won't reappear. Extremely overbearing special platforms are overbearing, and will appear directly on your road. You have to go there. The platform where I sold skill books a while ago was this type. There was no choice. Extremely overbearing special platforms are when a platform opens and teleports you directly to the platform, leaving no choice. The platform I encountered while traveling south a few days ago was this type. 4. In conclusion, special platforms generally have higher quality, rarer resources, and are also more dangerous. Everyone should assess the risks before entering a platform. If you lack the skills, try to minimize holding special platform tickets. Suen read through this information. He simply thought, this guy is truly an insider, he's amazing. She might have been bothered by this information, but it actually achieved 3 goals at once. 1. Quickly gather vehicle materials and craft a spiritual level vehicle to catch up on lost mileage. 2. Gain good relationships through one-on-one messaging, highlighting her kind and gentle persona. Her ulterior motive is unclear, but Suen suspects it's definitely related to her skills. 3. Collect special platform tickets, especially blank ones, through message prompts and good advice. Why did Suen see the message about Mocha collecting special platform tickets? Don't judge her by what she says, judge her by what she intends to do. If she were an average player, she would definitely want to clear out her special platform tickets immediately, otherwise it would be a shame to be killed by that overbearing platform. Once this idea came to her, she tried to sell it to the friendly and welcoming Mocha. This was a communication skill Suen had learned from her company boss, starting from your best perspective and accomplishing what she wanted to do. This is a valuable communication skill, whether it's with subordinates, colleagues, or clients. Clearly, Mocha employed a similar principle. Suen thought for a moment, then saw that Mocha was offering a blank special platform ticket for 20 copper coins. She immediately went to Sunshine Bear's account and posted a similar message offering a blank special platform ticket for 20 copper coins. She shamelessly used Mocha to attract traffic, saying she felt sorry for Mocha's hard work, for not forgetting everyone even after being stuck on the platform for so many days, and wanted to help her share her burden. Using what others have can sometimes be very effective. Shameless people are invincible. To the uninformed passers-by, Sunshine Bear was truly incredibly kind today. To Antoiner's cubs, Sister Cha and Big Bear are so kind. They really care about us. They're the pride of our region. I was moved to tears. Wei Shiyu, there are still many kind people in this world. Thank you, the beta testers, for always taking care of us. First, Big Bear's almost free information on night monsters, and now Sister Cha's special platform risk avoidance. We're so blessed. Yay Linshan, me too. Tears welled up in my eyes. On such a cold, snowy night, I'm still treated so well by the sisters. Zhao Yudahai, wow, Big Sunshine Bear is so gentle. So kind. I feel bad for Mo Cha. My sisters are truly warm-hearted. In reality, Sua knew that special platform tickets would be very useful. Blank special platform tickets would definitely be very useful. Mo Cha must have hidden a lot of information. Suan was skeptical that special platform tickets were simply dangerous. But it doesn't matter. She eventually learned all this information. Swish. Chapter 163. A sizzling sound. The frying pan sizzled. Then, a strong aroma of sautéed scallions filled the pumpkin carriage. Suan shifted his gaze to the little pumpkin. It used telekinesis to control a large wooden spatula, almost as tall as itself. It was stirring the food in the pot. Suan took a few steps closer, and saw it was frying the oil in the wok. After the chili and scallions had sautéed and released their aroma, chicken and carrot chunks were added to the wok and stir-fried until they were golden brown and crispy. Then, curry powder and salt were added. The little pumpkin's movements were fluid and smooth. A curry chicken and carrot dish, perfectly prepared, like a real chef. Wait, carrots. Suan glanced at the carrot weapon hanging from the little pumpkin's Chinese knot and instantly understood the source of the carrots in the pot. I was just thinking about this, and now I'm eating it so soon. The window was wide open, and the little pumpkin used telekinesis to control the smoke to drift out. Little Pumpkin, sifting through the food, saw its owner approach. Little Pumpkin quickly said, "Sister, there's some smoke here. Come back when the meal is ready." Nanling, I just told you, we just have a quick bite tonight. We eat the leftovers from last time and take out. Suan then remembered his intention. It was all because of this delicious dish. We had agreed to keep things simple today. No, we can't just make do. Master eats the fresh food, and Bear eats the takeout. Big Bear has a big appetite, and isn't picky about food. He eat all the leftovers even if you give him one. Master eats the good ones. Little Pumpkin said this somewhat offensive thing right in front of Xiao Mo. Not only was it offensive, but it was also discriminatory. And yet, the little bear, standing on the kitchen counter washing rice, said cheerfully, "Sister Anin, give me the leftovers. I love them." Suan looked from Bear to Little Pumpkin, unsure what to say. Are they spoiling her a little too much? She already been living a blissful life lately, with everything provided for her, and now she was being treated even better. She was really worried that one day her own doll would spoil her. No. Xiao Mo and I will eat together. Whatever it eats, I eat too, Suan said. After that, Suan felt something was wrong. Shouldn't she have said whatever I eat, it eats too? Besides, the leftover takeout seemed pretty good too, with vegetables, meat, and all the seasonings. The quality of life far exceeded that of most players. Smells so good. Li Xiangnan looked at the hot takeout leftovers, looked at Xiao Xiao beside him expectantly, and asked if it was ready to eat. She was really looking forward to it. She drooled as she watched the pork and cabbage stew, which had been repeatedly reheated and infused with plenty of monster meat. Tonight was truly a happy night. Mocha ate a pancake with hot water, looking at the message on the public screen with a sense of helplessness. Seriously, she hadn't expected that Sunshine Bear to have this side. She didn't touch any of the bad, but she took advantage of every bit of the good. But after she spoke, he also took advantage, and many smart players, who thought they were strong also followed suit. She was busy, making things difficult for a lot of people. Having quickly filled her stomach, Mocha returned to her work. The 3-day delay had left her pressed for time. Lemon Essence was relieved to see that she had sold a few more lemons. She ate the boiled meat, enjoying a leisurely dinner, trying to ignore the stinging pain in her body. It was great. She was finally eating the monster meat she had killed herself. Squeak! The pumpkin carriage slammed to a stop. Looking at the nearby Yiming city ahead, but it didn't seem to rush into it. Suin nearly got a spoonful of curry stuck in his nose, and the backlash from stopping the car smeared it all over his face. Sorry, I just saw it. The little pumpkin, looking embarrassed, used telekinesis to offer a handkerchief, looking apologetic. Suin took the handkerchief and wiped his nose. It's okay, she said. The little bear was also startled by the sudden breaking and nearly choked. He covered his neck with one hand and slapped his chest with the other. He swallowed the food in his mouth with a forceful force, then took the water cup Suin offered him and drank several sips to smooth things over. The little bear looked back out the window. The pumpkin carriage restarted and changed direction, preparing to head back to the main road. Wait, Nanling. Suin called out to Little Pumpkin, rising from her chair at the dining table and walking to the windowsill, peering out at the Yiming City platform. Closer. The city was getting closer to the road, from over 1,000 meters to perhaps a few hundred. Now, Suin could see the brightly lit streets not far away. She could also see the Yiming people strolling along the streets. Their long legs were slender, their upper bodies were round, and their fur was white. Let's go, Nanling. The pumpkin carriage drifted away, becoming increasingly distant, and Yiming City was no longer clearly visible. Suin returned to the table and continued eating her curry rice. Little Bear had steamed the rice until it was fluffy, each grain distinct. The richly spiced curry spread over the rice. In one bite, the meat was tender and the carrots were sweet. It was so delicious that she couldn't help but eat plate after plate. The little incident in Yiming City had become commonplace. At night, they would always come across this platform, and it was no longer a big deal. After all, seeing it often enough, you get used to it. A goose wouldn't just pop out of the platform and kidnap them, would it? Suin, her belly full, sipped lemonade, comfortably watching the bear continue to eat and the beautiful night view outside the window. Suin noticed that the city behind the car didn't immediately disappear. The goose statue above the city seemed to come alive, turning and gazing in the direction of the pumpkin carriage's departure. Deeply. Weekly, the fourth week. The system didn't update the treasure chest today. Silver White raced along almost the entire day, his mileage increasing rapidly. Over 3,000 kilometers a day. On Thursday night, the mileage reached 9,612 kilometers. Seeing that they could exceed their target by Friday, Suin and his group slowed down. After 5 o'clock, Silver White switched to the pumpkin carriage. Master, we complete the mileage tonight, the little pumpkin said happily, fiddling with his fingers, studying the navigation system attached to the treasure chest detector. Excellent. Suin, without stopping her doll-making work, praised Little Pumpkin. After praising him, she continued humming a song as she wrapped the silk doll in her hands, which now had a humanoid outline. 3 heads and a body, soft silk cloth attached to the skeleton, layer by layer. After maintaining a normal state of mind, Suin found that making new dolls no longer possessed the terrifying, captivating magic, and the mental energy consumed was greatly reduced. After 2 days of continuous effort, the third doll was perfected. Xiaomo huddled at the table, twirling the scraps of fabric, trying to piece them together into small flowers, but he couldn't quite get the hang of it, and the silk flower looked awful. She took off her hairpin and compared it to the rags in her hands, wondering what she was thinking. The pumpkin car drove steadily, occasionally stopping for the relentless pursuit of Yimingshi before continuing on its way. Little Pumpkin Heo Heo used the carrot gun to create baby carrots, which he then chopped up to make carrot cake. On Friday morning, Suin surpassed 10,000 kilometers, surpassing Egad to take the top spot in the region, causing a sensation. Yi Linshan. Oh my god, I haven't even reached 4,000 kilometers yet, and Sunshine Bear is amazing, reaching 10,112 kilometers. No answer. So cool, so cool. How much gasoline and spiritual source stones did my sister stockpile? This fuel is plentiful. CI Peng ran. Didn't you guys pay attention? Sunshine Bear ran 3,421 kilometers on Wednesday. Amazing. If she hadn't been picking up the crate, she could have gone even faster. Qing Jing. I don't think Sunshine Bear is alone. At 3 a.m., her mileage is still increasing. That's absolutely amazing. Pigman, didn't Bear sell his team card? Does he have a duplicate card? Want to be with you. I think the above person revealed the truth. It's really nice to have a teammate. I'm so lonely right now. I'm almost dying of loneliness if I haven't starved or frozen to death. Humans are truly social animals. If it weren't for the public screen, I think even my language skills would have degenerated by now. Ruoshui Lingxing. Oh, this hurts. Iron juice. Explorer, Big Bear, can you let me be your little brother? I'm delicate and pushy, sweet-talking, smart, and capable. I'm 21, 180 centimeters tall, level 4, have 8-pack abs, and a 985-degree. Sweetheart, big sister, do you want a little sister? I think I'm even better than the explorer. I can fight monsters, sing and dance, wash and cook, warm the bed, do housework, drive, and give birth. Sue-Ann didn't check the public screen, unaware that many people were saying everything there to apply to join her team. She was staring blankly at the Yiming city in front of her. Daytime. Broad daylight. The platform's appearance was completely unexpected. It was fine for it to appear, but it blocked the main road. The navigation indicated that there were still many unclaimed treasure chests ahead. Chapter 164. Today, the snow wasn't that heavy. A light flake drifted down from the sky, landing on Sue-Ann's head. Big Bear saw this and extended his two large, fan-like hands to rest on Sister Ann's head, shielding her from the falling snowflakes. Sue-Ann carefully examined the wooden platform sign before her. Then he walked back and forth on the main road several times, feeling reassured and coming up with an idea. Sister Ann, if there's really no other way, let's get out of this platform. I'd protect you, Xiaomo said. Don't worry, Xiaomo, I have a plan. Sue-Ann smiled gently at Xiaomo. As everyone knows, the main road is 40 meters wide, and the road leading to the Yiming City platform is only half that width. So it took up half of the main road, in other words, only half. Sue-Ann returned to the car with Sunshine Bear, and took the driver's seat. Xiaomo, reduced to doll size, sat in the passenger seat. No one can stop us from opening the box, Sue-Ann declared harshly. Find a box. Find a box. Last day to find a box. Little Pumpkin called out in a coherent voice. Then, Silver White entered flight mode. Sue-Ann used his mental power to control Silver White, carefully flying sideways from the center of the road to a point away from the platform, then continuing forward. A few minutes later, the platform disappeared. They returned to the main road, and Silver White returned to the center of the road, switching to driving mode. Sue-Ann braked. He said to everyone, done. At this moment, the little bear sitting in the passenger seat couldn't help but put its hands together and started quacking. Little Pumpkin also praised it. Today's treasure chest collecting time is over, and everyone can rest. After dinner, Little Pumpkin didn't have to go any further. Xiaomo could do some laundry, and Swan could continue working on her third doll. Swan was very fast. Ever since that hazy dream about Xiaowan, her doll-making journey had been accelerated, like a mastery of the art. On Wednesday, she finished the rough shape, and Thursday, the main structure. Today, Swan was working on the details. As she did so, she could feel the doll as if it had a soul, drawing close to her. Little Pumpkin's voice broke the silence. Master, why are there gray and black spots under Huan Wan's eyes? Why is the fabric of Huan Wan's clothes so beautiful? Nanling, don't disturb Sister Anan. Xiaomo, who was washing clothes, called out to Sunenling. Little Pumpkin rolled her eyes at the bear, glanced at her master, then at the doll in her master's hands. Sensing nothing unusual, she said nothing more. Then she came over to the bear, and helped him wash the clothes. But her washing speed was much faster. Late at night, under the light, on the sofa, Little Bear leaned over to Little Pumpkin's ear and whispered, Nanling, do you know how to make this? It pointed at the rags in its hand. Then it pointed at the beautiful velvet hairpin on its head. Little Pumpkin rolled its eyes, took the rag from Big Bear's hand with its telekinesis, and in a flash, it transformed into a silk flower. While not as delicate as the velvet flower, it was still incredibly beautiful. Wow! Little Bear's eyes were full of stars as he looked at Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin raised its head proudly, enjoying Big Bear's envious gaze. They moved this way and that, and quickly, a pile of beautiful silk flowers appeared around them. With Sue-Ann's efforts, the silk doll gradually gained character, its round face and upturned nose taking shape. The pumpkin carriage remained motionless all Saturday. Sue-Ann and the dolls were in vacation mode. No need to get up early in the morning or travel during the day. Little Pumpkin took care of 80% of the household chores. He cooked delicious meals, and brought them to Sue-Ann's workbench. The bear doll, however, was always snoring, dozing off in the bedroom, on the sofa, and on the floor. Sue-Ann, absorbed in crafting the new doll, would always find it asleep whenever she noticed Xiaomo. After breakfast, Sue-Ann focused on making clothes for the new doll. The new doll, based on the first draft from last night, was now complete. The shadowy little ghost in a white dress was lifelike. In the words of Little Pumpkin, the new little sister looked quite unique. At first glance, she looked scary, but she was actually quite pretty. The second set of costumes proved more challenging. The ornate tiara, the crescent white costume, the red mantilla, and the doll's dramatic, heavy makeup all presented a challenge for Soo-in. Additionally, Soo-in wanted to create numerous magic pockets inside the costume for increased storage, especially the long sleeves. This undoubtedly increased the complexity of the production. Soo-in believed that she would likely be busy with this for the next month. After all, this wasn't a simple pair of teddy bear overalls that could be cut, stitched, and sewn. When it came to costumes, and the embroidery required according to the blueprint, it was always a significant undertaking. Working all day, from morning till night, Soo-in only managed to create the general outline of the costume, and hadn't even begun working on the ornate tiara. In the evening, while resting, Soo-in heard Little Pumpkin say, "Master, the snow has stopped." Soo-in couldn't help but walk over to Little Pumpkin and look out the window. Outside the window. At this moment. Chapter 165. The blizzard that had raged for over a week finally subsided. The snowless night sky was exceptionally clear and refreshing. In the icy air. The night sky, 1,000 stars shone brightly, breathtaking. So beautiful. Soo-in couldn't help but sigh. She took a deep breath of the cool, fresh air and gazed at the vast starry sky. In that moment, she felt empowered, a myriad of emotions welling up within her. Then, the world spun around. Soo-in fell directly to the ground. Master. Little Pumpkin was incredibly fast. It used its telekinesis to catch Soo-in's back, saving its master from injury. Little Pumpkin guided its master to a steady landing on the carpet, closing the windows tightly to protect him from the cold. Then, Little Pumpkin grabbed Soo-in's arm, worriedly asking, "Master, master, master?" After calling for a long time without success, it grew increasingly anxious. It quickly sought help from another companion. "Big Bear, check on the master. He's suddenly fainted." It called anxiously to Soo-in, who was sleeping like a bear pie on the sofa. But no matter how hard Little Pumpkin tried, he couldn't wake him. "Damn bear, wake up. Help me think of a solution." It flew over, jumping on the bear's belly, pulling its ears, trying various ways to wake it, and occasionally glancing anxiously in its master's direction. In reality, Soo-in hadn't fainted. At that moment, she had simply experienced enlightenment. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, triggering enlightenment. Star sees spiritual perception, entering enlightenment state. Spirit value plus 12, plus 12, plus 12, your spirit value has reached the upper limit. Ding dong, your spirit value upper limit is increasing, plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Your current spirit value has reached 55/55. You have accidentally entered the spiritual perception state. It has been detected that you are in the pregnancy state. Do you want to activate spiritual perception to check the pregnancy status? Out of curiosity, Soo-in tried out his new skill, psychic vision. Then, she felt as if her soul had suddenly left her body, and she saw a scene from a non-physical world. A band of light emerged from her chest, connecting to the unfinished new doll, and feeding it with nutrients. This nourishment was the combined energy of emotion, soul, thought, memory, and life. As she had suspected, her skill required more than just mental energy, that was only superficial. Soo-in continued to look. She discovered that Xiaomo also had a line of light on him, simultaneously feeding the new doll. No wonder this creature slept all day, it was trying to share the burden of its owner's doll-making efforts. The physical equivalent was a lack of energy. This same light also emanated from Little Pumpkin, but the connection between it and the new doll was minimal, better than nothing. It seemed that Little Pumpkin was less sensitive to the third doll. At this moment, when she fainted, Little Pumpkin anxiously threw himself on her, using his spiritual energy feedback skill to try to heal his owner and wake him up. The little bear toy had woken up at some point, looking sleepy and circling around her, looking anxious. As Little Pumpkin used her skill, Soo-in saw the line connecting her to Little Pumpkin light up, and heard Little Pumpkin's anxious cry. "Master, what's wrong with you? Please pay attention to me. I suddenly can't feel you anymore. Master, wake up." So, this was the connection between them. Ah! Soo-in realized it belatedly. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear were anxious, and she had to wake up quickly. Realizing this, Soo-in began to panic. After entering the spiritual vision, her reaction seemed slow, like an external brain, slow to react. But oh no! How do I exit the spiritual vision? Soo-in wasn't sure. Soo-in began trying various methods, thinking of ways to exit the skill, and it took him a while. This incident taught Soo-in a lesson: never try unfamiliar skills again, or always tell the puppets before trying. After half an hour of tossing and turning, Soo-in finally woke up. Little Pumpkin was already crying and hiccuping. Wow, master, you're finally awake. I scared you so much. My heart is broken. I couldn't communicate with you just now. It spoke, hiccuping, full of emotion. Little Bear's face turned bitter, making its already tired face look even more haggard. Xiao Mo Nan Ling, I'm fine. Suen comforted the two puppets, then explained what had just happened. The reason for his enlightenment, his surge of energy, and the new skills he had learned. Suen showed the two puppets his disabled skills. Personal skill. Psychic vision. Entering psychic vision allows you to see things you couldn't see before. Suen stood up and showed the two dolls his full spirit points, thanks to Little Pumpkin's saturated healing. I'm in good health. Look, my attributes are almost full. Little Pumpkin's expression brightened, his tear-filled eyes curved into a smile, his lips curled into a wide grin. In the distance, the lights gradually brightened. Then the lights approached. Bright buildings, streets, and skyscrapers emerged from the darkness, close before their eyes. Through the front of the pumpkin cart, Suen watched the road ahead unfold as a city appeared, surrounding the pumpkin cart. Her mouth opened wide. What was going on? Little Pumpkin followed Suen's gaze, turned, and saw the scene. He gasped and fell directly into his owner's arms. They were entering Yiming City. The road had been swallowed by Yiming City. No! Little Pumpkin surveyed its surroundings 360 degrees, and quickly realized it was a deception, an illusion caused by the proximity and size of Yiming City. They were still on the highway. They hadn't entered the platform. As long as they stayed put or stayed close to the edge, there wouldn't be any problems. Little Pumpkin erupted, pointing and cursing at the large goose statue standing on the road just in front of the car. Still coming back. You're like a piece of crap. So annoying. Quack. A high-pitched goose cry pierced the night sky. A shadowy goose appeared above the platform, and then a black hole appeared, swallowing the pumpkin carriage. When the pumpkin carriage reappeared, they were already on the streets of Yiming City. A goose cry thick with joy. Come on in, quack. Chapter 166. Suen looked at what was happening before her. Everything was happening so fast. The goose's voice still lingered in her ears. That smile was indescribably smug. Suen stared at the system prompting her to hand in her platform ticket. She pulled out her special platform ticket, Yiming City, from her space and watched it dissipate in her hand. It turned out that one could enter the platform first and buy the ticket later. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear consumes 3 hours of the special platform ticket Yiming City, gaining 3 hours of platform access time. Please be careful. Wait, she was kidnapped by a goose and forced to hand over her platform ticket. At this point, the only option was to move forward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The pumpkin carriage drove smoothly through Yiming City. The roads were clean, and there was still some snow on the main road. As it drove, it disappeared. The ticket was already spent. Since they were already here, leaving would be a shame, so Suen decided to explore the city with her two dolls. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but she wanted to wait until she was stronger and in better shape before exploring. Otherwise, she would have been in and out long ago, so why would she have to hide like this? Suen's idea was simple. At least she had to wait until her period was over so she could run and jump freely. That way, she wouldn't waste her platform ticket. But plans couldn't change quickly enough. This platform was too overbearing. The pumpkin cart edged into the city. The road was clear of snow, well cleared. It was a full 10 meters wide, and the purple goose-shaped road was quite interesting. Every time the pumpkin cart ran over the goose-shaped road, a faint purple glow would appear on it, like a child's shoes that light up with every step. The streetlights on both sides of the road were bright. In the distance, the buildings were tall, rounded, and everywhere were goose statues, looking a little cute. A large speaker on a streetlight played a welcome message and an introduction to the city. When Suen heard it, he received a synchronized image through his mental power. A very intelligent-looking goose, wearing a top hat and a shimmering dress the color of candy wrappers, greeted him warmly. Yiming City, the city of darkness, with its lights on in a dazzling, dreamlike city, welcomes visitors. This city was founded by the super goose, Handsome. It puffed out its chest proudly. It is my humble goose. It took off its top hat and saluted. Yiming City, founded in the Chaos Universe, is the first city of the goose people. It is a city of hospitality, equality, security, and free trade. A 1,000-year-old city, where hospitality reigns supreme. Welcome to our tourist friends. We have detected that this is your first visit to Yiming City. This is a gift. When the image faded, the pumpkin carriage was almost entering the city. Suen had 3 more Yiming City platform tickets in his hand. It seemed to have been delivered via teleportation. This silent method was a bit frightening. Suin looked at the ticket in his hand. Special Platform Yiming City All-Night Fun Ticket. Special Platform Yiming City Platform Ticket. 3 hours x2. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear has consumed the Special Platform Yiming City All-Night Fun Ticket, gaining a night of platform exploration time. You can leave approximately 5:44 minutes before dawn. Be careful. Suin watched the system automatically collect a ticket, and the platform ticket dissipated into a flash of light. He felt a flicker of inspiration, but he couldn't grasp it when he thought about it. Suin looked ahead and saw a large sign in front of him, Downtown Speed Bump. He passed 10 speed bumps in a row. Suin followed the pumpkin carriage, rattling and shaking up and down. Then, a large sign appeared on the side of the road, announcing a 30 km/h urban speed limit. Suin noticed the pumpkin carriage slowing down. Master, I'm under a speed limit. I can only go up to 30 km/h now. If I go faster than that, I'd be suppressed by the space below 30 km/h. And my ice pumpkin protective shield has also been squeezed out of space, only able to attach to the car. The little pumpkin spoke with a trembling voice, clearly a first-time user of such an unpredictable platform, and a bit frightened. Suin looked back at the purple highway behind her, then at the front. As a being with high mental power, she tried to analyze some of the principles behind the speed limit. The large goose prints on the road just before entering the city were probably similar to pressure receptors, capable of analyzing the size, weight, and speed of vehicles. Then, 10 speed bumps corresponded to spells of varying strengths. Layer upon layer of spatial spells, combined and subtracted, they combined to enchant the vehicle, achieving the urban speed limit. This speed limit didn't require the driver to consciously observe it. No matter what vehicle arrived, it could only drive at this speed. At that moment, Suin sensed the charm of an alien civilization, a manifestation of spatial magic at its most extreme. At the same time, Yiming City demonstrated its strength in every aspect. The entire city seemed to have an absolute crush on tourists, yet it also displayed a friendly attitude. This was awe-inspiring. No wonder it was designated a 4-star station. Super cool. She pondered this mayor. She felt it sounded familiar. She reflected. She had seen the name of this Goose People's spatial master on many items before. This was a powerful figure from another civilization, a figure the system feared. He had crafted many spatial items. Perhaps she could harvest many items here. Enter the city gate. Suin saw a sign advertising a travel guide to Yiming City. Suin didn't take it lightly, and took a closer look. The text, even after the system's automatic translation, was still simple and easy to understand. She couldn't help but think that if Yiming City was truly as described on the sign, it would indeed be a safe haven for businesses. After the pumpkin carriage stopped to read for a few minutes, the goose statue on the sign moved and handed Suin a brochure. Suin took it. The brochure opened, revealing a map of Yiming City and the contents of the sign. The map of Yiming City was simple. A circular city with several iconic buildings. Chapter 167. The city isn't large. In the center stands a 100-meter-high platform, crowned by a massive goose statue of the mayor. Then, a circle of buildings surrounds it, with a market below and the Goose People's residential area above. Suin counted them, finding only 7 or 8 tall buildings, each adorned with a dazzling array of colorful lights. It was truly beautiful. The brochure contained the same information as the notice board, displayed in Chinese, which was more accurate than the system translation. 1. Yiming City is a peaceful tourist city, welcoming visitors to shop, play, and relax. The mayor hopes that players of all races will fall in love with it. Although we are an old city of the remnants, we embrace the new era. 2. Yiming City is a city of darkness. Visitors are welcome to enjoy the night and have fun before dawn. After dawn, it can be dangerous. Visitors can leave the city or stay in a hotel. All who come are Goose fans. Goose has no system problems and will not exploit law-abiding players. 3. This city is a safe zone. Crime is prohibited. Killing geese, robbery, fighting, and all forms of fraud and deception will be severely punished. If a tourist or resident commits a crime, any creature can call out Handsome Goose to alert the police. The Handsome Goose statue will conduct a magic analysis and enforce the law, severely punishing the offender. 4. Wishing you a pleasant trip. Below is a one-stop guide to famous attractions. I hope you enjoy your visit. Suin began to flip through the pages. Accommodations. S-Level White Swan Hotel, a gold coin /10 days. A-Level Black Swan Hotel, 3 gold coin /5 days. C-Level Old Goose Hotel, 2 gold coin /3 days. homestays at unranked goose residents, 68 to 799 copper coins/day. Note: Goose City does not guarantee the safety of daytime visitors staying at homestays. Shopping: Starlight White Goose Night Market, General Market, Colorful Goose Market, Materials and Energy, Goose Night Market, Special Snacks, Municipal Goose Store, sells various platform tickets, food, specialty dinners. Black Swan Hotel, Goose costs 10,000 coppers per person. Goose Restaurant, Goose costs 600 coppers per person. Colorful Goose Fast Food Chain, Goose costs 20 coppers per person. Specialty Snacks, Grass Cake, Vegetarian Skewers, Fat Goose Roasted Eggs, Vinegar Bananas, all available at Goose Night Market. Play: Special Platform Goose Casino, Special Platform Goose Hot Springs, Special Platform Handsome Secret Studio. Special platforms are fixed instances requiring regular platform tickets. Players can purchase guides for different levels at the Municipal Goose Store. Suin flipped through the brochure, his eyes ablaze with excitement. In the brochure, Suin saw numerous promotional images, from specialty hotels to restaurants and snacks. Next, the pumpkin carriage drove down a street. "Master, it's so lively up ahead." Little Pumpkin couldn't help but sigh. Suin looked up and saw a completely different scene, as if he had arrived in a peaceful city. The only difference was that the inhabitants here weren't humans, but geese. The streets were bustling with shops, and the geese were numerous and enthusiastic. As the pumpkin cart drove in, the shops swarmed out, carrying their wares and promoting them beside the cart. They looked different from the monster geese and the blue star geese. They were more anthropomorphic, dressed in clothes, and carefully adorned themselves, each one more beautiful than the other. They all spoke Blue Star. "Quack, quack, new visitor, fresh beans, very delicious. Would you like to try them? One bite of the skinned beans is so crunchy." This was a goose girl holding a bowl of beans. She was tall, long-legged, and charming, like an anthropomorphic goose. She was promoting a snack that looked like crispy fried soybeans. She enthusiastically offered it to Suin to try. "Excuse me, visitor, do you need some new clothes?" Zhao Days at the Starlight White Goose Night Market offers custom-made clothing. The goose figure was holding a number of miniature vests and skirts. A goose, with a sharp eye, spotted Suimo and Su Nanling and called out cleverly, "Dear guests, please customize a set of clothes for Lord Bear and the puppet girl. It's not expensive. A simple outfit can be made for a few hundred copper coins. LDS can also make it for a few dozen copper coins. Whether you want a hat, gloves, or a skirt, I can make it for you. Would you like some leaf tobacco GGA? One cigarette is refreshing. 2 cigarettes can keep you awake for 3 days, and you feel warm all over and not feel the cold. GGA, good wine. I have some delicious drinks here. Would you like to take a look, sir?" The pumpkin carriage opened and slowly moved along. The geese around enthusiastically displayed their wares, a variety of exquisite items. The air was filled with the aroma of various foods, mingled with the cries of vendors. Not far away, a sign hung high. The system automatically translated the text from another world. Starlight White Goose Night Market. This was the comprehensive market mentioned in the brochure. Suin couldn't describe the feeling at the moment. It was incredibly lively. She felt like a traveler who had stumbled into a foreign city, feeling the extraordinary warmth of this monstrous platform. Bye. Going from store to store. No need to rush, she had the money. Suin didn't know what had happened, but she was completely lost in the excitement, completely oblivious to the various sales pitches. She began shopping. After all, she alone has the purchasing power of nearly 100,000 players behind her. On the system public screen, "Sunny Bear at all players, I'm a purchasing agent on the platform. Time is limited, pre-orders are coming soon. Picture. CC Pangran. Damn, custom gear is so cheap, shipped in 10 minutes. Happy Hometown. Oh my god, what a shopping paradise this is, so many products. Wow, food is so cheap. Those skinned beans, 12 copper coins a pound, crunchy and taste like battered peanuts, so delicious. Yunshang Xiangfang, who likes Kiso horse. I'm lucky to have slept late tonight. Ningxi Luoyu. Fuel, I saw fuel. What kind of treasure is this? Anthracite. Crying, I wish I had more game coins. At Xiong Data, is there a place to buy things? Anyone selling on my behalf? Sunny Bear. I look for it later. Soon, Suin came across a shop in the general market that bought meat materials dropped by monsters. The prices were quite good, much better than just throwing the meat away to the recycling system. Tonight was a sleepless night. Suin was busy. Xiao Imo was fussing, but the tasting alone had filled his stomach. Soo-in took a bite of the fried freeze-dried mushrooms in her hand, savored the flavor, and listed them for her purchasing agent's shop. She wrote down her tasting experience, and stuffed the remaining half of the mushroom into Little Bear's mouth. The owner of the freeze-dried mushroom shop, Goose, said with a smile, "Dear tourist, do you think it tastes good? Give it a good review. It's selling well, so you can eat more." Ha ha ha. Soo-in spent half the night before leaving the night market, which was about a kilometer long. It was already 2:30 in the morning. From buying and selling, Soo-in earned a 10% commission, and her wallet was bulging. She had made a fortune, with a balance of 56 gold alone. Meanwhile, aside from the 1 cubic meter of emergency space Soo-in had set aside, all other spaces were completely occupied. Staple foods, various snacks, fuel, spirit source stones, gasoline, daily necessities. Soo-in even bought each of the 3 members of his family a set of high-quality new clothes. Little Pumpkin grinned from ear to ear, gazing at the half-filled warehouse of spirit source stones. What a great place! What a great place! I love Big Goose. Follow Big Goose and make a fortune. Sumo's energy level was 120%. With his round belly bulging, he leaned against the window, burping occasionally as he gazed at the night view. The free food samples had nearly suffocated him. Outside the window of the pumpkin carriage, the lights shone brightly, reflecting in his eyes and causing ripples. What a peaceful city. Soo-in flipped through the brochure. She read the description. When her gold coins reached over 10, she really wanted to book a hotel room for a few days and earn some extra money. But then she thought better of it. Players in her area weren't very wealthy, and tonight's purchases were enough to stimulate spending. She didn't see the need to risk staying here any longer. Soo-in spoke. Let's go to the Municipal Goose Store. Chapter 168. Little Pumpkin came over to look at the map. Quickly figuring out the situation, he turned the pumpkin carriage and headed towards the central goose statue. The Municipal Goose Store, the official store of Yiming City, was located just across from the goose statue square, occupying an entire first floor. The pumpkin carriage, after the speed limit, could only drive slowly along the beautiful, brightly lit streets. Soo-in leaned back on the sofa and dozed off. After her energy faded, sleepiness overtook her. She yawned, leaned against the bear, and dozed off. Master, wake up. Sisternin, wake up. Soo-in opened her eyes and saw the doll calling her, feeling a little confused. Who was she? Where was she? But soon, Soo-in remembered that she had been dragged onto the platform by a goose phantom and given a handful of platform tickets, intending to explore all night. She looked sleepy, but the bear, who dared not sleep, and the incredibly energetic Little Pumpkin. She yawned again. She and Little Bear were clearly not yet on a nighttime schedule. Master, we're here, Little Pumpkin said. The pumpkin car parked in the parking space in front of the Municipal Goose Store. Besides the small cars driven by the geese, only cars as large as their own were parked there. Soo-in rubbed his eyes and glanced at his watch. It read 2:53 a.m. He already slept for over 10 minutes. He couldn't waste any more time. Soo-in patted his face to dispel the sleepiness. He felt much more alert. He put on his coat. Soo-in opened the car door and prepared to get out. Before getting out, she looked at Little Bear and Little Pumpkin, who were about to follow, and said, Little Pumpkin, follow me. Xiaomon, stay in the car. Arrange 2 dolls. After getting off the bus, Soo-in found it wasn't as cold as she imagined. She was a bit overdressed, but still a bit warm. She pushed open the door and entered the Municipal Goose shop. A large goose statue greeted her warmly. It was so welcoming, it seemed as if it weren't made of stone. It spoke human language. Quack, quack, hello, new visitor. I'm the robot goose made by the handsome mayor. Ding dang dang, welcome to the Municipal Goose shop and the Yiming City Visitor Center. We sell a variety of special platform tickets, special cards, props, platform guides, and we also buy a variety of materials and items. It's an honor to serve you, distinguished visitor. With that, the goose flapped its wings, pointed to the array of items on the counter, and introduced its offerings. Soo-in looked at the items on the counter, overwhelmed by the dazzling array. She wanted everything. She saw quite a few new platform tickets, and quite a few interesting props. Dear visitor, since this is also a visitor center, you can ask me any questions you have. The owner created me specifically for the benefit of tourists. Soo-in heard this and looked up at the goose before him. Although all geese looked similar, Soo-in knew that this robotic goose was a one-to-one replica of the statue outside. Soo-in had so many questions he wanted to ask, but they were stuck in his mouth, not knowing where to begin. Ding dang dang, did you bring us here? Little Pumpkin asked directly. They brought us here just to travel. Travel? Little Pumpkin asked, puzzled. This goose looked similar to the one that had driven him in, both covered in white fur, with well-developed pectoral muscles and a large belly. Dear visitors, I didn't invite you here. Perhaps it was the great, handsome, beautiful Lord Shuai-Da who invited you in. For the city's prosperity, Yiming City cannot remain closed off. It must open up to freedom, expand external demand, and increase tourism. Only then can the people of Yiming enjoy a better life. Our city is welcoming. The goose began its lecture, speaking at length, leaving Little Pumpkin a bit confused. Suen gained a lot of key information from this mechanical goose's long speech. Yiming City was founded by the Yiming people during the challenging period of system civilization upgrades, and has endured for centuries, even millennia. Yiming City's founding was also simple. A super-god-level goose named Shuai-Da, a master of space, built this city to protect his people. He took in those lost in the game and allowed them to live here, even at the cost of remaining in the game forever. Long ago, during the challenging period of the game, the Yiming people were divided into those who sought to conquer the game and those who lived well. Shuai-Da was a leader of the Living Well group, whose main philosophy was to live well no matter the circumstances. Yiming City, nestled in a secluded corner of the Mechanic Tribe's playground, is developing Yiming City into a relatively safe tourist destination, paving the way for a better life for the tribe's members and their descendants. After all, some resources are beyond their self-sufficiency and require in-game currency. As for why Suen was so warmly welcomed, it's because the system discovered that Yiming City could significantly reduce the game's difficulty, and therefore viewed it as a thorn in its side, a nuisance that would affect the game's balance. The platform tickets/dungeon entry tickets are designed to be extremely difficult to obtain. Even now, there's only one ticket for the Yiming City platform in a single area. Damn it! Suen suddenly remembered something like this. She narrowly escaped an attack by a pack of ferocious beasts at a platform called Lost Royal Ranch and unexpectedly gained a barrier. At this point, Ding Dang Dang kindly reminded Suen. Dear tourist, it's extremely dangerous here during the day. The geese can get mad and act rogue. You must follow the rules in the brochure. We have so few tourists, and we can't afford to lose them anymore. Please take good care of yourself. It was the first time Suen had ever been so cared for by a platform goose. It felt a bit strange. Although Suen knew this was a gentle reminder out of self-interest, a way to protect the few tourists and generate income for the residents. It was getting late, and Suen focused on shopping. She quickly spent 53 gold and 342 copper coins, leaving only 121 copper coins. During this time, she bargained with the goose repeatedly, getting 20% off and 20% off again. Only then was she satisfied. Looking at the goose panting, its face aching with pain, "You're such a bargainer." Suen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Suen knew it had a bit of an acting streak, but the emotional value of it was simply incurable. With no money in her pocket, and almost morning, Suen rubbed her nose and decided to call it a day. Before leaving, Suen took the 3 30-minute unlimited electricity cards, 3 bottles of mineral water, 3 bottles of sweet milk, and a handful of peanuts the goose had given her, and returned to the pumpkin cart. The pumpkin cart drifted further and further away, slowly trudging through the night, heading out of Yiming City towards dawn. Crack, crack. The iron on the goose's body cracked, and a plump goose, pure white without a single stray hair, appeared in the shop. It was indeed Fat Da. Chapter 169. This player is such a bargainer. It's really tiring. But they're making a killing. Hee hee, the goose laughed loudly, its mouth stretched wide. Quack, quack. It made a swan cry. Even with 20% off, Yiming City is still making a killing. After all, these things are free to invest. They're either local specialties, or accidentally picked up by unlucky tourists, who've been here for thousands of years. Quack, quack. I must make a good impression on that clever human today. At this rate, this player will surely love Yiming City and become one of its geese. Ugh, people. Work for it. Become a member of its New Age tribe. Open and inclusive, recruit talented individuals, and destroy the system. Yiming City will grow bigger, stronger, and achieve greater glory. Thousands of years ago, the goose people who betrayed her, sacrificing their very souls for the sake of civilizational advancement, were cowards, despicable geese who sold out their people, traitors who held back her, the super god goose. They had severed the goose people's intelligent brains, willingly transforming into surly, dull geese to be accepted into interstellar civilization, becoming their lowest-ranking immigrants. A worker who doesn't want to be the boss isn't a good worker, and a goose who doesn't want to be the boss of geese is a foolish goose. Clearly, the goose people were only a hair's breadth away from defeating the mechanical people, mastering everything, and grasping the root of cosmic civilization's advancement. And in the future, the goose people could use the upgrade trial game field as a foundation to fuse new races, pool their strength, master the chaotic dimension, and ascend the Civilization Express train, ascending from Tier 0 to Tier 7, striking back at the arrogant Interstellar Alliance and avenging the blood feud of 232.17 million geese. Suen had no idea that a super god-level goose had such lofty ambitions, and to achieve them, he put on a show as a mechanical goose in front of her. All she knew was that if she didn't sleep, she would truly ascend to mortality. After a day of doll-making and a night of city shopping, her strength had reached its limit. Suen had no time to reflect on the night's events, nor to sort through the treasures she had carefully selected, all worth countless gold coins. Suen didn't even have the energy to climb the stairs. After the little pumpkin pulled out of the station, she had already fallen asleep, leaning back on the sofa booth. The pumpkin carriage came to a quiet stop on the highway. Leaving Yiming City, the ice and snow pumpkin protective shield, from being squeezed into place, was glued to the carriage, transforming into its original form. The transparent shield gave her a sense of security at night. The cold wind blew, and the snowless night was exceptionally clear. The warm yellow light inside the carriage was still on. The dawn light was glimmering on the horizon. The little pumpkin looked at the warehouse's harvest, still giggling, and exclaimed that tonight's harvest was truly amazing. Big Goose, it's really great. Tonight in Big Goose City, it had so much food it couldn't finish it all. The owner even got a spirit sour stone vending machine, so it'd never lack a source of food again. Ha ha ha. It wasn't until the sunrise dazzled little pumpkin's eyes that it realized it was daybreak. It seemed a little early. Could the cold be over? No, not really. It was already past 6, and the temperature outside was minus 39 degrees Celsius, still very cold. Little pumpkin sensed time and temperature firsthand through its black ball. Oh, wasn't the owner already sleepy? Why didn't he go upstairs to rest? Little pumpkin turned around and saw that the owner and Big Bear had already fallen asleep, cuddled together on the sofa booth. Lately, he'd been traveling, controlling the pumpkin cart at night, and sleeping during the day, but little pumpkin wasn't sleepy at all. To avoid waking its owner and the goose, it gently maneuvered the sofa seat to slowly flatten, transforming it into a small double bed. Then, using telekinesis, little pumpkin helped its owner untie her ponytail, change her outer clothes, and put on a nightgown. Big Bear wasn't so attentive, so little pumpkin simply used telekinesis to levitate her, stripping her down to her underwear, and that was it. The bedroom's quilt and pillows were moved to the sofa bed on the first floor. The lights went out, and the curtains were drawn. The stove was filled with coal, and with both hands, it combed its owner's hair with a fluffy Chong'an comb. It noticed the silk doll on the table, staring at it from this angle. It turned the doll over and placed it on the shelf behind the sofa, facing away from its owner and him. Wanner stopped looking. Go sleep in the corner. After taking care of everything, little pumpkin went to the stove to warm itself thoroughly, then slid into bed, hugging its owner's belly. She slept so soundly that she didn't know when she woke up. Suen was a bit groggy when she woke up. She yawned loudly and sat up, pulling the quilt up to reveal the 2 dolls beside her. Under the quilt, the 2 dolls were sleeping soundly, one on each side of her. The room was a bit chilly, and she had slept a bit too long. She looked around and saw that they were sleeping on the first floor. She carefully climbed down from the sofa bed, put on her slippers, and changed into thicker clothes. Suen walked to the stove, added a handful of firewood, and opened the kitchen curtains to see the bright afternoon sunset. The light curtain came on. 4th week Sunday, 1:37 p.m. She had left Yiming City at almost 5 in the morning, and had fallen asleep a little after 5, so she had only slept about 8 hours, not a lot. Suen poured herself a glass of barely warm boiled water from the thermos and drank it. She felt much better. The fatigue from staying up all night was mitigated by the simple glass of water she drank after waking up. Suen boiled another pot of water to fill the thermos, and in the meantime, she went to the bathroom to wash up. Not wanting to disturb Xiaomo and Little Pumpkin, she carefully found the silk doll and went upstairs. It was afternoon, and the sun was bright in the sunroom. She placed the silk doll on the wooden table on the 3rd floor, arranging it in a sitting position. On the table were the special snacks she had brought from Yiming City: dried beans, salt and pepper beans, freeze-dried mushrooms, dried strawberries, dried cherries, spicy lotus root slices. She lay on the recliner, basking in the sun, occasionally popping a bean into her mouth. Little Huan, this is called stealing a moment of leisure from your busy life. I make you a crown later. She jokingly said to the third doll. We're basking in the warm winter sun together. How could the sunshine not be another kind of crown? Suan laughed, amused by himself. Really, even slacking off can find such a beautiful excuse. After lying down for about half an hour and eating a lot of snacks, Suan stood up and took out the last things he bought from the municipal goods shop one by one from his space. Everything was good. Small vending machine, spirit source stone, a small item that provides spirit source stone, providing a cheap and stable supply of spirit source stone, low level. Spirit source stone, low level, 160 copper coins. Durability, 100/100, 5 years of use without damaging its structure. Space teleport, scroll, envelop yourself with mental power, tear open the scroll, and activate the teleport skill, randomly teleporting the user to a safer space. Blank special platform ticket. This is a platform ticket that can be used at any special platform, and it has many other uses. These are all good, but they're not the focus today. The following item, in particular, is the focus today. Chapter 170. Supreme Fire Soul Pearl. This is a high-level spiritual treasure, an excellent material for crafting weapons, and can also be used for energy. When Little Pumpkin saw this thing, his mouth watered, his entire face expressing his appreciation for it. And Suan saw this crystal-clear pearl, like blood-red agate. His first impression was that he had to obtain it. He would polish it, and set it in Huan's crown. It would be a perfect match. Even though it was incredibly expensive, he still managed to buy it. Suan held up the Supreme Fire Soul Pearl, and showed it to Huan, the bright red, translucent gem. Xiaowan, do you like it? This is for you. Suan looked at the silk doll with the eerie face of a ghost, smiling as she displayed the pearl, which held a proud aura. She could only imagine how beautiful such a beautiful pearl would look, set in the center of a crown. She stretched herself, raised herself, and took out the gold thread, the fire spirit source stone, the gold spirit source stone, the white transparent spirit crystal, and the small pearls, materials she had acquired in Yiming City. The rocking chair creaked. Suan's fingers flew, and in her hands, the gold thread slowly formed the shape of a crown. I didn't know how long it took. A head popped out from the stairs, then two. Master is here again. Shh, don't disturb Sister Nin. Okay. The two heads retreated one after another. Pumpkin stood on top of Bear. The bear doll held Pumpkin, its paw grasping the wooden footrest, and descended. On reaching the first floor, Bear dropped its paw. Pumpkin hopped off Bear's head, turned to look at him, and said, I wonder if Master is hungry or thirsty. Let's make some food and drink and bring it up. Under the bear's sharp gaze, Little Pumpkin's voice faded. It's not really a bother. By the end, Little Pumpkin's confidence had faded. His master had been completely absorbed in crafting his third doll, but he wasn't as open-minded as he imagined. This mixture of love and jealousy had recently filled him. He couldn't help but crave more of his master's attention. He couldn't help but throw himself into Little Bear's arms and ask, Big Bear, how did you accept me back then? I was so mean when I was born, and you weren't even angry. Su Imo was stunned. The CPU was burning. This wasn't his concern, because he only cared about Sister Nin and whatever Sister Nin wanted to do, he wanted to do. Su Nanling was a puppet created by Sister Nin, a puppet she longed for. So, it was the same. The creator, the one who expected it, no matter what it accepted or didn't accept. From beginning to end, his focus was solely on Sister Nin. Su Imo patted Little Pumpkin's head, comforting it like Sister Nin, comforting the little creature. He didn't know how to comfort this creature, so he simply chose to remain silent. Little Pumpkin's eyes brightened as he thought of something. Big Bear, I understand. I shouldn't be so petty. I'd be nicer to you next time. I'm sorry. I was so rough when I undressed you and tucked you in yesterday. Nanling won't do that again. Nanling, you must treat Big Bear and Wan well. I understand. What does this creature understand? The silly little bear tilted his head, staring blankly at Little Pumpkin. As for whether undressing and tucking you in yesterday was rough or not, he was thick-skinned and slept soundly, completely oblivious. After waking up, naked in his owner's arms, he felt a mixture of happiness and shyness. Ever since Sister Nin made him some clothes, he's never been a naked bear again. He even likes to wear his shorts when he takes a bath. Although being a naked bear isn't a big deal, he spent years as a naked stuffed bear, often following his owner around. The sun was setting. Su An's stomach was rumbling. 3 hours had flown by quickly, and most of Sunday had passed. It was almost nightfall. She packed up the materials and, after several rounds of disassembly and rework, finally had a basic crown. She took one downstairs. As soon as she reached the ground floor, she smelled the aroma of fried food wafting from the kitchen. Heating food in oil releases its flavor, and it's a wonderful feeling. "Master, we're having fried pork ribs and beef balls tonight," Little Pumpkin said enthusiastically. "The main course is spicy tofu rice bowl." Little Pumpkin's face lit up with pride as he spoke. He spent the entire afternoon researching, poring over countless cookbooks on his phone, and finally figured out a delicious recipe for the tofu his master had brought back from Big Goose City. Although the tofu in the recipe was white, and the tofu in question was green, after experimenting, he found it could be cooked the same way. Little Pumpkin's words brought Suen back to last night's night market. The enthusiastic Big Goose was selling green, bitter tofu. While selling, he enthusiastically offered samples. This lump, with its delicate aroma of beans and leaves and a slightly bitter taste, was called delicious leaf tofu by the Big Goose. It was incredibly nutritious and refreshing. However, this strange food wasn't particularly popular in the area, far inferior to the crispy beans. No one wanted to pay the transaction fee for this exotic food called tofu, which actually had nothing to do with it. But since it was cheap, she bought a dozen yuan under the eager eyes of the salesperson, thinking she could just eat it herself. Now, after Little Pumpkin said that, Suen suddenly felt filled with anticipation. After placing the yuan, Suen ran to Little Pumpkin's side to help, but was then sent to the living room to wait. "Master, just wait and enjoy the ready-made food. You don't need your help here, I can do it all by myself." Suen watched Little Pumpkin's telekinesis, operating in an orderly, assembly line-like manner, and said nothing more. Suen arrived in the living room, and found Xiao Mo there. It was sitting on the carpet, fiddling with something intently. Looking closer, it was some unfinished wanhua. "Ah, sister-in." Xiao Mo, upon seeing Suen, instinctively put the wanhua behind her, but then, remembering her master had already seen it, took it out again. Suen greeted her warmly. "I hope I didn't disturb you." "Sister-in, this is a gift I made for Xiao Wan, but it's not quite finished yet." The little bear looked up at Suen, scratching his head sheepishly. Suen examined the silk flower in the little bear's hand. "How should I put it? It barely had the shape of a flower, but it was still a long way from being finished." Although the craftsmanship wasn't perfect, the little bear's thoughtfulness was truly wonderful. Suen leaned over, pointed at the silk flower in the little bear's hand, and explained the details of its creation. "So that's how it was." The little bear nodded repeatedly. As they chatted further, Suen learned that the little bear wanted to make a silk flower for Wanner. Just like the velvet flower hairpin on his head, it might become a weapon to protect its owner. What a great bear! After instructing the little bear, Suen opened the public screen to see what everyone was doing. Ningxi Luoyu finally finished the run. "I can sleep in peacefully tonight. No need to get up early, ha ha ha. I'm going to sleep until 9 tomorrow, ha ha ha. What bad intentions could a cat have? Luoyu, your laughter is a bit impudent. It hurts my heart. Gao Yin Lang, I'm still 297 kilometers away from the 4,000 kilometers mark. Damn! Driving makes my head feel heavy, and my butt and back hurt. Nayla Kaifentang, bro, I'm even further away. I still have 623 kilometers to complete the mission. It's really dangerous. Luckily, I have plenty of fuel and protective shields. As long as I keep driving, I can complete the mission. Dedeyu, where did everyone get all that fuel and protective shields?" Chapter 171. Milk green 70% sugar. I stayed up all night last night, and got this from Sunshine Bear. He was running a special platform last night, and it was a great deal. I sold all the miscellaneous items in my backpack, and the materials I didn't need right now to buy fuel, food, and a protective shield. This is a relief, but since I slept so well, I woke up late today. It really is a blessing in disguise. Snowy white night, didn't you know? Sunshine Bear's platform, which opened around 8 p.m. last night, lasted until after 2 a.m. Washu, it's a really good deal, and Bear is so kind, only charging a 10% commission, which is lower than the system transaction fee. I sold some unused monster-killing items, and stocked up on fuel and food. Haha, I even got a new outfit with stat bonuses. Weak, pitiful, and helpless, I envy players like you who have grown up, who can kill monsters. I never dared to do that. Washu, sister, aren't you just waiting to die? Fisherman Chi-Chi, I went to bed early last night, sob, so I missed everything. I saved my shield defense points by going to bed early and getting up early to travel. Now I can only pay more for items than last night. Adventurer, when will I find a special platform like this? I have 2 special platform tickets. February snow. Special platforms are not that easy. The more resources, the more dangerous they are. It's better to sell the tickets to the beta testers. Suen looked at the information. Although most of the day had passed, the topic on the public screen was still related to her buying and selling yesterday. Suen clicked on the mileage ranking to check. Since she reached 10,000 kilometers, the pumpkin carriage had barely moved. Remarkably, the other players in the area didn't compete with her for first place, nor did they consume each other's fuel due to the system's surprise. Ever since second place player E automatically slotted in below Suen, everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding, automatically sorting the rankings based on the time it took to reach 10,000 kilometers, avoiding consuming more fuel and causing internal competition. This left Suen even less motivated to move forward. Aside from a short drive out of Yiming City last night, the pumpkin carriage hadn't moved. To be honest, this week, reaching 10,000 kilometers was a real struggle. Even Suen and her 2 dolls, working day and night together, only managed to complete the task 2 days early. First place, Sunshine Bear, 10,118 kilometers. Second place, Eric, 10,101 kilometers. Third place, Yuehua Qinggu, 10,086 kilometers. Fourth place, Explorer, 10,032 kilometers. Eighth place, Morning Jasmine Tea, 10,018 kilometers. Ninth place, Mo Chichuan, 9,002 kilometers. 10th place, Tuan Tuaner's Cub, 8,875 kilometers. The gap between 9th and 10th place is quite large, but considering the time, if we hurry, we should have a chance to catch up. If we can't catch up, we'd be eliminated. We should really try our best to catch up. Tuan Tuaner's Cub, buy the accelerator card for a high price, Xingye Xiao Xiao, come on. Master, the meal is ready. Hearing Little Pumpkin's voice, Suen turned off the public screen and looked towards the kitchen. Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to move the freshly cooked food to the dining table. Exquisitely arranged fried pork ribs and fried meatballs were piled high in a bowl. A plate and a bowl of spicy tofu rice bowl were placed on the table, looking delicious. Suen immediately took the little bear to eat. If you're not enthusiastic about eating, you have a problem with your brain. Suen's plating was beautiful. On a flat wooden plate, an upside-down bowl of rice sat atop a layer of red and green spicy tofu, as beautiful as red agate and green jade poured onto white pearls. The rice was cooked slightly firm, each grain distinct. The reddish-brown broth soaked through the rice and the green, exotically fragrant tofu. The air was filled with a fragrant, spicy aroma and the fresh scent of grass. Suen couldn't help but open the public screen, spending a copper coin to snap a photo of the meal and save it to his personal album. Capturing the little joys of everyday life. Today's dish, spicy leaf tofu rice bowl. Suen and Little Bear took their seats. Little Pumpkin held the iron pot lid in one hand and a spoon in the other. They struck each other. A ding-dong. A crisp, resonant sound. And Little Pumpkin said with a smile, "Dinner's ready. Please enjoy Nanling's new work." Little Pumpkin controlled the black ball to play a soft piece of music. In this light music, it introduced the inspiration for today's meal pairings. At that moment, Suen thought, life is different no matter who you live it with. Ever since Little Pumpkin came into being, life has been filled with a sense of ritual. A beautiful and warm pumpkin carriage, a clean and tidy home, and a chef full of ritual, creativity, and energy. I tasted a little of this leaf tofu before cooking. It's soft, glutinous, refreshing, and bitter. So I used spicy tofu as a base, inspired by traditional Yin with Sichuan cuisine. Before, I considered whether this leaf tofu, like Yinghui and Xian tofu, would only be suitable for cold dishes. After all, they're all green. I took a gamble and found that goose leaf tofu has a texture similar to traditional soybean tofu. So I first blanched the tofu to remove the bitterness, then heated it with chili oil and spices. Suen applauded Little Pumpkin's speech. Little Pumpkin had put so much thought into a small dish, researching and citing classics. How could she not give him some encouragement? She was already starving while listening to the speech. Then, she picked up the spoon beside her plate, scooped a spoonful of tofu rice, and stuffed it into her mouth. Her eyes widened, their lightness gleaming. This tasted amazing. Number-numbing, spicy, fresh, and tender, with a hint of bitterness and the fragrance of leaves. The soft tofu soaked in the chewy rice was delicious. Suen swallowed her food and praised Little Pumpkin profusely. Next, she moved on to the fried pork ribs and fried beef balls. It was undeniable that deep-fried meat and meat were always delicious. The beef balls were springy and juicy, nearly burning her tongue. So fresh. The meat, close to the bone, was incredibly flavorful. Soo-in was also a good cook. She could taste the 5-spice powder, soy sauce, and salt in the fried food, but she couldn't tell how it was cooked. Little Pumpkin was amazing. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 172. This was the sound of the little bear nearly jumping off the stool in excitement after eating the beef balls. This sound gave Soo-in a start, and Little Pumpkin also shuddered, his fur standing on end, shifting his attention to Soo-mo. The bear stood on the chair with its mouth wide open. It panted for a long time before swallowing the food in its mouth. Hot, 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 it said. It looked a little miserable with tears in its eyes. The little bear doll was attacked by the scalding beef balls, burning its tongue and becoming a crying bear. Soo-in spent his energy points and used the doll repair technique to heal the bear's burns. After the healing, he looked at the hot, shy bear. Soo-in's moral character and sense of humor were at odds with each other. He wanted to laugh so much, but what should he do? But what if she laughed out loud and the little bear got upset? After dinner, Soo-in, now well-fed and wealthy after returning from Eaming City, indulged herself in a hot bath with her dolls. She changed into freshly washed house clothes and waited for her damp hair to dry. She gazed out the window at the clear night sky, occasionally sipping warm water, feeling cheerful. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear chatted and played on the sofa. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the snow began to fall again, fluttering down from the sky. The night view outside the window was beautiful. The stars hung mysteriously high in the sky, the ground blanketed in snow. Through the transparent glass, the inside and the outside were two different worlds. Here in Soo-in, it was warm and beautiful. Soo-in took a deep breath, feeling that the air had been a little thin lately. Thinking of the name of the first level, the Snow Plateau, Soo-in thought to herself. They must have completely entered the plateau. Now, a break, Soo-in reflected on the past month. In just one short month, her life had completely changed. After completing her mileage, she had nothing to do. In the survival game, there was no work, no KPIs, no studying, no pressure. Life was simply about 3 meals a day, a place to sleep, and surviving and living well. She stared out the window. No matter how cold or dangerous it was outside, she and the dolls lived in the safety, warmth, and comfort of their pumpkin carriage. In the boredom of admiring the night view, the public screen was open. The later it got, the more brutal the atmosphere on the screen grew. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. In the pitch-black night, countless players raced against time to complete their mileage tasks before midnight. Wang Jiangwo, goodbye, children. I'm old and can't hold on any longer. This is it. After phase tamping, I'm still 987 kilometers short. I have absolutely no chance. I'm running low on fuel and haven't had any food in days. I'm planning to dismantle my car and buy a good meal. Snowy white night. Hey guys, come on. I only have 311 kilometers left. Honestly, it's tough. I'm still pedaling my tricycle, but there's still a chance. I hope everyone won't give up. CI Peng Ran. I have 112 kilometers left. If nothing goes wrong, I barely complete the mission tonight. Qingyi Ran Feng Hua. Keep going, brothers and sisters. Blue Star will win. Liu Baiyi drove his own van through the silent night, trudging forward. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, the final moments of the mileage mission, and everyone awake was fighting for their lives on the highway. It was a white night, with heavy snow falling from the sky. The snow-covered night had always been his favorite sight. He wasn't in great shape, nor was he as optimistic as he appeared on social media. He simply drove on, mechanically, exerting himself to the hilt. He hadn't gotten a full night's sleep in a week. Every day was either driving or driving, driving while eating, driving while trading. Except for the occasional stop to look for a box or take a nap, he drove like a robot. His eyes were swollen and bloodshot from fatigue, and his body was stiff and painful to the touch. Without much time to clean himself, his beard was unshaven and his hair greasy, looking even more disheveled than after 3 days of gaming. He looked nothing like the energetic college student he had been when he first joined. At 11:44 a.m., the highway mileage was about to reach 4,000 kilometers. Mileage, 3,992 kilometers, ranking 6,521st, declining. The car stalled. He tried to start the car several times, but failed. Finally, he froze in the driver's seat, a little dazed. He stiffly opened the car door. As he stepped out, The cold wind and snowflakes gave him a shudder. He had only a tiny sliver to spare, and he had to hurry. He checked the cause of the car's stall. It was the snow that had begun to fall that night, and before he knew it, it had fallen so thick that the van had become stuck on the snow-covered road. The night was cold, the starry sky vast, and it felt as if he was alone in the world. Crack. At that moment, his low-level shield, already depleted of health, and with only single-digit defense, shattered. He felt something pierce through him, and a chill ran through him. Boundless sorrow overwhelmed him. His remaining instinct for survival forced him to return to the car and close the door. He had completely lost all strength. Liu Bei huddled in the back seat of the van, huddled under a torn blanket, fighting against his own weakness. He was in a trance. He missed home. He felt as if he were entering a revolving lantern of life, and he began to review his ordinary life. He missed the comfort and warmth of his two-bedroom apartment in the old neighborhood. He missed his father, his nagging mother, his annoying and mischievous sister, the small room partitioned off from the living room, the food on the table. He missed everything. The ordinary joys of his past life were all worth remembering. In this moment of despair, such humble happiness seemed so distant. He felt like the little match girl in the fairy tale. On his deathbed, he recalled all the beautiful illusions. He was an ordinary college student, ordinary as ever, growing up according to routine. His family wasn't wealthy, and his parents weren't kind. He had grown up in a rather ordinary way. He had always lived in a room partitioned off by a curtain from the living room. He always scored in the middle of his class. He dreamed of making a name for himself, but he achieved nothing. In college, coming from a small, third-tier county, he had no money, no skills, and couldn't find a girlfriend. He was unsuccessful in everything he did, and he had nothing left to eat. He had nothing but dreams. The public friend interface flickered. Explorer, shall see, why aren't you moving? Explorer, are you still there? Explorer, are you asleep? Chapter 173. Snowy White Night. I can't hold on any longer. Explorer, stop talking so depressingly, brother. We're brothers in real life, and we won't ignore you here. Tell me what's going on. It's the last 8 kilometers, and your minivan will make it in 10 minutes. You have to hold on, even if you can't. Snowy White Night. The snow is too heavy, the car is broken down, and I'm hit. My mental state is at risk. Liu Bei was already a little dazed, but his instinct for survival prompted him to call for help. He was actually quite lucky. The colleagues and friends he met at KFC, not just in the same district, were willing to lend him a hand. Dismantling the RV, selling it, and replacing it with a minivan and fuel, all these were planned by his brothers. Player Explorer, 1 spirit pill and 1 temporary road snow clearance card. Snowy White Night. Thanks, I pay you back double later. Explorer, stay alive first. The Explorer stared at the public screen, thinking of his youthful, heroic brother, who had stood up for him when he encountered unfair treatment while working. Although the result was that both college students were fired. At this point, he had to lend a hand, no matter what. With 5 minutes left, Liu Bei looked at the mileage he had logged. He was saved. Excitedly, he looked for his brother, and offered a long stream of thanks. The Explorer, brother, don't. I'm not gay. I like beautiful women, the kind with long legs and fierce looks. Suan didn't sleep. Something was on her mind. She couldn't sleep. She lay in the pumpkin carriage's bedroom, tucked into the comfortable, warm blanket. She scrolled through the mileage leaderboards in the area. Amidst the fluctuating numbers, and the increasingly desperate last words on the public screen, she felt the helplessness of this countdown, the life-or-death struggle of the lower-class players. The last 5 minutes. She looked at some players who had stopped trying, waiting to die, and also at accounts that hadn't stopped pushing forward despite being miles away. These were the players who pushed through to the very end, and it was a pitiful sight. You know what I mean? That's fine. I keep pushing until the very last second. Even if it means death, I do my best and not give up. Daily Emo Idiot, me too. Were you Mountain Ren? Yes, I persevere until the very last second. The last 3 minutes saw everyone grow increasingly desperate. You know what I mean? That's fine. 3,988 kilometers. The cat who fell in love with the streetlight. 3,087 kilometers. Daily Emo Idiot. 3,979 kilometers. Wuyun Mountain Ren. 3,977 kilometers. It's in 3,972 kilometers. Suan opened each player within 30 kilometers of completing the mission, and used a power-up card remotely for those who were still a little short, knowing they couldn't complete it, but still persisted. Those players who know it's impossible to do something but still do it, could survive if they help now. Game mileage increase card, 30 kilometers. These cards were sold to her by Ding Dang Dang, the goose. Ding Dang Dang's words were still fresh in her mind. Dear, take a look at this card. I know you don't need it personally, but it can save the goose in a critical moment. I think you definitely need it. We geese have an old saying, when you're poor, you only care about your own goose, when you're rich, you save the goose that's fighting for your life. It's a ray of hope for those hardworking geese who refuse to give up in a critical moment. I hope you can use this to save those hardworking geese who refuse to give up. They're all potential customers. I'm willing to sell it to you at a low price. What do you think? Would you be willing to buy a chance of survival for those hardworking geese who are less fortunate? There were only a dozen or so, and the price wasn't too high. With Goose's words, Suan was naturally tempted and bought them all. Suan finished using her mileage accumulator card. The time reached 11:59, and then quickly reached 12 o'clock, the mission over. She suddenly felt like a victim of Goose's trickery. She wasn't even wealthy, yet she was using all the props she bought for charity. But it felt pretty good. As Goose said, hard-working people need a little bit of luck, even if it's just a little bit. Ding dong, main quest time has expired. Settlement is now underway. Less than a minute later, the system announcement rang in everyone's ears. A string of data flashed across the public screen. Area 20312, 88, 972/100, 000. Main quest completion rate, 80.03%. Number of players who have completed milestone quests, 71,210. Top 10 players in the region, 100% completion rate for Pioneer quests. Congratulations to all players who have completed this phase's main quests, receive their quest completion rewards, and receive surprise Pioneer gifts. These gifts will be distributed later. The system is undergoing a non-stop update. From 12:05 a.m. to 8 a.m. on February 1st, all services except public chat will be suspended. Please look forward to the exciting survival game. The 17,762 players in this area who have not completed their quests will have their accounts unlinked and enter a lost state. The system will no longer provide any related services. We hope everyone enjoys their lives and enjoys their lost lives. On the public screen, many accounts turned black, gradually dimming. The number of people in the area quickly reached over 70,000. Area 20312, 71210/100000. For a long time, no one spoke on the public screen until a few accounts appeared. You know what I mean? That's good. I was only a few kilometers away, and I actually survived. Oh my god, my system account is still there. Daily Emo Idiot, me too. Thank you, anonymous player, for the props. Woohoo, thank you for finally giving me a hand. Suddenly, I'm not emo anymore. Cat in love with Streetlight, thank you, anonymous player. I love you, big sir. I can be your dog, your woman, your maid now. Anything goes. Woohoo, I survived. I actually survived. Suan couldn't help but smile when she saw the message on the public screen. She lay on her pillow, the soft breathing of her teddy bear in her ears. She closed her eyes, and the screen dimmed. Sleep soundly. The next day, Suan slept soundly until dawn. The system update was complete, and the incessant ding-dong announcements woke her up. Suan opened his eyes in a daze, and when he opened the public screen, he saw a long list of system announcements. Chapter 174. Ding dong, dear players, it's been 8 hours since we last met. It's time to reconnect, right? After 8 hours of rest, recharge, and update time, I'm full of energy. I'm very happy that the system, as the leader, is representing the interstellar universe to accompany our friends on Blue Star in this civilization upgrade experiment. Congratulations to all players on completing their first month of survival. Based on player mileage progress, the first level, the Snow Plateau, has reached 27%. Please keep up the good work and complete it. Based on the player regional survival rate ranking, the top 100 regional players will each receive a reward of 500 copper coins, one 24-hour unlimited water card, and one 24-hour unlimited electricity card. Based on the player regional survival rate ranking, the bottom 100 regional players will each receive a reward of 1,000 copper coins and one special platform ticket, blank. Player Sunshine Bear, you are currently in Area 20312, ranking 5th in survival rate. You receive the following rewards: 500 copper coins, one unlimited water card for 24 hours, one unlimited electricity card for 24 hours. Some areas have been detected to be underpopulated. Areas will be merged in the new month. Ding Dong, Area 20354, 22,910 players. Area 20032, 3,720 players. And Area 20072, 2,160 players, have been merged into Area 20312. The current area population is 100,000/100,000. Area panels are being merged. Mileage rankings have been updated. For your convenience, players originally in Area 20312 will receive a gold nickname icon and double their daily speech rewards. A flurry of messages made Suin, who had just woken up early this morning, feel a little dizzy, with the constant jingling of bells and gongs ringing in his ears. She stood up and tiptoed downstairs, careful not to wake the dolls. In the bathroom, she brushed her teeth and washed her face while watching the ding-dong noises on the public screen. After the points week, Suin sat on the sofa on the first floor, a glass of warm water in hand, slowly looking at the mileage leaderboard. She had dropped from first place to 172nd. The top players were all strangers. First place, Dao Ba Tian Xia, 32,112 kilometers. Second place, I am your great-grandmother, 17,212 kilometers. Third place, Zhong Daohui Qiuqi, 16,722 kilometers. Fourth place, Fried Chicken Soup, 15,221 kilometers. Those in their region who had completed quests with 10,000 kilometers, just the goodbye rankings, wouldn't even rank here. With so many people suddenly arriving, the public screen was bustling with activity. Many kind-hearted players, who frequented the public screen sent messages. Shuzi is busy. Hi, new friend, this is Zone 20312. It's a place of peace, mutual assistance, friendship, freedom, and equality. Everyone is welcome. We hope you abide by our basic chat rules. To Entrepreneur's Kid, Zone 20312 public chat rules. Peace, friendship, mutual assistance, and companionship. No verbal attacks or insults. Let's work together for a better blue planet. Suin has also seen this rule. It seems Mocha promotes it daily on the public screen, bringing a positive atmosphere to the entire zone. At first, there were still a few people who found fault, but later, perhaps because they were constantly being criticized, this phenomenon became less common. I heard that Tuanchuanor advocated that everyone boycott players with bad character, not buying or selling their products. Later, except for a few players who apologized and changed their ways, these people gradually disappeared. I heard Wang Gang, and some of the players around him, haven't been around for ages. Rex and Lingling, newcomers, please look here. This is information from the beta testers, from our district's 3 pillars, eGod, Xiong Data, and Mocha's sister. 1. At the start you must. Daojia Fanza. The milestone leaderboard is so weak, yet so many people are still alive. Wow, there are actually 3 great saints. Daojia Jingtu. They're all women, a woman's mercy. Daojia Baka. So many lowlives. Zondui and I Dad. Prices at the exchange are so low, are these beta testers here doing charity? Zondui Sen Baiyuan. Brothers of the Zondui, gather together and show them off. Soon, the public screen was filled with chaos. Suin clicked on the screen for a moment, frowning, his expression growing increasingly grim. The regional public screen, which had been harmonious and peaceful from the early days until now, was now a mess due to the new players entering after the merger. However, no matter how chaotic it was, Suin endured the frustration and continued to watch. Even if it was a verbal battle, he could still gain some information. Half an hour later, Suin had a rough idea. The 3 regions merged. Game 20354, with 22,910 players. Game 20032, with 3,720 players. And Game 20072, with 2,160 players. The region with the higher survival rate was generally friendly, and didn't immediately start a fight. Instead, their conversations were filled with gratitude and joy at being part of a larger region. However, the players in the region with the lower survival rate were extremely aggressive. They all formed gangs, and their nicknames revealed their differences. They were aggressive, seemingly trying to gain control of the region and start making moves on the exchange. But how could the players originally in the zone let these people have their way? Many players, seeing the situation was dire, consciously used the convention. For these arrogant newcomers, the point was to not sell them their wares. Ningxi Luoyu. This is Zone 20312, not the territory of players like you who lost even the zone's name. Be respectful when you come to someone else's territory. Explorer, I think what God said is true. Teams are disgusting. You made the living environment in your own zone so awful, and now you come here and try to make our lives miserable. Disgusting. Explorer, if you have the ability, fight one-on-one. What's the point of having a bunch of minions to bully people? Xiaoxue Bei, brother, you're right. Dedeyu, Explorer brother is so handsome, awesome. Lingwei Dankong, I love your outlook more than your features. As the Explorer took the stage to speak, everyone joined the fray of words. Soon, players from Area 20312, with their vastly larger numbers and double the number of comments, dominated the public screen. The system that had provoked countless incidents, amidst the human quarrels and the verbal spats across various areas, remained quietly invisible. It sold its voice-sharing service remarkably well, and its sales soared, instantly making up for much of the loss from last month's salary deductions. For the entire morning, the atmosphere on the public screen was anything but pleasant. Either the east wind dominated the west wind in arguments, or the west wind dominated the east wind in arguments. Suen, silently peeking at the screen, was so enraged that she bought 500 additional comments for 50 copper coins and a day of anonymous chat time for 20 copper coins, joining the public screen fray. If it weren't for her style, she would have immediately quit her main account. This anger made her eat 2 extra bowls of noodles that morning, much to the amazement of Little Pumpkin. It seemed the beef ball noodles that morning were especially delicious. The owner devoured 2 large bowls in one sitting. Amazing! The owner looked like he was ready to fight while eating. At 9 o'clock, the silver-white bear toy drove forward, opening boxes and killing monsters. Suen sat in the back seat of the car, keeping an eye on the public screen and monitoring the developments. Igod Mocha and himself were both watching. The most enthusiastic player from District 20072, Dao Ba Tianxia, didn't show up, but his Dao family army followers were active. Occasionally, some players from District 20072 who weren't members of the Dao family army would post messages on the public screen, urging everyone to beg for mercy and admit defeat, praising how terrifying the Dao family army was. The most active resistance on the public screen was from the usual suspects, Explorer, Bai Yi, and Tuan Zai. Soon, the situation escalated. Explorer at Dao Ba Tianxia, you're playing dirty. Image ahead of the road, a large man with a machete and a fierce look on his face, with dozens of his followers, blocked the road ahead. The players gasped at the sight. Horrible, they're trying to make an example of someone. Chapter 175. Dao Family Army Complex. Our Dao brother is just awesome. All that single-player gaming and no teamwork. That's all bullshit. Dao Family Army to Zai, having a good big brother is better than anything. Our innate skills will overtake you in a second. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. Dao Family Army Fenrong, you never seen anything like this, you bunch of clumsy, narrow-minded idiots. Dao Family Army Care, are you scared? I heard you're one of the top 10 strongest in your region, level 4. What the heck? Dao Family Army Bacha, I thought you were a woman, haha, but you're a man. At Explorer, why don't you join us and give our big brother a lick? Maybe we won't kill you. You're so handsome, so maybe we can have some fun with you. Dao Family Army Mighty, when the Dao Family Army takes action, who can stand up to them? This is too much. Suen's teeth were itching. He wished he could finish them off through the screen. On the public screen, many players were visibly shocked by the scene, afraid to speak, some fearing resentment and harm. For a moment, the voices of objection were silenced by the swarms of Dao Family Army. The Dao Family Army numbered dozens of players, but their collective presence gave them a powerful presence. Only a few players, with a close relationship with the Explorer, issued a plea for help. However, the 2 little fans who had always praised the Explorer didn't run away at the critical moment. Snowy White Knight, you bunch of idiots, I'm the carry. Anyone save me, Explorer? Does anyone have any team items? I'm really the carry. Die Fish. Help at Eris God, at Sunshine Bear, at Morning Jasmine Tea Friction Sister, at Sunset Misty Orange Sister, at Little Crispy Candy, at Your Little Sweetie, at I'm Eating Sausage in the Square. Ling Yu Dang Kong. Ah, brother, hold on, Die Fish will get you some help, and I find a solution. Ling Yu Dang Kong. Are there any sisters who can save Explorer? Explorer and Die, you are yours. Dao Jia Jun Lan Zi. Bullshit. The beta testers you admire in your region are all women who talk a lot about morality, but can't accomplish anything great. Today, I show you what a strong person looks like. Image. Image Dao Jia Jun Ziguan. If you don't want to die, then be obedient. Listen to us, and pay your protection fee every day. Otherwise, we won't mind sending you to hell one by one. Dao Jia Jun De Zai, let me show you the might of our boss. This is the proper way to survive the apocalypse. In the image, a group of cars blocked the road, and a group of people surrounded an oversized RV. The explorer was in the RV, looking grim. The RV's protective shield was on, and his health bar was only halfway down. Player Dao Ba Tian Xia used the item live camera, 30 minutes, to broadcast a live stream to the public screen. At this moment, a live stream suddenly appeared on the public screen. The scene showed the Dao Ba family's siege of the explorer. In the scene, the men were discussing vulgarly what to do with the explorer. Because the explorer was indeed as he described, a bit handsome, tall, and long-legged, their insults were even worse, their foul language uttered with a sickening intensity. Suen watched with rage. She couldn't sit still and wait for death. If she didn't act now, once these people had slaughtered the explorer with such fanfare, the region would no longer have the harmonious and peaceful atmosphere it once had. She had to kill them now, immediately. This wasn't just about saving the explorer, it was about maintaining a comfortable atmosphere in the region, and for her own benefit. If the region fell prey to this group, Suen wouldn't suffer much in the short term. But in the long run, she'd lose a stable trading market. Suen wouldn't be able to make as much money in Yiming City again. Damn it. Suen watched the private messages pour in, one after another. Snowy White Knight, Die Fish, Ling Yu Dang Kong Tuan Tuaner's Cub. So many players were privately messaging her, asking for help on behalf of the explorer. Some names looked familiar, some unfamiliar. Instantly, she was flooded with thousands of messages. Since she never added friends, everyone was trying to contact her through private messages from strangers. Most of their requests were polite, their words full of respect and pleading. Many of them didn't come empty-handed, bringing small gifts like wood, oil, bread, candy, and mechanical parts. Willing to do this for a stranger. I can only say that the atmosphere on their public screen was originally quite good. The one who paid the most was Snowy White Knight. He seemed to be sending her everything he had, both small and large. And Die Fish, who always praised the explorer, had a very interesting message. Die Fish, my talent is fishing. Sunshine Bear, please save explorer. I fish for you for free for the rest of my life. Suen didn't have a deep impression of explorer, but he knew he was a pretty interesting player. His love of showing off, flaunting himself, and helping others made him quite popular in the area. He was a bit vain and had a bit of a temper, so he wasn't a perfect person, but overall, he was a warm-hearted guy with strong overall abilities. His willingness to help others earned him a reputation comparable to Mocha. Suen suddenly understood why so many people came to him for help. The elusive dragon, always seemed offline. Mocha was friendly, but she called herself a fragile mage. And he was the first known person to leave the dangerous 4-star Lost Ranch. Add to that Xiao Xiao and Xiongming's constant admiration for her and boasts of her strength. Suen felt a strange feeling in his heart. When you're poor, you only care about your own geese. When you're rich, you desperately want to save your geese. Ding Dang Dang's words rang in his ears again. Little pumpkin, bring me the golden treasure chest. Suen immediately spoke. Knife Master from Area 20072, huh? I make you unlucky. Suen found a few hidden items in his hidden golden treasure chest. Crazy Horn. Blowing the horn causes all creatures that hear it to fall into a state of mental confusion for 3 to 30 seconds, with a chance of mutual damage. Throwable Sheepskin. A single-use item. Throwing a sheepskin at a target creature transforms it into a harmless lamb for 3 to 30 seconds, depending on its level. Item. Curse of the Goose. Note, you're not a good goose, you die quickly. I curse you to die quickly. After using this card, the target will suffer terrible bad luck. It's just bad luck, and our goose curse has a certain chance of killing them. Suen gave the crazy horn to the explorer, and used Curse of the Goose on Dao Ba Tian Xia. System. Player Dao Ba Tian Xia has been cursed by Sunshine Bear. This curse is a powerful, supernatural skill, unaffected by protective shields. Player Dao Ba Tian Xia luck is reduced by 500% for 1 hour. Note, player Dao Ba Tian Xia is under a low luck curse. Please be mindful of your own safety, and avoid taking risks with your teammates. System. Player Dao Ba Tian Xia has had all system functions disabled by Eric for 24 hours. Dao Ba Tian Xia had just received the system message, and was about to retrieve his immunity item from his space when his hand froze. All of his system functions, including his space, had been disabled. Chapter 176. Because he didn't trust his teammates, the entire team's items were confined to his personal space. Not only was his strength significantly reduced, but most of it was blocked. He gritted his teeth. Damn those stinky women. On the livestream, everyone happened to see the sturdy man's expression change, his bearded face looking even more ferocious. 2 system announcements appeared in quick succession, a delight for everyone. All the small change went into my pocket. Ah, Sunshine Bear and E-God have taken action, so cool. Ning Meng Luoyu. Haha, judging by his expression, his space must have been blocked, haha. To Intuiner's Cub, my request for help was effective. I sent messages to every boss, and gave them gifts. Wow, my dozen or so candies really worked. I'm eating fried chicken in the square. You gave gifts too, I gave gifts too, haha. Although I don't have much in common with the explorers, I really can't stand the excessive behavior of Dao Ba and his gang. Yangji Gonlu. Hurry, we only have 1 hour left. Sisters, brothers, let's attack together, and teach them a lesson. Let them know that those who are righteous have many supporters, while those who are unrighteous have few. The Dao family army could also see the system messages. Noticing the attack on their eldest brother, many men's faces changed drastically. This was an ability they had never seen before. Curses, system server blockades. The livestream props, originally intended to intimidate and promote their team, instead served to highlight their embarrassment and panic. Their attacks on the explorer's protective shield were somewhat sluggish. But soon, someone who looked like a small leader shouted, bolstering everyone's morale. Brothers, don't be afraid. These are just some underhanded tricks. Even if our boss doesn't come forward, with so many of us, we can drown him with a single spit. Dao Ba gave the younger brother an appreciative look. The man extended his hand, pointing a finger at the explorer's face. What kind of accident could possibly happen? In this situation, there's no need for our Dao brother to intervene. As his voice trailed off, a group of people followed him, shouting loudly, hacking at the shield even faster. At that moment, nearly every player in the area was glued to the public screen, watching the live stream, expecting this group to suffer a terrible fate. Suin was no exception. The explorer's expression changed rapidly after receiving help, from a bitter face to a happy one. He shouted, "Thank you, Xiong Dada and E-God. Thank you, Xiong Dada for the props." His voice was filled with pride. He was already a bit vain, and now it was even more so. His shouting clearly attracted the enemy. He pulled out a bull's horn, holding it up, as if afraid to be seen, waving his arms. The ancient bull's horn looked intimidating, and no one knew what it was. "Charge! Charge! Ah!" The Blade Master shouted immediately, his voice stuttering. Somehow, he stepped on his left foot and fell flat on his face. Just then, the horn sounded. The explorer had it simple. He used the item the boss gave him immediately, regardless of any side effects. He couldn't distinguish friend from foe, so what was there to fear? He was the only friend present, the rest were enemies. He attacked recklessly, his mind in a state of confusion. Any kill was a win. After using his item, he fell into a state of confusion as well. He drew his long sword, charged into the enemy group, and attacked a random foe with reckless abandon. The explorer's high level and double experience allowed him to level up faster than ordinary players. He dispatched these minions, killing several in just a dozen seconds. At this moment, the bull's horns caused everyone to panic. One moment, a younger brother was trying to help his big brother up, and the next, a broadsword was slashing at his ribs. Dang dang dang, the Dao Ba's armor helped him block the attack. He had a certain level of combat awareness, and with a single strike, he ended the life of his most favored younger brother. But unfortunately, a younger brother stabbed him in the back with a long sword. That younger brother, named Dao Jiejun Bacha, was the most despicable of the group. He slashed with a sinister grin, "Little pretty boy, I tear your ass apart, ha ha ha. Fall into the hands of my 8th master, and you suffer a fate worse than death." Ah! The battlefield erupted in pig-slaughtering cries. The founder of the Dao Jiejun, the former regional tyrant, the Dao Ba Tianxiu with S-level talent, a 190-centimeter strong man, his rugged face twisted into a chrysanthemum shape. It was a wrinkled ball. No one expected him to be struck so hard at such a tricky angle. The scene was bloody and hilarious. This ox-horn prop is incredibly well worth the money. Suin, the mastermind behind this war, who had used many props in the fight, was laughing unscrupulously. Watching the chaotic scene, she laughed so hard her belly hurt. Her excitement caught the attention of Little Pumpkin, and Little Bear looked back. But she had no time to care. Even as she laughed her belly off, she was carefully watching the live stream. On the public screen, the topic of discussion was explosive. Everyone's mouths were like poison, unbridled, hurling salt at the Dao family army. Planning to become a millionaire, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. CI Rand, wow, is this the power of bad luck? It's terrifying. Big Sunshine Bear, you're amazing, she. Big Brother Tyrant didn't even use his full combat power, and he suffered such a humiliation. Ha ha ha, what a satisfying drama, Daily Emo Fool. A few seconds ago, Sang Biao thought it was just a fall, but he lost the most important thing in his life. Panting Miss Wang, this should be a music track. Chingxi, the chrysanthemums are all over the ground, wounds la la la. Tout Albunati, what's so great about you, so great. But the joy quickly faded. After a dozen seconds, people gradually regained consciousness. The higher the level, the faster they regain consciousness. So, as the explorer, who was almost the first to regain consciousness, he faced Daoba Tianxia, who had regained consciousness first. He was level 4, and the enemy was also level 4. Coincidentally, Daoba Tianxia, whose butt was bleeding profusely, was not far away from him. Daoba Tianxia was really unlucky. Seeing this opportunity, the explorer ignored everything else and attacked directly. Pa! The throwable sheepskin was flung directly at Daoba Tianxia's head. Daoba couldn't explain his reasoning, but he had skills he couldn't use. Even with a plethora of gadgets and skills, without a bit of luck, it was all for naught. In his unwillingness, he transformed into a bleeding lamb with a wounded butt. Strike him while he's weak. Feeling incredibly lucky, the explorer flashed his sword and unleashed his skills, unleashing the monster-killing techniques he'd been accustomed to these days. The longsword followed the wound on the lamb's back, cleaving it in two. When everyone regained their composure, they saw the blood-soaked explorer, and a lamb split open from the buttocks, its internal organs shredded. In the eyes of the crowd, the lamb had become a sturdy man, whose life or death was unknown. Big Brother Daoba, the crowd shouted. Chapter 177. Daoba Tianxia wasn't dead, but he wasn't far from it. He lay on the ground, clearly breathing more than he exhaled. The explorer had been killing monsters all his life, but this was his first time. Seeing this bloody mess made him feel sick. But at the crucial moment, he held back. His battle wasn't over yet. Xiong Dada's items had already gotten him this far. The rest was his responsibility. He was already higher level than these small fry. The explorer gripped his sword. Daoba Tianxia wailed incessantly, intermittently, for a long time. He looked like he couldn't bear to die, but he couldn't live any longer. I don't know what to call it. Oh no, there are still so many people surrounding the explorer. We dealt with that Daoba, but what about these other people? Cutting the grass without getting rid of the root is disgusting. Muya, how come that Daoba still looks alive? He's in this state, almost dismembered, and still alive? It's so painful to watch. Can someone give him a finishing blow? Lin Shenshurjian, the 1-hour doom timer is still on. I don't think he survived for more than a few minutes. It's not a big deal. Death would be a real problem. When a player dies, their space drops items. Who knows what's in their backpack? What if a teammate finds a good item? You know. That's good. Oh my god, this is the first time I heard of this. So, it's safer for Blade Master to die last, and it's the luckiest thing for the explorer. Lin Shenshurjian, I envy you for not knowing this. L4178, the explorer seems a little out of breath. Did the previous battle drain too much of his energy? It looks a bit dangerous. Eggnog Tangyuan, sisters, stop laughing. Let's help the explorer find a solution. Dingming, I don't have any ideas. If I had some impressive props, I'd be a big boss. Why would I be talking nonsense here? All I can do now is, go explorer brother. Chunshin Mocha, leave it to me. They won't survive an hour. Yuelong, wow, awesome. Sister Mocha is here. Shigwa Wanzi, sister is so kind. The sisters and brothers in our area are so kind. I'm so blessed. Swan was stunned when he saw the message. Mocha is here. Mocha made such a harsh statement. Was she going to take the field herself? That's right. Both she and he had already taken action. If she didn't take the field, she would have no chance, and would easily lose the influence she had built up. From Swan's perspective, the explorer could easily handle these guys. His panting wasn't from lack of energy, it was just a disgusting look. The explorer's fighting looked like he never killed anyone before, and even after regaining consciousness, he hardly dared to attack anyone. The live broadcast footage was blurred, but the gruesomeness of the scene was still palpable. These injured players looked powerful, but given their levels, the explorer should be able to take them down. At most, it would be a bit more difficult, and he only sustained minor injuries. As Suen had predicted, Mocha would have to take her own life. Not long after she finished speaking, the live broadcast on the public screen changed. The explorer's expression grew cheerful, and he clicked something in the void. He smirked at the group, uttered harsh words, and boasted about his Mocha boss-ship. Soon, a fork in the road appeared, and a trailer appeared on the forked road. The car was quite large, with a colorful, monstrous head. The trailer behind it, however, looked quite elegant. The door opened, and with delicate, bony hands, a woman draped in a fiery red fur cape and thick leather armor emerged. She was tall, long-legged, and her figure was well-proportioned, imbued with a powerful presence. Her long, burgundy hair was pulled high in a ponytail. Her skin was tanned, and a scar pierced her nose, marring her delicate beauty with a harsh, brutal look. She wore 2 short blades at her waist. The woman stepped out of the car, revealing her imposing frame. She stood a full 1.87 meters tall. When the explorer saw her, he felt like he had met his ideal type, the image of his dream sister. Mocha was so wild, so handsome. With a Chi-like physique and piercing eyes, every inch of her radiated a powerful allure. The explorer felt he was about to fall. Ever since Dao Ba Tianxia had transformed from a sheep into a human, lying half dead on the ground, everyone had panicked. Their forced preparations to siege the explorer were simply a decision to go along with the crowd. In fact, they also harbored a vague delusion. If they could kill this man, once the boss died, they might become the new boss. They were essentially a mob, having sold their consciences to become beasts under Dao Ba Tianxia's skills. At first, they might have simply been fighting for survival, but later, coerced and swept up by the crowd, they went from victims to perpetrators. As more and more players died at their hands, they became increasingly immersed in this lifestyle. Now, their once unstoppable group operations, recruiting players, killing, intimidating, collecting protection fees, controlling areas, and engaging in transactions, had failed at the very first step. Dao Ba Tianxia was extremely vigilant. All their accumulated items and coins were in the boss's space. With the space service blocked, their team was like a sick tiger with its claws pulled out. Seeing the public screen, the testers in this area were dispatched. This only made them panic even more. "Non, go!" A voice came from the car. Whoosh, and in a flash, the woman moved with the agility of a cheetah. A mere gust of wind from the snowy sky, and in a flash, she appeared in the crowd, grabbing the explorer by the collar, and leaving their original position. The explorer, whose clothes were being grabbed by the back of his neck, grabbed the front of his clothes with both hands to avoid being strangled. Thrown into the snow, the explorer clutched his neck and gasped, still in shock. Just now, he hadn't died from the enemy, but this handsome and majestic sister had dragged him over and nearly strangled him. "Sister, next time, don't just hold me, no, carry me." The explorer was about to speak. A female voice with a thick northeastern accent echoed from behind. "Hush. I kill you if you disturb Her Highness Mocha's spellcasting." The explorer, bewildered, looked up and saw someone else in the trailer. A young girl in brown leather shoes and a khaki tutu stood at the warm entrance. She looked harmless, not unlike the girl next door, friendly and endearing. She raised her staff toward the crowded battlefield, chanting a long spell that had begun at some point and was now coming to an end. The spell was finished. Her sweet voice echoed. "Look!" Stop staring blankly. "I'm inviting you to watch the meteor shower." Chapter 178. Ice Meteor Shower. This group attack skill has a 30-second precast time and consumes most of Mocha's spirit bar, but it unleashes a beautiful yet terrifying ice blade attack. The explorer didn't realize that Mocha, in an effort to show off her power, had already begun preparing the casting gestures even before the team card was no longer needed. Just now, Mocha had been watching, holding her items, waiting for her chance. She had originally planned to wait and see, waiting until the explorer's shield was breached, and he was nearly beaten to death, then step in and perform a heroic rescue. From then on, she would have a subordinate and intimidate any restive elements in the area. However, things turned out differently than she had imagined. With the intervention of E and Sunshine Bear, victory was won too quickly. She was forced to enter the battle quickly. If she didn't step in, she wouldn't be able to show off. Not only would she not get any share of the spoils, but her reputation would even be significantly lower than those of the other two for not helping. This wouldn't work. In her opinion, the higher the survival rate in the area, the better, and the more harmonious the atmosphere, the better. These players were her fans, and fans would only follow her if they lived well. She had to take better care of them, while also promoting their fame. So, by Mocha charged directly. The explorer followed Mocha's words and looked over. In the distance, thousands of ice blades rained down from the sky. All the Dao family army players present saw this, and tried to escape, but none of them had time. It was too fast. This ice meteor shower. It was too dense. These ice blades dealt massive damage. Most of them were level 2, with a few at level 3. Their stats weren't very flexible in any way, and they had no way to escape the terrifying ice spells, and they perished one by one. With so many players banding together to travel the same highway, it's naturally impossible for them to survive by finding treasure chests and killing monsters. Leveling up and earning resources almost entirely relies on killing, using their numbers to bully the weak, and robbing other players. They survive by trampling over the hard work of countless fellow players. The area they once occupied with 100,000 players has been reduced to just over 2,000 in just a month, largely due to their reckless behavior. They have always followed Dao Ba Tianxia's orders, adhering to the apocalyptic philosophy of survival that honors the strong. Knowing this was Zaylin's surplus, a desperate attempt to quench their thirst, they didn't stop, and couldn't. They arrived in a new area, hoping to slaughter a new crop of fat sheep, but ultimately became sheep themselves, perishing at the hands of the fat sheep. Crackle. The ice blades lasted 5 minutes. In the previous minute, almost all of these players were dead, including Dao Ba Tianxia, the highest level and most resilient player, who was nearly dismembered and still half dead. The remaining 4 minutes were spent on a show of magic. It wasn't all showmanship. Ice blades smashed the corpses into a pulp and also pummeled the RVs. All the RVs present, save for Mocha's car, still on the side road, were caught in the icy meteor shower's attack range. The explorer's RV was among them. Although the explorer's RV only managed a minor graze, it clearly wasn't doing well. The RV's shield, now half dead, shattered. The windshield shattered, and a large dent appeared on the front of the car. Ah! The explorer watched, heartbroken. Auntie, can you please hold back your magic? My car, oh my god. The explorer slumped to the ground, his once handsome face twisted into a distorted expression, and he unintentionally called out Mocha's most annoying nickname. Mocha glared at him fiercely. If it weren't for the time limit on the livestream props, she would have told Nong to twist his head off and kick it like a ball. She tried her best to maintain her good-tempered persona and explained, once you cast a spell, you can't take it back. Just wait. Mocha's voice was sweet, like a kind and docile kitten. The public screen was abuzz with excitement. Ning Ming Luoyu. Mocha's spell had the effect she imagined. What a show-off. Bing Tang Hilu, oh my god, this. AAA Dream Chaser Yujia. The petite and cute one is Sister Cha, and the tall and handsome one is her teammate. Oh my god, so handsome. Next door Tyrant Flower. 6 flips, so 9999999. I'm the daddy. I'm relatively uneducated, all I can say is, I'm the C. Xiaoji, are the bosses in our district so powerful and gentle? Wow, I can actually join such a great district. I'm so happy, I'm so happy. I'm reporting the former District 2032, the Heaven and Earth Society, and the Cross Alliance under my real name for market manipulation, terrorist rhetoric, and ganging up on us. Guansha, I'm reporting the former District 20354, the Zhongdou Association under my real name. This alliance looks glamorous on the surface, but in reality, it exploits the lower-class players in every way, turning ordinary talented players into discarded pawns. If it weren't for the fact that great-grandma hadn't resisted and left the Zhongdou Association and happened to save me, I would have been completely exploited and become a discarded pawn. Sister-in-law, open the door. This is my brother, Zai Xiang from the Zhongdou Society, engaged in a homosexual relationship, defrauded me of my feelings and wealth, claimed to protect and recommend me to the Zhongdou Society, but ended up abandoning me. I want to complain about this injustice. Soon, one real-name report after another appeared, alleging the misdeeds of some group or individual. It's unclear whether they were true or false, but they were just a bunch of random, injustice-filled tales. On the live broadcast on the public screen, the battle had already reached its end. 5 or 6 minutes later, the scene of the battle was already a shambles. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Bean-sized flakes seemed to want to cover everything, falling thicker and thicker. The snow fell heavier and heavier. When the ice spell ended, the explorer ran over and threw himself directly onto his 3-pack large RV, observing it with a look of heartache. His expression was filled with heartache beyond words. The system indicated that the vehicle was 36% damaged and required repair materials: steel, mechanical parts, glass, snow tires. The explorer couldn't help but hiss, his head buzzing. Not far away, Mocha and his companions ignored the explorer. Night Nong leaned down, raising her arm. Mocha lightly leaped onto Nong's arm, securely held in her knight's one-handed embrace. Click. It was the sound of Nong turning around and closing the car door. Mocha, petite at 1.5 meters tall, was held in the one-handed embrace of a sturdy, 1.887 meter tall beauty. Nong leaned over, gently lifting her cloak to shield the girl from the wind and snow, allowing her to rest comfortably in her arms. At the death site of the Dao family army players, the corpse had completely lost its shape, leaving only a pool of bone, flesh, and blood. This mud, made of bone, flesh, and blood, transformed into a blood-red ice surface under the cold energy of the ice blades and snowflakes. On the ice, various scattered items lay scattered on the ground. Food, boxes, coins, equipment. Of these, the drops from the players' deaths were minimal, while the drops from the Sword Master World's deaths were the most numerous. They piled up like a small hill. Nong and Mocha walked around the loot, her eyes flashing purple as she scanned the area. She whispered in Mocha's ear, "There aren't many spiritual items in the RV. Most of the valuables are here." She gestured downward. After recovering from her grief, the explorer tried to repair the vehicle, but found he was short on materials. Then he remembered that the vehicles of the deceased group were left ownerless. Although those vehicles had been shattered by Sister Cha's magic, there were definitely some that could be used after dismantling them. Wait, will those players drop items after they die? If so, will they drop a lot of goodies? Sister Cha, you're not going to kill me to silence me, are you? Probably not. The livestream is still going on, with so many players watching. The explorer glanced at the public screen, and saw that the live stream was playing normally alongside the chat page, which reassured him. This observation made it impossible for him not to notice the discussion among the players on the public screen. Chapter 179. Eating just to stay alive. So many items, so much loot, the explorers are giving it away. Dai Mao, he didn't kill so many people, so why did he give it away? If no one had saved him, he would have died long ago. I think most of the loot should go to Sister Cha. Dai you. I think the explorers should take it. Most of the items were dropped by Dao Ba after his death, and he also killed Dao Ba, so it's reasonable for him to take some of the loot. Princess Zong Sui, who likes coconut crabs. Why should it go to Sister Cha and the explorers? I think Xiongdada and Ishan contributed so much, so they should have a share. If we don't give them the loot, it's unfair and goes against the original order of our zone. Epic asterisk. Yes, Xiongdada's curse and Ishan's system service blockade were both important. Without their efforts, this battle would never have ended so quickly. Milk Green 7 Sugar, you only turned to the boss for help, but you ignored us when dividing the loot. Why should you expect the boss to save you later? Xingye Xiao, oh, they're still breaking up, and you're already arguing. Neither Cha Jia nor Explorer are the type to be obsessed with money. They're both very kind people, and they definitely wouldn't leave Xiongdada and Igad behind. Xingye Xiao. Besides, Xiongdada even helped Explorer with several items, so how could Explorer forget? There are so many of us watching the live stream. Li Xiongming noticed his teammates' comments on the public screen and slammed on the brakes. The car slid a few meters across the snow before coming to an abrupt stop. Li Xiongming turned to Zhou Xiao, glaring. Zhou Xiao, what are you doing? What are you saying? You're just talking nonsense. Is that appropriate? No, isn't it? Zhou Xiao asked timidly. I think it's quite appropriate and fair. Sister Cha even agreed with me. Li Xiongming covered her face, unwilling to speak. Teaming up with teammates like this was indeed quite risky. Li Xiongming knew Zhou Xiao said this primarily to help Big Bear get the loot. Her words were valid, but she shouldn't have said them that way. She unconsciously morally blackmailed Mocha and the Explorer, thinking she was in the clear. Even if they had originally intended to give Sunshine Big Bear, and he got a share of the loot, they would surely be uncomfortable right now. The Explorer didn't know. Mocha was truly not to be trifled with. Chinchin Mocha, Sister Xiao is right. You're truly good friends, who teamed up with me. We will definitely divide the loot wisely, and will not forget the efforts of Sister Sunshine and Sister E. Explorer, I pay a 100 copper service fee, and have the system randomly distribute the loot to everyone by email based on value. This is more fair. Explorer, Sunshine Bear, Egod, and Sister Cha will each take 30%, and I take 10% to repair the remaining vehicles of the Dao family army. Thank you all for helping me through this difficult time. System. Explorer use the item send red envelope to activate the red envelope function in this area. Red envelope. Red envelope. Red envelope. The Explorer, biting the bullet, used the unique item he found in a chest he opened, send red envelope. He paid out of his own pocket, and sent out 3 random red envelopes of 1,000 copper coins each one vying for 100 copper coins, to thank everyone for their help. At that moment, he suddenly thought that Sister Cha wouldn't be coming. He could still make more money and minimize his losses, but the thought faded as soon as it appeared. Sister Cha's willingness to save him was part of her personality, and he couldn't disdain her. Besides, he just met his dream girl, the heroic northeastern girl, Ms. Nong, today. The 3,000 copper coins given back to everyone were well worth it. The Explorer knew he was taking advantage, as the live stream couldn't show the details of the dropped items. But as the one submitting the system for distribution, he knew full well that the Dao family army, especially Dao Ba Tianxia, were incredibly wealthy. Their in-game currency alone was over 300 gold coins. Getting even 1/10 of that would make him a millionaire. Amidst the stream of thanks on the public screen, suddenly, God spoke up. Eric, I didn't contribute that much. Give me 10%, just enough to get back to the dungeon. Sunshine Bear used a curse and 2 items, and the Explorer fought hard. Mocha also made a trip, so the rest will be 10% for the bear and 10% for an Explorer at Morning Mocha. You two can split it. By Mocha's expression froze for a moment, but she quickly smiled at the camera, saying, Thank you, Sister E, for your care. I really didn't expect these people, with their high mileage and aggressive voices, to be so incompetent. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come, saving props and energy. And I have troubled Nong to accompany me. Sister E is so generous, so I won't ask for more. I just break even, take 20%, and give the rest to Sister Yongguang and shout in. Bai Mocha said with a smile, not a hint of displeasure. The public screen was flooded with praise. Musically, oh my god, I learned a lot. Don't ask why I'm in tears. I'm so moved. This district's leaders are so kind. The sisters are so nice. If the beta testers in our district were just as reasonable, my brother wouldn't have died for not being able to afford medicine. Luo Xiao, this is the strength and breadth of mind of the top 5 survival rate leaders in the 20312 area. I have learned a lot from the unity of all the players. I always thought that the end of the world would mean moral decline, but I was wrong. It turns out that as long as everyone makes a little effort, the situation in the area will really be different. Fear of being hurt is not an excuse for selfishness. Cross-alliance blood. This boss named Mocha clearly has the power to take down the Explorer and take all the spoils, yet he's giving up his profits. What kind of logic is this? I'm confused. Oh Yangju, who likes Yangsu, this is the logic of our 20,312 zone. This is the happiness of our 20,312 zone. Follow our lead. A single rotten apple spoils the whole pot. This is absolutely unacceptable here. Xingye Xiao Xiao. Yes, every ingredient in our pot will be eliminated if we find any rotten apples. Dao Ba Tianxia is an example. Watching Xingyo together, what's the point of being high on the milestone leaderboard? Character is as important as skill. In the end, with many players watching the live stream, Mocha and the Explorer pushed back and forth and decided on the outcome. Sunshine Bear took 50%, Mocha took 20%, E took 20%, and the Explorer took 10%, plus the vehicles. Because voluntarily gave up some of his profits, the Explorer should have taken more, but he stated that everything depended on everyone's help. The vehicles still belonged to him, so he couldn't take so much. What a harmonious cake-sharing scene. A kindergarten performance of hello, I'm fine, everyone's fine. At least on the surface, it was remarkably harmonious. The innocent Zhou Xiao beamed, telling Li Xiangming that everyone was fine, and that Sister Cha was wonderful. She was adorable, hardworking, and just like Sister Yongguang, she was her idol. Li Xiangming held her forehead, hiding her frustration. She barely felt like driving. Chapter 180. Li Xiangming knew that if Zhou Xiao hadn't been lucky, she would have been completely wiped out. The great goddess Mocha was no pushover. If it hadn't been for Sister Yongguang's help, she might have been controlled by Mocha and had developed a fondness for her. Of course, this was something Li Xiangming only figured out after several days. Although she didn't know why Sister Mocha, a powerful figure, was so kind and courteous to her, trying to win her favor, controlling her with her charm, and even giving her attribute points, she did so. Zhou Zhao's words echoed in the car. Xiangming, I don't understand why you're overthinking this. I don't understand all the twists and turns. I only know that Sister Mocha has done more good than bad, and she's made life much easier for everyone in the area. I may be foolish, but I know that actions, not hearts, are not perfect. Even if Sister Mocha truly has ill intentions, she's a good person because she does good things, Zhou Xiao said. You said my comments would make Sister T and Brother Explorer uncomfortable. It's okay. I just thought about it, and I did go too far. I already sent them a private apology. They're so nice, they wouldn't plot against me or anything. You even apologized privately. Li Xiangmeng was so angry she nearly fainted. There was no hope. This idiot teammate, his IQ and EQ were both questionable. What should she do? Li Xiangmeng wondered. Should she abandon her conscience and find a new teammate? But sometimes Zhou Xiao was so obedient, so dedicated to his work. They were also childhood friends. She was so torn. I know Xiangmeng, you're the best. You might be a bit thoughtful, but you're sincere to me. Even though I'm so clueless, you're willing to be with me. Zhou Xiao hugged Li Xiangmeng and acted coquettishly. I drive this afternoon, you get some rest. On the live stream, the explorer eagerly approached Zhou Nong, trying to pry and get close. The Qi-like woman, a centimeter taller than him, grabbed her collar and tossed her to his vehicle. Terrible strength, terrifying speed. She was truly the woman he'd been captivated by at first sight. Nong held a woman in one hand, yet managed to toss him, a 5 feet 8 inches tall, 8-pack abs wearing young man, around like a chicken. Goodbye, Mocha whispered softly. Bai Mocha hugged Night Nong back, half her face hidden in her sister's chest. Her hand, concealed beneath her cloak, gently tugged at Night Nong's shirt. Her voice was sweet, like a soft, fragrant cake, filling him with a protective urge. Seeing this, the explorer wished it were Nong holding him. Goodbye, Ong. Zhou Nong glared at the explorer, her voice harsh and fierce. She seemed to be holding Mocha, yet her movements were gentle. Then, the explorer saw the handsome, wild, domineering, charming, and beautiful fairy sister Nong disappear, carrying Mocha back to the front of the vehicle like a leopard. Their time together was so short that he only knew her nickname, Nong, with no idea of her first name or last name, or her age. His only clue was her accent, which sounded like someone from northeastern Yin country. It sounded so beautiful. Suan had witnessed a grand spectacle. She was completely outside of this drama, yet she was also a part of it. Mocha and Nong seemed impressive, both seemed quite capable. But so what? Suan was open-minded, and never looked down upon those who were stronger than him. In her opinion, as long as players weren't like Dao Ba Tian Xia, who relied on harvesting their own kind for survival, the more powerful players in the same area, the better. When everyone was prosperous, the regional trading market would expand, and everyone could live better. The Dao clan soldiers were all dead, but the livestream props they left behind were still useful for a while. Everyone watched as the explorer dismantled 4 or 5 truck-sized RVs brought by the Dao clan, chatting as he worked, and the players joined in the conversation. The second half of the livestream became the explorer's personal stream. Dao Ba and his crew probably didn't expect that the livestream props, originally intended to intimidate everyone, would be used in such a way by the region's clowns. The explorer was already a show-off, somewhat cocky college student, and the praise only intensified his enthusiasm. He worked tirelessly while dismantling the vehicles, chanting humorous work chants like 80, 80, one hammer, 80. For a moment, the public screen regained its former cheerful atmosphere. A group of playful players began to joke around. It was over 40 degrees below zero, freezing cold outside. The explorer worked tirelessly to repair his vehicle as quickly as possible. He was watching the public screen, admiring his handsome face in the autofocus live stream, occasionally interacting with the players on the public screen. Is Sister Mocha as beautiful in person as in the video? Luoyu, you asked a very insightful question. Of course she is, but Miss Nong is even prettier. He gave a slightly lewd smile, which ruined 80% of his handsomeness. What? I look like someone who would be bullied to death by Sister Nong. That's okay, I'm happy with it. I'd be willing to be killed by her. I just like older, stronger, and tougher sisters. They're full of life. I like people full of energy. The explorer said this with a silly grin, his sincerity truly evident. I'm unmanly, a bootlicker. Brother Xiang of the Zhongdui, you're going too far. If you have the guts, come over and fight me. Let's see who's less manly. You're short and unattractive, and you're afraid you're not good enough for me, so you just say Nong isn't pretty. I surrender. You can scold me, but don't call me a goddess. Nong is so handsome, or even Cha. Sometimes I really look down on you. Why am I not a man? Why am I not a high-ranking person? Why am I not good-looking? My values are not right. You're not your mother's child. You don't want a wife. Why are you attacking women so maliciously? You deserve to be single and jealous because you can't get married. What? Just because I'm better than you, are you so vulnerable? Anyway, I'm definitely going to find a wife. I'm a love-obsessed person. I can't live without women. I'm a seductress. Say whatever you want. Haha, thank you for your comfort, my friends. You're really nice, but I consider you a brother. Please give up on me, and stop confessing your feelings to me. I only like women. No disrespect, I'm just a straight man. Host, oh, I'm not a host. Forget it, call me whatever you want. In the live broadcast, the tip of a man's nose was red from the cold. While replying to public messages, he collected the dismantled materials and headed to the next broken car. Host, can you? No. I'm a man and don't accept men. I emphasize that I only like women. I like Nong's type, although she doesn't seem to want to pay much attention to me. The future is too far away, so I can only wait until the survival game is over. Host, can you give away the materials from the Dow family army's vehicles for free? To whom? To you? I was in danger just now, and I didn't see you calling for help. How dare you be so arrogant, but to those of you who just asked for help, I'm willing to share any extra materials after repairing the car. I checked the system chat logs and helped distribute them to you. The whole afternoon. Half of the joy came from the players' chats, and the other half came from the brilliant replies. As the conversation progressed, the conversation became increasingly abstract. Suen couldn't stop his gurgling laughter,